Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
At first, when everyone heard the ninth prince's voice and saw how excited he was, they subconsciously thought that he had brought back some local specialties for his majesty. Everyone started to wonder at the same time, what local specialties could be found in the temporary palace. When they looked closely, it turned out to be a baby. The little baby girl was about 4 or 5 months old. She was being held precariously in the young ninth prince's arms. The ninth prince looked exhausted, as if he would collapse in the next moment and drop the little baby girl. Calculating the date and looking at the baby girl's clothes and appearance, if nothing unexpected happens, she should be the daughter that the imperial concubine just gave birth to. Wait, a daughter born to the imperial concubine? Isn't that the little princess? The ninth prince's biological sister? The ministers turned around suddenly, only to see that the emperor had stood up at some point, pushed away his chair, and was walking towards the ninth prince with big strides. Zaiju, don't move. Normally, Emperor Jingwen would not be so nervous, but this was the first time he saw his child in danger in person. Emperor Jingwen couldn't just ignore what he saw, so he subconsciously stopped the scene and said, "Put the princess down quickly." Emperor Jingwen gave this order out of fear that he would accidentally drop the child again. Upon hearing this, Ye Shuo, who was rushing towards this side like a cannonball, suddenly stopped, and the little baby girl in his arms shook. Everyone's heart suddenly rose to their throat. The crown prince couldn't help but worry about his young sister. Seeing the ninth prince standing still, everyone's hearts also settled down. By the way, if I heard correctly just now, my cheap dad was asking me to put the child down, right? Ye Shuo did not hesitate and put the pointed little princess on the ground. As expected, Emperor Jingwen, who seldom picked up a child, took 2 or 3 steps forward and without thinking twice, he simply reached out and picked up the child from the ground. After realizing what was happening, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but glare at his son. The ground is so cold, isn't he afraid that the little princess will catch a cold? That's right, he's just a kid, he knows shit. The next moment, Ye Shuo seemed to be not satisfied and repeated what he said when he came here. He looked so excited, as if he was introducing a new toy. Father, look, your son has brought you something good. Under normal circumstances, seeing that the little bastard was thinking about him so much, Emperor Jingwen would feel relieved to some extent, but now, Emperor Jingwen didn't understand how he could describe the little princess as a local specialty. At first, Emperor Jingwen thought that he was bringing back a local specialty for him, and then he kept asking him to take a look. It must be said that Emperor Jingwen still missed the little bastard a lot after not seeing him for nearly a year. He always felt that the palace was too quiet without him around. On the other hand, the little bastard not only doesn't think about me, but also isn't very punctual in writing letters. He often forgets about writing while playing, and only suddenly remembers to write back to me when he's tired of playing. When Emperor Jingwen received a letter, it was usually 10 days or half a month later, and sometimes he didn't even receive a reply. When he heard the little bastard's voice coming from outside the Kinzen Hall just now, Emperor Jingwen admitted that he was still a little happy. But now, the feeling of happiness faded away like the tide in an instant, and that familiar headache came to my heart again. Seeing that he had given him such a big surprise just after returning, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but feel sad. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Jingwen stated the fact as calmly as possible. "Shuo, this is your sister, not your new toy." Ye Shuo also looked innocent, but I promised my mother that I would take good care of my sister, and she agreed. And that's how he took care of me? The same thought flashed through the minds of everyone, including Emperor Jingwen. Emperor Jingwen even said it directly, "Is this how you take care of your sister?" Ye Shuo looked even more innocent when he heard this. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? He actually had the nerve to ask. Emperor Jingwen was about to get angry, but when he looked down, he saw the little princess looking arrogant and blowing bubbles to herself. A 4-month-old baby does not have any concept of playing. As long as it is not at night or he is looking for milk or is not holding someone he particularly dislikes, he basically does not care who is holding him, even if the person suddenly changes. As per law, he word includes she also, those law students can relate it. Seeing that his cheap father was speechless, Ye Shuo seemed to be adding fuel to the fire. Look, she is quite good. At this moment, everyone in the Kinzen Hall fell silent. Seeing that the time was almost up, Ye Shuo spoke up in time. "Father, you have been holding her for a long time. Please return Jianjian to me. I want to show her to Empress Zhao and the others." More than a year had passed, but Ye Shuo had not forgotten the 3 ladies in the palace. This is a real princess, not a tool for him to show off. The ministers remained silent. Emperor Jingwen was stunned for a moment but then grasped the key point. Jianjian. Why is it Jianjian? Didn't he already name the princess? It's just a nickname. As if seeing his stepfather's confusion, Ye Shuo waved his hand nonchalantly. Until now, Emperor Jingwen still had a glimmer of hope for his son, so he opened his mouth. "Hearts Jianjian." "No, father, what are you thinking about? Of course, your head is sharp. Ministers, Emperor Jingwen. Emperor Jingwen subconsciously looked at the little princess's head, and when he saw that it was round instead of pointed, he breathed a sigh of relief. While he was stunned, Ye Shuo had already reached out to hug his sister. But how could Emperor Jingwen trust him with the child? He turned around subconsciously and raised his arm subconsciously. Ye Shuo was not discouraged after his hand came up empty-handed. He continued to chase his cheap father and asked, "Father, father, please give my sister to me." In this way, all the ministers watched helplessly as one tried to reach it on tiptoe, while the other raised his arm and refused to give it. The ministers said it was too noisy and they left one after another. As a result, after leaving the Kinzen Hall, they could still hear the noisy voices from a long distance away. The ministers sincerely rejoiced that it was not their own son, but born to the emperor. Let the emperor worry about it himself? Soon, perhaps because he was anxious, Ye Shuo blurted out, "This is my sister, my biological sister." Hearing him talking about this, Emperor Jingwen laughed immediately. "I am her father, and also her biological father. In terms of closeness, isn't she ranked higher than him, her elder brother?" As if he hadn't expected him to say this, Ye Shuo was dumbfounded. "But I was clearly here first? Father, please give my sister back to me. It's really a child's temper. Sometimes first come first served is not that important." Emperor Jingwen then said calmly, "But now, your sister is in my hands." Wow, why does this line sound weird? Ye Shuo paused strangely, and seeing that things were hopeless, he finally said viciously, "Don't bully the young and poor," and walked out of the Kinzen Hall angrily. When he came, he was holding his little sister in his arms, but when he left, his hands were empty. After figuring out what he meant by "don't despise the young and poor," Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but laugh and cry. This Zaiju. The entire Kinzen Hall quickly fell silent after Ye Shuo left. Emperor Jingwen still had other things to deal with, and originally wanted to hand the little princess over to Wang Zaiquan, but he found that the little princess was very obedient and barely made a sound. Emperor Jingwen thought about it, and finally put the little princess on his lap. The prince beside him. Never mind, it's not the first time anyway. After a while, Wang Zaiquan hesitated for a long time, and finally couldn't help but remind him, "Your Majesty, the little princess is less than 5 months old now, she can't sit for a long time." It turns out there is such a thing. It happened that Emperor Jingwen was exhausted from reviewing memorials, so he simply picked up the little princess and walked around the hall twice. Wang Zaiquan knew that he was shocked and didn't need to say more, and then he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. With these two children, the imperial concubine will have no worries in the future. On the other side, after seeing his son wandering around, the big, pointed thing in his arms disappeared just like that. However, out of trust in her son, the imperial concubine did not think much about it and just asked casually, "Where is Jian?" In the past, the imperial concubine looked down on this nickname, but now she has gradually gotten used to it. Ye Shuo shrugged, "I kept her in the Kinzen Palace." The imperial concubine couldn't help but be stunned when she heard this. "Kinzen Palace? Shuo, you are really something. How could you throw Jian there?" The imperial concubine had never heard that the emperor could take care of a child. Subconsciously, she thought that her son was forced upon the emperor, so she glared at her son angrily. "Forget it, I'll just go and bring her back." Seeing that his mother had obviously misunderstood, Ye Shuo hurriedly stopped her. "Don't." Ye Shuo felt wronged. "What do you mean I forced it? It was obviously my father who refused to give Jian back to me. Your Majesty, he don't want to return?" How come the imperial concubine knew the meaning of all the words, but was confused when they were combined? The imperial concubine was skeptical. "Really?" Ye Shuo nodded affirmatively. "Really?" At this moment, the imperial concubine seemed to be dreaming. It was not until the evening that Emperor Jingwen personally sent the little princess back and had dinner at Kiowa Palace. The imperial concubine subconsciously checked with her eyes, and her daughter's limbs were still intact, and she was actually fine. If Emperor Jingwen knew that in the imperial concubine's heart, he, as a father, was not as reliable as Zaiju, I wonder how he would feel. Unfortunately, Emperor Jingwen didn't know. Upon hearing the news, even though the concubines had always said that they were numb to it, they were still shocked. The imperial concubine is truly blessed to have given birth to such a pair of children, and yet each of them is more favored than the other. Isn't that infuriating? However, Ye Shuo didn't care about that. The most important thing was to strive for more benefits. Emperor Jingwen thought that he was extremely sun-centric. When it comes to sun-centricity, who could compare to the feudal emperors? In the past, Emperor Jingwen never believed that a princess could surpass a prince. A princess would be married sooner or later, and the prince was the future of the Great Zhou and would inherit the bloodline of the Ye family. It was natural that a prince was more valuable than a princess. However, despite this, when Emperor Jingwen saw the scene of Zaiju and Jian getting along, he finally couldn't hold it anymore. You really can't bully people like this? As a brother, it would be fine if he didn't protect his sister, but how could he be like him? How could he do this? Jian is only a few months old? Just like that, with Ye Shuo habitually putting his hand on the little princess's back, no matter how hard the little princess tried, she couldn't turn over smoothly. She could only scratch on the quilt like a little turtle. Ye Shuo was so happy. As a result, before he could even laugh a few times, Emperor Jingwen slapped him on the back of his hand with a slap. To be honest, being able to push an emperor into a corner over such a matter is, to some extent, quite impressive. Although Emperor Jingwen did not use much force this time, it still hurt. Ye Shuo jumped up with a cry, "Dad, why did you hit me?" He covered his arm, his face accusing. Emperor Jingwen couldn't understand no matter how hard he tried. How could he still have the nerve to feel aggrieved after doing such a thing? It is true that Emperor Jingwen favored boys over girls, but he was also very patriarchal. Since he would not pass on the family business to his daughter, he naturally would not think about letting the princess do anything. Although he kept saying that it was natural for princesses to marry off to other countries, in fact, none of his own princesses were sent to marry off. This kind of thing, if you can avoid it, try to avoid it. If you can't avoid it, then we'll talk about it later. Emperor Jingwen would not pass the heavy burden to the princess. In his eyes, the princess only needed to be loved and pampered, and then wait until she reached the age to find a good family to marry. In Emperor Jingwen's mind, it was natural for a brother to protect his sister, as if it was as normal as the laws of nature and ethics. All the princes who had younger sisters were very considerate of them. Emperor Jingwen had never heard of anyone like Ziyaju who would resort to such poisonous actions against his younger sister. She is not as old as you are, and you didn't know how to control her strength. What if she gets hurt? And the imperial concubine was the same. Didn't you see that the little princess had difficulty turning over? Don't you know how to take care of her? They are all his own children, and the back of his hand is also his flesh. How could Emperor Jingwen not feel sorry for them? Even if I didn't feel sorry for her before, I couldn't help but feel sorry for her now when I see what kind of life the little princess is living in the hands of her brother. But in fact, concubine Rong is not stupid. How could she not see that the little princess is really upset? Shuo seems absurd on weekdays, but he is actually very sensible. Besides, isn't it normal for siblings to fight and quarrel with each other? In concubine Rong's opinion, it is abnormal for them to be cold and polite to each other. They don't look like a family at all. That would only prove that the brother doesn't take his sister seriously at all. He calls himself humble, but in fact he just treats his sister as a dispensable thing. It's just like treating a pet. You won't get angry if you don't take it seriously. That's why the imperial concubine never cared about it. Ye Shuo looked at his hands and thought to himself that he didn't use much force just now, so why did his cheap father get so angry? Besides, Jianjian's arrival disrupted his peaceful life and forced him to prepare for Jianjian's future early on, and he is not allowed to collect some interest? Loving and caring for her does not mean giving in to her in everything. So Ye Shuo thought about it and said, "Dad, I wonder if you have heard that saying. What is that little bastard going to do now?" Emperor Jingwen frowned. What? Ye Shuo's face was serious. If brothers and sisters are not for playing, then it will be meaningless. Emperor Jingwen, you call this playing, you call this playing. After realizing what was happening, Emperor Jingwen could no longer bear it and snatched the cane from Wang Ziquan's hand and tried to beat him. Why does eunuch Wang bring his own rattan stick now? Daddy, daddy, please show some mercy, daddy. However, Emperor Jingwen was so angry at his fallacy that he could not possibly stop. When Emperor Jingwen left Kaiwa Palace the next day, he was so worried that it was beyond words. In his eyes at this moment, being born into the imperial concubine's belly was no longer a way to enjoy happiness, but a way to suffer. How could there be such a patriarchal mother and such a bad brother? Emperor Jingwen's mind quickly played out a scene of how Ziyaju would bully her when he was not around, and how the imperial concubine treated her coldly from the sidelines, and he couldn't help but feel a little pity for her. Poor Jianjian. The other side. After his adoptive father left, Ye Shuo finally rubbed his sister happily. Jianjian is 4 or 5 months old and she is already stupid. Not to mention when she just wakes up, no matter how you rub her, she won't get angry. By the time the poor little girl reacts and is about to get angry, Ye Shuo would have stopped in advance, so basically there will be no trouble. The little princess didn't want to cry or anything, she looked so pitiful. If this scene was seen by the wet nurse nearby, what else could it be but abuse? The babies around basically sleep however they want. She's just a baby, what else can she do if not sleep? But the 9th prince just wouldn't allow it. He would control how long the princess slept during the day, and if necessary, he would even wake her up from her sleep, which made the wet nurse beside her so angry that she dared not say anything, and was particularly sad. But in fact, Ye Shuo didn't want to do that, but there was nothing he could do. Who asked Jianjian to still stay in his mother's room? It would be too tiring if he couldn't sleep through the night, right? If a baby is not controlled and is allowed to sleep when she is sleepy, how can she develop the habit of sleeping through the night? Ye Shuo also felt that he had a special sense of accomplishment that Jianjian could stay awake all night under his training. But soon Ye Shuo no longer had time to care about these trivial matters. Now that he has returned to Shangjing City, it is time to make arrangements for the follow-up. The problem was how to arrange to contact my grandfather. This result was reached by Ye Shuo after careful consideration and weighing. Otherwise, no matter how great Ye Shuo's abilities were, he was just a child now and couldn't even leave the palace, so he couldn't display his abilities. We can only see if we can start with our grandfather for this matter. From what his mother has said over the years, it can be seen that our grandfather's side should be stable. Otherwise, if we really wait until the day when he leaves the palace to build his own residence, it will be too late for the opportunity. He is 9 years older than Jianjian. He would leave the palace and set up his own residence at the age of 16. Jianjian would already be 7 years old at that time. 7 years old seems very young, still just a child, but this was in ancient times when people were engaged at the age of 14 and would get married as soon as they reached the age of 16. Although judging by the attitude of my cheap dad, if nothing goes as expected, Jian should be kept for 2 more years. But the same thing goes, if, you can never pin your hopes on if. What Ye Shuo wanted was a foolproof result. However, if you want to have a seat in the court and be able to influence the emperor's decision, it is not something that can be achieved overnight. Old ministers like Taifu and Prime Minister he must not be touched. Once they are touched, my cheap father will immediately notice it. My cheap father, the emperor, is not a pushover. Ye Shuo didn't believe that his cheap father, who had so many secret guards, would be unaware of the little actions of the princes under him. Ye Shuo never looked down on anyone, and he didn't think he had the ability to influence this group of important officials. Without sufficient benefits, no matter how powerful Ye Shuo is, people will not be willing to work for him. Those people are so smart. If he is not careful, he might be played to death by others before he can play with them. Li Yuhang and Ye Shuo had no plans to move. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that because his mother suddenly became pregnant, his return to the palace was naturally delayed. She was also afraid that they were too anxious and that sending Suxin and Sakai away in a hurry would make Li Yuhang and Zhang Yuan look down on them, so her mother insisted on keeping the 2 girls until 2 months before the birth and then married them off. The guard of honor set out from the palace at that time. Although it was not as glorious as that of a real noble, it was also very respectable at that time. Because of the master-servant relationship that had accumulated over the years, the imperial concubine gave the 2 of them a lot of favors. Judging from the letters that Suqiu sent from time to time, her married life with Zhang Yuan should be pretty good, and the words between the lines occasionally revealed the sweetness of the newlyweds. As for Suxian, Ye Shuo had never paid special attention to her, but Suxian was a girl with a strong sense of purpose and she was also smart, so she should be good too. Ye Shuo had said at the beginning that he did not need Li Yuhang's loyalty, and naturally he would not change his words now. Suxian's marriage and Jian's future are 2 completely different things. One more Li Yuhang won't make much difference, and one less Li Yuhang won't make much difference either. There is really no need for that. Moreover, for a person like Li Yuhang, using favors to blackmail him will only backfire. If he is willing to repay the favor, then it can be called repaying a favor, otherwise, it would be making an enemy. Ye Shuo thought about it and felt that there was only one way to avoid his cheap father noticing. Start cultivating from scratch. Starting from scratch, even the cheap dad would never think of this situation, because no one would do this unless they are fools. The cost is too high, and there are too many uncontrollable factors. What Ye Shuo needs to do is to turn the impossible into possible. This is not something that can be accomplished overnight, so time is so important to Ye Shuo. After a dozen years, this group of people will have established a firm foothold in the court, and should be just in time for Jian to get married. At that time, no matter who Jian wants to marry, or whether she wants to stay single for the rest of her life, she can make her choice freely, and no one will say anything. If you only use this method, you can't take the path of imperial examinations. First of all, Ye Shuo doesn't have the ability to train so many top scorers. You have to know that the top scholar is the first in the national imperial examination. There are always people who are smarter than Ye Shuo. Maybe it would be possible for him to take the exam on his own, but if he is asked to train himself, and he has to train more than one person, Ye Shuo can't do it even if he is beaten to death. Second, even if there are so many people who pass the imperial examination and become the top scorer, only a few of them can rise all the way to the top. After layers of screening, the chance is lower than winning the lottery, so this method is completely unfeasible. But as a modern man, Ye Shuo always has the advantage of standing on the shoulders of giants. He planned to use what he had learned, take a technical approach, and rely on technology to help these people get promoted to higher positions. Ye Shuo had been under his cheap father's watch for so long, and it wasn't for nothing after all, so he naturally knew what was bothering his cheap father every day. It's no wonder that there are only a few things that my cheap dad has to worry about. If it's a natural disaster, it's flood conservancy. If it's a drought, it's water diversion and irrigation. If it's people's livelihood, it's textile machinery, and even refined salt purification. If he wants to improve the combat effectiveness of the army, it's transformation, iron smelting technology and steel smelting. These are all things Ye Shuo has thought about carefully, and after careful consideration, he found that they can basically be achieved under the current circumstances. It's not just a marriage for Jian, it can also benefit the people. It's a complete win-win situation. Why not do it? Ye Shuo didn't care whether he would get all the credit in the end. As long as everyone was happy, it would be fine. All Ye Shuo wanted was a stable life. If all the credit fell on him, he would be in endless trouble. Of course, the above only applies to Jian's free choice issue, and only allows her to freely choose her own husband. If one is really unlucky and ends up marrying a foreign prince, having these people supporting him from behind is far from enough. At that time, he would be the enemy of the entire Great Zhou. If he wanted to turn the tide by himself, he would need something decisive. Food. No matter where or what dynasty, food is the lifeblood of a country. Exchanging food for a mere princess is naturally a win-win situation. Ye Shuo was clear about the principles of hybrid rice. Moreover, the selection of the male sterile line, male sterile maintenance line and male sterile restoration line in hybrid rice was basically done manually until modern times. My grandfather had a lot of people at his disposal, so if he invested a lot of money, he should be able to do it. But it is useless without matching fertilizers, especially without the indispensable nitrogen fertilizer. Hybrid rice still cannot produce that much grain. The development of agriculture and science and technology have always been complementary to each other. Only when the level of science and technology is reached can the level of agriculture be improved. Fertilizer sounds simple, but it is not easy to make, especially nitrogen fertilizer, which requires synthetic ammonia technology. Ye Shuo knows the principle, but he simply cannot make it. It is really like a good cook without rice. If we can crack the technology of synthetic ammonia, we can also make aeroplanes and cannons, and we will no longer need food. We can just defeat the other two countries directly, and there is no need to make any alliances with them. Even in modern times, many countries still have to rely on imports for fertilizers, not to mention now. However, if it is just to increase the grain production slightly, Ye Shuo can still do it. If it really doesn't work, just see if there is a plate corresponding to South America here. Then we can dig some potatoes or something like that to solve the food problem. And the compa rice that amazed the ancients in history, if there was also compa here. There are many methods, as long as one of them can solve the problem, then the problem will not be a problem. Ye Shuo doesn't even need to worry too much about it. He just needs to pass on what he has learned. As long as there is a reliable person on my grandfather's side who can cooperate with me, it will be fine. The other party provides the people and he provides the knowledge, so the crisis of Jianjian and her grandfather's family can be completely resolved, and they don't have to worry no matter who comes to power in the future. This is definitely the simplest of all the links. He has a grandfather who is the Duke of Zhen, 6 brave and warlike uncles, and 18 cousins. He can't be so unlucky that he can't find anyone he can trust, right? That's impossible. Ye Shuo is in a dilemma now. What method should he use to get in touch with his grandfather's family? Just looking at my cheap dad's attitude, it feels really bad. But what Ye Shuo didn't know was that he was not fighting alone. His grandfather was also working hard for the meeting, but for a different purpose. Seeing that the imperial concubine was pregnant again, everyone in the Duke Zhen's mansion was looking forward to it. According to palace tradition, when a concubine is pregnant, her mother can be summoned to stay with her for a while. The Duke of Zhen and his family are thinking that since the emperor didn't allow it last time, he should agree this time, right? As a result, the queen didn't return at all, and gave birth directly in the temporary palace, and it was a princess. This caused an immediate shock throughout the entire Zhenqiu mansion, which could be regarded as a Buddhist temple. The feng shui of the Duke Zhen's family was not that bad, there were still 2 or 3 daughters, but without exception, they were all concubine-born, not a single legitimate daughter. Even if the Duke of Zhen and his wife loved their granddaughter, they could not really raise an illegitimate girl as a legitimate one. Otherwise, no matter how generous their daughter-in-law was, she would be unhappy. So love and affection have their limits. If you put yourself in their shoes, because of the old couple's restraint, the Duke of Zhen's daughters-in-law would treat these concubines' daughters with extra favor, and the slight resentment in their hearts would also dissipate. Therefore, there is actually no difference between these concubines' daughters and legitimate daughters, they are all raised as legitimate daughters. Although the Duke of Zhen was a bit confused when faced with the twists and turns in the court, he had one advantage, which was that he would not easily interfere in the affairs between his son and his wife, and all matters between his son and his wife were left to them to resolve themselves. Unless the two of them made a scene in front of him, he would go and deal with it together with old Madame Wei. There are so many people in the Duke of Zhen's family, but there has never been any conflict over the years. This is because the Duke of Zhen treats everyone equally, never takes sides with his sons, and always listens to whoever is right. In most cases, the daughter-in-law is right, but the imperial concubine was obviously different. The Duke of Zhen had 6 sons and only had this one girl. How could he not have a preference? He did not hide his preference for his only daughter and said it directly. After so many years, the entire Duke of Zhen's mansion had already accepted this fact. Needless to say, the 6 sons grew up with their sister since childhood, so naturally they have a special relationship with her. The 6 daughters-in-law also have a special fondness for this sister-in-law. There's nothing you can do about it. Who cannot help but feel soft-hearted towards the imperial concubine, since she's so pretty. With such a pretty face and such a pretty body, people can't help but soften their hearts when facing her. Moreover, my sister-in-law has a bad temper, but she says whatever she thinks, never hides anything, and never does anything behind people's backs. It is really a blessing to meet such a family. When the imperial concubine entered the palace, the 6 brothers were so nervous that they didn't feel anything, but the 6 sisters-in-law cried bitterly behind her back. The 6 sisters-in-law felt uncomfortable when they thought that such a simple girl was going to that place where people were eaten. Obviously, with the support of the Duke Zhen's mansion, the Duke Zhen and her nephews, the sister-in-law will not suffer any loss no matter where she goes. Why does His Majesty have to interfere? The only thing in this world that the Duke of Zhen's mansion cannot compete with is the royal family, and with her sister-in-law having the same upright character as her father-in-law, she is destined to be unsuitable there. However, the 6 sisters-in-law knew about this matter, but they dared not tell their husbands. As a result, after the imperial concubine got married, the Zhen mansion was in a gloomy mood for a while, leaving the 6 brothers puzzled. They couldn't help but start to wonder whether this was their own sister or their wife's sister. At first, the news coming from the palace did prove that the 6 sisters-in-law were not worried in vain. In just 3 years, the sister-in-law was promoted to imperial concubine and continued to be honored and favored. But they saw what was hidden under the flowers and were worried about their sister-in-law. Fortunately, after the 9th prince was born, he was favored by the emperor, and the situation improved. The 6 of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Now that the imperial concubine has given birth to a princess, needless to say, the whole family is delighted. This is the real thing, a girl born from the imperial concubine's belly. In such an environment, the Duke of Zhen also looked forward to it every day, in the morning and in the evening. Old Madame Wei had even prepared to visit the palace early in the morning. Result: the whole family waited and waited, from the time the imperial concubine became pregnant to the birth of the princess, and from the birth of the princess to the full moon. The princess has now passed the 100th day, and will soon be half a year old. If they wait any longer, the 2 children will have to get married, and the Duke of Zhen can no longer sit still. During this period, the Duke of Zhen submitted his request countless times, and Madame Wei even went to great lengths to take a carriage to the palace, but without exception, they were all rejected by Emperor Jingguan. Emperor Jingguan could only use one word: delay, or change the subject. Emperor Jingguan's slow and roundabout approach finally drove the Duke of Zhen completely crazy. Anyway, no matter what, he must see his daughter this time. Even if I can't see my daughter, it would be good to be able to see my grandchildren. Your Majesty, please agree to my request this time. Let me see Yenner, or the 9th prince and the little princess, once again in my lifetime. After hearing him mention this matter for who knows how many times, Emperor Jingguan also had a headache. If it was an ordinary minister, the other party would know what he meant after politely declining once, and would not mention it a second time. But why did this Duke of Zhen seem to not understand what he was saying? Which minister is still clamoring to see her daughter every day after she gets married? The imperial concubine married into the palace. If she had married outside, the Duke of Zhen's family would probably force their son-in-law to live in the Duke of Zhen's mansion. Emperor Jingguan subconsciously wanted to use his old trick, but this time the Duke of Zhen refused to fall for it. After all, no matter how much you lack in something, you can still not figure it out after several years. Seeing that the emperor still disagreed, the Duke of Zhen could not help but feel grief-stricken. He felt so upset that he fell directly to the floor of the Qinzhen Hall and burst into tears. He was marrying his daughter off, not selling her, so why couldn't he see her again? The emperor forbade his family to go to the border to fight in the war, and took away his power bit by bit, but he also didn't let him see his daughter for so many years. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt, and the Duke of Zhen cried even harder, as if he wanted to vent all the sadness in his heart. Emperor Jingguan and the crown prince beside him were both stunned. To be honest, the crown prince has not seen such a scene in all these years. Not to mention the crown prince, has Emperor Jingguan ever seen such a scene? After all, the Duke of Zhen was a duke, so even Emperor Jingguan couldn't neglect him, and quickly stood up to help him up. Duke of Zhen, get up first, the ground is cold. The Duke of Zhen was completely broken down now, and it was difficult for him to control his emotions for a while. It was not so easy to get up just by talking about it. The Duke of Zhen tightly grasped the arm of Emperor Jingguan, and spoke with tears in his eyes. Your Majesty, I ask myself, I have never done anything to let your Majesty down in all these years. Why didn't your Majesty even let him see his daughter? The Duke of Zhen couldn't understand it. He had fought in the wars, contributed his efforts, and even did the most unpopular and disgusting job of debt collection when the emperor first ascended the throne. He almost gave his life to the Great Zhou, but why couldn't even this little wish be fulfilled? Sometimes, the most cruel way to kill someone is with a soft knife. Feeling the pain in his arm, Emperor Jingguan opened his mouth, but was suddenly speechless for a moment. To be honest, what the Duke of Zhen said was correct. He had never done anything to let him down or to the Great Zhou. Even Emperor Jingguan knew in the deepest part of his heart that the Zhen family had no intention of rebelling, otherwise he would not have been able to keep them until now. However, a man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. It's like you live with a tiger all the time. The tiger says he is a vegetarian and doesn't eat humans, but can you really be at ease? The Duke of Zhen had no intention of rebelling, but he had the ability to shake his throne. For the Duke of Zhen, this was his greatest sin. But after all, Emperor Jingguan still remembered the other party's achievements, and he also remembered that after he ascended the throne, he faced an empty treasury and a mess left by the previous emperor. It was the Duke of Zhen who assisted him in stabilizing the situation. Therefore, Emperor Jingguan just tried every means to seize his power, but did not really kill him. No matter which emperor it is, he will definitely not be so soft-hearted. The reason why he was not asked to contact the imperial concubine was because Emperor Jingguan was very satisfied with the situation and really did not want to cause any more trouble. But when Emperor Jingguan caught a glimpse of the white hair of Duke Zhen and his crying face, he was silent for a long time, but finally softened his heart. Just as the Duke of Zhen said, he is old now. Although the Duke of Zhen's mansion was still prosperous, the Duke of Zhen himself was no longer what he used to be. Emperor Jingguan still remembered how he was in power and how proud he was. In the end, Emperor Jingguan compromised. Okay, in 3 days, I will arrange for Madame Wei to enter the palace. Hearing this, the Duke of Zhen, who was in tears, was stunned at first, and then overjoyed. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your consideration. Oh my god, I will go back and tell my wife the good news later. If he had known crying would work, he would have used this trick earlier. Looking at the joyful back of the Duke of Zhen as he left, Emperor Jingwen felt quite sad, and after a long while, he could not help but sigh. However, Emperor Jingwen still cared about Ziyaju. After all, once this door is opened, it will be difficult to resolve in the future. Emperor Jingwen had never cared so much about any of his sons, so naturally he didn't want to see anything he didn't want to see happen. So after reviewing the memorials, Emperor Jingwen came before Ye Shuo. At this time, Ye Shuo was still worrying about whether he should sneak out of the palace again. As a result, while he was stunned, his stepfather looked indistinct and spoke in a relaxed tone. Then he opened his mouth and asked, Shuo, I remember that you have never seen your grandfather since you were born. It just so happens that your grandfather is free recently, and you are also old enough to practice martial arts. How about I send you to the Zhen mansion to stay for a few days? Oh my god, as soon as I fell asleep, someone brought me a pillow? When Ye Shuo heard this, he was shocked, and even began to wonder if God had heard his prayers, otherwise this turning point would not have come so timely. But then, almost instantly Ye Shuo discovered something wrong. Given my stepfather's temper, if nothing unexpected happened, he would never bring up this matter in his life. He would like to isolate him from my grandfather's family as much as possible. The possibility of my cheap dad suddenly changing his personality is very small, and something must have happened in between for this to happen. The more urgent it is, the less likely you are to express it. Sometimes you have to say the opposite. In a flash, Ye Shuo almost blurted out, Why? I won't go. It's so hot in the middle of summer. I'm staying well in the palace. Why should I go out? He never expected this answer. Seeing that Ziyaju seemed to have no feelings towards the 3 words Duke of Zhen, Emperor Jingwen was stunned. Don't you want to see your grandfather at all? Don't you like your grandfather? Why? Tisk, my cheap dad is really stimulated. He would never say so much in the past. Ye Shuo looked puzzled. Didn't they say that my grandfather was a military commander? Emperor Jingwen was puzzled. What about the military generals? Ye Shuo grinned and glanced out the window secretly, as if he was afraid of being heard by the imperial concubine. After confirming that the imperial concubine was not there, Ye Shuo hesitated for a long time, and finally whispered in a very low voice, Vulgar. How could he, a prince who lived a life of luxury and wealth, stay with such a rough person? There are so many uncles and cousins. I heard they are all muscular and ugly. I can't stand it. I don't want to go. Noticing the disdain and indifference that his son's eyes inadvertently revealed, he thought of the scene in which the Duke of Zhen's hair turned white in the Kinzen Palace today, and he was so humble that he burst into tears in order to see his daughter, grandson, and granddaughter, and the scene in which the Duke of Zhen would hand over a sign every year, but the look of loss in his eyes when he was rejected by him every year. Emperor Jingwen's head exploded with a buzzing sound. Perhaps the contrast between the two was too strong. Seeing his son's nonchalant look, Emperor Jingwen felt terribly disappointed. You wicked bastard, that's your own grandfather. Ye Shuo. Wow, my stepfather is really amazing. He even remembered that the Duke of Zhen is his grandfather at this time? But think about it, the ancients attached great importance to filial piety. How my stepfather treats the Duke of Zhen is one thing, but if he does the same, that's another matter. In short, I can do it, but you can't. It seems that something big happened today, otherwise his stepfather's emotions wouldn't be so drastic. Ye Shuo always felt that he was vaguely speaking for his grandfather today, but he didn't know if it was an illusion. Emperor Jingwen's sudden outburst caught Ye Shuo off guard. But who is Ye Shuo? His reaction speed is not ordinary fast. Isn't it difficult? From a child's perspective, Ye Shuo showed just the right amount of confusion. Dad, why are you so angry? Did your son say something wrong? But, teacher and the others have always said this. Ye Shuo really wasn't lying about this matter. The Taifa and the others were all the leaders of the civil officials, and the civil officials always looked down on the military commanders who only had a bit of strength. Even if they were very restrained, they could not help but inadvertently reveal a bit of contempt in their words. Of course, the Grand Tutor and the others were only talking about those ordinary military generals who were not very particular, and they did not mention any names of the Duke of Zhen. But in the eyes of a child, grandfather equals military commander equals vulgar. Is there anything wrong with this formula? There is absolutely no problem, right? I heard that military commanders are quick to fight with others and are not clean. Your son would rather deal with more polite people. He comes up shirtless and smells of sweat. Who can stand this? After hearing Ye Shuo's words, Emperor Jingwen felt as if he had been hit by a wake-up call. Yes, how could he forget that no matter what attitude the superiors have towards the Duke of Zhen, the people below will naturally follow suit. Especially since this is not an ordinary matter, as it concerns military power, all the ministers are very secretive about it. Add to that the relationship between civil officials and military generals, it would be strange for the Taifa and others to say anything good. Now that Ziyaju is taught by the Taifa and others every day, he is influenced by them and naturally thinks that the Duke of Zhen is not a good person. Ziyaju's current reaction is the result of everyone's joint efforts, including myself, who is actually a driving force behind it. Emperor Jingwen wanted to distance his son from the Zhen family, but he definitely did not intend to make him become ruthless. When it comes to the relationship with the Zhen Duke's family, Zhaiju was well educated, but his blank indifference and the way he treated the Zhen Duke as if he were an insignificant stranger still made Emperor Jingwen's heart tremble. Blood relationship is always a very important bond at any time, so Ye Shuo's behavior is very abnormal. No, we can't go on like this. If we continue like this, there will definitely be big problems. Soon, Emperor Jingwen made up his mind. No, you have to go whether you want to or not. Originally Emperor Jingwen just tried it out a little, but now he really has this idea in mind. Ye Shuo was not in a hurry to respond, and he perfectly portrayed the image of a child who was unwilling to go to his grandfather's house. Ye Shuo had never eaten pork, but at least he had seen pigs run. When he was a child, one of his friends did the same thing when he heard that he would be sent to his hometown in the countryside during the summer vacation. No, I don't want to learn martial arts in such hot weather. Emperor Jingwen almost forgot that this child was still suffering from summer pain. But the more he did this, the more determined Emperor Jingwen became to send him away. But we can't send him away for too long, at most 10 days, and then we can bring him back. Just like that, amidst Ye Shuo's crying, Emperor Jingwen remained unmoved and turned away very coldly. Ye Shuo couldn't help but laugh out loud after his adoptive father completely left Kiowa Palace. Let me tell you, it doesn't matter whether my cheap dad says it's easy to fool or not. As long as you master the skills, isn't it easy to do? Just like that, 3 days later, Madame Wei came into the palace. Before Ye Shuo could even see his grandmother, Emperor Jingwen hurriedly packed him up and sent him to the Duke of Zhen's mansion for labor reform. Just do the whole show. There are still 10 days left, so there is no need to rush. So Ye Shuo found a way to jump out of the car midway. Although he knew that his son would not be so honest, when he heard the news, Emperor Jingwen's face turned green uncontrollably, and he did not hesitate to extend Ye Shuo's stay at the Duke of Zhen's mansion by 2 more days. Emperor Jingwen even issued a death order, requiring the accompanying guards to find him before lunch no matter what, and to tie him up and take him to the Duke of Zhen's mansion. Ye Shuo doesn't know yet. If he knew, he would be so happy that he would go crazy. At the same time, everyone in the Zhen mansion received news that the 9th prince would be staying at the Zhen mansion. After hearing the eunuch's report, the Duke of Zhen became alert at a speed visible to the naked eye. At first he was still depressed because Madame Wei was able to enter the palace to visit their daughter, but he could not. Now, the 9th prince is coming, and the Duke of Zhen feels comforted all of a sudden. Although he felt sad that he couldn't see his daughter, he felt comforted to see his grandson. Unexpectedly, this time the emperor was so understanding. Not only did he allow Madame Wei to come to the palace to meet the imperial concubine, he also sent the 9th prince to visit him. 1 or 2 of the sisters-in-law felt that something was strange, but they did not think much about it and quickly asked the servants to clean up the best courtyard in the Duke of Zhen's mansion and prepare it for the 9th prince. The entire Duke of Zhen's clan was suddenly busy. After finally calming down, the Duke of Zhenqiuo hurriedly called out, "Pinger, look where your brothers are, and call them back to old man." It is unknown how long it will take for them to meet next time, so the Duke of Zhen plans to use this opportunity to let his grandchildren recognize each other, so that they won't have to figure out who is who among cousins. Upon hearing this, the one called Wei Ping couldn't help but said weakly, "Grandfather, I am your grandson, isn't this calling old man a generation difference? Just go when I tell you to go. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" As a result, the old Duke Zhen glared at the young man with a fierce look. The dark-faced young man named Wei Ping shuddered, then ran away with his tail between his legs. "Grandfather, don't be angry, I'll go call for help right away." "That's right, this is really difficult to handle." Wei Ping scratched his head and searched the entire Zhen mansion, but only found 5 or 6 brothers. The rest seemed to have gone out and were not in the mansion. There was no other way, Wei Ping could only call on these 5 brothers to go with him to look for someone outside the mansion. Seeing that one of the cousins was still dozing off, Wei Ping couldn't help but slap him on the forehead, which woke the cousin up with a yell. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Let me tell you, grandfather pays special attention to this little cousin whom he has never met. If it's too late, you just have to wait." Wei Guang covered his head with his hands grimacing. He was about to fight back, but when he heard the other party mention his grandfather, he immediately wilted. "Never mind, this beating from my cousin is nothing. My grandfather's beating was too severe and I really couldn't stand it." So the 5 men had to take their servants and split into 5 groups to look for others. The youngest among them, Wei Ying, is only 10 years old now. In other families, family members would rarely open the door to their grandchildren, for fear that they might get bumped or bruised outside. But in the Wei family, there are no such concerns. All the grandchildren have been playing around since they were young, and many of them are playing outside when they are 6 or 7 years old. The Duke of Zhen's mansion has many children and they were raised roughly, so no one thinks it's a big deal. Before leaving, Wei Guang suddenly thought of something, so he said casually, "By the way, 7th brother, big brother is also at home now, why don't you go and call him?" However, Wei Ping is just naive, not stupid. No one in the family dares to set foot in the eldest brother's yard. Wei Ping then shook his head like a rattle and backed away again and again. "You go if you want to go, I won't go." Wei Guang pondered for a moment, and suddenly thought of his elder brother's smiling face. He shuddered and immediately gave up the idea. Forget it, although the eldest brother is useful, he is also very fierce. It's better not to disturb him easily. Soon, the 6 Wei brothers came out one after another. However, not long after, Wei Wen, the eldest brother as mentioned by Wei Ping and others, the eldest grandson of the house, still felt in his own yard that the Zhen mansion today was different from usual. Looking from the window, there were obviously many more maids and servants coming and going outside than usual. Wei Wen was stunned for a moment, then he called the servant beside him over. Perhaps because he had to clean up the mess too many times on weekdays, Wei Wen almost subconsciously asked, who in the family got into trouble again? It's so lively, there must be guests at home. Given the current situation of the Zhen mansion, almost no one would come to visit on their own initiative, except for one situation. If there was some disobedient kid in the family who beat up someone else's child, and then the family's parents came to the door, the Duke of Zhen had no choice but to invite the family to have a meal, and during the meal, the person from whichever room the child had made the trouble would apologize to the family's parents. The younger brothers beat people up, and they came to our house. My parents, uncles, and aunts invited them to dinner and apologized. Then, after a while, the younger brothers beat people up again, and they came to our house. Then, the Duke of Zhen apologized. This cycle has been going on for who knows how many years, and Wei Wen has become numb. This kind of thing happens every other day, and the Duke of Zhen's mansion has to spend a large sum of money every year just for an apology. Fortunately, when the late emperor was alive, his grandfather had a relatively rich fortune from years of wars, and his mother and aunts were quite knowledgeable about business, otherwise the entire Zhen mansion might not be enough to pay the compensation. Most of the children in the mansion are lively and energetic. If this situation happened in the past, the worst that could happen would be for their father or uncles to take them to the border, where they would behave themselves after staying there for a while. But now, not only his father, but also several uncles were gradually restricted and were not allowed to go out to lead the troops. The energy of those little rascals at home had nowhere to vent, so they had to slowly waste it. But soon, the servant's answer surprised Wei Wen. It turns out that no one has gotten into trouble again. Instead, the 9th prince was going to stay at the Duke Zhen's mansion, and according to the eunuch who delivered the imperial edict, he would stay there for a while. The servant thought that the eldest master would be very happy to hear the news, but to his surprise, there didn't seem to be much joy on his face. The servant had been with the eldest prince since he was a child, so he didn't have many reservations when speaking. He asked immediately, "Sir, the 9th prince is coming. Aren't you happy?" Wei Wen. Happy? What is there for him to be happy about? It's not like he hasn't heard of the reputation of his little cousin. He heard that he was very naughty and even the current emperor couldn't control him. It's just one more troublemaker. Does God think that Duke Zhen's mansion is not lively enough? 17 younger brothers, and now with the addition of a cousin, all 18 brothers are like this. I'm afraid no one would be able to laugh if they were in his place. There are also his father, 5 uncles, and even his beautiful aunt who came to Beijing. They are all exactly the same. Wei Wen is now 24 years old, and no one knows how he has survived all these years. And among so many people, not even one person could see that, although this majestic duke's mansion looked flourishing with flowers and luxuriant branches and leaves, it was actually a building about to collapse. In just a short moment, all the past events came to his mind, and for a moment, Wei Wen's eyes revealed a hint of despair. In the beginning, Wei Wen, as the eldest grandson of the eldest son, was born when the late emperor was still alive. He did not realize anything at that time. He only knew that because of his grandfather, the entire Zhen mansion was in its heyday. The Zhen mansion was so proud at that time. Except for the royal family, no one in the entire Zhou dynasty dared to challenge it. At that time, the previous emperor was in power, he was stupid and very licentious, and the other 2 countries seized the opportunity to cause chaos. As a result, there were constant wars on the border and the people were living in misery. At that time, it was all thanks to my grandfather who led his soldiers to resist wave after wave of attacks and saved the Great Zhou from danger under the double pressure of the 2 countries. At that time, among the top military generals in the court, nearly 70% were from his grandfather's family. They were all on life and death basis with his grandfather, so their power was extremely complicated. Wei Wen watched the Duke Zhen mansion develop from its peak glory, until the death of the previous emperor and the ascension of the crown prince, now Emperor Jingguan, to the throne. Wei Wen, who was only 10 years old at the time, did not even feel anything. Wei Wen gradually realized that something was wrong when he was 12 years old. The current emperor quickly purged a large number of people within 2 years of ascending the throne, and the national treasury began to fill up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Afterwards, the emperor severely dealt with a group of officials in the court who had been appointed by the previous emperor, some of whom had no real talent or learning and had risen to power by flattery. He then promoted people with real talent and learning, such as Prime Minister He, and even invited several famous Confucian scholars of the Zhou dynasty, such as Grand Tutor San, to the palace. Along with these Confucian scholars, there were also many talented people. With the rapid recovery of the Great Zhou and the presence of the Duke of Zhen, the other 2 countries, seeing that they could not gain any advantage, had no choice but to gradually restrain themselves. That's when things started to change. First, the emperor issued an edict to allow his aunt, who was only a few years older than him, to enter the palace. Then, a few years later, when his little cousin was born, the emperor suddenly announced that the eldest prince, who was only 17 years old, would lead troops to the border. In Wei Wen's memory, his grandfather had a big quarrel with the emperor because of this matter, and the Duke of Zhen's mansion also began to decline from that time. With the treatment and replacement of the confidants of the Duke of Zhen, the Duke of Zhen's mansion has long lost its former glory. My grandfather and father cannot go to the battlefield, and the friction between the three countries is still happening all the time. As time goes by, they will gradually be replaced by others. In fact, Wei Wen was very happy that he no longer had to go to the battlefield. Regardless of which dynasty, the casualty rate of military officers was extremely high. Even though his father and 5 uncles only numbered 6 people, they were not enough to fight in a real war. It was precisely because of the emperor's decision that neither my father nor my uncle died. Although people tend to have children one after another once they have some free time, it is still better than losing one after another. Anyway, the Duke's mansion is well off, so there is no need to worry about not being able to support the family. Since he was 12 years old, Wei Wen had always worried that the emperor would one day take action against their family as he had done to other ministers. The year his little cousin was born, the emperor decided to let the eldest prince lead the army, and Wei Wen's worries reached their peak. At that time, Wei Wen was still naively thinking of discussing with his grandfather, father, or uncles on how the Duke of Zhen's mansion should deal with it. As a result, no one discovered the crisis hidden behind this matter, and no one discovered that this was not a training for the eldest prince, but a precursor to the emperor's desire to seize power. Wei Wen's words seemed like playing the lute to a cow. Wei Wen had no choice but to give up. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Even if grandpa, father, and uncle are unreliable, there are still these cousins one after another. I can always count on them. In this way, Wei Wen waited and waited, year after year, and finally Wei Wen was completely desperate. Because he found that when these cousins grew up, they were exactly like their father, only growing muscles but not brains. In such a huge Zhen mansion, only the grandmother, mother, and several aunts are a little bit smart. However, due to their status as women, they really cannot influence the developments of the court. It is really true that a good cook cannot cook without rice. In this situation, Wei Wen was unwilling to spread his anxiety. He couldn't find a way to solve the problem, and speaking out would only cause trouble. That is to say, for so many years, Wei Wen has been fighting alone. It's a miracle that he wasn't driven crazy by his brothers who kept getting into trouble. Those little bastards are really good at causing trouble, but Wei Wen really couldn't just ignore them. Even though his father, uncles, and brothers were a little stupid and troublesome, they were really good to him and had been like this since he was a child. After so many years, how could Wei Wen give them up? He could only accept his fate and try his best to support the family. I just hope that His Majesty can give me a quick death when the time comes and not torture me too much. Because of this, Wei Wen has not even gotten married until now. Now that his family is unstable, why bother to implicate the girl? If a child is born, it would be even more of a sin. Although Wei Wen kept saying that he disliked his little cousin who was of the same type as his younger brothers, when the reputation of his little cousin as a playboy spread, Wei Wen at home was actually relieved. In this situation, if the aunt gave birth to another smart prince, it would be a death warrant for the Duke of Zhen's mansion. Fortunately, this little cousin is also a stupid one. Just because he was so stubborn that he single-handedly delayed the death of the Duke of Zhen's mansion for so many years, Wei Wen was extremely grateful to this little cousin he had never met. Now hearing that his little cousin was coming, after experiencing the initial despair, Wei Wen, who was already very experienced in dealing with such matters, quickly adjusted his mood, and even changed into a new set of clothes before preparing to go out and wait for people. Well, I've taken care of all 17 brothers and cousins, and this one cousin is still missing? Meanwhile, on the other side, Ye Shuo was holding candied haws and walking on the streets of Shangjing City. In order to prevent the last incident from happening again, he specially visited several places worth visiting in Shangjing City this time. Even though Xiao Luzi was still being held by the guards wouldn't do anything to him, so Ye Shuo wasn't too worried. As for avoiding the guards, it was a piece of cake for Ye Shuo now. The sun was shining brightly and it was almost time for lunch. Seeing that the time was almost up, just when Ye Shuo was about to let himself be caught by the guards, a sudden noise broke out in the distance. Perhaps it was because the other person's voice was too loud, Ye Shuo could hear it even from such a long distance. It must be someone who had a quarrel with someone. Ye Shuo was not one to join in all the fun, and at first he had no intention of intervening, until he heard the pancake vendor next to him shaking his head and sighing, saying, "I wonder which son of the Duke's family this time. Ye Shuo, why does it sound like this happens from time to time from the tone of your voice?" Ye Shuo, who had just passed by, suddenly stepped back. "Boss, give me a portion of pancakes." Ye Shuo first handed over a copper coin. While the vendor was taking the pancakes, Ye Shuo casually asked, "By the way, you just mentioned the Duke of Zhen's mansion. Are all the sons of the Duke of Zhen's mansion like this?" Of course. Seeing that the other party did not refute and after confirming that it was the son of the Duke of Zhen's mansion, Ye Shuo's heart sank slightly. With Ye Shuo's top-level social skills and his knack for gossip, it didn't take long for Ye Shuo to understand what the situation was. His cousins don't seem to have a very good reputation outside. "Thank you." Ye Shuo took the oil paper bag handed over by the vendor and walked towards the place where the dispute took place. Across the crowd, Ye Shuo quickly understood what was happening. It turned out that the young man surnamed Zhang from the opposite side did not pay for the things he bought and bullied the vendor selling rouge and powder. Wei Zhao, who was passing by, saw it and immediately became unhappy, so the two sides started quarreling. Wei Zhao's original intention was good, but he did not consider the plight of the hawkers at all. Young Master Zhang was not someone a commoner like a peddler could afford to offend. It was just a box of rouge worth a few coins. Even if the other party took it, so what? But the son of the Duke Zhen family suddenly came over and made a big deal out of it. Therefore, the peddler was not grateful to Wei Zhao for standing up for him. Instead, he resented and hated him, thinking that he had made Master Zhang lose face in public. What if Mr. Zhang gets angry and starts to hate him, a rouge and powder seller? What should he do? He just wanted to do some small business to support his family, so how could he afford to offend these big shots? Therefore, the peddler ignored Wei Zhao's obstruction, knelt down in front of the young master of the Zhang family, and kowtowed hard, begging the young master of the Zhang family to forgive him. Ye Shuo stood in the crowd and watched, feeling a chill in his heart. If his cheap cousin in front of him couldn't understand it, how could he not understand it? This young man surnamed Zhang was dressed in gorgeous clothes, and even the pendant of the folding fan in his hand was worth at least 100 taels. How could he be interested in rouge worth a few cents? All this was just to lure this cousin of mine, whose rank was unknown, into the trap. The surname Zhang is also quite interesting. If Ye Shuo remembers correctly, the Queen Mother also seems to have the surname Zhang. Bastard. While Ye Shuo was thinking, he caught a glimpse of the smug expression and provocative eyes of the young master of the Zhang family. How could Wei Zhao still endure it? Wei Zhao got angry and clenched his fist to hit that hateful face. If he had delivered a powerful punch, he would probably have really hurt that Zhang guy. Comparing the two people's body shapes, one is as strong as a calf, and the other is as thin as a bamboo pole. There is a natural difference between them. If someone doesn't read the whole cause and effect, you can imagine who the person will favor. Given my grandfather's current tendency to attract bad luck, tomorrow's morning court will probably be quite lively. Ye Shuo had no choice but to stand up and said, "Stop." Ye Shuo glared at his unknown cousin. What are you doing to bully him? Wei Zhao was stunned when he saw the child suddenly jumping out. Then he pointed at himself and then at the hideous young master of the Zhang family. Me? Bully him? Is this child blind? Wei Zhao didn't even think twice and asked, "Kid, is there something wrong with your eyes?" Ye Shuo choked, then he said confidently, "Otherwise, look at how tall and heavy he is, and then look at how tall and heavy you are. You're not the one bullying him, is it possible that he's the one bullying you?" Upon closer inspection, this unknown cousin is half a head taller than the young man named Zhang. Wei Zhao almost laughed out of anger when he heard this. Who told you that small and thin people are definitely good people? How come this child, at such a young age, has already learned to judge people by their appearance? I am clearly helping the weak when I see injustice. But, shouldn't the premise of doing good things be to make others feel at ease? If it adds trouble to others instead, how can it be called a good deed? Ye Shuo knew that his cousin had good intentions, but reality and ideals are different after all. How not? Wei Zhao sneered, and subconsciously wanted to find a few witnesses. However, when he looked around, he only saw rejection and resistance in the eyes of the onlookers, especially the peddler selling rouge and powder, who immediately lowered his head when he saw him looking at him. No matter how slow-witted Wei Zhao was, he realized something was wrong at this moment. Wei Zhao was stunned immediately. It's not easy for the small traders around here to make a living. They don't have backgrounds like Wei Zhao and Mr. Zhang, so it's just a fight between gods and the suffering of mortals. So you see, you are clearly bullying others. After hearing this, and considering the reactions of the people around him, Wei Zhao was somewhat shocked. No wonder my grandfather's family has such a bad reputation outside. The cousins are so destructive that ordinary people would subconsciously distance themselves from them. After all, in this situation, it would be in vain to get hit. But this matter is not just a problem of the cousins. Those who deliberately seduce others are the ones who deserve to be killed. These are what Ye Shuo discovered, and who knows how many more there are that he has not discovered. In the end, it's just a matter of everyone pushing down the wall. Whatever the emperor's attitude is, those below who presume to guess his intentions will naturally make many small moves. Just like this Mr. Zhang in front of him, it was obvious at first glance that he had no good intentions. Ye Shuo would feel sorry for him if he didn't return his original plan to him intact. There was quite a commotion here, and soon, almost all the guards sent by his stepfather to escort him had heard the news and rushed over. He noticed that one of the guards looked around first and soon found himself standing in front of the group, so he hurriedly called out to the others in a low voice, and they slowly surrounded this place from all directions. Seeing the other party getting closer, Ye Shuo saw the right time and took 2 or 3 steps forward. He looked up at Mr. Zhang and said as if he wanted to take credit for it, "Don't be afraid, Mr. Zhang. Look, everything is fine now. I'm here and I won't let him bully you." The young master of the Zhang family almost vomited blood when he heard this. His original intention was to lure Wei Zhao into action, and when he was about to succeed, a little kid suddenly appeared out of nowhere and interfered, causing his plan to fail. Young Master Zhang was so angry that he almost died. How could he have a good face towards this little kid who ruined his plan? He was considered to have a good temper by not beating the kid. So when he saw him approaching him, the young master of the Zhang family pushed him without thinking. "Where did you come from, kid?" Why meddle in other people's business? Get out of here. The Zheng family is now the queen's family, and the father of the young master of the Zheng family is the uncle of the emperor. He is the nephew of the queen, and there are only a few people in the entire Zhou dynasty that he cannot afford to offend. Therefore, the young master of the Zheng family didn't think so much at all. However, it was this push that caused a huge disaster. Those who escorted Ye Shuo to the Duke of Zhen's mansion were all close confidants of Emperor Jingguan. Seeing that someone dared to lay a hand on the ninth prince, the guards rushed over and subconsciously protected the ninth prince in the middle without thinking. With a clang sound, several guards drew their swords from their waists. Anyone who dares to attack the prince will be punished with the death of all 9 generations of his clan. Several guards looked across, as if they were looking at a dead person. From the time the guards rushed over to the time they drew their swords and pointed them at him, the entire process took only a few breaths. By the time young Master Zhang reacted, he was dumbfounded on the spot. What's happening? When the people around saw this scene, they immediately dispersed, fearing that if they ran away too late, they would be covered in blood. This sword shines with a cold light, and it is obvious at first glance that it is not just for show. If you are unlucky enough to be affected by it, it will be a waste of time. Taking advantage of the chaos, the rouge vendor packed up his stall and disappeared in a flash. This is the case for ordinary people who are outsiders, let alone the parties involved. His nose was pointed at by several sabers. He had brought a few servants with him today, but they were of little use. He was afraid that the other party would not know his identity and would kill him on impulse. In a panic, the young master of the Zheng family was timid and said, "Do you know who I am? How dare you attack me? My father is the uncle of the emperor, and my aunt is the queen. If you dare to touch me, you will be in trouble." Sometimes, the difference between a great teammate and a bad teammate is just a matter of thought. If the plan just now succeeds, then we will be great teammates. If not, then we will quickly become bad teammates. Ye Shuo secretly laughed. Based on the other party's words, there was no need for him to exaggerate and complain to his cheap father. With so many spies around, his cheap father would know it soon. The guards were stunned when they heard this. If this was the case, then wouldn't it be that a flood had flushed the Dragon King temple? The guards couldn't help but look at the ninth prince in the middle. Then the guards heard the ninth prince muttering to himself, looking very shocked. This shouldn't be the case. I clearly helped him, why doesn't he appreciate it? The guards looked at each other, and vaguely understood that something must have happened just now. Wei Zhao on the side looked at this one, then at that one, and couldn't hold back his laughter. Ha 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 ha, you just scolded me, now you're fine. Aren't you also doing something bad with good intentions? See if others will pay attention to you, ha 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 ha. Finally, he met someone who was even less capable than himself, and Wei Zhao felt much more relieved. Caught off guard, Ye Shuo, who was acting hard with the guards, said, just a little bit, just a little bit." Ye Shuo couldn't continue acting. Forget it, I won't bother with such a fool. Just when the same thought flashed through the minds of both of them, Wei Ping, breathless, finally caught his brother on the street. "Brother, it's almost noon, don't just stand there, come back with me quickly." Hearing this, Wei Zhao couldn't help but frown. "Why are you in such a hurry? I just got out." Normally, no one would care if he didn't come home at night. Why did Wei Ping bring people to look for him today? Wei Zhao only found out on the way that in the morning, an imperial decree suddenly came from the palace, saying that the ninth prince would come to stay for a while. Ninth prince. Wei Zhao couldn't help but exclaim. If he remembered correctly, the child born by the imperial concubine's aunt would be the ninth among the princes, right? Wei Zhao is 17 this year. He was only 5 or 6 years old when the imperial concubine entered the palace, so he can barely remember things. Wei Zhao still remembered that his aunt was a very beautiful woman, as beautiful as a fairy from heaven, and she used to play with him and his brothers when they were little. Wei Zhao subconsciously asked, what does the little cousin look like? The little aunt is so pretty, so the cousin should not be bad either. How should I know? I haven't met him yet. Wei Ping was not in a hurry. Anyway, the decree had come down and they would meet sooner or later. As for you, did you get into a conflict with someone again? I think the person standing over there looks familiar. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If the eldest brother knew, he would definitely scold you again. Thinking of his elder brother's face that was like an iceberg, Wei Zhao shuddered subconsciously. Wei Zhao was not afraid of anyone at home, not even his uncles or grandfather. If he annoyed them, he would at most be beaten. But if he made his eldest brother angry, it would not be just a beating. How could that be possible? Wei Zhao quickly explained. It was really not me who started the trouble today. It was that Zhang who was being servile. He took things from others without paying. How could I tolerate this? But at the same time, he also discovered that the vendors didn't seem to want him to stand up for them. Speaking of this, Wei Zhao was absent-minded for a moment. Forget it, let's not talk about this. The depressed mood flashed across his face, and Wei Zhao subconsciously wanted to talk about something happy with his brother. You don't know, this little brat wanted to teach me a lesson at first, saying that I didn't know anything but was just helping. But guess what? He ended up helping that guy surnamed Zheng, but that guy ignored him and almost pushed him to the ground. Ha 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 ha, I was dying of laughter. Following behind the two of them, Ye Shuo couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly when his name was called. Wei Ping also didn't think too much about it and couldn't help laughing. According to what you said, this child is too stupid and naive. There are actually people who believe that person surnamed Zhang. It's obvious that person surnamed Zheng is not a good person. Who said it wasn't? Besides, he also believed that the thin one was the one being bullied, and the strong one must be the one bullying others. Don't you think that's right, kid? What else can Ye Shuo say at this moment? Yep. Wei Ping couldn't help laughing. Ye Shuo felt numb all over. I'm telling you, if you meet someone like Zheng in the future, don't be so foolish as to help him. People like him are full of bad intentions. Even if you help him, he won't appreciate your kindness. Wei Zhao saw that he was young, not even as old as his youngest brother, so he couldn't help but admonish him. But it didn't take long for Wei Zhao and Wei Ping to realize something was wrong. If the boy followed them in the beginning because he was shocked and his soul was wandering subconsciously, then why didn't he have any intention of leaving now that he has arrived at the gate of the Duke of Zhen's mansion? What are you doing following us around, kid? How come they haven't reacted yet even now? Ye Shuo had completely given up any hope on these two cousins. But it doesn't matter. I have 18 cousins, minus 2 still has 16. If that doesn't make up for the situation, I still have 6 uncles. According to probability, there must be a few reliable ones among them. While Wei Zhao and Wei Ping were stunned, Xiao Luziai, who was sent to the Duke of Zhen's mansion in advance, was about to cry when he saw his master. Your Highness, you are finally here. You made me wait so long. Xiao Luzi hesitated whether he should practice some kung fu in addition to studying, otherwise it would be unacceptable to be thrown down by the 9th prince every time. Wei Zhao and Wei Ping could not help but be stunned. Your Highness? When Xiao Luzi rushed down the stairs, the maids, servants, and even the housekeeper of the Duke of Zhen's mansion all knelt on the ground. The young ones pay their respects to His Majesty the 9th prince. Seeing that his two cousins were still in a daze, Ye Shuo sighed, shook his head, and walked past them without saying anything. In other words, this idiotic kid is their cousin? The son of His Majesty and my aunt, the 9th prince of the current dynasty? After realizing what was happening, Wei Zhao and Wei Ping were dumbfounded on the spot. It took about a cup of tea to walk into Duke Zhen's mansion. Before Ye Shuo had time to look around, he was stunned by his cousins and uncles who lined up to greet him. They were all strong men with muscular bodies, dark faces, and broad backs. The only difference between them was their age. Although it is wrong to judge people by appearance, and a strong body does not mean brave but not wise, the silly smiles on these people's faces are almost identical to those of his two cousins just now, making it hard for Ye Shuo to believe that the person he is looking for is among them. It's over. Ye Shuo's eyes went dark. Just when Ye Shuo's heart, liver, and lungs were trembling violently, Wei Wen finally walked out of the crowd. People who have not seen it with their own eyes will never know how great an impact it was for Ye Shuo to see a fair-skinned, tired-looking, bookish young man walk out from a group of black-faced men. The moment they saw the young man walk out, the cousins who were originally in a state of excitement suddenly became silent. Even Wei Zhao and Wei Ping, who had rushed into the door, subconsciously stopped and then quickly lowered their heads. The 6 uncles standing in front of him almost instinctively shut their mouths. Ye Shuo immediately understood who he should put his hopes on. Meeting the young man's warm, calm and slightly numb eyes, Ye Shuo's heart instantly rekindled new hope. At the same time, inside the palace, Emperor Jingguan soon received the news that his son was nearly knocked down while helping someone on the street in Shangjing City. T/L note, everyone thank the buyers of 240+ chapters, that you got to read these bonus chapters. The guards escorting Ye Shuo were all the spies of Emperor Jingguan, so it was not surprising that the guards reported this episode to Emperor Jingguan. When Emperor Jingguan heard that his son subconsciously chose to help another person even though he and the son of the Duke of Zhen's mansion did not know each other, he felt that it was only natural. After all, the little bastard said it himself that he didn't like generals who were prone to violence, and he had an even stronger dislike for people with muscles all over their bodies. It seems that the little bastard really didn't lie. Emperor Jingguan now vaguely discovered that his son seemed to only like good-looking people, not to mention the 2 guards chosen for the imperial concubine's maid, and the same was true even for his own sister. Only when Jianjian gradually grew up would he reach out to hug her. When she was just born, he did not even touch her. How could anyone identify people in this way? Emperor Jingguan, who discovered this secret, was speechless for a long time. The purpose of Emperor Jingguan sending his son to the Duke of Zhen's mansion was to break his inherent impression, but why did it not only fail but make it more profound? The young master of the Duke of Zhen's mansion acted in this way, didn't he just prove what his son said before? Emperor Jingguan frowned subconsciously, somewhat dissatisfied with Wei Zhao. After hearing the whole story, Emperor Jingguan found that it was not the case at all. It was the young master of the Zheng family who took the rouge first and then refused to pay. Emperor Jingguan was no fool. After a little thought, he realized that the young master of the Zheng family was setting a trap for Wei Zhao. Moreover, this young master named Zheng is none other than the queen's nephew. How could Emperor Jingguan not know why? The actions of the queen's family are becoming more and more absurd. The queen herself is like this, and so are her family members. Emperor Jingguan suddenly remembered that the Duke of Zhen seemed to have been reported by the censors many times because of the affairs of his descendants. From time to time, he was singled out by those censors and criticized for not managing his family well. From the perspective of the past, Emperor Wen really thought that this was the truth, but when he saw it today, it seemed that there was something else going on. As an emperor, it was quite easy for Emperor Jingguan to find out these little things. Not long after, the secret guards came back with their investigation results. Emperor Jingwen then realized that the reason why the Zhen family had such a reputation was that there were so many people behind it. The sons of the township government are unsatisfactory, but there are not many active shots in them. There are 7 or 8 times in the 10 rounds of the other party, but because the final result is basically a unilateral beating by people, the truth in front of the front is covered. The young master of the Duke of Zhen's mansion does not seem to be as bullying and hopeless as the rumors say. There are still some good points, for example, warm-hearted. If he wants to help in any situation, then he is indeed warm-hearted enough. It's just that my brain isn't working very well. To say that his brain wasn't working well was an understatement. Emperor Jingwen didn't understand how someone could be so stupid. Others' traps are almost always successful, and the same trick has been used 2 or 3 times, but these people in Zhen Mansion are still being deceived. The entire Zhen Mansion does nothing every day except losing money. What's even more exaggerated is that someone inside seems to have discovered a business opportunity, and coming here once or twice a month is enough to provide a family with food and drink. Fortunately, Madame Wei and her daughters-in-law have some business skills, otherwise, no matter how rich the family was, the entire Duke's mansion would have been left with nothing after so many years. Emperor Jingwen had considered that this was all a show at first, until he thought about it later. How much thought must be put into it to be able to do it for more than 10 years without revealing any flaws? So it is basically certain that they are all true. Holding the pile of letters in front of him, Emperor Jingwen was speechless for a long time. In his opinion, having a child like Ziyaju who causes trouble everywhere is already a headache, but there are 17 such children in the Zhenkuo mansion, and the only one who has some ability is the eldest son. However, no matter how capable the eldest son is, he alone cannot handle the whole thing. Ziyaju is smart after all. When he gets into trouble, he can make people hate him, but at the same time he can also bring him some comfort. But the group of people in front of him are really stupid. There is no hope for this Duke's mansion. Emperor Jingwen shook his head after reading it. The other side. As the eldest grandson, Wei Wen, despite being exhausted, received his little cousin politely and warmly. After so many years, his expectations were dashed time and time again. He had become numb and resigned himself to his fate. He no longer held out any hope. Therefore, he never thought about the good things at all. Your Highness, Grandpa has been waiting in the main hall for a long time. Please come this way. On the way, Wei Wen introduced several uncles and cousins to Ye Shuo in an orderly manner. Although he felt that his cousin would not be able to remember so many people in one go, Wei Wen still called them one by one without any perfunctory attitude. But everyone whose names he mentioned, including the 6 uncles, did not show the slightest sign of dissatisfaction. Seeing Ye Shuo looking at him, he subconsciously responded with a smile that he thought was gentle but was actually naive and scary. There is no way. It is really difficult to make several strong men who can kill a cow with one punch suddenly become gentle. Normally, when the children at home are naughty, the 6 of us would deal with them with our fists, but we can't do the same to my sister's children, right? Not to mention that the other party is a prince and cannot be hit. Just look at the small body of my nephew. He is so thin that he may not be able to withstand even a light punch from me. Royal children are naturally raised in a pampered manner. Ye Shuo keenly noticed the almost overflowing pity in the expressions of several uncles, and he couldn't help but remain silent for a while. Although he didn't know what his uncles were thinking, Ye Shuo dared to bet that it would not be a good thing. Along the way, my eldest cousin was in charge of reception almost the entire time. One could tell at a glance who was in charge and who was the boss of the house. The eldest cousin was very measured in his speech and actions, and his younger brothers were all convinced. No one dared to interrupt him when he was speaking. Seeing this clearly, Ye Shuo couldn't help but increase his confidence in him. But speaking of this, if my guess is true, and only one of the 18 cousins has mutated, then what kind of life has this eldest cousin lived for all these years? 6 uncles and 17 cousins are equivalent to 23 members, and they are the more destructive ones. Ye Shuo couldn't help but feel awe for the cousin in front of him. Wei Wen paused for a moment. For some reason, he felt that his little cousin was looking at him with sympathy. When he looked carefully, it seemed to be just an illusion. He was standing beside him, and his expression had clearly not changed from beginning to end. What's wrong? Ye Shuo asked knowingly. Nothing. Wei Wen had no doubts. Seeing that the banquet in the main hall was already in sight, he stopped and said respectfully, Your Highness, we are here. My cheap father wasn't that stingy. He even asked the guards to follow him when he ate. The guards retreated automatically when they saw my uncle and cousin. Therefore, Ye Shuo didn't have to be too careful about what he said at this moment. Thank you for being polite, cousin. Why should we be so particular between cousins? Ye Shuo sighed barely perceptible and did not look at him again after he finished speaking. Seeing that his grandfather had already taken the initiative to greet him, Ye Shuo hurried forward. The young prince walked past him. For some reason, for a moment, Wei Wen felt that the other party had become exceptionally mature. However, while he was stunned, the Duke of Zhen had already reunited with Ye Shuo. This was the first time in his life that he saw his grandson. Although his thin physique was not to his liking, he could still see the shadow of his daughter in his features. The old Duke Zhen's eyes were sore, and he said in a muffled voice, Greetings to the 9th Prince. Greetings to the 9th Prince. Having said this, the Duke of Zhen was about to salute. But Ye Shuo could not accept this courtesy. Without waiting for his grandfather to kneel, he stepped forward and held his hand tightly. Grandfather, Please stand up quickly. There is no need for this. If his mother knew about this, she would probably break his legs. Not only did Ye Shuo not dare to accept it, logically he should even kowtow to the old Duke Zhen, but this was not going to work in the end. An occasional word wouldn't matter, but if he really knelt down, it would reach his stepfather's ears within an hour. Therefore, Ye Shuo could only hold his grandfather's hand even tighter. This child is quite strong. The old Duke Zhen was surprised and stunned for a moment, then after he reacted, he immediately smiled happily. Okay, you look like someone from our family. So, in this family, people make their living by strength and force, right? Feeling his grandfather immediately holding back his grip with greater force, Ye Shuo couldn't help sweating. By the way, His Majesty asked you to come here this time because he wants to give you a martial arts lesson, right? According to the time, the 9th prince has indeed reached the age required by the royal family to practice martial arts. The old Duke Zhen thinks that he has nothing to show for it, but in terms of martial arts, he is definitely a leader. Even though he is already 60 years old, the old Duke Zhen still dares to say that even this year's top martial arts champion is not his opponent. No matter when, a strong body is always very important. The old Duke Zhen planned to pass on all he had learned throughout his life to his grandson, so that the child would not be bullied by others. Come, let your grandfather take a look at your foundation first. He did what he said. The old Duke Zhen didn't think too much about it. He was impatient and wanted to test his grandson's foundation right away. Ye Shuo originally wanted to avoid it, but thinking that he was his grandfather and his mother's father after all, after weighing the pros and cons, he just stood there without moving. The old Duke Zhen was unaware of anything, and the first thing he did was to check the condition of his danshan. If the danshan is damaged, it will be useless no matter how good your bones are. The old Duke of Zhen stretched out his hand and muttered, as if reminding, grandfather told you, especially this danshan, you must protect it at all times. Danshan is the most important thing for martial artists, huh? Oh my god, where did this kid get such internal strength? As soon as the old Duke Zhen touched Ye Shuo's danshan, he was immediately repelled. Caught off guard, the old Duke Zhen's voice suddenly changed tone. Ye Shuo, who was standing next to him, seemed to be unaware of it and looked at him innocently. Grandfather, what's wrong with you? Grandfather, why are you silent? Come on, talk about it. What the hell is there for me to say? Why does he need to practice martial arts with his skills? Wait a minute. Something seems wrong. The old Duke Zhen finally reacted. If the emperor really knew that his son had this ability, he would naturally not use this as an excuse. This means that this child should be self-taught. Maybe His Majesty is not aware of this. The old Duke of Zhen dared not take it lightly, and subconsciously tried to cover it up. Ahem. I am in good health in all aspects. Ye Shuo was slightly startled when he heard this, and immediately understood something. Child, never again. The old Duke of Zhen lowered his voice and spoke in a voice that only 2 people could hear. As a result, he was stunned in the middle of his speech. When he turned his head, he met Ye Shuo's eyes, which now looked a little complicated, and the old Duke Zhen's heart skipped a beat. Over. At first sight, this kid found out everything about me? Ye Shuo had not expected this to happen. The two, one big and one small, looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. I never expected that in just a few words, I would be tricked into revealing my secrets. What to do? What to do? What to do? The hot blood rushed to his head, and the old Duke Zhen was speechless for a long time. He opened his mouth and tried to argue, but he couldn't find any good excuse for a while. Following behind, Wei Wen looked at this, then looked at that, somewhat confused. Grandfather and my little cousin were talking and laughing just now, why did they suddenly become silent? Seeing that his grandfather was about to get angry if he didn't say anything, Ye Shuo couldn't help but whisper to comfort him, Grandfather, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Judging from his grandfather's series of reactions just now, Ye Shuo didn't think that his grandfather was the kind of old fox who hid very deeply. Even a really shrewd person wouldn't be blown up so easily. All I can say is that I'm barely protecting myself under the nose of my cheap father. Look, you also discovered my secret, so we are even. Exchanging secrets, they established initial trust. The old Duke Zhen smiled bitterly, feeling that he was really going backwards as time went by. It was bad enough that he suffered losses everywhere in the court, but now a child of a few years old could lead him by the nose. The old Duke Zhen had long felt that the capital city was not suitable for him. Every person there was a cunning person. If he kept dealing with these people all day long, he would be eaten to the point where not even a bone would be left. As it turns out, this is indeed the case. Alas, I'm getting old. The old Duke Zhen couldn't help but sigh. But having said that, there has never been such a treacherous person in their family before. The old Duke Zhen does have some wisdom, but it is basically the result of years of experience and practice. It is far from enough to be used in the court. His real ability lies in leading troops and fighting. Not to mention his sons and daughter. His sons were forced to be kept in seclusion before they could really hone their talents on the battlefield. Until now, the 6 of them have had little contact with the court, and they don't like to study, and are even worse than himself. As for my daughter, I never thought of marrying her into the royal family at the beginning. After all, she was brought up to be naive. As for the grandchildren, they are even worse. The 6 sons have at least seen what the battlefield is like and have stayed at the border for a few years, but the grandchildren have never even left the capital. What's the use of having great skills? If you are fed with good food and drink every day but have no official position and can only hang out outside all day, even the best seedling will be ruined after so many years. To be honest, the old Duke Zhen is already very content with what his grandchildren have become today. We are lucky enough that there are no extremely evil people among them, nor are there people who exploit the common people and ruin their ancestral property. The current state of the Duke of Zhen's mansion is a true reflection of the saying that wealth cannot last for more than 3 generations. The decline of the Zhen mansion is imminent, and the only hope is the eldest grandson with outstanding talent. However, the current situation has forced the eldest grandson to be unable to get married, let alone become an official. How can he revive the family? Even though the old Duke Zhen was unwilling in his heart, he could only watch. In the final analysis, the Duke Zhen mansion is just struggling to survive. If a way out of this impasse is still not found, there will soon no longer be any so-called Duke Zhen mansion in the Great Zhou. The current emperor is far from being comparable to the previous emperor. Once there is any unusual movement on his side, the emperor will certainly not show mercy. His secret guards will surely come out in full force and slaughter everyone in the Duke's mansion. Although the old Duke Zhen had never seen what a secret guard looked like, he believed that His Majesty definitely had the ability to do so. The old Duke Zhen thought that he didn't have the ability to beat those people, so he could only pull out his own teeth and claws and surrender. Maybe he could still have a chance of survival. But my grandson, my own daughter knows herself well and feels that she would never be able to give birth to a son like this. Could it be that the feng shui of the royal family is so nourishing? How old is he? The old Duke Zhen's eyes gradually became strange. Although his grandfather didn't say it explicitly, Ye Shuo could guess it a little. Thank you for your hard work over the years, Grandpa. If it weren't for his grandfather's clear vision, he and his mother would not have perished along with the Duke of Zhen's mansion, but they would certainly not have been able to live as leisurely as they do now. What happened to me is nothing, but you, child, you have suffered a lot. At this point, how could the old Duke Zhen not understand what was happening? He had been wondering why life at home had become better as the 9th prince grew up, and it turned out that the root of the problem was here. I'm afraid my grandson has contributed a lot. Thinking that a child of only a few years old had to plan all these things carefully, the old Duke Zhen couldn't help but feel sad in his heart. Looking at the old Duke Zhen who suddenly burst into tears while chatting, Wei Wen couldn't help but be stunned. Although Grandpa was very excited to see my aunt's son, it shouldn't be this serious. The old Duke Zhen was completely unaware and held his grandson's hand tightly. You've suffered so much over the years. Your mother must have caused you a lot of worry, child. How could that be? Ye Shuo shook his head. It's my cousins and uncles who should make things more difficult for you. There are only 2 people he needs to worry about, but there are more than 20 people in the Duke of Zhen's mansion. The moment he finished speaking, the old Duke Zhen cried even harder. He had never been so embarrassed in any battle in his life. It's okay, it's okay. In fact, it's your eldest cousin who is worried about the family. Ye Shuo. Sure enough, the eldest cousin was the most miserable one. Wow, grandfather, you are really too rude, aren't you? To be honest, I have no choice. Your eldest cousin is the only one I can rely on in my family. What can I do? By the way, don't tell Wenner about this. Ye Shuo, seeing the grandfather who had established a deep relationship with his little cousin in just less than half an incense stick of time, not to mention Wei Wen, even Wei Zhao and the others were stunned. What's more, at the banquet, the old Duke Zhen pulled Ye Shuo to his side, as if he couldn't leave him even for a moment. Ye Shuo had no choice but to compromise. Don't be like this, grandfather, I promise you. The old Duke Zhen then reluctantly let him go. How can a military commander's family have meals without wine? Come on, Dad, let's go for a walk. After a few bowls of wine, Ye Shuo's uncles gradually became bolder. The old Duke Zhen didn't care. He took it with a smile and soon started drinking with his son. After some observation, Ye Shuo found that except for his grandfather and eldest cousin, there were no particularly outstanding figures among his other 6 uncles or 17 cousins. Of course, this only applies to speech, behavior, and interpersonal relationships. I don't know about the battlefield. After all, it is difficult to verify. Before he met his grandfather, Ye Shuo believed that all this was just a coincidence. As the saying goes, wealth does not last for more than 3 generations. It is not difficult to understand that by the 3rd generation, due to all kinds of pampering, a family is full of mediocre people. But now, although his grandfather was not a wise man, he could at least see things clearly. This made it difficult for Ye Shuo not to wonder if his grandfather had deliberately made his cousins useless. 17 grandchildren. If this is true, it is really too heartbreaking. Looking at his cousins who were making a mess while eating, and then looking at his grandfather who was sitting upright, looking at everything in front of him with a smile, Ye Shuo wondered if his grandfather had ever felt the same as he did. But this is not a long-term solution after all. His grandfather's goal was too big. Ye Shuo thought about it for a long time and finally decided to find a chance to talk to his unlucky cousin. Whether it is the suspicion of his stepfather, the decision of his successor, or the future of the Duke's mansion, no matter which of the above situations, a way to break the deadlock is needed. It can't just keep rotting like this, right? So when Ye Shuo followed Wei Wen to sneak away, the Duke of Zhen thought about it and did not stop them, and even helped to attract attention. But at this time, the old Duke Zhen didn't think much about it. He just thought that the arrival of his grandson might make the family better off. The other side, Wei Wen really couldn't stand the foul smell in the room. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer he would be tempted to curse, so he decisively walked out to get some fresh air on the eve of the outbreak. However, not long after, Wei Wen discovered that there seemed to be someone following him. Wei Wen turned his head suddenly and was startled. "Your Highness, why are you here? Are you in urgent need of going to the bathroom? The toilet is right here." Wei Wen couldn't help but point to the west. However, the little cousin in front of him shook his head and said bluntly, "I'm not looking for the toilet, I'm looking for you. As far as the current situation is concerned, my grandfather's family can be trusted, but whether they can be used is another matter." Therefore, Ye Shuo did not keep anyone in suspense and spoke directly. Wei Wen looked around almost subconsciously. As if seeing his worry, Ye Shuo said, "Don't worry, I checked when I came here, and the guards are not here." Who said that His Majesty would only send guards? Wei Wen was about to say something, but Ye Shuo spoke before him. "The secret guard you are worried about is also not here." This sentence contains too much content. The perfunctory feeling in his heart faded away in an instant, and when Wei Wen looked at his little cousin again, his expression suddenly became surprised and doubtful. Long story short, when dealing with smart people, you don't need to explain too much. You just need to make your plans clear. My cousin will weigh the matter in his mind whether to participate or not. He, his mother and the Duke of Zhen's mansion are all of the same blood, and their relationship is complementary. Even if his eldest cousin disagrees, he will not reveal it after hearing it. Therefore, Ye Shuo did not hide anything and directly told everyone his plan. At the beginning, Wei Wen listened very seriously, but as time went on, his expression became worse and worse and more distorted. In the end, the corners of his mouth and eyes began to twitch to varying degrees. It turns out that I shouldn't have high expectations for my own children. Why can't I learn from this? If my younger brothers are just a headache, then my little cousin is completely whimsical. See what he is talking about. Training a person with no foundation to be an official. Wei Wen knew every word here, but when they were put together, he suddenly couldn't understand it. It would have been fine if my little cousin had just talked nonsense, but the reason he gave in the end was even more outrageous. Just for the little princess's future marriage. Wei Wen. Oops. This kid is a lunatic? After so many idiots in the family, one finally went crazy. How old is the little princess now? Less than 5 months old, right? It will take at least 15 or 16 years for the little princess to get married. What else could this person be but a lunatic? Even if you are preparing for a rainy day, there must be a limit. The little cousin in front of me has obviously crossed this line and seems very abnormal. Seeing his elder cousin who almost had a look of "Are you sick?" on his face, Ye Shuo also choked. So what he just said so passionately turned out to be of no use at all, and people even suspected he was mentally ill, right? But think about it, what I said does seem to be a bit exaggerated. It is normal for others to feel that it sounds like a fairy tale. Wei Wen's behavior made this plan seem even more feasible. He thought it was impossible, and others would feel the same way. This mythical story happened in reality, and no one could believe it. Wei Wen's gaze towards him did not last long. After all, he had accumulated a wealth of experience in such matters, and he quickly adjusted his mentality. Wei Wen was even in the mood to make fun of himself. He had seen so many fools that it was quite novel to see a madman occasionally. Wei Wen, who had experienced many ups and downs, had long since learned to find joy in adversity. He knew very well that the more times like this one were, the more one should not provoke the other party, so he began to automatically focus on comforting while speaking. The best thing to do now is to help my little cousin calm down, otherwise it would be bad if he gets even crazier. Just like that, Wei Wen not only did not say a word of rebuttal, but he actively agreed. "My little cousin, what you said makes sense. I really admire you." Ye Shuo. Although Ye Shuo had never visited mental patients in a mental hospital in person in modern times, he still clearly remembered that this was how doctors in major film and television works coaxed mental patients to take medicine. Although my cousin has not experienced that era, he has already learned how to treat mentally ill patients without any guidance, which is really cause for celebration. After Wei Wen saw that his cousin's emotions had gradually stabilized, he began to think about getting away. "Oh, Your Highness, I suddenly remembered that the jade pendant on my waist seemed to have been left in the bushes. I may need to go look for it. So I'll leave you now." Ye Shuo looked at him with a gloomy gaze. "When you came here today, you only had a mosquito-repellent sachet hanging around your waist. When did you ever wear a jade pendant?" How did he know? Wei Wen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The next moment, Ye Shuo exhaled deeply, and said helplessly, "Don't worry, cousin, I will prove to you that what I said is indeed not aimless." Wei Wen still didn't believe it. After all, what he said about water conservancy and flood control, water diversion and irrigation, textile machinery, refined salt purification, iron smelting technology, didn't sound very reliable. It was extremely difficult to pick out any one of them to achieve. Just taking flood control as an example, if it could be achieved so easily, the people and emperors would not have suffered so much because of this for thousands of years. How did my little cousin know about this problem that even the current emperor couldn't solve? If there really is any good solution, His Majesty should know it before his little cousin who is several years older. Therefore, based on Wei Wen's overall knowledge, all the things he said were impossible to achieve. Indeed, Ye Shuo does not have the ability to completely prevent floods. After all, floods still occur from time to time every summer in modern times. However, he can combine the thousands of years of water control history of the country he lived in his previous life with the modern experience of flood prevention and control to minimize the damage, which will always be much better than now. Although Ye Shuo did not do everything himself, he believed that the ancients were only limited by backward technology, but they were not fools. As long as he told the other party the principles and methods, he believed that with the wisdom of the ancients, they would be able to do it quickly. A dozen years is enough time for a person, or a group of people, to grow. Just wait and see, cousin. No matter how much you explain, it's useless. In the end, you have to use facts to speak for yourself. Ye Shuo didn't make any more excuses, but just asked Wei Wen for a crossbow, intending to try it out and gain his trust. Understanding the principles of various machines is one of Ye Shuo's specialties. Even if we can get the materials, all kinds of robots will be no problem. After all, the little cousin was a prince, so Wei Wen would naturally give him whatever he asked for. What's more, the old Duke Zhen was a military general himself, so he naturally had a collection of all the popular bows and crossbows. Soon Wei Wen handed the things to Ye Shuo. After Ye Shuo observed carefully for a while, he had an idea in his mind. Brother, give me one night, and I will give you the result tomorrow. After saying that, Ye Shuo called a servant over, handed the crossbow to him, and asked him to put it in his room in the afternoon. The servant was a little confused at first, but when he saw the eldest master nod, he subconsciously suppressed his curiosity. Ye Shuo discovered that his eldest cousin seemed to be very good at controlling his subordinates, and even the maids and servants listened to him very much. This is the first time we two cousins meet, so I'll take the initiative to give the crossbow to your highness. I hope your highness won't despise it. And don't feel any pressure. It's up to him whether to play with it or take it apart. Wei Wen had a tolerant look on his face. Ye Shuo no longer wanted to talk at all. Soon Ye Shuo returned to the banquet, but Wei Wen waited for a while before coming back. Perhaps because he was a little excited to see his nephew for the first time, the banquet gradually came to an end until about 3 p.m. After drinking a few bottles of wine, everyone felt a little dizzy, and gradually lost control of their mouths and tongues. Ye Shuo's uncle lost control and slapped his nephew hard on the back. If Ye Shuo wasn't in good health, he would have been beaten to death by him, but even if Ye Shuo was in good health, he was almost killed by his slap. Meanwhile, the uncle, totally unaware of his nephew's suddenly distorted expression, stuck out his tongue and suddenly looked sad. Look how thin the child is. That's right. The wind will almost blow it away. Upon hearing this, the other 5 uncles couldn't help but echo one after another. They wanted to talk about this when they first met. In the eyes of the 6 people, a real man should be strong and solid. Looking at my nephew again, he is as thin as a chick, while his cousins are so fat that their arms are almost as thick as his thighs. But in fact, Ye Shuo's stature is more slender, and he is completely different from his cousins. It doesn't mean that people with thick muscles are necessarily strong. Some people with thin bodies have higher explosive power. But Ye Shuo's well-proportioned body shape makes him look weak in the eyes of a group of strong men, right? The eldest uncle couldn't help but pat his chest and promised, tomorrow, I will personally teach you martial arts. This would prevent his nephew from being bullied in the palace again. Caught off guard, the old Duke Zhen above couldn't help but choke and cough. He is the master already, but you're still teaching this kid martial arts? To be honest, if he went back 10 years, he might not be this kid's opponent. Now he only has the advantage of age, and there is not much he can teach. However, what the old Duke Zhen didn't know was that Ye Shuo had only practiced internal strength and some hidden weapon firing techniques, and he really didn't know any specific moves. Over the years, the greatest purpose of Ye Shuo's internal strength training was just to keep warm, escape, climb trees, hold his breath underwater, and treat colds. If the old Duke Zhen knew that he actually used his inner strength to do these things, he would probably be furious. What's the difference between this and using gold to buy sesame cakes? However, because of his adoptive father's attitude changing too quickly, Ye Shuo immediately rejected it sternly. Anyway, no matter what, his stepfather would force him to learn it even if he had to force him, and it didn't matter even if his uncle took it seriously. Sure enough, under heavy pressure, Ye Shuo was soon forced to accept it. If the old Duke Zhen had not felt the rich energy in his danshan, he would have thought that he was particularly averse to practicing martial arts. After agreeing to gather at the martial arts arena at 11 a.m. tomorrow, several uncles and cousins returned to their respective courtyards with the help of their servants. Ye Shuo also returned to the courtyard that his aunts had carefully prepared for him. All the items were brand new, and things like quilts had been specially dried in the sun, full of dead mites. The smell of sunshine. Ye Shuo's heart also felt a little warmer. Ye Shuo didn't pay much attention to the crossbow that was already placed on his desk. He even took a nap and started to modify it after getting up. Since he didn't have any suitable tools at hand, and it would take some time for Ye Shuo to get started with the ancient tools, he simply took out a stack of rice paper and planned to start drawing directly. First he disassembled the crossbow, then assembled it, then disassembled and assembled it again. After repeating this process twice, Ye Shuo began to carefully measure the size of each component with a ruler. Subconsciously, he was about to take a pen to take notes, but, looking at the ink pool on the rice paper, Ye Shuo was silent for a moment, and suddenly remembered that he forgot to ask his cousin to prepare charcoal pencils in advance. After getting the charcoal pencil, Ye Shuo calmed down and started writing and drawing, and began to improve the crossbow based on the original one. Before evening, Ye Shuo had almost finished, and in the end he couldn't even help but draw out another brand new crossbow design in his mind. Cold weapons such as bows and crossbows are relatively backward. In war, hot weapons such as gunpowder are more powerful. But there is a problem. The production of simple gunpowder is not complicated, and it is even very easy to copy. Once it is used on the battlefield, the other two countries will soon be able to come up with something similar, and the casualties will only be greater. Ye Shuo didn't believe that only his stepfather had secret guards, while the emperors of the other two countries didn't. Besides, the power to use gunpowder was not in Ye Shuo's hands, and Ye Shuo had no way of avoiding the abuse of gunpowder. By then, all lives will be lost and the only ones who will suffer will be the common people. And even if we use explosives to destroy those two countries, then what? If productivity can't keep up, and there are suddenly so many extra mouths, people will starve to death if they don't have enough food. So let's do it little by little, slowly. After Ye Shuo finished drawing, he handed the two pictures to the servant beside his eldest cousin. Soon, Wei Wen had two more things in his hands. Because it was just casually delivered by the servant, Wei Wen didn't take it seriously at first. It was almost time to go to bed when Wei Wen suddenly remembered this, so he took it out and looked at it in the candlelight. After a quick glance, Wei Wen was stunned. Although this drawing is somewhat different from other crossbow designs, it looks quite similar. Wei Wen knows a little bit about this and has some vision. Wei Wen hesitated for a while, but finally asked his personal servant to secretly hand the two pieces of paper to the craftsman in the mansion. Let Uncle Wei take a look and see if he can do it. The old duke's surname is Wei, and the craftsman in the mansion is also surnamed Wei. It is easy to imagine what the other party's relationship with the mansion is like. Wei Wen was a very smart man, and he was also the eldest grandson of the eldest son. Naturally, he knew who in the mansion could be used, who could not be used, and who had doubts in their hearts. The servant took the order, hid the two drawings in his sleeves, and soon disappeared into the night. A night passed. The next morning, Ye Shuo was still immersed in a sweet dream. Before he could even open his eyes, he was carried to the martial arts field by several guards. The guards had long been accustomed to the ninth prince staying in bed, and were very familiar with doing this. When Ye Shuo arrived, his 6 uncles and cousins had already practiced several sets of boxing. All of them had their upper bodies exposed, their skin was as white as copper, and they were sweating all over. Ye Shuo, with his rosy lips and white teeth, stood there, looking as weak as he could be, like a rabbit that suddenly broke into a pack of wolves. My little cousin is too weak. I feel like he can be knocked down with just one finger. Wei Zhao and Wei Ping, in particular, were filled with worry. Come on, come here quickly. I'll teach you the basics first. Show me how to do a horse stance. Without saying a word, the uncle took the lead in demonstrating. The horse stance mainly exercises the lower body. People who practice martial arts must have a stable lower body, otherwise, even the most profound internal strength can be easily caught by others' weaknesses and broken. This is common sense. Even if his chief master Wu Yi didn't say it, Ye Shuo would know it. While maintaining the operation of his inner strength every day, Ye Shuo would also secretly stand for a while in his room before going to bed at night. Children are highly malleable and their bones are relatively soft, so over the years he has treated it as a form of physical exercise. From a few seconds or dozens of seconds at the beginning, Ye Shuo can now maintain this for nearly half an hour. Less than half an hour is not a lot for a martial artist who has to stand still for an hour or two at any time. But after all, Ye Shuo is not the kind of person who is impatient for success. He is still young and can proceed step by step. What is important is persistence. Over time, quantitative changes will eventually lead to qualitative changes. The most taboo thing for martial artists is to steal others' skills, and the old Duke Zhen's kung fu was all inherited from his family, so after sending Ye Shuo away, the guards left tactfully. Ye Shuo half knelt down as his uncle requested. Originally, the uncle had already prepared to correct his nephew. Don't underestimate the horse stance. Although it is the basics, not everyone can do it. If the posture is wrong, it will be useless. As a result, the uncle was surprised to find that his nephew's movements were quite standard. Isn't it true? Ye Shuo has studied it specially. Fitness also requires standard movements. Otherwise, wouldn't all his training over the years have been in vain? Not bad. My uncle couldn't help but praise. Keep it like this for half an hour first. This is too cruel. It took half an hour to get here. Ye Shuo couldn't help but take a breath. But Ye Shuo didn't say anything. There is a saying that goes, nothing is difficult in this world as long as you are willing to give up. If he really couldn't hold on any longer, he could just give up. Ye Shuo had never intended to become fat in one go, he had his own exercise plan. The uncle had no idea that his nephew had such a lack of ambition. Seeing how obedient he was, he nodded with satisfaction and continued to practice with the others. While Ye Shuo was doing horse stance there alone, he began to observe the moves of his uncle and cousins. As the saying goes, reviewing the old helps one learn the new. Almost every day, my uncle and cousins would review the skills they had learned so that when they really need them, their bodies can react proactively and they won't be suddenly dumbfounded when encountering danger. In this way, Ye Shuo watched everything that his uncle and cousins demonstrated. The old Duke of Zhen came over at about noon, when it was already bright and his morning exercise was about to end. Ye Shuo stopped at around 40 minutes, about 5 minutes longer than before, and felt okay. The most important thing is that the eldest uncle said he would supervise him, but after he started fighting with the second and third uncles in the middle of the martial arts field, his cousins cheered and no one paid any attention to him who was still in the corner. By the time the uncle had counted for half an hour, was sweating profusely, and looked over with great joy, Ye Shuo had already stopped. You know, in the eyes of parents, if children are studying when they go out and playing with mobile phones when they come back, it means they are playing with mobile phones all day long. This phenomenon applies everywhere, including in ancient times. In addition, Ye Shuo's head was clean without any sweat. In the eyes of his uncle, wouldn't it seem that he was just being lazy? No matter how unmotivated a child is at home, he or she will have a positive attitude towards practicing martial arts. Just when the eldest uncle couldn't help frowning, the old Duke Zhen happened to arrive. Then he saw the scene of his elder son criticizing his grandson for being unconscious. Old Zhen, if my grandson really had no self-discipline, how could he have secretly cultivated his internal strength to this level by himself? Okay, I understand. You guys go eat first. The moment the words fell, almost everyone looked at the old Duke of Zhen with disbelief. No matter how much he doted on his grandchildren, the old Duke Zhen had never done this. The eldest uncle couldn't hold back and blurted out, "Dad, you were not like this before. Isn't this too much of a spoiling for the child? Although I can understand that my father cannot see his sister and will inevitably place all his love on his grandson, but this is not loving him, it is clearly harming him." The uncle tried to persuade him earnestly, but how could the old Duke Zhen listen to him? "Is it your turn to teach me how to do things? Go away, go and have dinner." The Duke of Zhen did not hesitate and drove his son and grandson out of the martial arts field. The uncles wanted to say something but hesitated, but they could not resist the tough father, and finally they could only leave dejectedly. A group of cousins couldn't help but express their deep sympathy to the little cousin. "He has a weak constitution, but my grandfather still dotes on him like this. What will he do in the future?" After the martial arts arena was cleared, the Duke of Zhen asked, "How is your study going?" Ye Shuo thought about it, then nodded, "It's okay. What will it look like now?" The old Duke of Zhen didn't understand, so he asked, "Show it to me." Ye Shuo did not refuse. The actions of his uncles just now flashed through his mind quickly. Then Ye Shuo imitated them and slapped out with his palm. The old Duke Zhen always felt that this palm was somewhat familiar, and then he realized, isn't this the palm method passed down from their family's ancestors? The next moment, there was a click sound, and the stone pier in front of me cracked. The old Duke of Zhen was speechless for a long time. The old Duke Zhen subconsciously looked around. Ye Shuo knew what he was worried about, so he said, "Don't worry, no one is watching here. My cheap dad is not that idle, he has to send someone to keep an eye on it all the time." The old Duke Zhen is not like Wei Wen. Having lived to such an old age, he has seen more. When the old Duke Zhen heard this, he felt something was wrong. "By the way, I forgot to ask you before, where did you learn this internal strength? It stands to reason that this child was raised in the Deep Palace and should not have contact with outsiders." A thought flashed through the old Duke Zhen's mind, and the next moment, his premonition came true. Who else could it be? "I might as well learn ordinary kung fu from you." Ye Shuo is a picky person. He won't accept anything that is not the best. Old Zhen. The old Duke of Zhen finally understood why he knew so well whether the secret guards were nearby. You wouldn't be the one who even treats the people around his majesty as dash. That's not the case. I really don't have that much ability. Ye Shuo waved his hand quickly. "I learned it from observing my master Wu Yi every day. As for secret guards, they are updated and iterated frequently, and are basically produced on an assembly line. For things like hiding and concealing, where can they change to? Where has the old Duke of Zhen ever seen anyone stealing other people's skills in this way? But judging from the skill he just showed, if it were him, maybe it would really work. Originally, the 10 days given by His Majesty were just for him to lay the foundation. Now, he has learned all the basics, and the rest is just to practice and digest them slowly." The old Duke Zhen thought that there was nothing left for him to teach. He could learn it just by watching from the side. What else could he teach? But this is just what he thought. Ye Shuo doesn't think so. "By the way, Grandpa, can you teach me some more practical skills, the kind that can defeat the enemy with one move?" Ye Shuo tried it, and found that the moves practiced by his uncle and others were indeed very powerful, but at the same time, they also consumed a lot of energy. Whether it looks good or not is not important to Ye Shuo. What is important is its practicality. If he encounters an enemy, the most important thing is to survive. "What do you mean?" Ye Shuo cleared his cough, then stood on tiptoe and whispered something into the old Duke Zhen's ear. The old Duke Zhen's mouth began to twitch gradually. It turned out that he wanted to learn things that were not presentable, such as grabbing people's eyes and kicking them in the crotch. Which serious young man would learn this kind of thing? Nowadays, noble families value elegance, especially the royal family. Winning or losing is not important, but appearance is what matters. How can there be someone like him? It's totally corrupting the moral standards. The old Duke Zhen was indignant. However, if someone else said this, Ye Shuo might believe it, but what his grandfather said. How can one survive on the battlefield with dignity? Not to mention that my grandfather rose step by step from the bottom. Ye Shuo just didn't believe that his grandfather had never used these dirty tricks. In the end, under Ye Shuo's eyes that seemed to see through people, the old Duke Zhen retreated. "But it's useless if I teach you alone. It's useless if you can't find someone to practice with you." The boy didn't dare to show the skills he learned from the secret guards in front of others easily, although it is possible to practice the moves alone without using internal energy, but the problem is that your uncles are not good at this. His 6 sons and grandsons were all straightforward and could not learn such sinister tricks, so the old Duke Zhen did not teach them. Who said no one would practice with me? Ye Shuo blinked, looking innocent. Isn't there one ready-made? The old Duke of Zhen was puzzled at first, but when he saw that he was staring at him, his expression froze when he realized what was going on. This kid is not thinking. On the other side, Yuan. Because the first design was an improvement on the original crossbow, it would take relatively less time to make the finished product. The crossbow is still the same crossbow, and from the outside it seems that there has been little change. Until Wei Wen loaded an arrow into the quiver, then aimed at the target and shot it. With a whoosh sound, the arrow pierced into the crack in the wall. Wei Wen was stunned when he saw this. Wei Wen had seen the appearance of this crossbow before. It had an almost identical shell, but its power was increased by almost 30%. Don't underestimate this 30%. One person may not feel it very much, but what if it is a group of people? The effect is quite terrifying. What's more, this is just the result of just a few hours. Wei Wen initially thought he was mistaken, but after trying it again, he found that it was indeed not an illusion. Are you sure there is nothing wrong? Wei Wen asked again subconsciously. The servant beside Wei Wen did not hesitate and assured firmly, I have followed your instructions from beginning to end. The servant is trustworthy, and Uncle Wei is trustworthy, so the crossbow in his hand is indeed improved according to the drawing given by his little cousin. Wei Wen was a little surprised. What about the other one? How about the second one? Wei Wen asked hurriedly. But the servant was not Uncle Wei himself after all, and he had no idea what the lines and markings above meant. However, the servant was still able to describe Uncle Wei's reaction exactly as it happened. At first, Uncle Wei couldn't quite figure out what the 9th prince was drawing, but since it was the eldest son who asked him to do so, he said he would give it a try. Then I didn't think much about it, so I put the thing down and left. When I go there again today, wow, guess what? The servant couldn't help but gesture with his hand. With such heavy dark circles under his eyes, I suspect that Uncle Wei didn't sleep at all last night. Uncle Wei had seen many ups and downs with my grandfather. After he was forced to leave the battlefield due to an injury in one eye, he has been raised in the Zhen mansion. The mountains of corpses and seas of blood did not change his expression back then, but now after not sleeping for a whole night, I think Uncle Wei must be very excited. To be able to make a craftsman like him who specializes in making weapons so excited, it seems that the power of these 2 blueprints of his little cousin is extraordinary. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, Wei Wen finally decided to go there in person. When Wei Wen arrived, Uncle Wei was carving wood in the most remote house in the Duke's mansion. Although Ye Shuo drew the components and marked the proportions and sizes, it was difficult to make them out for a while because Uncle Wei had never seen the shapes of many of the parts before. This was the 3rd time that Uncle Wei had failed, but instead of feeling anxious, he was extremely focused and didn't even notice the sound of Wei Wen pushing the door. Wei Wen did not disturb him. He waited until Uncle Wei had finished his work before speaking. Uncle Wei, thank you for your hard work. Uncle Wei was startled when he suddenly heard a voice other than his own in the room. After realizing what he was doing, he quickly put down what he was doing and saluted, young master. Before he could bend down, Wei Wen reached out and supported him. Uncle Wei, there's no need to be so polite. If my grandfather saw this, he would scold me again. To make a long story short, I think Uncle Wei should be able to guess why I came here today. What do you think of the second drawing, Uncle Wei? When Uncle Wei heard him talking about this, he immediately stopped caring about other things and suddenly became like a different person. He looked radiant and his only remaining eye seemed to be glowing. From the drawing that the eldest son gave me, it should be the design of a repeating crossbow. When he heard the word crossbow, Wei Wen couldn't help but frown. There are crossbows in the military camp, but due to their low power and poor accuracy, they are basically useless. Unless, this design is particularly different. As if he could see through his thoughts, Uncle Wei said with certainty, based on my many years of experience, this should be something very different. Even if we don't know how powerful it is, we still have to wait until it is made to determine. Wei Wen naturally believed what Uncle Wei said, but it was precisely because of this that he became more conflicted. By the way, young master, can you tell me who made these 2 pictures? Although the second finished product has not yet come out, it must be correct judging from the first one. Especially such a special and clear way of drawing made Uncle Wei feel a little anxious. Seeing this scene, Wei Wen couldn't help but have a clearer understanding of his little cousin. The other side. His cousin didn't come to see him the whole day, but Ye Shuo wasn't worried. He followed his daily routine and did what he was supposed to do. Such a big thing should naturally be carefully considered. If it is decided in such a hurry, Ye Shuo will really have doubts in his heart. He still prefers to work with cautious people. The next day, as soon as Ye Shuo arrived at the martial arts arena, he was called away by the old Duke Zhen, saying that he would be taught individually. But in fact, both of them knew what to teach. Dad, he hasn't even laid a solid foundation yet, isn't this nonsense? Despite the old Duke's tough attitude and the hesitant expressions of his uncle and cousins, Ye Shuo was finally taken away. The old Duke Zhen hadn't used those tricks for many years. At his age, he really couldn't afford to lose face, so after bringing Ye Shuo to his yard, he decisively closed the door of the yard. Ye Shuo was always more open and aboveboard when he was drawing the blueprints. Comparing the scene now with that when he was drawing the blueprints, the latter looked more like a scene of a thief. Ye Shuo couldn't help but smack his lips. It's really that serious? How could it be possible? A dignified duke, a dignified prince, was studying here how to dig out people's eyes, kick people's crotches, and bite people's ears. What would happen if this got out? The Duke of Zhen couldn't help but puff out his beard and glare. Ye Shuo beside him couldn't help but add two sentences silently. There are also hair pulling and breaking people's little fingers. Old Zhen. If it were a few decades ago, when the old Duke of Zhen was still a small soldier, people might have praised him, saying that a real man is one who can advance and retreat. But now his status is different after all, and even the old Duke of Zhen has to have dignity. Ever since his status rose, the old Duke Zhen has almost put away those despicable tricks. After all, as a general, when he challenges the opponent's main general to a duel, he can't use these tricks in front of everyone. What kind of talk would that be? What matters in challenging someone is the momentum. Winning must be beautiful and fair to boost the morale of your own side. Otherwise, the other side will look down on you. If the victory is unfair, the other party will feel humiliated and may end up making things worse in anger. So now no one knows that he knows all this. If his grandson hadn't suddenly mentioned it, the Duke of Zhen would never use it again. But since he has decided to teach, he will definitely teach well. Although these despicable tricks sound simple, they are not the same at all when they are actually used. You just raise two fingers and go straight to the person's eyes. How can the person not be on guard? Anyone with a little bit of kung fu skills can easily dodge it. The more shady the trick is, the more unexpected, mysterious, and unpredictable it is, making it hard to guard against. The old Duke Zhen was not polite either. He directly grabbed his grandson to practice with him. After all, he wanted to learn it himself, so what was wrong with enduring a little hardship? Even though Ye Shuo had practiced internal skills for more than 5 years, he was still no match for the old Duke of Zhen, so the old Duke of Zhen told him not to hold back and just attack. Ye Shuo didn't hesitate and rushed forward using the palm technique he had just learned. As a result, before he could react, he felt something sticking to him. Ye Shuo subconsciously tried to shake it off, but he couldn't. Then the next moment, he felt a huge force coming from his shoulder, and his whole body was shaking with pain. See? It's a dirty trick. You have to hit close to the person's body. There are so many vital points on a person's body. If you can't hit the eyeballs, you can still hit the temples. If you can't hit the temples, you can still hit the back of the head. If the back of the head doesn't work, you can still hit the neck, 2 inches below the ribs, the crotch, the perineum. Go around from front to back and from back to front. Within 2 circles, the person is basically gone. Ye Shuo vaguely understood, and it all came down to 2 words, fast and tricky. The reaction speed must be fast and the movements must be unpredictable. Come again. Enduring the pain in his shoulder, Ye Shuo gritted his teeth and started the second round of attack. As expected, the Duke of Zhen discovered that the trick he had just used was indeed learned by him. But after learning this, there are other things. Just like that, after enduring a whole morning of beatings, Ye Shuo gradually figured out what kind of reactions to make in what kind of situations, and how to stick to others so as not to be easily left behind. At first, the old Duke Zhen didn't take it too seriously. After all, no matter how talented a person was, he still had decades more experience than him. But then the old Duke discovered that this kid could do 2 things at once, or even do more than one thing at a time. It's like his left and right hands can make different movements at the same time, including his legs, and it feels like his 4 limbs can act independently without being affected at all. That is to say, the old Duke Zhen has to guard against 3 places at the same time to prevent him from attacking. He certainly wouldn't be defeated, otherwise the old Duke would have lived to such an old age and fought on the battlefield so many times in vain. But the fighting was indeed getting more and more strenuous, and he gradually lost the ease that he had in the beginning when he could be knocked down with 1 move. From 1 move at the beginning, it gradually became 2 moves, 3 moves, and so on. Then the old Duke Zhen found that Ye Shuo was particularly suitable for practicing this, because this kid was really ruthless. He didn't care whether it was good or bad. In his eyes, winning was the most important thing anyway. In the end, he even used his teeth. Stop, 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 it's getting late, it's time to have lunch. A hand clasped his shoulder, making the boy unable to move. Then, the old Duke, who was almost kicked in the crotch, looked at the calf that almost brushed past his clothes, and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. But he still pretended to be at ease. Ye Shuo was not so particular. He howled almost the moment he was controlled. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Grandfather, it's broken, the bone is breaking. Ye Shuo was not feeling much better at this time. He found that his grandfather was actually serious and showed no mercy, which made him experience firsthand what it meant to be in excruciating pain. It turns out that being beaten hurts so much. And this isn't even with a knife. If a knife were used, it would be so painful. If this is the case with our relatives, we would never dare to think about it if it were our enemies. Ye Shuo became more and more determined to practice these dirty tricks to the end, and would never try to fight with others head-on if he could avoid it. It's not shameful, but saving your life is more important than anything else. After lunch, Ye Shuo almost limped back. After waking up from his nap, Ye Shuo lifted up his innerwear and, as expected, his arms, legs and stomach were almost all bruised. This is only the first day, and there are still 9 days to go. I really don't know how I'm going to get through the rest of the day. What Ye Shuo didn't know was that the old duke was also thinking about this question in the room. What if I get hit by that guy in the next few days? He is so cruel that if I get hit once, I will die. The two of them felt sad at the same time. Compared to Ye Shuo, who was accepting the old duke's special training with pain and happiness, Wei Wen was much more conflicted. The crossbow on the second drawing was already made on the third day, and Wei Wen even tested its power himself. Although it is a repeating crossbow, its power is not bad, and it is even better than the ordinary single arrow one. 10 rounds at a time, the power is incomparable. Wei Wen's first reaction was to ask Uncle Wei not to tell this matter to anyone. Then he felt that it was necessary to talk to his younger cousin. Wei Wen originally thought that his little cousin would come to him first. After all, he looked rather anxious. But Wei Wen waited and waited, but on the 9th day he still didn't come. Wei Wen couldn't sit still any longer, so he had to take the initiative to find him. At that time, Ye Shuo was sitting on the bed, applying medicine to himself with a grimace. He did learn those dirty tricks, but the price he paid was not small. He was beaten almost all the time, and Ye Shuo almost couldn't hold on if he had any willpower. It turns out that experience still needs to be gained through practice. Seeing Wei Wen coming in, Ye Shuo pointed to the medicine for injuries and sprains next to him and said, "Cousin, you've come at the right time. Please help me. It hurts anyway, so if we feel the pain together, at least it will end faster." Wei Wen did not refuse. Perhaps the situation in the Duke's mansion had lasted for too many years, so that he was somewhat exhausted physically and mentally. In addition, the Duke's mansion and his little cousin were now in the same boat. If one made any move, the other would immediately follow suit. Therefore, Wei Wen was too lazy to beat around the bush and ask directly, "What is your purpose?" After much thought, Wei Wen felt that the reason for the little princess's marriage was really untenable. Unless, there's really something wrong with his brain. If it weren't for the little princess, the rest of the answer would be obvious. Wei Wen's eyes couldn't help but turn cold. If it's for that position, I might as well tell you straight out that it's impossible. Life was already difficult, and Wei Wen would never allow him to drag the entire Duke's mansion into trouble, even if he was his aunt's son. As for being hated by his little cousin, the Zhen mansion has already experienced enough, and this one is not a big deal. So just give up on this idea. After realizing what his eldest cousin was saying, it was now Ye Shuo's turn to look at him as if he was crazy. How desperate must one be to think of becoming an emperor? Do you think the prince's position is not high enough, or do you think being a prince is not as free as being an emperor? Do you think the emperor doesn't worry enough, or do you think the idle prince doesn't have enough leisure time? I don't do anything, but I'm guaranteed to be a prince. If I fight, I'll have to face either life or death. If I don't fight, I'll have a free life. Why should I fight in this situation? Isn't it good to be alive? Why would you want to die? If you are not careful, you will bring trouble to the people around you. One here, he is referring himself as third party, you. Ye Shuo was puzzled. I am a prince, and I can start my career whenever I want. With my personality, no one will entrust me with important tasks. When the time comes, I can go wherever I want and eat whatever I want. With my father and brothers taking care of things, I just need to eat and drink every day. Do you think it's uncomfortable to live like this? Look at my father, he has to get up before dawn every day and stay awake until dark. He is always worried about this or that. If he is not careful, he will be scolded by the censors. In order to gain a good reputation as a wise ruler, he cannot talk back when he is scolded. Whenever there is a natural disaster or man-made disaster, if it is serious, the emperor has to issue an edict of repentance, begging God to forgive him. He can't leave the imperial city more than a few times a year. If he goes out more often, he will be scolded for wasting money and manpower. He has to be on guard against this and that every day, for fear that someone will covet the chair under his butt. He can't even eat too much of his favorite things. Responsible for the rise and fall of a country, every decision concerns the lives of countless people. This. How can a person live like this? Ye Shuo shuddered just thinking about it. These are just the things on the surface. Ye Shuo didn't mention that being an emperor also requires one to work hard to have children. The infant mortality rate was high in ancient times. If the emperor had few children, the country would be unstable. He also had to face the clan ministers who formed a group to urge him to have children. There are indeed many loyal concubines in the harem, but there are also many who are not sincere, and the emperor has to play the role of a seed drill from time to time. Also, when you reach old age, your body becomes weak. It would be fine if all the children you raise are good, but if there are a few who are too ambitious, you will not have a stable life when you are old. From the moment you sit on the throne, you can never stop in this life, and all struggles can only be ended by death. It is indeed beautiful, but it is also very miserable. Ye Shuo looked at his cousin. I've thought about it, but I really can't think of any reason. What do you think, cousin? Only fools would do a business that is only losing money with no profit. As for Wei Wen, who was standing aside, he was now dumbfounded. This was the first time in his life that he had heard someone say such a thing. Who in the world doesn't know that it's good to be an emperor? This has almost become an iron rule that is taken for granted, and even Wei Wen is no exception. When Wei Wen heard Ye Shuo say this, he thought, I don't want to, and subconsciously opened his mouth to refute. As a result, Wei Wen couldn't find any reason to refute at all. The only thing that can decide a person's life or death at will is only for tyrants, and it also requires daily hard work. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Not to mention those with evil intentions, everyone else must assume the responsibilities that belong to their position. Taking all factors into consideration, it does seem more cost-effective to be a prince. As long as you are born well, it will be almost the least worrying thing. He had power, second only to the emperor, and as long as he was not compared with the emperor, even the emperor's son had to show him respect. Wei Wen held his breath for a long time before finally saying, "Don't you have any ambition at all? Power and beauty are what almost everyone pursues throughout their life, and as soon as my little cousin was born, the position of the emperor was within his reach. Who in the world can resist such temptation? If you give up easily, you will be wasting this opportunity given by God." Ye Shuo remembered that his father had asked him the same question in his previous life. Ambition, ambition, people spend their whole lives paying for their ambitions. As long as you give up your ambition, everything will become easy. It's not that Ye Shuo can't see through it. On the contrary, it's because he sees too clearly that he feels it's not worth it. That position wasn't worth exchanging so many things for. I am a narrow-minded person and cannot tolerate so many things. I just hope that the people around me can be safe, healthy, and happy. Fate can be very cruel sometimes, so Ye Shuo never dared to expect too much. If you are too greedy, you will have to pay the price. Wei Wen was silent for a moment, but soon he couldn't help asking again, "Can you tolerate someone always putting pressure on you? You set too low a standard for yourself, and it's too simple. What are you talking about?" Ye Shuo was speechless. There are so many people in the world who are better than me. If I compare them one by one, won't I tire myself to death? It is not that difficult to accept your own limitations. You don't need to be strong all the time or to be the best in every situation. The most important thing is to figure out what your goal is. Life is a process of constantly challenging oneself. No matter who others are, they are just passers-by in life. What Ye Shuo wants to do now is to force these people who are destined to be passers-by to stay. It is equivalent to going against the will of heaven. How can it be easy? He thinks he is super awesome. It's like a person who is destined to die, but you use all means to keep him/her for another 2 years, so that he/she can live a free and comfortable life for another 2 years. Even if this person dies in the end, at least you broke the predetermined fate with your own hands. Isn't it worth being proud of? Wei Wen was completely speechless. Looking at his little cousin's determined eyes, he seemed to understand a little bit. "So, that's why you're planning for the little princess' future so early?" "Of course." Ye Shuo nodded. "It would be fine if nothing happened, but if my mother is destined to suffer the pain of separation in the future, I hope I can avoid such a terrible fate through my own hands." Even in his previous life, he had failed once. Wei Wen was truly shocked by his little cousin's words. This time it was Ye Shuo's turn to ask, "What about you? Do you want to lead the Zhen mansion to a different ending?" With his cheap father's defense, the uncertainty of the next emperor, and the 3 generations that were almost destined to decline, should he go with the flow and put all his hopes on luck, or should he start to change secretly within the safety line? Ye Shuo's plan was never to take the initiative to attack, and the risk would be reduced a lot in an instant. Besides, if he really wants to stand against his stepfather, given the current situation of his grandfather's family, the military power in his hands has basically been divided up. There might have been some hope when he was just born, but if he wants to take action now, he is basically seeking death. What Ye Shuo has to do is just to provide a backup for the little princess and his grandfather's family. It would be best if it is not used. In case it is used, there will be no room for resistance. In case my stepfather and the next emperor have any ideas, at least there will be people in the court to persuade them, so that the public opinion will not be one-sided. For those who don't care about the life and death of the Duke of Zhen's family, since the life and death of the Duke of Zhen's family has nothing to do with them, why should he try to save them? If it does not concern you, you will just ignore it. If this is not enough, the worst that can happen is that he will be demoted to the bottom and become a complete commoner from a descendant of the Duke's mansion. However, as long as there is one younger generation who is somewhat capable of achieving something, there is still hope of making a comeback based on the foundation prepared in advance in the court. The flame is out, but the fire is still there, so it's not like there is no chance at all. "Another ending," Wei Wen murmured, then smiled bitterly. "It's not that easy. There are always risks involved." Ye Shuo did not deny it. This is natural. There are risks no matter what you do. The difference lies in whether you buy futures, stocks, funds, or make fixed deposits. If you just deposit it in a fixed deposit, unless you are extremely unlucky, there is nothing to say. Wei Wen didn't answer yes or no, he just asked, "Can the things you said really be realized?" "Well, basically no problem, I have prepared everything." Ye Shuo pointed to the pile of handwritten textbooks. Basic mathematics, basic physics, basic chemistry. Although there is not much content in it, it is the crystallization of the wisdom of giants in various fields. In ancient times when mirages were called miracles, it was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. After that, there are advanced mathematics, advanced physics, advanced chemistry, as well as advanced mathematics, advanced physics, and advanced chemistry. Most people in modern times will never understand these things in their lifetime, and the same was true in ancient times. They are enough for a person to learn for a lifetime. Wei Wen picked up a book and flipped through it. He thought he was knowledgeable enough, but after reading it, he found that he could not understand what was written on it at all. "It's something I've never heard of or seen before." but because he had read a lot of books, Wei Wen could vaguely judge that these things were not written randomly. Wei Wen resisted the dizziness and said, "Are you sure that ordinary people can learn it?" "That's not necessarily true. It does require selection. After all, poor students still make up the majority, and truly talented people are rare. Technical talents are always in demand wherever they go, whether in ancient times or modern times. But if we're talking about selecting people, is there any problem on your end?" Wei Wen did not deny this. It is not without reason that His Majesty is so wary of the Duke's mansion. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even now, the Duke's mansion is still a behemoth in comparison. As the saying goes, imperial power does not extend below the county level. In ancient times when transportation and communications were not so developed, the emperor's control over various regions was far less strong than it is today. What's more, the old Duke Zhen has been rooted in the border for so many years that it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the local emperor. After all, there is only one eldest prince, and the other manpower arranged by the emperor with the help of the eldest prince is ultimately limited. Although most of the border areas are no longer controlled by the old Duke of Zhen, a small part of the old Duke of Zhen still has deep roots. For example, in the southwest, it still depends on General Su, who was brought up by the old Duke Zhen, to guard it. The closer to the border, the more merchants there are trading, and the more complicated the personnel are. Throughout the Zhou Dynasty, there are people from all regions, and all kinds of chaos are particularly serious. Because of the war, everyone was living a life of today without worrying about tomorrow, so they didn't care about so many things. Whether they were women or men, they often slept with one today and another tomorrow, and the children they gave birth to ran around everywhere and no one cared. Especially businessmen, they have loose belts and are promiscuous, and in the end they don't even know whose child it is after it is born. There are also young soldiers in the military camp who basically cannot go home for 1 or 2 or 3 years, so they simply marry wives locally. Local women do not have to be chaste like women in other places. If they like a man, they can just sleep with him. If their husband dies, they can just find another one. Therefore, there are still many unattended children at the border. When the old Duke was in power, he felt sorry for these children and used his own money to set up a charity to provide food for those unattended children. When they reached working age, he would expel them. This custom remained unchanged until Wei Wen's aunts took charge of the family, and they still sent silver every year. Selecting people is not a problem. With General Su here, it should be foolproof. I guess my little cousin guessed this, so he came to me. The combination of the two is definitely the best choice. As for my little cousin's brain, he can come up with so many things, which proves that it must be good. The younger cousin didn't want to fight for that position. After weighing the pros and cons, Wei Wen felt that what he said was not a lie and he should be safe. As for Ye Shuo, since his grandfather was confident in his eldest cousin, Ye Shuo had nothing to worry about his own eldest cousin. I believe that there is no problem with the most basic things such as knowing and selecting people. Every noble family has a set of methods for training death squads, and I believe that my cousin should know it. Although the selection of people is not that exaggerated, the necessary means are still needed. Just one point, whether one is good at dancing or not is not important. What is important is whether the person is pure. Ye Shuo, who is good at handling things, didn't dare to accept it because the risk was much higher than that of others. It would be even better if the other party is a fanatic of science and technology. You don't need to use any tricks. As long as you have fresh knowledge that he has not learned before, the other party will follow you obediently. After all, since we are looking for technical talents, technology should naturally be the most important. It doesn't matter if the emotional intelligence is a little low, as long as it is above the passing line, there is no problem. Given my cheap dad's character, he will definitely not mistreat capable people. For a wise ruler, it is basic practice to be eager to seek talented people, not to mention that Ye Shuo hit the pain points of Emperor Jingguan every time. Flood control, salt making, smelting. Which of these cheap things could my father refuse? Similarly, Wei Wen could not refuse the road that lay before him. After a while, he finally nodded. I agree. Okay, I'll leave the rest to you. At that time, Wei Wen still didn't know what his cousin's words meant. Just like that, 3 days passed in a flash. After handing the things to Wei Wen, Ye Shuo set out on his return journey. The old Duke Zhen didn't care what the two had discussed behind his back. He only knew that he was finally freed. There are 4 types of people in Zhen Mansion, and these 4 types of people have different reactions to Ye Shuo's departure. It's just like the old Duke Zhen, who was on guard every day against his grandson suddenly attacking him. Now that the time has come and his grandson is finally leaving, the old Duke Zhen actually subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. You know, this is the grandson he has been waiting for so long. The old Duke of Zhen finally understood why the emperor felt overwhelmed. The child was too naughty and it was really tiring. Looking at Mrs. Wei and several aunts were reluctant to let him leave. Madame Wei returned from the palace 2 days ago. Although the emperor had agreed, she still wanted to avoid gossip from others. Madame Wei didn't stay in the palace for long. She suppressed her reluctance to leave her daughter and granddaughter, and returned after only 10 days. When Mrs. Wei first saw her grandson, she loved him very much. In the eyes of Madame Wei and several aunts, Ye Shuo is a good-looking, sweet-spoken, caring and sensible child. Who would reject such a lovely child? The most important thing is that he is very good at chatting with people. No matter what the topic is, whether it is family matters or matters related to store management, he will not be impatient like his uncles and cousins. As a result, over the past few days, Mrs. Wei and his aunts became more and more dissatisfied with their husbands and children. They are both men. Why is there such a big difference? Others are considerate in every way, but my own man can never get to the point, and gets angry and looks silly when he talks. As for Ye Shuo's uncles and cousins, they felt that their nephew/little cousin had been here for so many days but had learned nothing. They thought that their father/grandfather was really something. There should be a limit to spoiling a child. As a result, such a good opportunity was wasted. But they really couldn't resist and were afraid of being beaten, so they didn't dare to say a word from beginning to end. When their nephew/cousin was about to leave, they finally reacted and were quickly overwhelmed by guilt. If only they had been braver. Especially Wei Zhao and Wei Ping, they clearly knew that their little cousin was stupid, but instead of helping him, they just stood by and watched. Next time I will never do this again. Little cousin, I stole this from my grandfather's room. Take it to the palace. While no one was paying attention, Wei Zhao secretly stuffed a book into Ye Shuo's arms. Ye Shuo took a quick glance and thought it should be something like a boxing manual. Afraid of being noticed by his grandfather, Wei Zhao lowered his voice. Remember to practice hard after you get to the palace. Although this boxing manual may not be of much use to my little cousin's brain, at least it can prevent him from falling down with just one push the next time he encounters a situation like that of Zheng. These cousins of Ye Shuo may not be smart enough and often cause trouble for the family, but they are really simple and kind, and they will treat their family members well in their own way. This is probably the reason why Wei Wen can never let go of these younger brothers. Thank you, fifth cousin. Ye Shuo did not refuse, but looked at him with excitement and moved eyes. Sure enough, Wei Zhao felt extremely satisfied in his heart all of a sudden. However, Wei Zhao didn't feel happy for long before he was pulled out by his eldest brother and thrown aside. Wei Zhao wanted to resist, but as soon as his eyes met his eldest brother's cold face, his whole body immediately became limp. Under the pressure of Wei Wen's eyes, Wei Zhao left in disappointment. You've almost done that. Perhaps they had reached a preliminary consensus that everyone was in an equal cooperative relationship, and since they were relatives, Wei Wen no longer called him Your Highness all the time. Looking at his little cousin who was playing tricks on his father, uncles, and cousins, Wei Wen couldn't help but grit his teeth. This group of people. He didn't know what to say. Didn't they know why his wife/mother suddenly disliked him these days? But Wei Wen didn't come here to talk about these things. He had something serious to ask Ye Shuo. He had to ask clearly in advance, otherwise, when his little cousin entered the palace, he didn't know when he would be able to come out. Wei Wen made a long story short. The plan you mentioned to go to sea is probably not going to work. If you want to go out to sea and travel across the ocean, you must first build a large ship that can withstand the wind and waves. It's not that the Duke's mansion cannot build such a large ship, but the cost is too high and the noise is too loud, which will inevitably attract the attention of others. It would be bad if His Majesty knew about this. Wei Wen considered for a long time and decided to reject him. But in fact, Ye Shuo knew it in his heart and didn't hold out much hope. Since the plan of going out to sea to dig potatoes was not feasible for the time being, he could only think of other ways. Then you should try to find such a place. The place that Ye Shuo was referring to was naturally Compa in his previous life. Even if there are no potatoes with a short growth cycle and high yield, Compa rice that can be harvested twice a year will do. If there is Compa in this world, if there is no Compa, then we can only try our luck in places with similar climates, but it may take a long time. This is a matter of great importance. The people you send out must be reliable. Even if they succeed in finding it, they cannot just transport it back. After all, food will be their biggest trump card. The people sent out may not come back in a short period of time, and they will most likely have to stay there, so Ye Shuo said the words must be reliable. It doesn't need to be a lot, about 7 or 8 people will be enough. They don't need to do much, as long as they can keep in touch at any time. Too many people will make things worse. If there are too many people, there will be more concerns. If there are too few people, nothing can be accomplished and no trouble will arise. Seeing his little cousin speaking with such certainty, as if he had seen it with his own eyes, Wei Wen couldn't help but feel curious about where he knew so much. However, Wei Wen was a smart man and naturally knew what to ask and what not to ask. How did my cousin know this? As long as it is useful, it's fine. Seeing this scene, Wei Wen couldn't help but want to make a joke. You leave all the things to me, aren't you afraid that I might have problems? This is just the beginning, just some basic things. Since Ye Shuo dares to take it out, there is no need to worry that he will take it for himself. Just the teaching materials written by Ye Shuo are modern things after all. Even a genius cannot understand them just by reading them once. A lot of problems in the future will still need to be solved by Ye Shuo. Otherwise, even if the things are given out, they will just be waste paper. Even one formula in it may represent the life of a great man. It would be extremely difficult to verify it yourself without the guidance of someone who knows it and without taking shortcuts. Although Ye Shuo will not show up directly, he still serves as a teacher. It would be fine if it were applied to modern times, but if it were applied to ancient times, the phrase respecting teachers and honoring learning was not just empty talk. Even if Wei Wen really has that ability, Ye Shuo is not worried. Whatever he gave out, he had the ability to take back. So Ye Shuo just said, you can give it a try. Seeing that his little cousin really didn't seem to care, Wei Wen immediately understood that this might be just the tip of the iceberg. There is more hidden behind him that he doesn't know about. Wei Wen's expression couldn't help but change slightly. Just like that, Ye Shuo got on the carriage amid Wei Wen's doubtful expression and returned to the palace. There was also a small episode outside the palace that Ye Shuo didn't know about, and that was the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor, Liang Wenyan. Liang Wenyan had been thinking about contacting the 9th prince last year, but unfortunately the imperial concubine suddenly became pregnant, so the 9th prince stayed in the palace for nearly a year before returning. After waiting for a long time for him to leave the palace, Liang Wenyan finally received the news, but by then Ye Shuo had already gone to the duke's mansion. I don't know when he will come out next time. She is already 17 years old this year, and her marriage can be postponed until she is 18 at most. As the days go by, Liang Wenyan has gradually gotten rid of the idea of relying on others, from being restless at the beginning and hoping that the 9th prince can give her an accurate answer. Liang Wenyan suddenly realized that no one could help her make decisions for her whole life, not even the 9th prince. You are the only one who can decide your own life. Soon, Liang Wenyan made a decision in her heart. The other side. Seeing the prosperous scenes in Shangjing City getting farther and farther away, Ye Shuo felt so reluctant to leave that it was beyond words. Alas, happy days are always so short. The first thing Ye Shuo wanted to do when he returned to the palace was to go back to Kaiwu Palace to find his mother. He missed her so much after not seeing her for half a month. Result. As soon as Ye Shuo started to take a step, he was stopped by the eunuch. 9th prince, the emperor sent a servant here to ask you to come over. Well, my cheap dad is here to check the results. It turns out that the king of volumes thinking is not good. No matter what you do, you must gain something. But Ye Shuo was not weak either. After all, he was really studying seriously this time. This time, Ye Shuo was not weak at all. When Ye Shuo arrived, Emperor Jingwen had a rare moment of free time and had done nothing serious. He was playing chess and chatting with the crown prince and prime minister He. You see, this is the only fun in being an emperor every day. As expected, the moment Emperor Jingwen saw Ye Shuo, he asked, "How do you feel about staying at your grandfather's house for so long?" In reply to your majesty, I think it's great. Ye Shuo looked like he had discovered a new world. My grandmother and aunts are very kind to me. They bring me food and fun things every day. My grandfather also practices martial arts with me and teaches me moves. Also, my uncles and cousins will not bully me, especially my eldest cousin. He is also very kind to me. Whenever I encounter difficulties, he will help me from time to time. With his cousin around, Ye Shuo didn't know how much less to worry about. Thinking of this, his cousin was really a very good person. This son suddenly realized that the generals were not as rude as he imagined. Although my grandfather's hands were a little strong, he was very patient with me. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and the more he talked about the advantages of the Duke of Zhen's family. It seemed that Ye Shuo didn't notice the changes in Prime Minister He and the prince's expressions at all. Prime Minister He was almost stunned by the 9th prince's words. Forget it. After hearing this, the prince couldn't help but start winking at his brother. The prince believed that his father sent Ziyaju to the Duke of Zhen's mansion in order to ease the relationship between Ziyaju and the Duke of Zhen's mansion. But now, is it a bit too much? Ye Shuo said whatever he wanted to say. It was his first time at his grandfather's house and it was definitely better than he had imagined. Now that he's well, why can't I praise him? Father, I really like my grandfather. I think he's a really good man. Over. Hearing these words, Prime Minister He and the Crown Prince almost closed their eyes at the same time. This time, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help himself and slowly put down the chess piece in his hand. Although Emperor Jingwen could still remain calm at the beginning, he could no longer control himself when he heard the last sentence. He sent his son to the Duke of Zhen's mansion because he was afraid that the son would become ungrateful to his relatives and eventually disregard even blood ties. But it's only been a few days? It's become like this in just a few days. Isn't it true that children's personalities change too quickly? Or did the old Duke Zhen give him some kind of magic potion? Emperor Jingwen suddenly became depressed. But he was the emperor after all, so he wouldn't be so impatient. The more unhappy he was in his heart, the less he showed it on his face. This is what is called moodiness. Looking at his son who was so excited and boastful, Emperor Jingwen narrowed his eyes subconsciously and said, "Then tell me, what have you learned in the Duke's mansion? What did the old Duke tell you?" At that moment, Emperor Jingwen felt that he should not have underestimated the old Duke, as he had been acting honestly in the past 2 years and the people he had arranged for were becoming more and more influential. The Duke's family could not cause any trouble, so he withdrew the surveillance personnel. As expected, I cannot be careless for even a moment when it comes to the old Duke of Zhen. Ye Shuo didn't even think about it. No problem. It's just a performance. Whose kid wouldn't want to perform talents after returning from school? Ye Shuo had already made preparations, so he turned to look at Wang Ziquan who was standing beside him. "Eunuch Wang, can you find me some bricks, or tiles?" Thinking about the fact that the gold bricks in the palace were all large and hard in texture, Ye Shuo changed his words decisively for the sake of his hands. What did he want the tiles for? Although Wang Ziquan was a little confused, since it was the 9th prince who asked, he naturally hurried to ask someone to find them. Soon, a dozen tiles were taken to the Kinzen Hall by people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. This time, not to mention eunuch Wang, even the crown prince and prime minister, he couldn't help but frown. He propped up 3 of the pieces, thought for a while, and felt that the 3 pieces stacked together were too thick, so Ye Shuo decisively took down another piece. Ye Shuo concentrated and calmed himself, took a deep breath, and then chopped down fiercely under the gaze of the 3 people. Ha! Emperor Jingwen and his men first heard a loud roar, followed by the sound of tiles breaking. After a moment, looking at the 2 tiles that broke in half, Ye Shuo couldn't help but get excited. How is it? Emperor Jingwen. Prince. He Xiang. The prince hesitated for a moment. Zhaiju. Emperor Jingwen rubbed his temples and vaguely understood something. You have been in the Duke of Zhen's mansion for so many days, and this is all you have learned. He is really good at splitting tiles with his hands. Isn't this amazing enough? Ye Shuo was stunned. He didn't use any internal strength or any special skills. He just relied on the power of his palm to split the 2 tiles. He used the palm technique passed down from his grandfather. Isn't it enough to learn this much in 10 days? But in the eyes of Emperor Jingwen and others, this is no different from street acrobatics, and street acrobatics are even more entertaining. Apart from this, is there nothing else? Emperor Jingwen didn't believe that the old Duke of Zhen had only taught him this after so long. Or was it that the Zhen taught that little bastard to play dumb with him? Just as this thought came to Emperor Jingwen's mind, he heard Ye Shuo speak in a slightly embarrassed tone. Yes, there is, but it's not suitable to be displayed. Emperor Jingwen was stunned for a moment, then his expression relaxed and the mist in his eyes gradually dissipated. It's okay, there are no outsiders here, just go ahead and demonstrate. Was it the old Duke Zhen's special skill? Or something else? Something that could make his son so cautious must not be an ordinary thing. The little bastard never acted like this before. Emperor Jingwen gradually became interested. He suddenly remembered that he had not exercised for a long time. Today he was relatively free and happened to be tired of drinking tea and playing chess. It was a rare opportunity, so it would be okay to play with his son. So Emperor Jingwen asked, how about I accompany you for a few moves? This will also help to improve the old Duke's impression of his son. It is true that the old Duke Zhen is a skilled martial artist, but Emperor Jingwen himself is not weak either. Emperor Jingwen thought that the child was just a few years old and had only learned martial arts for a few days, so no matter how powerful he was, he didn't think too much about it. Ye Shuo was horrified when he heard this, and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, no, I won't fight with you. If he beats his adopted father to death again, wouldn't his mother's life be ruined for the rest of her life? There are so many concubines in the harem, he can't do such a sin. Father, the moves this son has learned are really not suitable for you, so let's just forget it. It's not that Ye Shuo is very confident in himself, but the main reason is that the parts he aims at are too fragile and can be easily damaged if you are not careful. However, in the eyes of Emperor Jingwen, Ye Shuo's earnest advice was just evidence that his son looked down on him. The little bastard is not young, but his tone is quite arrogant. It seems that the things that the old Duke Zhen taught him made him so proud that he began to lose his mind. No prince had ever dared to speak to him like this, and he could not tolerate any prince who dared to speak like this. Emperor Jingwen did not bother with him just because the little bastard was young and ignorant, otherwise, house arrest and beatings would have been the lightest punishment. The more this happened, the more Emperor Jingwen wanted to dampen his enthusiasm. Emperor Jingwen almost laughed out of anger. Someone, change my clothes for me. He must teach this rebellious son a lesson today. Father, this really won't work. Father, please think about it again. Father. Ye Shuo had a bitter face and followed Emperor Jingwen almost wherever he went, trying to make his adoptive father give up this crazy idea. Finally, Emperor Jingwen went to the room at the back of the hall and started to take off his dragon robe, but Ye Shuo still refused to leave. In the end, it was Wang Ziquan and a group of young eunuchs who dragged him away. The crown prince and prime minister he outside looked at each other in bewilderment. After Ye Shuo was ruthlessly driven out by Emperor Jingwen, the prince thought about it and finally reminded him, Xiaoju, you'd better not say that. The prince was terrified after hearing what his brother had just said. Since father has spoken, you can compete with him. If you say more, be careful not to make more mistakes. Ye Shuo grinned, feeling extremely embarrassed, but, I'm afraid of hurting my father. When the prince heard this, he shuddered all over. As for He Xiang, he has already started pretending that he doesn't exist. Okay, today I want to see how capable you are. Emperor Jingwen came out after changing his clothes, and immediately heard such a sentence. If Emperor Jingwen still had some joking thoughts at the beginning, he was now completely angry. Grabbing the little bastard's collar, Emperor Jingwen dragged him to the open space outside without saying a word, with a sullen face. Come on, if you can't satisfy me today, then you won't leave today and you'll just have to stand here. If an ordinary child heard these words, coupled with his father's gloomy face, he would probably be frightened to the point of being unable to move. But Ye Shuo is not a child after all. Just now, his cheap father grabbed his collar and almost made him roll his eyes. Ye Shuo quickly straightened his hemp-like clothes and said, I have to make it clear in advance that the moves I learned from my grandfather are relatively powerful. If you are really hurt, you can't blame me. The prince closed his eyes subconsciously, and at this moment he really wanted to go up and cover his brother's mouth. Emperor Jingwen took a deep breath and said, fists and feet have no eyes. I won't bother with you. Similarly, if I hurt you, you are not allowed to cry or scream. Okay then, Ye Shuo responded reluctantly and looked at the guards, eunuchs, and palace maids beside him. Father, can you please ask them to go down first? The little bastard talks a lot. Emperor Jingwen completely lost his patience. He tucked his robe into his belt and reached out to grab his shoulders. The sound stopped abruptly and Ye Shuo hurried to hide. Seeing that he dodged very flexibly, Emperor Jingwen was stunned at first, then felt that the little bastard had slipped through his armpits and came behind him, and then he reacted. The two of them really started fighting outside the Kinzen Hall. Emperor Jingwen was over 40 years old, but he was still as charming and elegant as ever, and everyone was dazzled by him. As for the ninth prince, he was dodging here and there. What was his plan? Emperor Jingwen felt something was wrong as he was fighting. He felt that the little bastard's attack was particularly subtle. After blocking his two fingers for the third time, Emperor Jingwen realized that it was not an illusion. This bastard has been aiming at my eyes and lower body? Emperor Jingwen had never seen such a gangster style of fighting in his life. In the past, when he sparred with others, everyone behaved according to the rules and won by hard power. There was no one like his son who even used dirty tricks at the beginning. Although Emperor Jingwen himself was quite skilled in martial arts, he still found it very difficult to deal with such a shameless person. The little bastard is as slippery as a loach and once he gets caught, it's hard to get rid of him. But he is young, small, and agile, so it's hard for an adult to catch him. Emperor Jingwen tried several times to distance himself from him, but after a short while he stuck to him again like a dogskin plaster, which made him both infuriating and helpless. Ye Shuo's foot almost brushed against Emperor Jingwen's thigh, causing the emperor to break out in a cold sweat. Emperor Jingwen finally had to take real action against him. When Ye Shuo kicked him again, Emperor Jingwen seized the opportunity and attacked with lightning speed, then grabbed Ye Shuo's ankle tightly to control his movements. Ye Shuo was shocked and almost instinctively followed the force and climbed onto his cheap father's back. He just stretched out his hands, but soon both of them were grabbed. Emperor Jingwen thought that he should behave himself this time, but his hands and feet were controlled and he couldn't move at all. Looking at his cheap father's ears swaying in front of his eyes, Ye Shuo got excited and opened his mouth, revealing a row of white teeth, and bit it without thinking. The smug look on his face had not yet solidified. The next moment, Emperor Jingwen felt a pain in his ears. Almost instinctively, he took a breath of cold air. Hiss. Looking at the two people who were fighting each other, both the prince who had practiced martial arts and Ye Xiang who had not practiced martial arts were silent at this moment. After realizing what was happening, the two men hurried down the stairs to separate the fight. Your Highness, hurry up and let go. Xiaoju, let go quickly. Is this child born in the year of the dog? Why is he biting? Even Emperor Jingwen couldn't hold back after his ear was bitten. No hum. I won't let go, unless you admit defeat. Ye Shuo is not the kind of person who would give in easily. But obviously, Emperor Jingwen was not either. It can be said that Emperor Jingwen lived half his life and never knew how to write the word surrender. The severe pain made Emperor Jingwen's breathing a little unstable. He almost bit his cheek to pieces. If you don't let go, don't blame me for being rude. He. If you don't loosen, then don't loosen. Just like that, the father and son, who were both strong-willed by nature, held his son's wrists and ankles tightly with such force that they tried to force him to let go first. The other one was biting his own father's ear, looking like he was trying to see who could outlast the other. He really did use force, and it really hurt. The expressions of both the father and the son were distorted to varying degrees. Ye Xiang felt a little regretful. He should have left when the ninth prince showed up. Why didn't he learn his lesson? The prince was at a loss as to what to do, and was walking around anxiously. Tell me, what are these two trying to do? How could they be having a good discussion but end up fighting? Father, Xiaoju is still young, please be more considerate of him. The prince had no choice but to persuade the older one who could understand what people said. Emperor Jingwen gritted his teeth and said, why should I let him? How embarrassing it would be if the emperor gave in first. Even if that person is your own son. The prince choked, and then could only look at his younger brother. Xiaoju, don't be so stubborn. Although he is his biological father, he is also the emperor after all. He can't take it seriously, right? Xiaoju is a little too honest. If the emperor's dragon body is damaged, it will be a serious crime? Please stop making trouble. Sometimes the prince really wanted to pry open his brother's brain to see what was inside. Ye Shuo just made a sound, and then he felt something was wrong, so he hesitated for a moment. Emperor Jingwen seemed to have noticed his relaxation, so he subconsciously slapped him with his palm, trying to peel off the dogskin plaster. Perhaps it was because Ye Shuo was too difficult to deal with just now, coupled with the pain in his ear, that Emperor Jingwen attacked him a little too harshly. Emperor Jingwen thought that with the little bastard's agility, he would be able to at least land safely, if not dodge it. In the end, for some reason, he just stood there without moving. Then Emperor Jingwen watched his son fly away like a kite with a broken string. Ye Shuo drew a graceful arc in the air, and then with a bang, he fell heavily to the ground. Xiaoju. The prince was shocked and hurried to check on his condition. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but be stunned. Although he was a little worried in his heart, he felt a little embarrassed because of what happened just now, so Emperor Jingwen abruptly retracted his foot that he had stretched out at some point, and his tone was a little stiff. Prince, don't worry about him. How could he not know the temper of the little bastard? He must be pretending. Emperor Jingwen was very confident at first, until the little bastard forced himself to look up and then spat out a mouthful of blood in front of him. Emperor Jingwen froze in place all of a sudden. The prince was so frightened that he hurried to help his brother. Ziyaju, how are you? Ziyaju, don't scare me. Seeing that the others were still in a daze, unable to react to what had happened, the prince almost shouted at the top of his voice, why are you still standing there? Someone come, call the imperial physician. Ziyaju. Third brother, stop shouting third brother. It's too close and the sound is too loud to hurt my ears. Ye Shuo was already a little choked, and felt even more uncomfortable when the prince shouted at him. As a result, as soon as he opened his mouth to explain, he was caught off guard and burst into a series of coughs. Cough, 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 cough. Along with the coughing, there were mouthfuls of blood. The ninth prince was spitting out blood, and soon all the bricks and stones around him were dyed red. It was a heart-wrenching scene. Everyone, including He Xiang, was dumbfounded. How come someone suddenly gets killed while they are arguing with each other? His Majesty killed his own son with his own hands. Such a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and he felt a chill down his spine. He secretly groaned in my heart, wondering why he had to choose today to come here. Emperor Jingwen subconsciously looked at his hands, and his brain went blank for a moment. The next moment, Emperor Jingwen's fingers suddenly tightened. The prince wanted to say something else, but he saw a familiar figure passing by him and picking up his brother who was lying on the ground and unable to get up. Sending someone to invite him and then waiting for the imperial physician to come would take too long, so Emperor Jingwen planned to take him directly to the imperial hospital. Someone, come and get ready. Ye Shuo turned upside down like this, and under the influence of gravity, the blood that was originally going to be spit onto the ground flowed out from the corners of his mouth, and soon his face was covered with blood. Ye Shuo subconsciously grabbed his stepfather's sleeve. Father, don't talk. Ye Shuo then noticed that his stepfather's cheeks had been tensed up at some point, and even the blue veins on his forehead were popping out. I won't let anything happen to you, let alone let you die. He was just a kid, why was I competing with him? It would have been fine if I had just competed with him, but I had hit him so hard. Emperor Jingwen's expression was unusually annoyed, but he finally said that sentence. This is my fault. For a man like Emperor Jingwen to say such a thing, it is obvious that he really regretted it. For a moment, Ye Shuo didn't know whether he should tell him the truth, or wait until his adoptive father lost all his face before letting the imperial physician tell him. No, I'm going out soon. It will be too late if you don't say it now. By then, everyone in the palace will know about it, and with my stepfather's self-esteem, he will be furious and ashamed. So Ye Shuo quickly seized the last moment and quickly finished what he had just said. Don't worry, father, I'm fine. Emperor Jingwen stopped and lowered his head subconsciously. Then he saw his son spit out 2 teeth with 2 puff sounds. Noticing his cheap father's gaze, Ye Shuo said with a bloody face, a little embarrassed, I accidentally broke my teeth when I bit your ear just now. Ye Shuo hadn't been a child for a long time, and he had even forgotten that 8 or 9 years old is the time when children start to change their teeth. Normally, the upper and lower teeth should fall out when the child is 6 or 7 years old, but they have not fallen out until now. Ye Shuo almost forgot that tooth loss exists. But my cheap dad has already said it, there is nothing I can do. It was not known whether he was angry or ashamed, but in an instant, Emperor Jingwen felt anger rising up and his face turned red. Half an hour later, in the Qinzhen Palace, Emperor Jingwen sat down with a gloomy face and said coldly to his son beside him, open your mouth. Ye Shuo knew that he was on the verge of exploding, but he didn't dare to provoke him again, so he opened his mouth obediently. Just facing the 2 dark holes between his son's upper and lower teeth, Emperor Jingwen's mouth and eyelids twitched slightly. Because Ye Shuo's 2 teeth were not lost normally, the amount of bleeding was quite heavy, so they were all over the place. When the imperial physician arrived, he was shocked to see such a tragic scene. He thought something big had happened. It turned out that the 9th prince bit the emperor's ear, and ended up breaking his own upper and lower deciduous teeth. You deserve it. In response, Emperor Jingwen uttered these 2 words lightly, but his hands did not stop moving, wiping his gums clean bit by bit with a soft cloth. Seeing that the bleeding had stopped, Emperor Jingwen threw the fine cloth aside. Hey, if you use so much force your teeth will grow crooked. However, Ye Shuo could only think about this in his heart and dared not say it out loud. He could only sit there obediently and did not dare to resist at all. After the blood on his face was cleaned, Ye Shuo spoke carefully, Father, your ears, how about asking the imperial physician to take a look? Emperor Jingwen subconsciously touched his ear. His ear was not broken, but the tooth marks on it would not disappear for a while, and it was now burning hot. The little bastard really dared to do that. For a moment, Emperor Jingwen didn't know whether to praise him for his bravery or scold him for his stupidity. Ye Shuo had something to say about this. Father, you said it yourself. You won't be angry and won't argue with your son. Whatever I say, you believe it. Ye Shuo nodded. What else? Father, are you going to lie to me again? Emperor Jingwen nodded subconsciously with his hand on his knee, but he said nothing. After a long while, he asked, is this all you learned at the Duke's mansion? Yes, what do you think? Hearing this, Ye Shuo suddenly became energetic. Isn't it extremely useful and powerful? How dare he speak? Emperor Jingwen finally couldn't hold back and started to curse, asshole. Look at what tricks you are using. Poke eyes, bite ears, and kick crotch. Don't forget, you are a prince, a prince. When Emperor Jingwen thought about his son's conflict with others in the future and that scene, he had an urge to faint on the spot. Shameful? It's so embarrassing. But in fact, the real killing technique is to attack people's eyes, temples, lower body, and other parts. The most important thing is to be able to defeat the enemy with one move. If your life is about to be lost, who cares about whether it is decent or not? Besides, it wouldn't necessarily be indecent once one becomes really proficient in it. It's just that Ye Shuo is a beginner, so he looks a little vulgar. But, these moves are really practical, they are painful and deadly. Ordinary people can't withstand them at once. Even masters can't practice these positions. So whether it is a master or an ordinary person, they can break it with one move. Isn't it practical enough? But obviously, Emperor Jingwen couldn't accept it. Emperor Jingwen could never have imagined that the Duke of Zhen's family all took a bold and open approach, and it was with this in mind that Emperor Jingwen sent him there. As a result, even in this seemingly sure situation, his son still brought about a result that he had never imagined. It's really hard to guard against. Emperor Jingwen suddenly thought of a question. Who taught you these moves? My grandfather, of course. It's a lie. No matter what, the Duke of Zhen would never take the initiative to teach him this. Emperor Jingwen took a deep breath and said, if you don't tell the truth, I will call the guards over. No, I'll tell you. Okay, it was indeed me who forced my grandfather to do it. Really? Emperor Jingwen asked again, who gave you the moves before? Ye Shuo scratched his chin awkwardly. Also my grandfather. Now, Emperor Jingwen finally understood what he meant when he said my grandfather is a good man. Indeed, the old Duke Zhen is indeed a good man. Emperor Jingwen realized belatedly that the good person in his son's eyes was not necessarily a real good person, but a good person in his opinion. And this good person is often quite different from what others think. Isn't it good that the Duke of Zhen accompanies him in practicing even this kind of thing? So what did your grandfather tell you to do? He said that I am a good grandson, but he said he should not come again next time. Ye Shuo scratched his head in annoyance, but I really practiced seriously this time. Indeed, Emperor Jingwen was not so short-sighted. The angle his son chose when he made his move just now was indeed tricky. Even an experienced person could easily fall into the trap if one was not careful. It can be seen that he has indeed practiced hard and put in a lot of effort. But it is precisely because of this that it makes things even more troublesome. Isn't the old Duke of Zhen unwilling to have him come to his house? What if one fails to defend himself and gets hit? Wouldn't he be crippled? Looking at his own son, he was able to master it after only practicing for a dozen days. It was obvious that he had tasted the sweetness and was determined to go all the way. Emperor Jingwen could only stop him in time before he was completely defeated. In the future, you are not allowed to use this kind of inferior trick in front of others. Do you hear me? How can a prince bite someone's ear during a fight? Emperor Jingwen felt very bad when he thought about the fact that so many people had seen the scene just now. I should have listened to him earlier and let the guards and palace maids go down first. Now, with so many eyes on us, it would be difficult to enforce the gag order. Ye Shuo was stunned by the suddenness. Subconsciously, he stood up and asked, Why? No reason or basis, I just said no. Dad, how could you do this? I worked so hard to learn this. Now, forget it all. Looking at the two people who were arguing again for no apparent reason, the prince suddenly felt so tired that he was too lazy to care. Forget it, let them be. As for Ye Xiang, after experiencing the shock just now, he now just wants to leave quickly. In the future, whenever he encounters the ninth prince, he will definitely run as far away as possible. After all, this is a fierce man who dares to bite the emperor's ear. Is there anything he dare not do? In the past, he only thought that the group of generals including the Duke of Zhen were reckless men. Now, Prime Minister, he finally knows what a real reckless man looks like. After all, Ye Shuo was still a child, and Emperor Jingwen was an emperor. He could not prevail against the emperor. Later, Emperor Jingwen said, if you do this again, I will fine your mother's salary, which made Ye Shuo give up immediately. No matter what I do, I must not implicate my mother. Ye Shuo thought about it and decided to endure it. What his cheap dad said was that he couldn't show it in front of others, but he didn't say that he couldn't practice it secretly behind others' backs. At worst, he could just practice it secretly behind others' backs. Seeing his son behaved well, Emperor Jingwen was not happy at all. Instead, he felt awkward and panicked. Obviously, he also knew that using the imperial concubine to threaten his son was somewhat unfair and unmanly. This is the reason why Emperor Jingwen did not like to involve the imperial concubine in the affairs between father and son in the past. Emperor Jingwen once said that he would never beat his children, but now he still beats them with a rattan stick 3 times a day. So, this son was born to break his bottom line. Emperor Jingwen once again felt that raising this one child was more tiring than raising a group of children. After the atmosphere calmed down a little, Ye Xiang immediately resigned without thinking. Zaiju is back now. My dear minister, don't forget to come and teach him when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiang's leaving steps immediately staggered. Upon seeing this, Emperor Jingwen felt relieved. Emperor Jingwen's ears are in this condition now, so he naturally cannot see anyone. In the afternoon, Emperor Jingwen continued to play chess with the prince. Ye Shuo wanted to leave, but Emperor Jingwen refused to let him go until the teeth marks on his ear disappeared. Ye Shuo couldn't resist and had to compromise. Emperor Jingwen knew that he was impatient to watch him and the prince play chess, and this was exactly the effect Emperor Jingwen wanted. Emperor Jingwen was still waiting to see him running around in the palace in a panic, but who knew? Who knew that this little bastard would not put himself in a difficult position at all? Since it was the height of summer, he simply took off their shoes, lay down on their feet, and then fell asleep. Ye Shuo curled up at the two men's feet, not minding the shabbiness, and slept soundly. On the contrary, Emperor Jingwen and the Crown Prince were stunned for a long time after watching his actions. Emperor Jingwen and the Crown Prince had never seen a prince as undisciplined as Xiaju before. Even the Prince of Jin, who was known to be the most undisciplined, had to give way to him. Finally, Emperor Jingwen couldn't bear it anymore, so he waved to Wang Ziquan beside him and asked him to bring over a quilt. Otherwise, if you sleep like this, you might catch a cold. In addition to the cool quilt, Emperor Jingwen also personally went downstairs, picked up his sleeping son, put him in the innermost part, covered him with the quilt, and then sat down next to the chessboard again. With such a son, Emperor Jingwen could not help but worry about him, and his various actions became more and more smooth. The prince has become numb by now. He imagined if it were him, if his son was like this, would he be able to be so cruel as to not care about it? The answer is yes and no. It's really not good to ignore him. Therefore, the prince could only pretend that he didn't see it. Ye Shuo woke up from a nap and found that the two of them were still playing chess. The chessboard was almost full of chess pieces, but the winner had not yet been decided. So he yawned and tiptoed down from the side. Then Ye Shuo began to move his body. He did the high leg stretch as usual, and when the exercises were almost finished, Ye Shuo simply started to do the horse stance. Anyway, my cheap dad's palace is big, so it's no problem to do somersaults and run in it, let alone such a little trick. The activities were almost over, and there were still snacks specially provided by the Imperial Kitchen and top-quality tea tribute from all over the country. This life was so comfortable that Ye Shuo didn't want to leave. He felt very comfortable here, as if this was not the Kinzen Hall but his own Kiowa Palace, which made Wang Ziquan, who was always trembling with fear on the side, twitch his eyelids. This may be the difference. In the end, it was Emperor Jingwen who took the initiative to stand up. He could never concentrate when the kid was around. Not to mention Emperor Jingwen, the same was true for the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince just couldn't understand why it tasted particularly delicious when he saw his brother eating it, even though it was obviously the same thing, and he looked so decadent and dissolute. Don't you want to see your mother? Come on, let's go to Kiowa Palace together. When Ye Shuo heard this, he immediately stood up and wiped off the snack crumbs on his hands. Seeing this, Wang Ziquan hurriedly handed over a clean handkerchief. Who would have thought that the ninth prince didn't even use the handkerchief to wipe his hands, but instead carefully wrapped something up? Emperor Jingwen took a look and felt his scalp tingling. Why do you still have those two teeth? It turned out that what Ye Shuo had wrapped was nothing else but his upper and lower front teeth. Of course I have to keep it. Ye Shuo thought about it. I have to throw one onto the roof and the other into the water. Otherwise, what if the new tooth doesn't grow out? What kind of statement is this? Emperor Jingwen and the Crown Prince had never heard of it before. It seems that this world does not have this custom. Although this thing has no scientific basis at all, Ye Shuo still wants to seek psychological comfort. After all, this is ancient times and there are no special dental beauty projects. If the teeth fail to grow out or grow crooked, he will have nowhere to repair them. Therefore, he not only had to throw it, but also had to pray devoutly before throwing it. Emperor Jingwen didn't care about anything else, he just had one sentence. You are not allowed to throw it on the roofs of my Qingming Hall, Kinzen Hall, Xianzhang Hall, and Teihe Hall. Emperor Jingwen might not specifically explain other people's affairs, but he was really worried about his own son. Guarding against him is like guarding against a thief. Ye Shuo curled his lips and said reluctantly, okay, then I'll throw it on my own roof. Emperor Jingwen was relieved. The prince tactfully took his leave, and Emperor Jingwen then took him towards Kiowa Palace. When passing by the Lotus Heart Pond, Ye Shuo picked out his upper teeth and threw them in time. Emperor Jingwen was silent for a long time, and finally pretended not to see it. It was almost evening when the two, one big and one small, returned to Kiowa Palace. At that time, concubine Rong had people spread a few mats at the door and put the little princess on them to play. Mother. The moment Ye Shuo saw his mother, he rushed out. Hearing the familiar voice, the imperial concubine was startled at first, and then subconsciously opened her arms. As expected, not long after, there was a burning hot stove in my arms. Emperor Jingwen, who was watching this scene from behind, couldn't help feeling a little jealous. The little bastard had never been so close to me before. I miss you so much, mother. He missed him so much after not seeing him for more than 10 days. Ye Shuo raised his head, tears in his eyes. The imperial concubine also missed him. She found that he was not tanned at all, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. Shuo seems to have lost some weight. I guess practicing martial arts must be very hard for him. Emperor Jingwen. He's suffering as hell. Of course. Ye Shuo nodded hurriedly. The imperial concubine couldn't help feeling distressed. Father is really something. He knows you are still young, but he doesn't restrain himself. The imperial concubine knew how her father trained his brothers when they were young, and subconsciously thought that her father would do the same to his grandson. By the way, is your grandfather treating you well? Ye Shuo said without hesitation. Grandfather is very good to this son. Yes, the old Duke of Zhen was good to him, but he was not good to the old Duke of Zhen. Emperor Jingguan, who was standing next to him, couldn't bear to watch it any longer and promptly interrupted the imperial concubine's thoughts, which had obviously been led astray. Emperor Jingguan couldn't bear to see the old Duke Zhen being wronged, so he planned to reveal the true face of his son. Speaking of which, my cheap dad is so stingy that he even complained to his mom. Ye Shuo took a deep breath, and seeing that he really couldn't get a word in, he squatted down and looked at the pointy little princess on the mat. After not seeing her for a few days, the little princess's complexion looks much healthier. It must be that she has been out playing a lot in this hot summer. Seeing the wet nurse next to him seeming to want to say something but hesitant, Ye Shuo couldn't help but stretch out his arms and lift her up. Maybe because she still remembered him, the little princess didn't feel scared, but instead felt a sense of closeness. Suddenly thinking of something, Ye Shuo had a bad idea in mind, and when his sister came closer to look, he suddenly grinned. Just like that, the two black gaps between the upper and lower front teeth suddenly came into view. Caught off guard, the little princess burst into tears. Oh no, she is scared and crying. Ye Shuo's heart skipped a beat. Emperor Jingguan had barely finished speaking when, in the blink of an eye, his son and daughter were thrown into chaos. I even forgot how the little bastard treated his sister before. The little bastard didn't even spare his own sister. In addition, the imperial concubine has always valued this son. For example, now, the imperial concubine's first reaction is, "Oh my god, Shuo, your teeth." It's not that the imperial concubine ignored the princess, it's mainly because the two gaps above and below Ye Shuo are too eye-catching. Well, there is an inexplicable sense of joy. You see, you can no longer count on the imperial concubine. In the eyes of Emperor Jingguan, the Kaiwa Palace is now like a mountain, and his son is the biggest bandit inside. The rest of the palace servants have to submit to the bandit's order, and the little princess is the poor little thing who was abducted by the bandit and has no power to resist and can only allow him to bully her. It's really pitiful. Therefore, Emperor Jingguan picked up the little princess without much hesitation. Feeling his hands were empty, Ye Shuo was about to speak when he met his stepfather's condemning gaze. What did you do to scare her? Ye Shuo complained. Dad, I said I didn't mean it, do you believe me? Emperor Jingguan was too lazy to pay attention to him. As for the imperial concubine, she had only heard that the emperor held the little princess in his arms before, but she didn't know how he did it. Now, she finally saw it with her own eyes. It doesn't seem like a bad thing. The imperial concubine originally wanted to take care of it, but after seeing this scene, she completely gave up. Although the imperial concubine was a little slow to change her mind on other things, she knew that it would only do good and no harm for the emperor to be closer to the little princess. Jian is a child with a good personality. She stopped crying after being held and coaxed for a while. Only then did Emperor Jingguan remember to hand the child over to the nanny next to him. As a brother, can't you be more considerate of your sister? During dinner, when everything had calmed down, Emperor Jingguan couldn't help but give some earnest advice. The sixth prince standing by was not surprised at all and wondered what Xiaju had done to the little princess again. The sixth prince didn't understand. It was fine if Xiaju provoked others, but why didn't he even let the little princess go? At this moment, the sixth prince's thoughts strangely overlapped with Emperor Jingguan's. In Ye Shuo's opinion, parents like his stepfather are the most annoying type in modern times. Look at his mother, she would never say such things. Why must the older one give way to the younger one? Ye Shuo didn't understand. They were both children, but just because the one in front was born earlier, he was destined to give way all the time. Isn't this too unfair? If that's the case, who would want to be the older one? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to be the younger one? Emperor Jingguan thought without hesitation, you are Jianjian's brother. So it was all natural. Ye Shuo pondered for a long time. After a while, he said, in that case, I will call you Sister Jian from now on. It's just a name and it won't hurt to lose weight. The moment he finished speaking, the sixth prince almost choked to death on the soup in his mouth. Concubine Rong looked at her 5-month-old daughter and then at her 8-year-old son with a look of shock. Emperor Jingguan was so angry that he couldn't even speak clearly. As if that wasn't enough, Ye Shuo started shouting at the innocent little baby girl next to him, causing Emperor Jingguan's blood to boil. Sister Jian, from today on, you call me brother and I call you sister, how about that? Jian, who was in the arms of her nanny, had no idea what her brother was talking about. She thought he was playing with her. She blinked her eyes and looked confused. She was so cute. Emperor Jingguan couldn't help himself and slammed the bowl on the table. Ridiculous? You are absolutely ridiculous. How could there be such a ridiculous child in this world? Wang Ziquan, who was standing by, silently put his hands behind his back, ready to pass the cane over at any time. Father, I have finished my meal. I will take my leave now. It's not that the sixth prince is disloyal, but his voice is too low to get a word in. It's not like I haven't tried it before, it just never worked. Seeing that a war was about to break out, the sixth prince decisively slipped away. Ye Shuo seemed not to notice it, and continued to talk to himself. That's right, if it was you, would you be happy? Emperor Jingguan opened his mouth and wanted to say that he was happy to do so, but somehow, he suddenly remembered something that happened many years ago. At that time, the late emperor was still alive. Although Emperor Jingguan was not the eldest son, he was ranked very high. In addition, he was also the crown prince, so he was often forced by the late emperor to give up things that should have belonged to him. Today it is the child of concubine Zhao, the favorite of the late emperor, and tomorrow it will be the son of concubine Wang, the favorite of the late emperor. He was even almost forced to give up his position as crown prince. Emperor Jingguan was suddenly speechless. Ye Shuo knew that children in ancient times would definitely not be able to escape this test, but it was a little strange. His stepfather had already experienced it, so why did he still follow this so-called unspoken rule? Giving actively and giving passively were two completely different things. Emperor Jingguan didn't say anything else after that, but just warned him to eat quickly. Silence means consent, so Ye Shuo didn't argue and just ate his meal obediently. Wang Ziquan finally put down his hand that was touching the cane. After dinner in the evening, Ye Shuo thought about his hard work over the past 10 days. His hands were almost broken from writing with charcoal pencils. The more he thought about it, the more unbalanced he felt. Ye Shuo couldn't help but ravage the little princess. The little thing has no idea how much risk he has taken and how much effort he has endured for her future. I'm so worried about her. Seeing the little pointed face constantly changing in his hands, Ye Shuo felt a little comforted. That's enough. Emperor Jingguan suspected that he had just said those words just to continue bullying his sister without any psychological burden. Ye Shuo's actions were so touching that Emperor Jingguan couldn't help but speak. The scope of my cheap dad's responsibilities is getting wider and wider now. Withdrawing his hand angrily, Ye Shuo returned to the side hall with a sigh. After throwing his lower tooth onto the roof, Ye Shuo calmly thought that it was still early, so he took out his charcoal pencil and began to continue writing and drawing on the place where he had not finished last time. As for Xiao Luzi, although he felt that the ninth prince's recent behavior was very mysterious, he had a vague feeling that this did not seem to be a trivial matter, and Ye Shuo hardly avoided him. But because Xiao Luzi couldn't understand what Ye Shuo wrote at all, he could only guess and couldn't think that much. Anyway, ever since the day he was assigned to the ninth prince by the imperial concubine, he, a servant, had no choice but to go down this path to the end. Fortunately, although the ninth prince is not very reliable, he is very kind to his servants. They don't have to be beaten or scolded, nor do they have to worry about being pushed out to take the blame at any time. The most important thing is that they have warm quilts to sleep in during winter. To find such a master, Xiao Luzi feels that he must have burned incense in his previous life, so he is naturally loyal. Around the hour of high, which was around 9 or 10 o'clock, Ye Shuo stopped writing in time, closed the half-written book, and went to bed. Xiao Luzi didn't ask any questions. He just considerately put the book away, making sure it wouldn't be seen by the palace maids who were cleaning the house. Then he fell asleep on the footstool under Ye Shuo. The other side. Compared to Ye Shuo's leisure, Wei Wen is much busier. Although the most critical problem has been solved, the rest is all physical work. Wei Wen had to be on guard against Emperor Jingguan and find a way to contact General Su. Most importantly, having students was not enough, there had to be a teacher, right? Where could he find a teacher? As the saying goes, a good teacher produces good students. Without a good teacher, no matter how smart the students are, it is useless. If they can't even get started, how can they talk about their future? Therefore, this teacher must not only be good, but also top-notch. It would be best if he could be like Taifu and Lord Sen. But how easy is it to find such a famous teacher? Wei Wen thought about it and finally thought of a great man named Zheng Mohui, who was also very good at teaching and educating people. He had countless disciples, and his disciples were spread across 3 countries. He was not inferior to the Grand Tutor and Lord Sen at all, and was even better than the two in teaching. This person is truly a leading figure in today's education industry. Most importantly, he has made great achievements in government affairs, which couldn't be more in line with the current situation. The other party's reputation was so great that the monarchs of the 3 countries treated him with courtesy. Even though he had never been loyal to anyone, including Emperor Jingguan, no one made things difficult for him. What's more, Mr. Zheng Mohui had served as an official in 3 countries, and Emperor Jingguan had personally invited him when he first ascended the throne. Wei Wen was already old enough to remember things by that time, so he naturally remembered this incident. Although Mr. Zheng came, he did not stay for long, only about half a year. He was really not used to the environment in the officialdom, so he left again. He is a freedom-loving person by nature, and he is extremely fanatical about the things he likes, especially mathematics. The reason why Zheng Mohui is so popular among the 3 monarchs is because of his strong personal abilities, and some of the little gadgets he makes can sometimes be of great use. The 3 monarchs were all very open-minded. Although Mr. Zheng himself never defected to anyone, the same could not be said for his disciples. When the disciples grow up and reach the age of becoming masters, they can't always stay by the teacher's side, right? At that time, everyone will fight for the position based on their own ability. Therefore, Mr. Zheng is also a big supplier of talents to the courts of the 3 countries. Isn't he respected? If he can be invited, the current problems can be solved almost instantly. There is indeed such a person in this world, but the problem is how to invite him. The emperor went to invite him personally, and Mr. Zheng only stayed in Shangjing City for less than half a year. Wei Wen thought he did not have the ability to keep him, but he was very envious. So when his grandmother sent someone to deliver something to the palace, he specifically asked his little cousin to see if he had any solution. When Ye Shuo learned the news, he thought in his heart that this was a simple matter. The other party seems to be studying engineering. Isn't this a good match for their majors? Not to mention that he is a good seedling, maybe this big shot can find a way to poach him. So after listening to it, Ye Shuo didn't say much. He just asked someone to tell his cousin to find the person and show the thing to him. Since the other party had real ability, he might understand it immediately, and it would save a lot of trouble. Wei Wen didn't quite believe it at first, but seeing that his little cousin was so confident, he had no choice but to listen to him and give it a try. But it was not easy for Wei Wen to leave Shangjing City after all. He was afraid of alarming Emperor Jingguan, so he did not dare to make any big moves. Therefore, after Wei Wen managed to find out Mr. Zhang's current residence, he asked someone to deliver the things over. Wei Wen prayed in his heart that Mr. Zhang would not think he was being presumptuous. He really didn't have much hope at the time, but what Wei Wen never expected was that he received a reply in less than half a month. What's more, Zhang Mohui, who is over 60 years old, plans to come to the capital in person to meet Wei Wen in person. Wei Wen was stunned for a moment. He realized belatedly that perhaps his cousin's books were even more powerful than he had imagined. A month ago, in a small border town, an unkempt, sloppy-looking old man was fiddling with the objects at hand as usual. Various kinds of wood were scattered on the ground at his feet, making the place look very messy. But the strange thing is that there were so many people around the old man, but no one tried to help him tidy up. Some even tiptoed past him, as if they were afraid of disturbing anything. Perhaps it was because the old man looked too ordinary. He had lived in this small town for almost a year. The people in the town and even the county magistrate did not know that the old man was the famous Mr. Zhang Mohui. They just thought he was an ordinary carpenter. Seeing that he had good skills, they often brought some broken farm tools here to be repaired. The group of apprentices led by the old man had good skills. It was basically not the old man's turn to repair the farm tools, but they were all repaired by his apprentices. Perhaps because they are good at different things and have different inclinations, Zhang Mohui's students are not like the students of the Grand Tutor and Lord Sen, who wear long Confucian robes. Instead, they are dressed in shorts. In addition, they follow their teacher around all year round, so their skin is tanned and a little rough and dark. At first glance, they look more like ordinary apprentices. The old man kept moving his hands, and soon those wooden lumps of various shapes fit together and gradually became a whole, forming the shape of a bird. After the pieces were put together, the old man didn't know where he touched, and the bird's wings flapped a few times, and it flew up as if it came alive. Seeing this, the students in the yard subconsciously put down the work at hand and looked over here. It's done. I don't know who shouted this excitedly, but before he finished speaking or the voice fell, the wooden bird seemed to have run out of power and could no longer continue. First, a small piece of wood at the tail fell apart, and then the feet, belly, feathers. After about 3 or 4 breaths, the wooden bird fell apart in the air. Wood fell and flew everywhere. Everyone's expressions froze at the same time and the whole yard suddenly became silent. It's still a long way to go, how can it be accomplished? The old man couldn't help but look at the student who had been shouting just now, and said unhappily. The man didn't dare to say a word and his expression became embarrassed. When the old man's eldest disciple came back, he saw the mess on the ground and immediately understood what had just happened. Seeing the teacher looking over, the eldest disciple's heart trembled, and he subconsciously said, "Teacher, someone asked someone to give this to me, and said it was for you." After all, the old man's reputation is there, and there are constant stream of people sending gifts to him every month or even every day. Among them are the old man's former students as well as other people, but all of them are of extraordinary status and well-informed. Otherwise, ordinary people would never be able to find this place. The old man was so annoyed that he thought it was another noble family or even the royal family. He was going to ignore it, but he found out that the other party was sending him some books. If it was something else, it would be fine, but it is really hard for the old man to refuse something like a book. He just experienced a failure and needed to calm down, so he said, "Bring it to me." The eldest disciple handed the book over subconsciously. It didn't matter that the old man just took a quick look at it, he was soon attracted by the contents of the book. These things. The other side. After receiving the reply, Wei Wen stopped it without thinking. If Mr. Zhang really came, His Majesty would definitely discover the secret activities that he and his little cousin were doing. There was no way out, Wei Wen could only suppress his anxiety and reject him. I thought Mr. Zhang would be angry this time, but who would have thought that he, who is known for his bad temper, would still be in a good mood. Wei Wen gritted his teeth and took the opportunity to propose that Mr. Zhang go to the southwestern border to teach. This time, it took a full month for the other party to reply. Seeing that the other party still had no objection, Wei Wen held the letter in his hand, feeling as if he were in a dream. What Wei Wen didn't know was that Zhang Mohui's disciples had already been in an uproar a month ago. They had never seen such rude people, and they were filled with indignation. This guy named Wei Wen really doesn't know what's good for him. He was the one who gave the book, but he refused it. Is he trying to play a trick on me? What's more, this matter doesn't sound simple. Teacher, I always feel that there must be something wrong here. The eldest disciple asked his fellow disciples to find out. It seems that Wei Wen is the grandson of the Duke of Zhen from the Great Zhou. The Duke of Zhen now seems to be suspected by Emperor Jingguan in court. With such a sensitive identity, there must be a lot of connections behind it. If they are not careful, even they will fall into this vortex. So the eldest disciple's first reaction was to refuse. The eldest disciple had followed his teacher to the courts of various countries for a period of time, so he naturally knew how much trouble there was. The eldest disciple originally thought that with his teacher's love of freedom, he would definitely not get involved in such muddy water. However, after reading the reply, his teacher went to pack his luggage without saying a word. In just one night, Zhang Mohui packed up all his important books, tools, etc., and looked like he was ready to set off at any time. Teacher, you. Faced with his students' doubts, Zhang Mohui shook his head and said nothing. Although he is only obsessed with making various inventions, he is not completely ignorant of what is happening in the court. Can't he see that there is a trap here? It's just that the things written in those books are too shocking. Zhang Mohui has a hunch that if he can understand them all, it will definitely be a very extraordinary thing. Moreover, the contents of the book seemed to be more than just these. Zhang Mohui was extremely anxious and couldn't wait to know the contents below. For someone like him who was devoted to research, nothing else mattered, and the most important thing was to keep exploring. What country, what party, what court, he doesn't care about any of it. Sometimes, for something, some people will jump in without hesitation even if they know there is a trap ahead. Zhang Mohui saw it clearly and danced happily, but Zhang Mohui couldn't help but turn his head and look at his disciples. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Although Zhang Mohui is their teacher, he does not intend to force them in this capacity. If Zhang Mohui's disciples cared about these things, they would not have stayed with him forever. They would have gone to the 3 countries to serve as officials or make a living, just like their other fellow disciples. Finally, the group bid farewell to the small border town where they had lived for a year and a half. Their original plan was to live here for 3 to 5 years, but now they had to leave before half the time was even over. Of course, it was not like Zhang Mohui did not have no requirements. His requirement was that if he encountered any problems that he did not understand, he hoped that Wei Wen could give him an answer. Wei Wen had no idea what this was, so he could only convey it truthfully to his little cousin. The other party's attitude is so positive, it's obvious at first glance that he is a fanatic. If he really starts asking questions, it will be endless, and even he may not be able to withstand it. So Ye Shuo thought about it and said, you can ask questions, but you can only ask once a month, and only 3 questions each time. If you ask more than that, I will not answer any more questions. Even so, it takes a lot of effort to explain just one of them clearly, and Ye Shuo will have to put in a lot of effort to answer all 3 questions. After hearing the messenger repeat his cousin's words, Wei Wen couldn't help but feel that his cousin was too cautious. As a result, Mr. Zhang was not angry at all, but very happy instead. Even if others don't know, how could he not know how precious the opportunity to have questions answered one-on-one is? Mr. Zhang has been to all 3 countries, so he knows very well that there is only one person in the world who can produce these books. One is willing to fight, the other is willing to be beaten, and both are eager to be beaten. Wei Wen is almost unable to understand the current situation. Soon, Mr. Zhang followed the agreement and settled down at the border of Dezhou with his students. Not long after, Emperor Jingguan also received the news that Zhang Mohui had brought a large number of disciples to the Great Zhou from a neighboring country. Zhang Mohui had done this many times before, here today, there tomorrow, so Emperor Jingguan did not suspect anything else, and was even a little happy that this man finally came to the Great Zhou. As the saying goes, those who are close to the water get the moon first. There are many smart people in the court, and many people who know how to manage, but there is a lack of people who can personally take charge and direct how things should be done. After all, if a person himself does not understand this thing, no matter how good he is at managing others, he will not be able to accurately arrange every useful person in his place. There are some rules to follow when deciding which one to do first or which one to do later. However, there were many people studying for imperial examinations throughout the Great Zhou, but few knew how to build canals and dams. This was the reason why Mr. Zhang had such a transcendent status among the 3 countries. This old man knows how to do it, and the students he brings up also know how to do it, so they are very popular in the eyes of the monarch, right? Emperor Jingguan is just waiting to get the ready-made benefits. Sitting in the special seat prepared for him in the Kinzen Hall, Ye Shuo was so happy when he heard this. Isn't this exactly what they want? My cousin is really reliable. He found such a great and powerful teacher right away. Ye Shuo has been kept in the Deep Palace and doesn't know much about what's happening outside. If this matter is handed over to him, he doesn't know how much effort it will take. After that, apart from answering questions online on time once a month, Ye Shuo basically didn't need to worry about anything anymore. The rest of the operations were handled by Wei Wen. Apart from this, his life was no different from usual. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Wei Wen always felt that he was being left alone. But when he thought about it carefully, if it weren't for his little cousin's book, this matter really wouldn't have been so smooth. I just always feel like something is weird. Compared to his elder cousin who became more and more haggard day by day, Ye Shuo's life became more and more comfortable. In addition, the little princess Jianjian grew up day by day. She could walk when she was about 1 year and 3 months old. Ye Shuo soon had a little slave by his side, and he didn't even have to do it himself to get things. Just like now. My lovely little Jianjian, I'm so tired, can you bring me some snacks? The 1-year-old little princess was naive to death. When she saw her brother lying there like a pile of mud, she didn't think much about it and ran into the house to get him some snacks. Ye Shuo thought of something and couldn't help but raise his voice. Also, remember to wash your hands before you take the snacks. If you have dirty hands, brother won't eat it. Emperor Jingwen, who was standing next to him, failed to control his strength and nearly crushed the book in his hand. Jian originally wanted to run and play in the yard, but after being interrupted by Ye Shuo, she suddenly forgot what she was going to do, and her mind was full of thoughts about her brother asking for snacks. Don't you have hands? Can't you take it yourself? Even if you are too lazy to take it, aren't there servants like Xiao Lizi around? Emperor Jingwen couldn't understand why he insisted that his sister help him take it. The little princess's little arms and legs are so busy that she doesn't even have time to rest. He has the nerve to do that. Ye Shuo lay on the hammock, looking lazy. I don't want to do this either, Dad, but there is no other way. Jian is willing to do this. Such a young child, who can't do anything, finally meets someone who will bother her. Wouldn't she feel needed? This is probably the sense of accomplishment that children have. Emperor Jingwen took a deep breath and felt angry when he saw his despicable look. But the little princess didn't think so. No matter how many times Emperor Jingwen told his daughter not to bother him or pay attention to him, and to tell him to get what he wanted, it still didn't work. The next time his son spoke, his daughter completely forgot his advice and still went to help him get things. Emperor Jingwen was so depressed by seeing this. Now, in the eyes of Emperor Jingwen, the little princess is just a foolish child who is cheated every day, sold and still counts money for others. Emperor Jingwen decided that he would keep a closer eye on her in the future, otherwise she might be kidnapped at any time. Ye Shuo didn't care what his cheap father was thinking. Anyway, it was impossible for his cheap father to stay in Kiowa Palace for 12 hours. Jian had been with him for a long time, so naturally she would be closer to him. As for the imperial concubine standing by, she just watched, occasionally picking up needle and thread to embroider some grass, flowers, and the like to pass the time. Apart from this, she had nothing else to do. Before, the imperial concubine would always go outside to quarrel with the concubine Shu and the others. Now that she has these two children, she is not so interested in competing with the concubine Shu and the queen. She has become much calmer. Of course, the premise is that the other party does not provoke her. What's more, the imperial concubine doesn't care about Emperor Jingwen as much as before. With Zaiju and Jian around every day, her life is already very fulfilling. Now the imperial concubine prefers to play mahjong with Zhao Chongrong and others, and almost no longer participates in the affairs of the harem. The imperial concubine suddenly became interested in embroidery and the like. She would never touch such things before. As for the results, forget it, it's enough to kill time. After a while, Xiao Jian ran out again with stumbling steps. Her staggering appearance made the wet nurses behind her extremely nervous. They put their hands on the sides, fearing that she would fall. Emperor Jingwen's gaze also involuntarily followed her. But Ye Shuo was like a blind man, completely unaware of the little princess's hard work, and even shamelessly picked on her. Jian, stretch out your hand for me to see, so I can see if your hand is clean and fragrant. Emperor Jingwen narrowed his eyes subconsciously, and decided that no matter what the little princess's hands looked like, or whether she had washed them, if Zaiju dared to say anything disliked him, he would let the guards stuff the cake into his mouth. Jian didn't think so much. Since her brother had spoken, she stretched out her hand to show him. Well, not bad, Jian is really well behaved. Ye Shuo turned his sister's paws over and over to examine them carefully, then nodded with satisfaction. Being a good kid means washing your hands frequently, you know. As the saying goes, diseases come from the mouth. This concept did not exist in ancient times. Ye Shuo had to find a way to help her develop a habit. When Jian heard him praising her, she was very happy and her little face turned red. Just when Emperor Jingwen thought that this was finally all that was needed, he saw his son lying back, paralyzed in bed, unable to move. Jian is the best. Since you have brought the snacks, you can feed them to your brother as well. Emperor Jingwen. Concubine wrong. Both of their hands stopped at the same time. As a child, when we were little, we loved playing house, giving injections to dolls, feeding dolls, but what should we do if we don't have dolls now? Here is a ready-made one that can even talk. Therefore, Jian did not feel bored, but very excited. Yes, just do it this way, slowly and gently, breaking it into small pieces little by little for brother to eat. Brother, if it was Emperor Jingwen, he would have slapped him in the face and told him to eat it or not. But looking at the little princess, she really broke the snacks in hand into small pieces as requested, and not only fed them to him, but also called him brother. Even after all this, she still calls him brother? Emperor Jingwen's expression was somewhat distorted. The little princess stood on tiptoe, holding the cake, and worked very hard, while the little bastard was so lazy that he didn't even turn his head. After finally finishing the meal, the little princess was exhausted. His sister was still young, and he was afraid of scalding her if he served her tea. So after finishing his meal, Ye Shuo thought for a moment and said, brother can't eat alone. Go, bring some for daddy as well. Seeing my cheap dad standing next to me, he was so greedy that his eyes turned red. Emperor Jingwen couldn't hold it in any longer. Can't you stop bullying your sister? Can't you? Before he could finish his words, he saw a small hand appear in front of him. Father, eat. The 1-year-old little princess has fair skin and big eyes. She is as cute as can be. When she stares at people, she seems to be melting hearts. Emperor Jingwen really couldn't say no, and after a moment, he could only reach out to take it. Of course, Emperor Jingwen was definitely not as shameless as Ye Shuo, who let his daughter feed him. Emperor Jingwen naturally ate the food himself. Good girl, Jianjian. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but reach out and touch his daughter's head. However, even so, Ye Shuo still did not let the little princess go. After giving her this, he continued to nag her. And mother, she hasn't eaten yet either, go get her another one. Will he ever be done? This time, not to mention Emperor Jingwen, even concubine Rong began to glare at her son. You could clearly let her take two at once, why did you ask her to take them one by one? Emperor Jingwen gritted his teeth and tried to suppress his anger. Ye Shuo waved his hand nonchalantly, what's the big deal? Children should exercise more. Does this brother have a heart? The little princess ran back and forth. With her height, she had to climb for a long time to cross the threshold. It was heartbreaking. After the imperial concubine received the snacks, she refused to let her daughter run away again no matter what. However, at this time, Jianjian had already started rubbing her eyes. Ye Shuo looked up at the sky not far away. The sun was about to set and it felt like it was about time. Sure enough, after dinner, Jianjian could no longer bear it. She was so tired that she didn't even have the energy to cry. She was held in the arms of the wet nurse and fell into a deep sleep. Because of the habit she developed since childhood, she probably won't wake up until dawn. Emperor Jingwen didn't think too much about it and just moved in Kiowa Palace directly. Even he didn't pay attention to the fact that he was staying in Kiowa Palace more and more often. I have a son and a daughter. Although the son is absurd, playing with cats and dogs all day instead of doing anything serious and making people angry, he will be fine after he gets over the anger. When it came to Ziyaju, Emperor Jingwen could say whatever he wanted and scold whatever he wanted without worrying about which words would make him think too much. Anyway, the child was thick-skinned and big-hearted, which inevitably made Emperor Jingwen feel more at ease. Although his daughter was still young, she was well-behaved and sensible, and the imperial concubine herself did not have so many twists and turns, so Emperor Jingwen also experienced the simple and warm life between ordinary couples in the palace. Just like today, I was reading a book while listening to the brother and sister playing and fighting, and the whole afternoon passed by. Managing such a large country sometimes made Emperor Jingwen feel tired, so he inevitably yearned for a moment of peace and quiet. Emperor Jingwen was satisfied, but the others in the harem were not. Especially the queen. Before, the emperor would come to her palace to sit on the 1st and 15th days of every month, but now he doesn't even come anymore. His Majesty has visited the little prince only a handful of times, even less frequently than the 9th prince. What makes the queen even more exhausted is that the little prince still cannot walk and speaks incoherently, while the little princess, who is younger than the little prince, can now run around. Of course, what made the queen most desperate was that for some unknown reason, the emperor's attitude towards their Zheng family had gradually become colder, which made the queen even more panicked. All of the above, no matter which one it is, urgently needs something to change it. There was no other way, the queen could only force her son to learn to walk and talk, and she must make the little prince stand up in a short period of time to change everything. In just over a year, the little prince would be sent to school. Before that, the queen would make sure he became a normal prince no matter what. She couldn't beat him, but scolding him was fine. Thinking that the 1-year-old boy was already able to understand what she said, the queen subconsciously began to stimulate her son with words. Seeing that the little prince seemed to react more strongly to sharp sounds, the queen was delighted, and her attitude became increasingly harsh, causing the little prince to tremble all over when he heard it. But even though he was trembling, he didn't have enough strength to stand up, which only made him, who was already weak, even more timid. His horrible appearance made the queen even angrier. At this time, the queen couldn't help but think of the little princess who was about his age. The little princess is just a princess, but she can still please his majesty. She was given a name when she was 3 months old. Now, she is often held in his arms. The difference between them is huge. It would be great if my son could please the emperor more. Since the queen had thought of this in her mind, she couldn't help but bring some of this out in her words. At first, she just wanted to stimulate the little prince to stand up, but later on, things gradually changed. It was under such circumstances that the little prince finally stood up with difficulty by holding on to a chair when he was almost 2 years old. The queen was startled, and then she was overjoyed. Meanwhile, the little princess was also growing up under Ye Shuo's oppression. The little princess discovered that this man she called brother was really fragile. Whenever she walked away from him while strolling in the garden, he would lose his way. He would have to wait for her to turn back and hold his hand before he could barely keep up with her. You have to keep a close eye on him at all times, otherwise this person you call brother will get lost if you are not careful. Oh, it's so fragile. Brother, brother, this. After a while, as they were walking, they found that the person who was called brother was gone again. The little princess, who couldn't control her excitement and ran a long way away, panicked and quickly turned back to look for him. As expected, my brother was mesmerized by the flowers and plants on the roadside for the umpteenth time. Jianjian, look, is this flower beautiful? Ye Shuo squatted there, pointing at the green yangchun in the grass and said. The light green chrysanthemums are now in full bloom, and they are still graceful even in the autumn wind. One of them in particular was exceptionally lush and beautiful. Yeah. Jianjian took a look and found that the flower was exactly the same as the other green chrysanthemums. She really didn't know what this person called brother was so happy about. Jianjian nodded perfunctorily like a little adult, but held Ye Shuo's hand with one of her little hands, deciding in her heart that she would not let him out of her sight no matter what. Brother, let's go. Thinking that Empress Zhao and the others might be waiting impatiently, Jianjian couldn't speak clearly and could only express his meaning vaguely and anxiously. Ye Shuo then stood up with great difficulty. But the devil is a devil after all, how can that be enough? Children, when they are happy, cannot control themselves easily, and they run so fast that the palace servants behind them cannot keep up, and they can easily fall if they are not careful. So Ye Shuo said that as long as he ran faster than her, she would slow down herself. Jianjian, look, what is that? Jianjian had just been quiet for a while when she heard these words. Then the man called brother successfully escaped from his hands. Looking at the empty little hands, Jianjian was stunned. Then such a scene appeared in the imperial garden. The 9th prince was running in front, and the little princess was chasing him with her short legs. As she chased, she shouted, brother, slow down. The prince who was passing by saw this scene and fell silent on the spot. The 5th prince has now set up a residence outside and has also been assigned an assignment in the court. This time he came to pay his respects to his mother, but as luck would have it, he came across such a scene. The 5th prince turned his head and said, am I seeing things right? Is there something wrong with my eyes, or is there something wrong with my 9th brother's brain? The 5th prince had laughed at Ye Shuo before, saying that after his sister was born, he stayed in Kaiwa Palace every day taking care of the child, and did not behave like a prince at all. So this is how he raises his children? Isn't this the child taking care of him? But Ye Shuo didn't care about that. He finally caught up with his brother. Xiao Jianjian was panting and grabbed his hand. This time, she refused to let go. Jianjian panted and advised, no, you can't, run. My mother said that we are not allowed to run around in the palace. Ye Shuo was embarrassed when he heard this, but brother just saw Jianjian running too. Jianjian said without thinking, Jianjian, don't run, brother, don't run. Ye Shuo pretended to think, and finally said reluctantly, okay then. Afterwards, in order to keep an eye on her brother, Jianjian stopped rushing forward. Holding Ye Shuo's hand, she walked slowly and firmly towards Empress Zhao's palace. Ye Shuo saw a pool of water in the middle. Before he could say anything, Jianjian got anxious and took the initiative to speak. No. Don't think that she doesn't know what this guy called brother wants to do. He must want to play in the water? This happened in the summer when he wanted to jump into the lotus pond and nearly drowned. That incident really frightened Jianjian. She would not allow him to get close to the water no matter what. She would even ask him to take a detour when he saw a well. Even when he was taking a bath, Jianjian would check from time to time to see if he was still alive. Cold, sick. Ye Shuo, no matter what, he wouldn't jump into the water in the middle of autumn. Maybe Jianjian was scared during the summer. Ye Shuo originally wanted to go down to see if there were any lotus roots in the lotus pond. It seemed that digging 2 sections of fresh lotus roots to eat would be good, but he misjudged the thickness of the mud in the pond and his 2 feet sank into it and couldn't be pulled out. He looked like he was almost drowned in the mud. Because of this incident, Jianjian had a deep psychological trauma towards water. He didn't know whether it was good or bad, but at least it was good now. Jianjian saw that he was still staring at the pool and was terrified. She was afraid that he would think badly and jump in again, so she was anxious. Seeing that she was about to cry, Ye Shuo quickly retracted his gaze. Jianjian didn't hesitate and hurriedly took him away from this troubled place. The little princess did not notice the slightly distorted expressions of Suyu and the others behind her. It wasn't actually too far from Kaiwa Palace to Empress Zhao's palace, but even so, it still took the 2 of them almost half an hour to walk. More than an hour was wasted on the road. By the time they got there, Jianjian was almost exhausted. Seeing the miserable appearance of the little princess and looking at the spirited 9th prince beside her, Zhao Chongrong and the others immediately knew that the 9th prince must have done something again. The 9th prince is really something. The little princess is still young, but he is not afraid of tiring her out. Children exercise a lot and eat a lot. Looking at the little princess's chubby face, Zhao Chongrong and the other 2 finally swallowed their words of advice. In fact, if the little princess is healthy, this is also good. It was Ye Shuo's idea to have lunch at Zhao Chongrong's place. The main reason was that there were not many entertainment activities in the palace and Jianjian was still young. If she was not allowed to do something, she would just make trouble every day. Coming to Zhao Kongrong's place at noon every day, she treats it as a mission. When she hears the word mission, Jianjian works very hard. No matter how obedient and sensible a child is, there will always be bad times. During this time, the mother can feel more relaxed when the 2 children are not around. Every day, Ye Shuo and the other 2 come over to eat, so Zhao Chongrong and the others don't feel lonely anymore. It's good for all 3 parties. Except that Jianjian feels a little tired, there is no other problem. After a long time of struggling, they finally finished lunch. Jianjian felt sleepy and was about to make trouble. Zhao Chongrong and the other 2 were ready to coax the child, but before the 3 of them could speak, Ye Shuo spoke first. Jianjian, it's time to coax brother to take a nap. Zhao Chongrong and the other 2. Coming. Habit became nature, Jianjian ran over without thinking. While rubbing her eyes, she reached out to pat her brother's chest. The force should not be too strong or too weak. If it was too strong, he would feel the shock, and if it was too weak, he would not feel anything. After Ye Shuo closed his eyes, Jian could hardly stand. The wet nurse was so heartbroken that she quickly picked up the little princess and put her on the small bed that Zhao Chongrong had prepared long ago. Only at this time of day can the little princess take a rest. The rest of the time, she is either being assigned work by the 9th prince or on her way to do work assigned by the 9th prince. Zhao Chongrong had imagined countless times what her daughter would look like when she was born. Although her little princess was not born successfully, she was sure that she would never be like this. At noon, Jian woke up on time and played with the 3 ladies for a while. When the time was almost up, Jian went to call her brother to get up, and then dragged her brother back to Kiowa Palace. Goodbye, Madame Zhao, Madame Li, and Madame Su. Alas, such a polite child, how come she has such a brother? Of course, the little princess is not always a little angel, she also has her temper sometimes. For example, in winter, Jian ran back and forth in the palace. She complained that her clothes were too thick and it was difficult for her to move, so she refused to let the imperial concubine give her a cotton coat. There is a kind of cold that makes mom feel you are cold. It just so happened that Ye Shuo didn't like wearing cotton pants either. Seeing his sister like this, he decisively said, "Okay, then I won't wear them either." Jian was stunned. After much thought, Jian finally put on the cotton coat. How can you be so lacking in persistence? Even after walking quite a distance away, Ye Shuo could still be heard complaining. Jian didn't want to do that, but, "Brother, you're so thin." Jian looked at her own chubby hands with dimples, then looked at her brother's skinny hands with protruding joints, and couldn't help shaking her head. Ye Shuo looked down at his well-proportioned and slender fingers, but didn't find anything wrong. Why was Jian looking at him like that? Afraid that the man called brother would freeze to death, Jian decided to put on a cotton coat. When he was over 2 years old, Jian couldn't stand the man she called brother, always picking up dishes she didn't like for her. He didn't understand even when she told him that he was so stupid. Seeing that they really couldn't communicate, one day, Jian pushed her brother's hand away in anger and went to find chopsticks by herself. Although she was extremely unskilled in using chopsticks as it was her first time and the chopsticks fell back into the bowl at least 8 times out of 10, at least she didn't have to accept food she didn't like. You can pick up whatever you want and eat whatever you want. It's so free. After experiencing this kind of happiness once, Jian never let Ye Shuo feed her again, and she became more and more proficient in using chopsticks, from being unfamiliar at the beginning. In less than a month, Jian could eat whatever she wanted. Emperor Jingguan, who was standing by, couldn't help but hold his forehead when he saw this scene. Silly daughter, doesn't she know that besides her brother, she can also let the maids, eunuchs, or wet nurses feed her? If she wants to eat something, she can just move her mouth, why bother to do it herself? Until now, she still hasn't figured out why her brother always sends the maids, eunuchs, and wet nurses out every time she eats. Zaiju is really something. He even lied to his own sister. The next day, after his stepfather left, Ye Shuo suddenly remembered something and went to tell his mother. After hearing this, concubine Rong looked incredulous. Are you going to ask your sister to go to school? Yes. Ye Shuo said without thinking, as if it was a matter of course. She's almost 3 years old now, so she should start learning calligraphy and reading. Putting aside the question of whether to invite the princess to the study room, based on his previous actions, he shouldn't have thought of this. When Shuo'er was 3 years old, he refused to go to the study room. Now it's Jian's turn, but he looks like he's determined to send her in no matter what. I really don't know what's going on in his little head. As if he had seen through his mother's doubts, Ye Shuo cleared his throat and said seriously, I'm just thinking, there must be someone in our family who can study, right? It's not like you can't even come up with the last one, right? Concubine Rong was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt that her son's words seemed to make sense. Indeed, it is impossible for a family to have no one who can read, right? But if that's the case, won't Jian be too tired? The other princesses didn't have to do so many things. When they reached a certain age, they could read, but there were no strict requirements. It was up to the individual whether to read or not. If you want to study, there will be special female officials to teach you. If you don't want to study, you won't be forced. As a princess, it's fine for her to get married when she reaches a certain age. In the past, princesses basically all lived this way. The imperial concubine had never experienced the modern era, so naturally she didn't know that women could receive the same education as men, so she could only see the hardships her daughter was going through. If you study, you will naturally suffer, and studying itself is an extremely hard thing. But if it is not bitter now, it will be very bitter in the future. Dying consciously or living in confusion, Ye Shuo didn't know which option was better for Jian. Jian couldn't make a choice now, so Ye Shuo could only act according to his own ideas. This book is definitely a must-read. However, Ye Shuo did not say it directly, but smiled and said, you have to learn to read after all. Jian is young and has a good memory. It is not easy to forget if you learn it early. Concubine Rong thought about it and agreed. Jian needed to be enlightened no matter what. But there's no need to go to the study room, right? When the time comes, mother can just find a female official to teach her. Mother, there's no need to be so troublesome. Due to the rules of the palace, no matter how talented the female official was, she had to teach the princess female training, female rules and female admonitions. Ye Shuo didn't want Jianjian to be exposed to these things too early. Although the original intention of these books has not been distorted so much nowadays, they only teach women how to behave, and the methods seem gentle, but think about it carefully, why there are no corresponding men's training, men's rules, and men's admonitions. When the corresponding books are published, Ye Shuo will admit that this is a good thing. Everyone in the world advises women to be kind, gentle and obedient. It is indeed not a bad thing to have compassion for the weak, but sometimes women can live better by being a little cruel. Thinking of this, Ye Shuo said, isn't there a ready-made teacher right now? Don't forget that he is now giving one-on-one private lessons, so it doesn't matter if there is one more or one less person. The imperial concubine was stunned. You mean, don't we still have the tutor? Third brother is already this old and has already graduated. It would be such a waste for the tutor to only take me with him. I don't want to learn, so when the time comes, I can just take Jianjian with me. With a new student, the tutor must be very happy. Since the tutor was assigned by his adoptive father to be the prince's teacher, there must be no problem with his professional level. He is also an acquaintance, so Ye Shuo is relieved. The most important thing is that you can use the tip to block gunshots. What a great thing! At the same time, at the Taifa's house, the Taifa suddenly felt a chill on his back and couldn't help sneezing. It was the first time that the imperial concubine had seen someone speak so confidently about not liking to study. However, when she thought about herself, she felt that she was not much better, so she could not bring herself to curse. Forget it, since Shuo'er is like me, there is probably nothing I can do. I should think more about Jianjian. Jianjian is still young and she still has hope. The imperial concubine also knew that the grand tutor was indeed a good person. But, will the master agree? That's the prince's teacher, a top official of the dynasty? Would this anger him? Ye Shuo wasn't worried at all. Mom, don't worry, I have a way to get the old man, the tutor, to agree. Well, Shuo'er has even found a teacher for Jianjian, and the teacher is so respected and virtuous, now all he has to do is wait for Jianjian to go to class. It is so difficult to find a good teacher. Even a royal concubine would not be willing to miss such an opportunity. So without further thought, the imperial concubine nodded decisively. Okay. The imperial concubine made the final decision, thus determining Jianjian's fate. Poor Jianjian is still sleeping soundly, and has no idea that her mother would sell her out so easily. The two maids next to them didn't even say a word. After all, it wasn't the first time. Since the decision had been made, Ye Shuo had already started making preparations. The sixth prince, who was also in Kaiwu Palace, soon learned about this matter. He was also very confused at first, wondering why the usually lazy Ziyaju would be so persistent in the little princess's studies. Doesn't he understand the principle of not doing to others what you don't want others to do to you? However, Ye Shuo stopped the sixth prince with one sentence, it's okay for me not to count on her, but my mother and I will count on you. In such a large Kaiwu palace, there must be someone we can rely on, right? If the sixth prince could use the power of the imperial concubine and the Duke of Zhen, he would definitely be happy to do so, but this is obviously not the case at the moment. Ziyaju's intention is to find someone to support him. He felt that he was not capable enough and was ready to rely on his sister. The sixth prince was almost exhausted from studying seriously every day, so how could he have the leisure to follow his brother to fight in the arena? The sixth prince couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. I think you are much more reliable to rely on yourself than on Jianjian. It should be said that as expected of someone who has read so many books, he hit the point in one sentence. Indeed, instead of placing your hopes on children, it is better to do it yourself. But, Ye Shuo is obviously not interested in this now. But I just want to see what others can do if they try hard. Ye Shuo's expression now was as if he couldn't even fly to the sky, and he was looking for an egg in his parents' nest, hoping that the egg would fly. Even though the sixth prince didn't know this routine so clearly, he was still very angry. Not striving for progress, not striving for advancement, and willing to degenerate. After saying these 12 harsh words, the sixth prince was once again driven away in anger. Ye Shuo touched his chin, wondering if it was really that serious, and didn't notice that Xing Yuchen next to him was reading even faster. Not taking the sixth prince's words to heart at all, Ye Shuo looked like a hopeless case and continued to act as he always did. In this way, Jianjian soon noticed that for several months, her brother came home sighing every day. Jianjian took a lot of effort to figure out that it was her brother who was reading and was scolded by the teacher. So, what is reading and why does it make my brother so sad? Jianjian now still cannot understand what reading means, so she can only piece together a little bit of truth from Ye Shuo's words. Ye Shuo didn't care about that. He just hugged his sister and cried, "Wivu Jianjian, brother is so stupid. Why can't brother learn?" Indeed, her brother was really stupid. He was the dumbest person she had ever met. At first Jianjian even nodded in agreement, but when Ye Shuo started crying, she immediately panicked and didn't care about anything else. Don't cry, brother, don't cry. Ye Shuo seemed not to hear and cried even louder. If only brother could be as smart as Jianjian, if brother could be as smart as Jianjian, he would definitely be able to learn it right away. No matter how ignorant Jianjian was, she knew what the word smart meant. The imperial concubine often praised her, saying that she could speak when she was less than 1 year old, could walk when she was 1 year and 3 months old, could eat by herself when she was over 2 years old, and could wash her face by herself when she was 3 years old. After listening to her for a long time, Jianjian gradually came to realize that she was very smart. What Jianjian didn't know was that her imperial concubine thought her brother was well-behaved, sensible, and obedient. Then Jianjian, share her intelligence with, my brother. Jianjian used her sleeves to wipe the tears of her stupid brother. Alas, although these words sound nice, they are not what Ye Shuo wants. Seeing that the foreshadowing was almost complete, Ye Shuo gradually began to show his true colors. Brother isn't so clever. Brother wants Jianjian to help me get revenge, okay. But, the person that my brother can't beat, Jianjian can't beat either. The little princess was finally not completely confused and still knew her own weight. But how could such a simple girl escape the trap set by her brother? There is no need for Jianjian to help her brother fight. Jianjian only needs to use her smart brain. The little princess couldn't resist her brother's deception and agreed without thinking. For a period of time afterwards, Ye Shuo would remind her every day for fear that she would forget. Later on, Jianjian herself became more anxious. There are still 10 days left. Jianjian, are you ready? There are still 7 days left. Jianjian, I believe you can do it. 5 more days. 3 days. Jianjian, you will be able to see the master tomorrow morning. I'll leave my brother's affairs to you then. One using my for himself or oneself. No problem. At that time, Jianjian answered in the affirmative, but when the thing really happened, as a child, she could not help but back down. Children change their expressions very quickly, and it's hard to deal with them when they start crying. So Ye Shuo decided not to give her any chance to regret. The next morning, Ye Shuo knocked on his mother's door and carried his sleeping sister on his back. Although it is already May, the weather is still quite cold in the morning, so Ye Shuo specially found a cloak for Jianjian to put on. Ye Shuo's steps were extremely steady as he moved forward step by step. After the Grand Tutor left the court, Ye Shuo had almost arrived at the Eastern Palace. Although it was true that Emperor Jingguan had a special seat set up for Ye Shuo, he did not have to report there every day. Ye Shuo had specifically asked about it yesterday, and the Grand Tutor said that he would meet the Crown Prince today and teach him to read in the East Palace. To be honest, more than 3 years have passed, and the Grand Tutor had given up on the 9th Prince a long time ago. Now, apart from the Emperor's orders, the only thing that supports him is his sense of responsibility as a teacher. Nowadays, the Grand Tutor at least scolds him, but it won't be long before the Grand Tutor doesn't even bother to scold him. When the Grand Tutor and the Crown Prince came together, they happened to run into Ye Shuo. Why did he come so early today? The same thought came to their minds at the same time. Soon, the prince discovered something was wrong. Why did Ziyaju have such a big bump on his back? As if sensing the prince's doubts, Ye Shuo turned sideways, revealing Jianjian's sleeping face. Didn't the 9th prince come to class today? Why did he bring the princess with him? After seeing the little princess, for some reason, the Grand Tutor suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Soon, the preceptor's premonition came true. Teacher, Jianjian is already over 3 years old. It's time for her to start learning. Could you take the trouble to teach her how to read and write? What on earth did the 9th prince think of him? How could it be possible to ask him to teach a princess? The master did not hesitate and blurted out, no. Ye Shuo seemed a little helpless when he heard this. Okay, then I'll go find the master's wife to teach her. After all, the teacher's wife is well-read, so there is no problem for her to help Jianjian with his education. I'm really sorry, third brother, teacher, I won't bother you anymore. Without waiting for the two to react, Ye Shuo turned around and left without any reluctance. Because of her granddaughter's marriage, Mrs. Zhen had been unkind to her husband in recent years. When the Grand Tutor thought of what happened the last time he visited her house, he shuddered. Turning around, Ye Shuo couldn't help but count silently in his heart. 3, 2, 1. Wait a minute. Before Ye Shuo finished counting the last word, he heard the tutor calling him back decisively. Based on the Grand Tutor's understanding of the 9th prince, he is definitely capable of doing such a thing. The Taifa has to attend court every day, teach the prince to read, and give him advice, which is tiring enough in itself. If he cannot have peace at home, then he really has no way to survive. The Grand Tutor also understood that the 9th prince did it on purpose, but for the sake of family harmony and for himself to sleep peacefully, the Grand Tutor finally lowered his head. Even teaching this to a princess is not polite. He is a man and also the prince's teacher. How can this be allowed? But the Grand Tutor seemed to have accepted his fate. After all, since he had become involved with the 9th prince, he could not escape no matter what. Not only could he not escape, but now he had to teach his sister to read. This made the Taifa regret countless times. He should not have offended Lord Sen and then been dragged into this trouble by him. The prince was watching from the side, and he really didn't dare to speak. The prince was sure that if he dared to say one more word, Ziyaju would throw the burden on him. So, I'm sorry, teacher. The master sighed, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. I promise you. As long as the 9th prince doesn't go looking for his wife, it doesn't matter if it's against the rules, everything else can be discussed. The Grand Tutor suddenly realized that since he met the 9th prince, he seemed to have done many things that he would never do before, and he didn't even know how many times he had broken the established rules. Upon hearing this, Ye Shuo immediately carried his sister on his back and followed the two of them, once again lamenting the speed at which the ninth prince changed his expression. As he walked into the East Palace, the imperial tutor couldn't help but ask, "Aren't there clearly female officials in the palace? Why did you come to me? The princess is a woman, wouldn't it be more convenient for her to find a female official? Because you guys control everything the female officer teaches." Although he was complaining in his heart, Ye Shuo looked very serious. "My sister, I definitely want to give her the best. Teifu equals prince's teacher equals the best." After quickly understanding what the ninth prince meant, even the grand tutor couldn't help but feel relieved, finally not feeling so aggrieved. As the saying goes, flattery never wears out, no matter how many holes there are. Everyone likes to hear nice words, not to mention the Teifu, even the emperor is the same. It mainly depends on how the nice words are said. If it is too straightforward, they will feel that their intelligence is being insulted, which is why simple flattery will not make them happy but will make them angry. It's like this, a casual sentence, it's best to think about it and figure out its meaning. Anyway, the grand tutor is feeling quite comfortable right now. However, the grand tutor was not fooled by Ye Shuo's short words. It was fine if he did not explain it in advance this time. If the imperial concubine gave birth to another prince or princess in the future, he would not be the one to teach them, right? If he did not refuse in advance, his life would be in vain. Therefore, the grand tutor decisively said, "This is just the first and last time, it won't happen again. No problem. Let's not talk about whether his mother will have another child in the future. Even if she does, it will be several years later. Let's finish the current things first and think about the future later." When Ye Shuo was walking inside with Jian on his back, he faintly heard the voice of a child in the distance. He knew without thinking that it must be the prince's other children. In the few years since Jian was born, the Eastern Palace has added a lot of people, both boys and girls, but they were all born to concubines and other women. Ye Shuo did not know the details. After all, he was only familiar with the crown princess and the little grandson of the emperor. Apart from the crown princess and the little grandson of the emperor, Ye Shuo naturally would not pay attention to others. And now the little grandson was still taking classes in the study room, so Ye Shuo had even less interest. With his younger brother / the ninth prince around, the crown prince and the grand tutor naturally wouldn't bring up overly confidential topics. They only talked about the things happening in the court. As Ye Shuo listened, he couldn't bear it anymore and lay down on the table. Soon, Ye Shuo and the little princess were sleeping soundly, each one more than the other. The grand tutor and the crown prince were already accustomed to this scene, and the little ninth prince was also like this in the Kinzen palace. In the end, the little princess woke up first. Seeing the unfamiliar environment and the strange old man, she became flustered and subconsciously called Ye Shuo. "Brother, brother, where on earth is this place?" Jian still remembers that she was sleeping in her mother's room. As if he didn't see that the little princess was about to cry, Ye Shuo pointed upwards. "Third brother, you should know this, right?" The prince held his forehead with his hand, smiled at the little princess very friendly, and called her Jian. After careful identification, Jian breathed a sigh of relief. "Here, this is the master Teifu I mentioned to you before. He is my brother's teacher and will be your teacher from now on." The grand tutor was stunned when he heard this. Wait a minute, didn't he say that it was just the beginning of the study? Why did he call for a teacher? Perhaps it was because Ye Shuo's description before was too terrifying, which made Jian think that the man called Teifu must look ferocious and particularly vicious. But now, it seems that he is not so bad. Jian gradually let down her guard and her hands, which were tightly holding on to the corner of Ye Shuo's clothes, gradually loosened. But after all, he was a stranger, so Jian just called out timidly, "Master Teifu." Teifu himself had 2 daughters. Although his wife was in charge of raising his daughters, he at least held them in his arms when they were young. As for the granddaughter, she grew up day by day under the supervision of the grand tutor. When the grand tutor saw the little princess, he couldn't help but think of his daughter and granddaughter when they were young. His expression subconsciously softened, no longer as stiff as it was when he was facing Ye Shuo. "I pay my respects to the little princess." No need. "Please stand up, master." Jian was flustered for a moment when she saw this, but she was a princess after all, so she quickly calmed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ye Shuo, who was like a lazy dog, leaned close to his sister's ear and whispered, "This is the man who calls me stupid every day. Jian, you must help me get revenge. I am counting on you." The movement of the grand tutor standing up suddenly froze, and the look in his eyes when he looked at the ninth prince changed. Whenever the grand tutor thought the ninth prince was shameless enough, he would often do something even more shameless. How could he think of telling a complaint to the little princess who is only 3 years old? Brother, to be honest, Jian was just a little kid after all, and she was quite nervous and scared. But when she turned around and saw that her brother was more nervous and scared than her, and that her brother had always been stupid and couldn't do anything well, the young Jian suddenly felt a surge of courage in her heart. In the end, Jian gritted her teeth and looked into the master's eyes. Well, then. The crown prince was watching with great interest, and was even in no hurry to deal with state affairs. The grand tutor suddenly had the urge to curse. In this way, Jian started the first day of study in a daze. She didn't even know she was in school, she just thought she was getting revenge for her brother. This has always been the method for educating children. This is the 3-character classic. Come here, little princess, and follow me to read it. Man is born good. The little princess was ignorant. When people are born, their nature is good. Teifu, nature is similar, but habits are different. Jian, we are similar in nature, but different in habits. Both of them were reciting, and I guess there was nothing left for me to do. Ye Shuo yawned, closed his eyes, lay on the table and started practicing. The same thought flashed through the minds of the crown prince and the grand tutor at the same time. The 9th prince said he was looking for a teacher for the little princess. Was his purpose to divert attention? I knew he was not so kind. After counting the time, which was almost enough for a class, Ye Shuo woke up on time. At that time, Jian was in high spirits and had already learned that there are insects, fish, birds, and beasts, and this animal can fly away. At first, the grand tutor was quite dissatisfied, but he found that teaching the little princess was much easier than teaching the 9th prince, even though she was only 3 years old. But children also have their advantages. One of them is that they are very obedient, especially when facing teachers. They naturally have a sense of awe. The most important thing is that the little princess is smart and able to learn, which makes the tutor, who has not taught students for a long time and only taught Ye Shuo, suddenly feel astonished. The prince was also a little surprised. He vaguely remembered that his own son was just like this when he was just starting out. Ye Shuo was even more generous, and he clapped non-stop beside him, with a look of amazement on his face. Jian is great. Jian is amazing. The grand tutor couldn't help but praise him as well. She is much better than you. The little princess had never experienced the dangers of the world, and she soon lost herself in the praises, and her little face turned rosy. Then, Ye Shuo immediately carried her out. Brother. Jian was puzzled. Didn't he tell her to study? You have to study and play. If a child is so young, she will get sick if she sits for a long time. However, Ye Shuo's action made the Teifu very angry. He said he would teach, and he said he would play. This is simply too much. Even if you, the 9th prince, don't learn, the little princess still has to learn. Hearing this, Ye Shuo couldn't help but frown and looked down. Jian, do you still want to continue learning? Jian didn't know actually, she just simply felt happy when others praised her, so she nodded in confusion. Yes, Jian wants to learn. Then let's do this. Ye Shuo looked embarrassed. How about we have a discussion? As long as you can play for a quarter of an hour, I'll let you go to school for half an hour. How about that? In Ye Shuo's words, playing has become a burden, while studying has become a reward. But it was true that because of what he had done before, in Jian's eyes, wasn't studying much easier than playing with him? At least she didn't have to run around with him, and she didn't have to worry about him getting lost. Jian nodded without hesitation. Okay. Oh, children are so easy to deceive. In this way, Ye Shuo forced Jian to play hide-and-seek with him for half a day. Every time Jian acted like a ghost, Ye Shuo would find her accurately, but when it was Ye Shuo's turn to act like a ghost, Jian just couldn't find him no matter what. This one-sided massacre is really not fun at all. So as soon as Ye Shuo announced that the time was up, Jian immediately ran back to the house without looking back. Ye Shuo couldn't help laughing, holding his stomach and bending over with laughter in the yard. The other side. The empress was also worried about her son's studies, because the prince had a teacher specially appointed by Emperor Jingwen, and since they were both legitimate sons, they were naturally treated differently from his illegitimate brothers. Therefore, the empress was unwilling to accept this and also wanted to find a teacher to teach him individually. As a result, before she found a solution, she heard that the 9th prince had brought the little princess directly to the grand tutor. In the past, the queen never took the little princess seriously. In her opinion, how could a mere princess be as noble as a prince? But the fact is that the little princess is treated much better than her little prince in every aspect. This fact was hard for the queen to accept from the bottom of her heart. What's even more hateful is that this matter was instigated by the 9th prince. He brought the little princess directly to the grand tutor and begged him to teach her to read. Most people would never do such a thing. Only the 9th prince, who was so thick-skinned, could do it. But it was because of the 9th prince's shamelessness that this thing actually happened. There is nothing more absurd and bizarre in the world than this. After hearing this, how could the queen not feel upset? But no matter how upset she was, she couldn't use the same method to force the tutor to agree. Not to mention that the queen didn't want to be associated with the prince's teacher at all. It was not certain whether the other party could teach her son wholeheartedly. Even if the other party was willing to teach wholeheartedly, the queen couldn't bring herself to ask him for help. There are some things that are okay for children to do, but it would be inappropriate for adults to do them. There was no other way. The queen could only ask Emperor Jingwen to appoint a private tutor and ask her brother to report the 9th prince's deed. As expected, the former was immediately rejected. Emperor Jingwen really couldn't understand. The little grandsons and the princes were all in the Shangshufang now. Look at it, except Ziyaju, which prince didn't come out of the Shangshufang. Lord Sen was not much worse than the Teifu. Why did the queen have to be so eccentric? It's right for a mother to want the best for her child, but the more this is the case, the less likely it is that Emperor Jingwen will agree. Emperor Jingwen didn't want to give the queen any hope. He didn't understand why the queen just couldn't understand. As for the latter, the king's uncle reported Ziyaju to the emperor, saying that the 9th prince acted absurdly and disregarded palace rules. Emperor Jingwen was so angry that he laughed. The queen couldn't even accommodate a princess, which made her seem even more stingy. Being against the rules is one thing, and the queen's insistence on holding on to it is another. The former is that Zhu is being absurd, but it is not the first time that Zhu has acted absurdly, and she is just a princess. Even Emperor Jingguan is willing to take good care of her before she gets married. The latter is that the queen has lost her tolerance for others and has really gone backwards as she grows older. Therefore, Emperor Jingguan first fined Zhu half a year's salary, and then scolded his uncle in the court. The other ministers did not say anything either. They also felt that the princess was of no importance at all. Moreover, the emperor was particularly fond of the little princess. Minister He and others were too lazy to make the emperor unhappy because of this matter. The civil officials did not say a word, not to mention the military generals. The Duke of Zhen took the lead and scolded the king's uncle harshly. Naturally, the matter ended up in nothing. After hearing this, the queen was so angry that her hands shook for a long time. But there is no way, my son's education is already imminent. The little prince was weak, and he was already 3.5 years old before he could finally talk and walk. This delay lasted a full 6 months. The queen saw it and was very worried. If the emperor did not come forward, the teacher she or her uncle's family could find would be worse than Lord Zhen in the upper study. In the end, the queen had no choice but to send her son to the study. Sometimes the more people lack something, the more they want to show it. Now that the empress is in decline and afraid of being laughed at, she pays more attention to pomp and circumstance. On the day when the little prince was sent to the upper study, the queen arranged for 4 or 5 maids, eunuchs, and tutors. The group was so grand that when the ceremonial procession passed by, all the palace servants gave way and saluted. To show her importance, the queen came personally to see him off, so there were even more personal palace maids around. After all, it was the first day in the study, so the queen did not get up so early. When she appeared with the little prince, it was already bright. The queen held her son's hand and walked slowly along the path in the palace. She had a smile on her face and would lean over to give him a few words of advice from time to time. She looked like a real loving mother. But the little prince was not moved at all, and even seemed to want to break free. But how could the queen, an adult, do as he wished? She immediately held her hand tighter. The little prince's expression was excited for a moment, but when he met the queen's gaze, he shuddered suddenly and then immediately lowered his head. The queen was satisfied, and her voice became softer. When the time comes, my son will go to the upper study room. He must study hard and not disappoint his mother's expectations. So far, the only thing that comforts the queen is that her son has a good brain. Although he is not talkative, he is very smart. You are the only hope for your mother in this life. You must perform well and strive to surpass everyone else. You are not in good health. Only if you study hard, your brothers won't look down on you. The queen kept on giving instructions and didn't notice the change in her son's expression at all. Just at this time, Ye Shuo also came to send his sister to school. He said he was sending his sister away, but in fact it was Jian who was dragging him away. Ye Shuo's old habit of sleeping in the morning came back again, but this time it was not Emperor Jingguan or the guards who called him, but the little princess Jian. After all, the master said yesterday that we must arrive before the hour of Chen. In Jian's opinion, since the master has already set the time, how can she be late? Jian, why don't you go first and let your brother sleep a little longer? Ye Shuo yawned and begged. No, Jian, supervise, my brother. Jian was particularly stubborn about this matter. Ye Shuo wanted to cry but had no tears, having completely forgotten that she was now at the age where she should take her teacher's words as imperial decrees, and that the words of the grand tutor were even more effective than those of her stepfather. The grand tutor casually asked her to supervise herself, and Jian really carried out her orders meticulously. Ye Shuo was annoyed. What a mistake! What a mistake! Just as the brother and sister were trying their best to pull and drag the baby, they happened to run into the queen's procession. Ye Shuo was stunned at first, then he put away the playful smile on his face, and then pulled Jian to salute, greetings to the queen. What the queen was most impatient about now was seeing him, and the little princess secondly, so she didn't stay for long at all. She coldly told the two of them to get up and leave with her people. The queen's procession almost passed by Ye Shuo. Ye Shuo once again saw the little prince whom he seldom met. If he remembered correctly, the little prince should be 3 months older than Jian, but now, the little prince is more than half a head shorter than Jian. Other aspects are even more incomparable. Jian is white and plump, like a lucky doll, but the little prince is very thin, and his expression is dull, and he does not have the liveliness and cuteness of a child at all. The little prince was surrounded by maids and eunuchs. The maids and eunuchs formed a wall and imprisoned the little prince firmly inside. For some reason, this thought suddenly flashed through Ye Shuo's mind. Not sure if the little prince noticed Ye Shuo's gaze or if the queen said something to him, but he turned his head for no reason. Just as Ye Shuo was about to smile, Jian had already subconsciously waved at him. How could a child understand the complicated thoughts of adults? Jian was an extrovert by nature. Wouldn't he be more enthusiastic when he saw his peers? The little prince seemed to be startled and wanted to respond, but the queen pulled his arm hard. The little prince staggered and immediately couldn't take care of this side. That's the 9th prince and the 7th princess. Especially the 9th prince, mother warns you that no matter what, you must not become a person like him in the future. Remember. I remember. These two siblings, one is uneducated and the other breaks the rules. In short, neither of them is good. The imperial concubine is vulgar and unlettered, so she raised such children. The queen was worried and couldn't help but remind him again, you are not allowed to get close to them or play with them in the future. Do you hear me? The little prince hesitated and did not dare to resist at all. The other side. Ye Shuo had long known that the king's uncle had reported him, and he had roughly guessed who came up with the idea. But what's the use of this? He is now just an oligarch prince. His cheap father can't take away his prince status because of this matter, right? Ye Shuo plans to participate in politics in the future. Whether he participates or not has no effect on him at all. As for the salary, to be honest, his mother gives him more pocket money every month. Therefore, the king's uncle and the people behind him were completely wasting their time. As for the reason why the other party did this, Ye Shuo almost knew it. All I can say is that Ye Shuo would never stop sending Jian to school because of something like this, and it is even more impossible for him to give up his own life because of considering other people's feelings. People who are malicious towards him will be malicious towards him no matter what he does. The feelings of others are not within Ye Shuo's consideration. Soon, Ye Shuo and Jian came to the East Palace together. Having spent a long time in contact with the little princess recently, the Grand Tutor's mood has become increasingly complicated. He has sighed in his heart for who knows how many times, wishing that the 9th prince could be swapped with the little princess. If only the 9th prince could be as smart and studious as the little princess. Although the Grand Tutor did not say it directly, the look he gave the two of them was full of regret. A princess will eventually get married, so no one would say anything even if she is not very well educated. It is such a waste of intelligence on a princess. If it were an ordinary child, he would not take this matter to heart at all, but Jian was brought up by Ye Shuo himself after all, so she inexplicably began to feel unhappy about the attitude of the tutor. Ye Shuo felt somewhat relieved when he saw this. In Ye Shuo's opinion, what others think of her is not important. What is important is Jian herself and how she sees herself. Teifu had never read books like Instructions for Women and did not know how to teach girls. He taught Jian the same way the Teifu taught boys. Women are no different from men if they learn the same things as men. Just wait and see the day when the cloth that is now covering women's eyes in this world will no longer be able to hide their sharp eyes. The so-called choice is not to go with the flow and finally get married when you are old enough. It is a choice to understand all the things and the truth and then decide to get married. It is completely different in nature. So, we still have to find a way to make her study hard. Ye Shuo touched his chin and came to this conclusion. For some reason, the little princess with pointy hair, who was only 3 years old, suddenly felt a chill on her back. Just when Ye Shuo was hesitating whether to teach Jian martial arts, the 6th prince quietly celebrated his 15th birthday. The 6th prince had finally reached the age to leave the Shangshifang, participate in state affairs, and build his own residence outside the palace. And then there is. The eldest prince is coming back. Because of the relationship with the imperial concubine, the Ministry of Internal Affairs had already started preparations for the 6th prince's residence 2 years ago, and it has just been completed now. 10 years have passed since the 6th prince was 5 years old. Even though the imperial concubine only treated him as a playmate for her son at the beginning and only wanted to raise him to be a helper for her son's future, it was inevitable that she would develop feelings for him over time. This is true even for kittens and puppies, let alone such a big person. Although the 6th prince's importance in the imperial concubine's heart is far less than that of the brother and sister, Ye Shuo and Ye Jingzi, he is not as insignificant as he was at the beginning. Seeing her son like this now, the imperial concubine had no idea at all. It was obvious that her son was not that kind of material. It made no difference whether the 6th prince, the trained helper, was there or not. Today was probably the 6th prince's last day to spend the night in the palace. Even the imperial concubine couldn't help feeling sad, so she asked the small kitchen to prepare a large table of dishes. The scene and scale were even grander than those of Ye Shuo and Jian's birthdays. Emperor Jingwen originally had no plan to come. After all, in his view, it was not a big deal for his son to leave the palace and build a mansion. Every prince had gone through this. It proved that the prince had grown up. It was a happy event and a good thing. Besides, even if he moved out of the palace and built his own residence, he still had to attend court every day. He could still be seen every day, so Emperor Jingwen felt that it had no impact at all. But the imperial concubine didn't think so. The child had grown up and was different after all, so she sent someone to invite him early in the morning. For the sake of the imperial concubine, Emperor Jingwen did not refuse and came over in the evening. During dinner, he drank 2 cups of wine with the 6th prince, which made the 6th prince so excited that he felt like he had picked up money. No one can be a better father than this one. After dinner, while Emperor Jingwen and his 2 children were outside digesting their food, the imperial concubine couldn't help but wave to the 6th prince and called him to her side. The 6th prince was only slightly tipsy to begin with. It was the first time that Emperor Jingwen drank with him. The 6th prince was so excited that it showed on his face, showing a bit of drunkenness. The imperial concubine called him over, and he sobered up immediately. The 6th prince originally thought that the imperial concubine was instructing him to build up his own power in the court, and then fully support his 9th brother after he was able to attend court. The 6th prince was not stupid. How could he not know why the imperial concubine picked him up? If it wasn't for Xiaoju, why would the imperial concubine bother to raise someone else's child? From the very beginning it was nothing more than an exchange of interests, so the sixth prince was just a little sad, but not very heartbroken. To be honest, the 10 years he spent in Kiowa Palace were the happiest and most comfortable 10 years since the sixth prince was born. Just based on this, if the imperial concubine asked, the sixth prince would not refuse now. What the sixth prince did not expect was that the imperial concubine did not give him instructions as he had expected, but instead asked Suyu, who was beside her, to push a box in front of him. Then, the imperial concubine spoke slowly, "Your mother has been gone since you were born. I have raised you in the palace since you were 5 years old. Now you have grown up. I know that your family is poor, unlike your other brothers who have their own mother to support them. Although I have some money, you are not my biological child after all. Most of my money will be spent on Shuoer and Jianjian. Now I can only give you this much." The imperial concubine says whatever she wants. If he is not her biological son, then he is not her biological son. The imperial concubine will never be able to treat the sixth prince as her own son. If he can accept it, then accept it. If he can't, then just let it go. If you are interested in the future, please come to Kiowa Palace to have a look. If you are not willing, I will not force you. I can't help you with anything else. Your future will depend on your own luck. The sixth prince was startled and looked up subconsciously. Then he saw that the box was filled with large denomination silver notes such as 1,000 taels and 500 taels. There were at least a dozen or 20 of them, which was about 20,000 taels. The sixth prince had spent less than 200,000 taels of silver to build his mansion outside the palace. These 20,000 taels would be enough for him to spend for 3 to 5 years based on his current spending. After 3 to 5 years, the sixth prince would have established a firm foothold in the court, which would be just the right time for him to take over, and would be enough for him not to worry about money matters. In order to pay less, the imperial concubine had someone specially calculate it. When the time comes, you can find a better housekeeper and ask him to set up a few shops for you in Shangjing City. Who knows, you can make money from this money. Anyway, you just need to be careful. The imperial concubine gave a few casual instructions and didn't seem to take it seriously. The sixth prince knew the imperial concubine's temperament. He knew that she was straightforward and would not think too much. Adding the slight insignificant feeling of alcohol, the sixth prince blurted out, "Concubine wrong." The imperial concubine couldn't help but look over. The sixth prince hesitated for a moment, but finally he gritted his teeth and asked, "Madam Wrong, there are still 5 years before Xiaoju goes to court. If you need anything, I can dash." "Forget it, just forget it." I knew what he wanted to say, but I felt bad when he mentioned this. There is hardly a parent in the world who does not hope that their children will become successful. The imperial concubine also wants her son and daughter to be successful, but the key is that she really does not have the ability to do so. People only accept their fate when they feel there is really no hope. As long as there is even a little hope, they will never accept their fate. Isn't it just irrelevant for the sixth prince to bring up things that are not relevant? When she thought of this, the imperial concubine's mood became particularly bad, and her tone became not so good. "You should take care of yourself first." After she finished speaking, the imperial concubine did not notice the change in the sixth prince's eyes. The haze in his heart gradually dissipated, and finally, the sixth prince knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to the imperial concubine. "Thank you, Madam Wrong." On the other side, in the yard, when Emperor Jingwen heard that his son wanted to teach his daughter martial arts, his first reaction was to oppose. "I won't allow it." Emperor Jingwen knew his son's unique skills. When he thought about his son teaching his daughter such despicable tricks, he couldn't help but raise his voice. Due to physiological limitations, women are inherently weaker than men. Unless they are gifted, women will always be at a disadvantage in a fist-to-palm fight. Therefore, practicing more dirty tricks is the best choice. Ye Shuo really couldn't understand why his cheap father was so strongly opposed. Nonsense, all his tricks are aimed at hurting people. How can a girl do this? My daughter is a precious little princess. It is really inappropriate to let a princess do such a thing. Besides, the princess is always surrounded by people when she travels, so he wouldn't have to worry about Jianjian being bullied, and his little hands would become rough from practice. Seeing that Zaiju was still eager to try, Emperor Jingwen took his ignorant daughter away without saying anything, and kept warning her, "I don't care what happens to you, but you can't lead Jianjian astray. If you really want Jianjian to learn martial arts, I will find a martial arts master to teach her someday." Zaiju wanted to do it himself? Emperor Jingwen sneered, "No way." When it comes to this matter, Emperor Jingwen can be said to be endless, and he talks much more than before. And look at you, you've made Jianjian suffer so much. She's learning calligraphy and now martial arts, and her schedule is even busier than that of a prince, so why doesn't he stop doing this to her? Jianjian is just a princess. She will have me and her brothers to protect her in the future. Well, this is another person who thinks it's useless for the princess to study and practice martial arts. Everyone here thinks so. Influenced by everything, the princess naturally cannot escape from such an environment. When she wakes up one day, it is already too late. Before Ye Shuo could open his mouth to refute, Jianjian started shaking her head. No, I don't mind the trouble. I want to learn. Practicing martial arts looks great. Jianjian witnessed with her own eyes the scene of two guards fighting in the palace's martial arts field. Each of them held a long sword and stood facing each other. The atmosphere was murderous and in an instant, sand and rocks flew everywhere, making the onlookers dizzy. Even though Jianjian was still young, she couldn't help but feel her blood boiling when she saw that scene. The fight between the two guards happened 10 days ago. Perhaps the impression was too deep that Jianjian has been thinking about it until now. The look of longing on her face was beyond words. Jianjian couldn't help but demonstrate it to Emperor Jingwen in his arms. However, what Jianjian didn't know was that Ye Shuo deliberately let her see that scene, and the two guards were also specially arranged by Ye Shuo. It doesn't matter whether the weapon has high lethality or not. What matters is that it must be cool enough, handsome enough, and able to scare the little girl. Jianjian is naive and could be deceived by him, but Emperor Jingwen is an adult and the emperor. How could he not know the tricks here? He uses the same trick every time. He is really good at deceiving his own sister. However, Ye Shuo not only did not feel ashamed, but instead looked righteous. When Emperor Jingwen saw this, the veins on his forehead twitched. Just when Emperor Jingwen was about to curse, the sixth prince finally walked out of the room. Although the sixth prince had never been listed in the imperial concubine's imperial edict, after all, the imperial concubine had raised him for so many years. Before the sixth prince left the palace, the imperial concubine naturally had something to tell him, but Emperor Jingwen did not ask in detail. As for Ye Shuo, a little kid who depended on his mother for support and cheated his sister for her New Year's money, he couldn't afford to give a very expensive gift, so he could only start with the gift of thought. This is the most complete version of the 5 animals exercises that I specifically requested from the old doctor. You must remember to practice it more often in the future. There are also these medicinal pillows and waist pillows. They are filled with medicinal herbs such as Sisyphus jojoba seeds, Salvia miltioriza, and astragalus. They are very helpful for your sleep. Remember to use them when you sleep. The sixth prince had not read many medical books, but he knew that Chinese jujube seeds and other foods were used to treat blood deficiency. That is to say, even at this time, Ziyaju was still saying that he was weak. But despite this, the sixth prince couldn't help but feel a little moved. This pillow, did you sew it yourself? Yes. Ye Shuo nodded without hesitation. I personally gave the order to have Suyu and the others sew it. The sixth prince. After all the talk, he just opened his mouth. The sixth prince sighed and told himself to be content and not to demand too much from Ziyaju. To be honest, this pillow is really good. The faint medicinal fragrance does make it easier for him to fall asleep than before. However, the sixth prince's emotion did not last long. The next morning, when he was about to leave, Ye Shuo came out wrapped in a cloak. Why are you wrapped up so tightly in the hot summer? Taking a closer look, the sixth prince discovered that he was only wearing an undergarment underneath, and without the cloak, everything was exposed. Underwear is equivalent to modern pajamas. Ye Shuo was too lazy to change clothes. He was still waiting to send the sixth prince away and then go back to take a nap. When their eyes met, Ye Shuo's expression looked extremely innocent. Why? The sixth prince only felt a sense of reality now. After he left, there was no one he could trust in the entire Kiowa palace. The most reliable one left was Jianjian, who was only 3 years old. The sixth prince sighed, patted his brother's shoulder, squatted down, and said to the little princess with a look of pity, when sixth brother is gone, the Kiowa palace will all depend on you. If there is anything, remember to ask someone to tell sixth brother. Jianjian couldn't help it and immediately straightened her chest. Sixth brother, don't worry. Don't worry, don't worry. Looking at Ye Shuo who was standing aside, still yawning and careless, when he looked over, he still looked puzzled and confused, and grinned at him. Finally, the sixth prince dragged his steps that suddenly became heavy, and slowly left the Kiowa palace where he had lived for 10 years. Ye Shuo was still holding his cloak and waving, goodbye, Xiaoming. When you have time in the future, remember to come home often. The sixth prince thought that he would be much more comfortable after he established his own residence outside the palace, but in fact it seemed that he did not feel that way. On the contrary, because he has not yet been engaged, there are very few people in the prince's mansion, so he seems even more lonely and deserted. The sixth prince used to think that his ninth brother was noisy and never had a moment of rest. He was always causing trouble or something else, and the entire Kiowa palace was always in a state of chaos. The sixth prince used to be impatient, always thinking that everything would be fine once he got out, and that he wouldn't have to endure all this once he got out. Now that he had really come out, the sixth prince felt deserted instead. Think about it, I really am. The sixth prince couldn't help but laugh. But the sixth prince was the sixth prince after all, and he did not allow this weak mood to last long. Or rather, he just took a nap, and by the time he went to court on the first day, he had returned to normal. Everyone else has a mother, but he doesn't, so there will always be no one behind him. There may be people like Ziyaju and Gaifei appearing in the middle, but in the end, it will not last long. The imperial concubine has Ziyaju as her son, and no matter what, I will never become her son. Ziyaju, the little princess, and the imperial concubine, the 3 of them are a family. The sixth prince felt that he must be strong so that he could walk the next path without fear. And now that he has finally come into contact with court affairs, a new journey has slowly come into view. Although Emperor Jingwen had a mediocre feeling towards this son, he also knew that the sixth prince was outstanding, so Emperor Jingwen did not treat him unfairly in this regard. As soon as he entered the court, Emperor Jingguan directly let him take the assignment of the Ministry of Personnel. The Ministry of Personnel was in charge of the appointment, dismissal, imperial examinations, promotion, demotion, transfer, honors, etc. of all civil officials in the Zhou Dynasty, and its responsibilities were quite heavy. Although Emperor Jingguan only asked him to participate instead of being in charge, it was also a sign of his great importance. As the saying goes, hard work pays off. Emperor Jingguan naturally noticed the efforts of the sixth prince. The sixth prince was extremely ambitious, but he also knew that this matter could not be rushed, so after entering the Ministry of Personnel, he did not rush to show his abilities. Instead, after he had figured out the operating rules of the Ministry of Personnel, he gradually began to relax. Emperor Jingguan saw all of this and felt very satisfied. It can be said that over the years, the imperial concubine only provided the sixth prince with basic things such as food and drink, and the rest depended entirely on the sixth prince's own efforts. Not long after, Ye Shuo received the news that the sixth prince was doing very well in the Ministry of Personnel following the fourth prince. As expected, this guy has been dishonest since he was a child, and he is indeed suitable for a place like officialdom. Look, it hasn't been long since then and he's already been able to get the hang of it smoothly. It's hard to deny his talent. Ye Shuo sighed in his heart, but soon he got back into the game with Jian. Of course, this time it was not hide and seek. Jian would never play hide and seek with him. This time it was shuttlecock kicking, to see who could kick the most. The shuttlecock is made of copper coins and chicken feathers, especially the tail feathers from the back of a rooster. It is so beautiful. But the ending was not unexpected and was no better than hide and seek. How could Jian, a kid, have the speed to react to Ye Shuo's? After a while, she was so angry that she started to howl. Looking from the house into the yard, the prince couldn't help but laugh. After so many years, Zhu still has the mentality of a child. In the past, he bullied his son, but now that Zhu has a younger sister, he has started bullying his own sister. It cannot be said that it has grown, it can only be said that it has become worse and more excessive. Who said it wasn't? The Taifa was also convinced. He had seen naughty children, but this was the only one who was naughty and made no progress. It seems like the ninth prince's character is ingrained in his bones, and he probably won't be able to change it in this lifetime. Now, the Grand Tutor depends on the steady little princess to keep him alive. The existence of the little princess makes the Grand Tutor no longer doubt whether his level is enough to become a teacher. At first, the Grand Tutor was not very willing to teach the little princess, but now that the ninth prince is here to take care of the little princess, the Grand Tutor feels at ease. At least there is someone who is willing to learn, proving that I am not talking to a cow. Seeing that the Grand Tutor had endless things to say when he mentioned Zhu, the prince hesitated to speak. In fact, this was not what he wanted to say. The Grand Tutor then realized that now was not the time to talk about this. The master even recovered from his complaining state. Your Highness, I heard that the eldest prince will be back soon. Yes. The prince's information is more accurate than that of the tutor. It will arrive in 10 days at the latest. The eldest prince informed his father of the news 2 months ago, and his father agreed. Of course, the prince was not concerned about these things. Instead, the reason why the eldest prince came back was because he won the battle with biting. Not only did they win, but they won a complete victory. There has been very little record of this since the founding of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Even when the Duke of Zhen led the troops, there were only 1 or 2 such times. The people of biting have always been tough, so winning is extremely difficult. When the previous emperor was in power, the Great Zhou even lost 7 cities in a row and finally took them back with great difficulty. The eldest prince's move really dealt a heavy blow to biting's fighting spirit and suppressed its arrogance. From the perspective of the country, the prince is naturally happy, but from a personal perspective, it is naturally very bad. As the eldest prince, he was not very convinced of his own status as the crown prince. Back then, his mother was just an insignificant concubine, while his mother was the crown princess. Naturally, the eldest prince did not dare to say what was in his mind directly at that time. But now, his mother has passed away for many years, and the eldest prince's biological mother is already concubine, one of the 3 concubines. The eldest prince is also the eldest, so how can the prince not worry? What's more, the eldest prince returned with military merits this time. With his achievements, even his father would have to praise him highly. As the saying goes, the west wind prevails over the east wind. If the eldest prince gains power, his brilliance as the crown prince will inevitably be overshadowed. There is nothing that can be done about it. Now I am just worried whether these days will ever end. The prince smiled bitterly. I have lived peacefully in Shangjing City for so many years, and now it is finally time to repay my debts. At this point, this is all we can do. The Grand Tutor couldn't help but sigh. With the defeat of biting, the rise of the eldest prince is unstoppable. Your Highness, please be patient for a while. If the prince steps out at this time, it will only do harm and no good. Your Highness, please relax. As long as the emperor does not change his mind, your position will not be shaken by anyone. The issue of the crown prince is related to the foundation of the country. The crown prince has long passed the most difficult period and has now established a firm foothold. This cannot be easily changed, so the current tutor is not actually that worried. After all, no matter how great the achievements are, they are not as important as the emperor's intentions. The prince was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I hope so. I just don't know how long the happy days in the East Palace can last. Listening to the sounds of Ziju and the little princess playing and fighting in the yard outside, the prince couldn't help but show envy in his eyes, and then sighed. It's better to be a child, but at this time, he would never let anything go. The Grand Tutor remained silent. 10 days passed in a flash, and early in the morning Ye Shuo was woken up by Xiao Lizi and Xing Yuchen. Oh, Your Highness, why are you still sleeping? The eldest prince is about to take his men back to the capital. After 3 days of rest, the army led by the eldest prince has reached the time to enter the city. No matter what, the 9th prince must not be late this time. Ye Shuo was still very sensible about this matter. This time, Ye Shuo did not let Xiao Lizi and Xing Yuchen wait too long and quickly got out of bed. Xiao Lizi was stunned for a moment, wondering why the 9th prince got up so early today. If Ye Shuo knew what Xiao Lizi was thinking, he would definitely say something. Of course, because of this matter, he went to bed much earlier than usual last night. After washing up, Ye Shuo changed his clothes and opened the door. It was only at this time that Ye Shuo noticed that today's weather didn't seem to be particularly good. It was indeed inconvenient in ancient times because there was no weather forecast. For such a big event, it was necessary to choose a sunny day. But unfortunately, the matter had already been decided and could not be easily changed. As long as it doesn't rain, it doesn't matter if the sky is a little cloudy. Ye Shuo was eating breakfast when he noticed that Xiao Jianjian came running over to him without him noticing. Ye Shuo originally wanted to go find her specifically, but now it seems that there is no need. Without waiting for Jianjian's response, Ye Shuo quickly said, "Eat quickly. I'll take you to see the big scene later." After saying that, Ye Shuo stuffed the bean bun into the little princess's hand without saying anything. The imperial concubine who followed closely behind could not help but be stunned when she heard this. Why did you take Jianjian to do something like this? Ye Shuo didn't even think twice. The army is entering the city. It's a rare sight. It would be a pity not to bring Jianjian to see it. Imperial concubine. There would be people everywhere, so what was so interesting about it? Was he just taking it as a normal trip? But Jianjian didn't care about that. When she heard about going outside the palace, it was quite attractive for a child, so she subconsciously started to eat the bean bun in her hand. By the time Ye Shuo finished eating, Jianjian was almost done. He wiped her paws with a handkerchief, and then Ye Shuo threw Jianjian onto his back. Before Jianjian could even react, he said, "It's too late. Hold on tight. I won't be responsible if you fall." Jianjian subconsciously hugged his neck. The child was too honest, and Ye Shuo almost rolled his eyes. Just like that, the imperial concubine had no time to stop it at all. She could only watch her son running away with her daughter on his back, and soon they disappeared. Looking at Xiao Lizi and Xing Yuchen who were desperately chasing after them, the imperial concubine couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. At the same time, on the other side, the fact that the eldest prince had defeated Biding made Emperor Jingguan very happy. Even though he had known about it several months ago, he was still very happy that the eldest prince had returned to the court. To show his importance, he notified all the princes and Prime Minister He and others, and prepared to go to the city wall of Shangjing City to welcome him in person. As for the infighting among the princes, it has now spread to the smallest details. Ye Shuo thought that he was already very early as he arrived a quarter of an hour early, but in fact the second prince and his companions had already arrived half an hour ago, so compared to them, Ye Shuo was once again very gloriously late. Just when Emperor Jingguan thought that the little bastard would not be able to get out of bed today, and just when Emperor Jingguan could not help frowning, he saw something in the distance running towards him at an extremely fast speed and in an unruly manner. This figure. Emperor Jingguan couldn't help it and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. What is that? The second prince stared blankly, trying hard to identify it. Looking at the fifth prince and the sixth prince next to them, they already looked like they were in a state of great headache but were not surprised at all. Being brothers with this guy is really embarrassing. The fifth prince gritted his teeth secretly. Emperor Jingguan was in a very complicated mood at this time, feeling both relieved and angry. The good news is that he didn't go too far and stayed in bed until his elder brother came back. The bad news is that even though he came, he still caused a lot of trouble. After Ye Shuo ran all the way, Jian on his back almost vomited. Now her eyes were full of tears and she looked like she wanted to vomit but couldn't. She looked so miserable. The moment he saw Jian, Emperor Jingguan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Why did you bring Jian here? Your Majesty, we're here to welcome my eldest brother back to the palace. Ye Shuo said as if it was a matter of course. So, did he think that this family was going to go out for fun? Emperor Jingguan originally wanted to scold him, but after Wang Ziquan reminded him that there was not much time left before departure, Emperor Jingguan reluctantly endured it. Forget it, he has already brought her here, and it's too late to send the little princess back now. Hurry up and join the team. As expected of the ninth prince, he is still being scolded at this time. Upon seeing this, all the ministers could not help but shake their heads. Ye Shuo didn't feel ashamed at all. He brought Jian to the side of the sixth prince. On the way, he asked about the sixth prince's recent situation. How do you feel after building your own palace? At this hour, Ziju is still chatting. The sixth prince curled his lips and said, it's okay. Seeing that he was about to speak again, the sixth prince quickly said, don't talk anymore. Get ready to get on the carriage. We are about to leave the city. Seeing the carriage coming in front of him, Ye Shuo had to shut his mouth. The sixth prince breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, the group of people arrived at the gate of Shangjing City in a mighty manner. Probably because they had also received the news of the Great Zhou's victory, the people around were jubilant and the entire Shangjing City was filled with joy and peace. Ye Shuo couldn't help but sneak a peek at the prince next to his adoptive father, only to find that the prince had a smile on his lips, looking as if he was also happy about this. From time to time, he would even praise his adoptive father, showing the wise and generous image of the crown prince. Ye Shuo was stunned for a moment, then sighed. Brother. Including the sixth prince, everyone's attention was not here at this moment. Only the little princess Jianjian noticed that something was wrong with her brother. Seeing Jianjian looking up at him, Ye Shuo shook his head gently. Nothing. I just feel that the wind is getting stronger right now. I wonder if it will rain later. For some reason, Jianjian suddenly felt that her brother standing on the city wall at this moment was particularly gloomy, with a solemn look between his brows, totally different from his usual smiling face. However, it was only a brief moment, and when Jianjian blinked, she looked carefully and found that her brother was still the same brother, except that the words "not doing his job properly" were almost written on his face. The pointed and tender little face suddenly fell. Since they were welcoming the victorious soldiers back, the queen, as the mother of the country, was naturally there as well. Not only was the queen there, she even brought the little prince with her. The queen held the little prince's hand and never let go for a moment. You must take a good look at what the eldest prince looks like today. Pretending to straighten the little prince's clothes, the queen said softly. She wanted to let her son see how high-spirited and energetic his elder brother is now. Almost as soon as the words fell, the little prince suddenly became nervous. Not to mention the queen, even the second prince and the others couldn't help but feel nervous. On the city wall, the people looked all different, and Ye Shuo felt tired just by looking at them. Just when Ye Shuo was feeling bored, he suddenly felt the city wall under his feet shaking slightly. Listening carefully, he could hear the sound of galloping horses in the distance, like fine drum beats, becoming closer and clearer. Ye Shuo was startled, then suddenly looked up. I saw the small black dots that were the size of ants just now gradually enlarged, and one by one, their figures gradually appeared. When they were about 2 or 3 miles away from Shangjing City, the eldest prince made a gesture and all the soldiers stopped. Looking at the towering Shangjing City in the distance, a complex look flashed across the eldest prince's eyes. After 10 years of hardships at the border, I finally returned here alive. I just wonder if my brothers are living a comfortable life in the capital? Go. Quickly restraining the various emotions in his eyes, the eldest prince gently patted his beloved warhorse. The warhorse had followed the eldest prince for several years and was naturally familiar with every command of the eldest prince. It quickly changed from its previous wild galloping state to slowly walking forward. The road of more than 2 miles was neither long nor short. It took no more than a quarter of an hour for the large army to appear in front of them. Ye Shuo had excellent eyesight and immediately saw the man at the front of the team. The man was tall and strong, with deep facial features. Perhaps due to years of fighting, he exuded a murderous aura that was intimidating without even getting angry. Compared to him, the other princes, including the crown prince, were like flowers in a greenhouse. The prince's hands tightened for a moment, but soon relaxed again before anyone else noticed. Ye Shuo was ready to watch it a few more times. It was a live version of the ancient military parade. The scene was indeed spectacular enough and rare to see in many years. But after a while, he saw Jianjian below desperately pulling at his sleeves. Brother, I want to see. It turned out that Jianjian was young and short, and couldn't see what was happening below at all. Ye Shuo didn't think much about it. He just picked up Jianjian and put her on the top of the city wall. Jianjian still didn't know what fear was. She was so brave that even Ye Shuo had to admit defeat. So she was not afraid and looked over with curiosity in her eyes. Wherever the main force below went, the 2 scorching gazes followed. The eldest prince, who was leading the group, raised his head sharply, and then he saw 2 figures moving along with his movements. They were completely fake and completely different from the others. The amazement in his eyes was almost overflowing. They are exactly the same as the common people they met along the way. When he reached the bottom of the city wall, the 2 children bent their bodies lower, and finally they were lying on the wall to watch. Ye Shuo couldn't help but touch his chin, so impressive. Jianjian nodded repeatedly. That's right. The eldest prince. Looking at their ages, the eldest prince almost instantly figured out the identities of the 2 people, the adult and the child. Everyone in the palace said that the 9th prince acted arbitrarily, and it turned out to be true. Not long after, the eldest prince came before Emperor Jingguan. The first moment he saw Emperor Jingguan, the eldest prince knelt down and said, "Your Highness, I pay my respects to you, father. Long live your Highness." He was only 17 years old when he left the palace. Now, 10 years have passed and he is already 27 years old. Thinking of this, even the eldest prince couldn't help but feel excited. Therefore, when he met Emperor Jingguan, he inevitably leaked some information. "Father, I have accomplished my mission and brought back the head of General Biding Lanruo to present to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the person behind the eldest prince walked out in time, holding a wooden box in his hand. Almost at the moment he saw the wooden box, Ye Shuo covered Jianjian's eyes in time and refused to let go no matter how Jianjian struggled. It is right to exercise children, but this does not include letting them look at human heads. If this is not done properly, it may leave a lifelong psychological trauma on them. Even if there is blood involved, we have to wait until the child grows up a little. But Ye Shuo's behavior doesn't necessarily mean the queen will be the same. The empress was standing next to Emperor Jingguan and was quite close to him. The moment the little prince saw the box, he instinctively wanted to close his eyes. However, the empress pinched his palm hard, and the little prince couldn't help but scream in pain. Almost at the same time, the wooden box opened, and the man's head inside was wide-eyed and full of murderous intent. Caught off guard, the little prince screamed subconsciously. The so-called legitimate son of the Empress' central palace is just like this, not even half as good as the son of the previous empress. The eldest prince glanced at the younger prince, and seeing his reaction, he didn't take him seriously at all, and quickly looked at the crown prince. Seeing that the prince's expression did not change, he was actually a little surprised. He clapped his hands and praised, "It really is General Lanruo's head. Big brother is really brave." The prince was as flawless as ever. This guy has been acting like this since he was a child. He is so boring. The eldest prince's interest suddenly dropped by half, but looking at the reactions of his other brothers, especially the second prince who was only good at literature and not martial arts, his face turned slightly pale, and the fourth prince and others were not much better. As for the rumored ninth prince, he looked up at the sky and the earth, and refused to look at the wooden box no matter what. The eldest prince couldn't help but sneer in his heart when he saw this. What a bunch of wimps. Although the eldest prince's ridicule was not only directed at the younger prince, but more at his other grown-up brothers, the queen didn't think so in her heart. Catching a glimpse of the contempt in the eldest prince's eyes, the queen couldn't help feeling humiliated. Especially her own son's scream made the queen even more embarrassed. The little prince seemed to sense something vaguely, and couldn't help but tremble even more violently. Emperor Jingguan, on the other hand, was surprised at first, but after he recognized the face, he was overjoyed. Lanruo, this name sounds gentle and amiable, but in fact, who in the Three Kingdoms does not know this General Lanruo? How could Emperor Jingguan not be happy when such a powerful general of Biding was killed by his own son? Good. Emperor Jingguan said 3 good words in a row, which made everyone present excited. The eldest prince felt relieved upon seeing this, and he obviously realized that the hardships he had endured for the past 10 years were not in vain. Ye Shuo stood at almost the farthest position, watching everything from afar. He knew in his heart that at this point, the conflict between the eldest prince and the crown prince was inevitable. The previous emperor was incompetent and wars were frequent during his reign, so in the end there were no more titles to be given and he allowed my grandfather's family to become more powerful. When my chief dad ascended the throne, over 70% of the military generals were direct descendants of my grandfather. My grandfather's power was deeply rooted and intertwined. My chief dad felt that his throne was unstable, but he was unable to interfere in military affairs for a while. It is difficult to convince ordinary people to be in this position. Without a foundation and achievements, how can the generals in the army recognize them? In the end, no matter how hard they try, they are just a decoration and will never have access to real power. Therefore, the person chosen by the chief father must be important enough. And in this world, is there anyone more important than the Dragon Prince? The generals may not listen to ordinary people, but they must listen to the prince, right? At that time, all the princes were still young, the position of the crown prince could not be moved, and the second prince was weak, so Emperor Jingguan could only let the eldest prince, who was only 17 years old, take on all the responsibility. The eldest prince takes the lead, and the people arranged by Emperor Jingguan can gradually grow under the wings of the eldest prince. Now, 10 years have passed, and the family of the Duke of Zhen is finally no longer a major concern for Emperor Jingguan. All the chaos had been sown as early as the time of the previous emperor, but it is only now gradually emerging. Ye Shuo asked himself, if he were the eldest prince, would he be willing to accept this? He worked so hard to support the country, but his younger brothers were eating, drinking, and having fun under his wings, enjoying all the wealth and luxury in the world. No one would be willing to do this. And what about the crown prince? His position as the heir to the throne was decided when he was 10 years old, and there was no turning back for him. As for the second prince, the fourth prince, the fifth prince, and the sixth prince, perhaps they do not have that thought at the moment, but as the fight between the crown prince and the eldest prince intensifies, they will gradually develop that thought. Although everyone was so happy at the moment, in Ye Shuo's eyes, it seemed like a storm was about to come. Human nature is like this, and it is beyond human power. As long as human nature is not destroyed, disputes will not end. This is what is called the pain of wakefulness. Although he knew when he came to this world that this day would come sooner or later, when this day really came, Ye Shuo still found it difficult to accept it. In fact, Ye Shuo has tried his best to avoid dealing with his brothers over the years. He has also reminded himself not to invest too much emotion in them. It's just that emotions are something that cannot be controlled by humans. Over time, they will appear more or less. Ye Shuo is a human, not a god. He simply cannot regard these living people as NPCs in the game. NPCs can come back to life after death, but they are just a piece of data. If they die, they are really dead and will never come back. Especially the prince, who once saved Ye Shuo's life by accident. If the prince's attendant had not happened to come by, causing the midwife's hand to tremble, he would have been dead by now. Of all people, what Ye Shuo least wanted to see was something happening to the crown prince. But now that the eldest prince is back, the possibility of nothing happening to the crown prince is extremely low. Ye Shuo knew very well that once a person reached that point, he would feel helpless. Even if the prince did not want to fight, reality would force him to do so. The eldest prince has made great contributions and is very popular for a while. If you want to compete with him, you will definitely need more followers. How can the party develop? Don't even think about it if there is no sufficient benefit. If the prince's position is stable, he will naturally attract a large number of followers, but if his position is unstable, what can he rely on? At this point, Ye Shuo's only hope is that the prince must not go astray. My stepfather is no pushover, and neither are my group of fierce and ferocious brothers. If the prince showed any weakness, he would be attacked and eaten by everyone. The so-called crooked path is bound to be a dead end. As for asking the eldest prince to give up voluntarily, if you put yourself in his shoes, it's impossible. Otherwise, why would the eldest prince risk his life and stay at the border for 10 years? Sometimes people just can't see things too clearly. If they see too clearly but are powerless to do anything about it, all that will result is endless torture. Ye Shuo subconsciously closed his eyes. He had never hated his own intelligence so much. It made him unable to harbor any hope of luck. Elder brother. I don't know if it was telepathy, but when Jianjian looked up, she was immediately frightened by her brother's pale face. Brother, what's wrong with you? Although Jianjian usually disliked him, she was still very nervous when she saw him like this, and even spoke in a much softer voice. Seeing that he seemed to have frightened her, Ye Shuo was startled, then shook his head. Nothing, I was just frightened by General Lan Ruo's head just now. Is it really scary? Jianjian was originally unhappy that he suddenly blindfolded her, causing her to not see anything. Now seeing his performance, she suddenly felt sympathetic. Ye Shuo nodded without hesitation. Of course, it's particularly scary. The princes, who rarely saw such a bloody scene, were also frightened at first, but they all tried their best to cover it up. He was the only one who said it so bluntly. Even the eldest prince couldn't help but look at his younger brother a little more. This younger brother is a bit bad, but at least he is honest. After all the soldiers entered Shangjing City, Ye Shuo went back with them in a carriage. The great victory of the eldest prince made the people vent their anger. Flowers and purses were thrown at the eldest prince and his men along the way without any cost. After a while, the eldest prince and the generals were covered with the fragrance of flowers, which contrasted with their armor that had been washed but still had dried blood in the cracks, and their cheeks that were slightly glowing red. In the bloody scene, it became beautiful. Lifting the curtain, looking at the flower petals all over the sky, and then looking at the little princess next to him who was having a lot of fun with a look of surprise on her face, Ye Shuo couldn't help but smile. After the eldest prince and the generals returned to the Xianzhang Hall, his stepfather would naturally reward them lavishly. Of course, this is not something Ye Shuo should worry about. Emperor Jingguan was sitting on the dragon throne, still thinking about how to start the conversation. Unexpectedly, before Emperor Jingguan could say anything, the eldest prince had already stepped forward and offered the tiger talisman representing military power with both hands. 10 years ago, my father gave this tiger talisman to me. 10 years later, I have fulfilled my mission. Now the tiger talisman has returned intact to Zhao. I hope you can take it back. The moment the words fell, the expressions of the crown prince and the grand tutor changed almost at the same time. The more the eldest prince acted like this, the more difficult it became for the two of them. They originally thought that if he refused to hand over his military power, they would still have room to talk later, but now the eldest prince was so obedient that the two of them could not do anything. Emperor Jingguan became even happier upon seeing this. Looking at his eldest son's now mature face, Emperor Jingguan was silent for a moment, then said casually, "You have suffered a lot in the past 10 years. This sentence is not from an emperor to his subjects, but from a father to his son." Emperor Jingguan knew that he owed a lot to his eldest son, so he couldn't help but soften his heart now. The eldest prince left home at the age of 17 and returned at the age of 27. Although he had other thoughts, he also wanted to prove one thing. He, Ye Lianchang, is no worse than Ye Shuo. 10 years ago, the eldest prince was just a young man who was holding a grudge in his heart and wanted to win his father's favor. So what if he was the crown prince? He was just born into the womb of the late queen, but his mother arrived at the crown prince's residence 2 years earlier than the late queen? And today, wasn't he standing with the crown prince by virtue of his own efforts? The eldest prince had been waiting for Emperor Jingguan to say this for 10 years. Just one simple word, "It's hard work," made the eldest prince's eyes suddenly red even though he had never cried out in pain when a poison arrow pierced his shoulder. Replying to father, "It's not hard. It's what a son should do." Emperor Jingguan could not help but step forward and help him up personally. When the prince saw this scene, he could only smile bitterly in his heart. After all, one of them was the emperor and the other was the prince, so they quickly calmed down their emotions. Then, the eldest prince brought an unexpected news. Biding is preparing to send an envoy to discuss the relations between the two countries. Now that the war has come to an end, there should be an explanation between both sides, right? What's more, the eldest prince killed their general Lanruo and seized their 3 cities. Biding cannot sit still this time. General Lanruo's head has been cut off and he cannot be resurrected. The other party's only purpose in coming here is to take the 3 cities occupied by the Great Zhou. Although the eldest prince won, the price he paid was not small. Therefore, the Great Zhou naturally had to be extremely cautious when dealing with the envoys from biting. Emperor Jingguan's heart trembled. I understand. Let's hand it over to the Ministry of Rights now. There is a lot of exchanges between the three countries, so the Ministry of Rights is familiar with such matters. After a brief discussion with the ministers, Emperor Jingguan showed sympathy for the eldest prince and asked him how he had been doing over the years. The ministers did not want to interfere in the affairs between the father and son, and soon they all left. But when they were leaving, no matter whether it was the Prime Minister or the Minister of the Chancellery, their eyes had changed to varying degrees. Before the eldest prince returned, the prince's position was naturally stable. But now that the eldest prince has returned, and has returned victoriously, the situation has suddenly become delicate. He Xiang and Xing Shuling, who were not members of the Crown Prince's party, had to take the eldest prince into their consideration. The princes are trying to win over these old ministers, and these old ministers are naturally also considering these princes. No one uttered a word, and soon they all dispersed. The other side. The queen had just returned to her palace and hadn't even had time to sit down when she saw her son's timid look, and she became furious. Especially when compared with the heroic and extraordinary eldest prince, his own son seemed even more stingy and cowardly. What the queen wanted was a prince like the eldest prince who could bring honor to her, not a child like her own son. Cry, 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 you just know how to cry. You really brought shame to me today. It's just a human head, but you are so scared. Look at yourself, do you look like a prince at all? What's the point of giving birth to such a useless prince? Not only will he be burdened with illnesses. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. However, the queen also knew that with her son's innate conditions, it would be difficult for him to become like the eldest prince in his lifetime. Although she was unwilling, the queen could do nothing about it. Changing the subject, the queen quickly asked about the little prince's recent studies. In fact, the little prince knew the answers to all the questions she asked, but because the queen's expression was so terrifying, the little prince was so nervous that he couldn't answer them. The more anxious he became, the less he could speak, and soon the little prince's breathing became rapid and he looked like he was out of breath. Instead of showing any sympathy, the queen became even more angry. However, she had just cursed him twice. The little prince had been staying up late to study and had to get up early, and he had been frightened before. After coming back, he had to endure the verbal humiliation from his own biological mother. He couldn't even catch his breath and fainted. I touched my forehead again and it was burning hot. Soon, the queen's palace was in chaos, and this summer rain finally fell. Ye Shuo soon heard about the envoy's arrival, and also heard the news that the little prince fell ill due to the previous rainstorm. As to whether he really got sick because of the rain, Ye Shuo had an idea in his mind. How could such a young child, less than 4 years old, not be frightened when he first saw such a scene? The queen has been trying to force the growth of seedlings, but she forgets that if she pulls too hard, the seedlings will rot. The entire harem was very lively for a while because of the eldest prince's return to the palace, but it quieted down after about half a month. The days in the palace seemed to be unchanged, but the rain seemed to have turned on a switch, and it kept raining on and off, and it had been raining for half a month and it hadn't cleared up yet. Not to mention Emperor Jingguan and the crown prince, even Ye Shuo felt something was wrong. You have to know that summer is the flood season. Given the drainage level in ancient times, too much precipitation would cause big problems. As expected, 3 days later, news came from the south that the Yuan River, the mother river of the Great Zhou, had burst its banks. After listening to Xiao Liz's words, Ye Shuo's hand holding the charcoal pencil suddenly paused. Envoy, the river burst its banks. These two things together are not a good thing. Although the eldest prince and his stepfather announced to the outside world that they had won a great victory, the price they paid behind the scenes must have been heavy. Two countries that were originally evenly matched, suddenly one of them becomes increasingly powerful, and then defeats the other as if opening up its ren and du meridians. It is easy to imagine that this kind of thing is unlikely to happen. The bursting of the Yuan River's dike is a matter of great importance and will certainly consume a great deal of manpower and material resources. If the envoys discover any signs of weakness in the Great Zhou during their visit, they may come back again after returning. By then, the Great Zhou will be in danger due to internal and external troubles. This can be seen from the sudden change in the atmosphere in the palace. Ever since Ye Shuo was born, the palace has never been so tense. The palace servants, who had originally seemed relatively relaxed, were now in a hurry. Apart from their master's orders, they refused to say a single word, fearing that saying the wrong thing would bring disaster upon themselves. Especially the eunuch Wang Zaiquan of the Qinzhen Palace. Even eunuch Wang doesn't seem to smile now, let alone others. Ever since the news of the Yuan River bursting its banks, my stepfather has never set foot in the harem again and has simply slept in the Qinzhen Hall at night. The same goes for the prince, who is almost nowhere to be seen nowadays. Prime Minister He and the Grand Tutor came and went, with a hint of worry on their faces. It was obvious that they also found the situation difficult. Under such circumstances, the Grand Tutor didn't even have time to take care of the 9th prince and the little princess, and directly gave them both a holiday. Under normal circumstances, Ye Shuo would have been extremely happy, but now, he really couldn't laugh. Since he has become a prince of the Zhou Dynasty in this life, he will never be able to get rid of this identity for the rest of his life. Now in the Great Zhou Dynasty, he has his mother, his grandfather's family, and many other people he cares about, so Ye Shuo naturally cannot leave them. Only when the Great Zhou is doing well can Ye Shuo live a good life. In this situation, Ye Shuo couldn't just sit there and do nothing, right? Thinking about it, Ye Shuo sighed, then somersaulted and sat up from the gorgeous carved wooden bed. Then Ye Shuo sent Xiao Luzi to deliver the several books that had been sorted out 2 days ago, as well as a letter to his eldest cousin in the name of purchasing. It is written very clearly in the letter, and my cousin will naturally understand it after reading it. Because the envoy was about to arrive, everyone in the palace was not paying attention here, so no one noticed that Xiao Luzi, who was beside the 9th prince, had been away for almost an hour. The other side. Although the officials below had notified the people downstream before the water level surged, many people were still killed because the dam of the source river burst too suddenly. In some places, there was even an entire village with no one left. Large areas of villages are now submerged by floods. In order to prevent the concealment of the news, Emperor Jingwen promptly sent imperial envoys out of the capital. Now, news came one after another from various places downstream. The scope of the impact was getting wider and wider, the number of casualties was increasing, and Emperor Jingwen's face was getting uglier and uglier. From a few hundred at the beginning, it grew to a few thousand, and now it has reached tens of thousands. Water sources are an indispensable part of people's lives. In the absence of modern facilities, most people like to live near water. While this facilitates farmland irrigation, they also have to bear the risk of floods. The casualties were increasing, and more people were being displaced. Emperor Jingwen did everything he could, and his eyes were red from staying up late. However, in the face of natural disasters, human power is always so powerless. If this continues, the situation will be bad. The most important thing at the moment is to curb the spread of the flood, as well as the resettlement of the victims, the reconstruction of villages and the repair of dams. Each and every one of them requires a lot of effort and money. Leaving aside the mind and money, the issues of containment, reconstruction, and renovation alone are already quite tricky. There are too few talented people in this area in the court. Because of the geographical location of Dezhou in the lower reaches of the source river, Dezhou suffered far more flood disasters than the other 2 countries. However, people who know how to manage water are always extremely scarce. Just when Emperor Jingwen was suffering from a splitting headache, he suddenly thought of a person, and that person happened to be within the territory of the Great Zhou. Emperor Jingwen made a prompt decision and invited Mr. Zhang Mohui over. Things are different now. Emperor Jingwen no longer cares about using any conciliatory tactics. At such a critical moment, he will tie Zhang Mohui up even if he has to. In addition to improving various tools and designing mechanisms, this man is also very capable in controlling floods and building dams, otherwise he would not be so respected. Zhang Mohui had served as an official in the Great Zhou for half a year. Although Emperor Jingwen knew his character and was even more aware that he was stubborn and never considered himself a subject of any of the 3 kingdoms, people like him would be less willing to work the more they were forced to do so. Emperor Jingwen was even prepared to massacre all the disciples around Zhang Mohui in order to force him to submit. However, as soon as he made the decision and before he could tell the secret guards to do it immediately, Zhang Mohui took the initiative to send a message saying that he was willing to come forward and do his best. People with ill intentions would rather watch the joke of Dezhou, so it is unlikely that someone with bad intentions would take action at this time. Zhang Mohui had 3,000 disciples, and the breach of the Yuan River caused such a big commotion, so it was not difficult to understand that he knew about it so quickly. Therefore, when Emperor Jingwen learned the news, he was not surprised, but happy. Several years ago, the Yuanqing Canal, which Zhang Mohui participated in building when he was young, is still standing today. After more than 20 years of wind and rain, the surrounding embankments have collapsed countless times, but the Yuanqing Canal is still strong. Zhang Mohui's ability is evident. However, while he was happy, Emperor Jingwen was also a little puzzled. Normally, he wouldn't worry about such things. Why did he suddenly become so kind-hearted this time? However, being puzzled does not mean that Emperor Jingwen doubted him. After all, Zhang Mohui was used to doing whatever he wanted. He had never had any rules in doing things, so it was not strange for him to act on impulse occasionally. When Zhang Mohui arrived at the lower reaches of Yuan River in a carriage, Emperor Jingwen sent secret guards to investigate. They found out that it was not for any other reason, but that Zhang Mohui had accepted a large number of new disciples in recent years. Zhang Mohui felt that it was not a good idea to let them study all the time, so he brought them out this time to practice. Of course, Zhang Mohui has high standards and he doesn't want everyone. This time, he only picked out 7 or 8 students from thousands of them. Although the number of people is small, they are the most outstanding among my teaching achievements in the past 3 years and can be called masterpieces. Zhang Mohui is worthy of being Zhang Mohui. He has always been so rebellious. The disciples he brought out this time include both male and female disciples. Most of them are teenagers. What's more, there are even children who are 12 or 13 years old. Emperor Jingwen felt overwhelmed at the thought of asking these young boys and girls, especially the girls, to participate in the flood control. The flood is a serious matter, and it can cost the lives of countless people. Zhang Mohui's actions are somewhat disregarding human life. If Zhang Mohui was just leading them, it would be fine and Emperor Jingwen would have tolerated it reluctantly. However, 2 days later, news came from the imperial envoy that Zhang Mohui actually planned to let these children do it himself, and Emperor Jingwen could no longer sit still. Is he crazy? But there was nothing that could be done about it. It was not that Zheng Mohui did not take his fate seriously, but after he arrived he found that the flood had affected too wide a range, and that even with himself and his eldest disciple, they were far from enough. No matter how capable Zheng Mohui is, he is just one person. He can only take care of the areas most affected by the disaster, and other places are out of his reach. Although this group of young boys and girls are still young, they have learned it after all, and they are the best ones. They are better than those who know nothing about water control. And these good things are equivalent to many lives. Zheng Mohui's actions may seem absurd, but he is actually acting according to the actual situation. Appearances are not important to him, what matters is the results. In order to curb the current flooding of the source river, different analyses should be conducted based on different situations. Some require strengthening of embankments, while others require adjustment of flood diversion channels. If the river is silted up, the river channel needs to be narrowed, etc. Dredging and blocking require specific analyses of specific situations. People without a basic understanding simply cannot do this job. Besides, if it really doesn't work, isn't there someone who can give me guidance remotely? This was that person's idea. He asked me to bring my students to help, so he naturally had to help finish it. Besides, with his ability, it shouldn't be difficult for him to provide some effective suggestions. Thinking of this, Zheng Mohui no longer felt worried. No matter how precocious the boys and girls in ancient times were, they were only in their teens after all. When such an important task was handed to them, they would naturally feel panic-stricken and at a loss. Even if a genius is selected from thousands of people, before he has gone through the hardships, he is nothing more than a useless bud. But when Master Zheng mentioned the person who would deliver news to them on time every month, the people's originally tense hearts suddenly became less panicked. Yes, if all else fails, they can seek help from that mysterious and powerful teacher. Because there are many orphans who are unattended at the southwestern border, and there are many people watching, the news might leak out. Until now, only Zheng Mohui knows that the person who has been sending the message is the 9th prince of the current dynasty. For other people, including this group of students, the situation is what it appears to be to outsiders. Even this group of new students thought that Zheng Mohui stopped teaching when he passed by here during his travels through the Three Kingdoms period. Zheng Mohui only cared about the knowledge given by the 9th prince, and did not care about the 9th prince's age and purpose. As long as there was new knowledge, Zheng Mohui didn't care about that. Perhaps in the near future, only after all these more than 1,000 people have been screened out, Zheng Mohui will tell them the identity of the other teacher. We should proceed step by step. Now it is time to allow them to contact the people of the eldest son of the Duke of Zhen's mansion individually. Over the past 3 years, no matter how tricky the questions they asked, they were never stumped by the mysterious teacher. As time went on, the impression Ye Shuo left on them became more and more profound. Sometimes, problems that even Master Zheng could not solve were explained clearly by him in just a few words. The 8 students in front of him already regarded the owners of those letters as gods. When Master Zheng mentioned that the man would cover for them, the 8 people in front of them were not so worried at all. In these few days, they have seen so many disaster victims that even a heart of stone would be moved. Young boys and girls are at the age of great ambition, so how could they not want to save the people from the disaster? It's just that the cost of failure is too heavy that makes them dare not speak out easily. But in fact, no matter how old you are, everyone has gone through this, and after getting familiar with it, you will gradually become proficient. Zheng Mohui did not hesitate for long and immediately assigned them. At this juncture, Emperor Jingguan didn't want to offend Zheng Mohui, so he didn't stop him. He just wanted people to really listen to the 8 of them. In Emperor Jingguan's opinion, forget it. Zheng Mohui wanted to use this to train his disciples, but Emperor Jingguan was unwilling to play with so many people's lives. Emperor Jingguan's meaning was very clear, but soon, the imperial envoy who served as his eyes and ears also brought news that although these people were still young, they still had some abilities, and more than half of the 8 were actually better than the local officials. Emperor Jingguan was stunned. After pondering for a long time, Emperor Jingguan suddenly changed his expression, and when he asked someone to deliver a message to the imperial envoy, he used a different tone. Keep an eye on them. If any of them stand out, report to me once this matter is resolved. It would be difficult to get Zheng Mohui to pledge allegiance, but his students have great potential. Young people who are only in their teens. If they are like this now, what will happen in the years to come? After confirming that they had real ability, Emperor Jingguan's heart suddenly became hot. Meanwhile, on the other side, ever since his younger cousin sent a letter asking Zheng Mohui to come out of retirement, the number of letters coming to him suddenly began to increase dramatically. Fortunately, Wei Wen had ordered someone to leave the letter at a remote farm outside the city early in the morning. Otherwise, with pigeons flying several times a day, it would be strange if the emperor did not become suspicious. After all, Wei Wen was a special messenger, so he naturally had the right to read these letters. I opened one at random, and as expected, all of them were asking my little cousin how to deal with floods. There were all kinds of situations, each more tricky than the other. After all, if it is a simple situation, a few students can handle it on their own, and there is no need to spend so much effort to come and ask. Wei Wen was silent for a moment. He knew that time was running out, so after receiving the message, he immediately tried to find a way to send it to the palace. About half an hour later, Ye Shuo received a thick stack of letters. among the 8 students, the mysterious and powerful one, but in fact, Ye Shuo is only a few months away from turning 11. Help, help. Sure enough, this kind of task is not so easy to take. But since the letters for help were already in front of him, what else could he do? Ye Shuo could only help read them one by one. I opened one of the letters casually. After all, we were all engineers, so there was no nonsense and we got straight to the point. It turned out that the girl named Zhou came to ask him how to close the dragon gate. The so-called dragon gate is the last opening left after blocking the gap, so it is called the dragon mouth. Whether the breach control can be successful depends entirely on closing the dragon's mouth. If it is successful, the gap can be blocked smoothly. If it is unsuccessful, the flood will continue to spread. The girl named Zhou was assigned to a large tributary in the lower reaches of the Yuan River. Now the dam of the tributary is about to be destroyed. The river is nearly 50 meters wide and the water is rushing, so the gap has been blocked many times but has not been successfully blocked. The water flow is fast and the water pressure is high. There is no crane now, so the things that can be lifted by manpower are extremely limited. The wood and stones are not heavy enough, and the objects being suppressed will soon be washed away. The river channel is nearly 50 meters long and it is impossible to seal it. There was really no other way, so Zhou wrote to ask for help. Ye Shuo quickly searched to see if there were any similar experiences. After a moment, he picked up a pen and wrote down his suggestions. Xiao Lizi, who was standing by, only knew that his master seemed to be extremely busy, and had no idea what kind of big thing he was doing. It took Ye Shuo 2 full days to process this batch of letters. Every great disaster will be followed by a great epidemic. Ye Shuo finally wrote down some modern epidemic prevention experiences, such as the fact that the water from the current Yuan River cannot be drunk, and that well water must be boiled before drinking. After explaining all these things, Ye Shuo was already exhausted. However, saving a life is like putting out a fire. Ye Shuo did not dare to delay at all. He immediately asked Xiao Lizi to quickly deliver the reply letter to his cousin. Looking at the thick pile in front of him, my cousin was so shocked that he couldn't recover for a long time. He can actually answer them one by one. His eldest cousin asked someone to send these letters out of Shangjing City almost overnight. 2 days later, a group of 15 people, including Mr. Zhang Mohui and his eldest disciple, all received reply letters. Although Zhang Mohui was familiar with flood control, the breach of the Yuan River this time was unusual, and even he found it difficult. Therefore, Ye Shuo's reply could also provide him with more ideas. However, Ye Shuo was far away in Shangjing after all, and did not see the real situation with his own eyes. He could only give answers based on their written descriptions. As for whether it should be used or not, it would ultimately depend on them. But even these are enough. Zhang Mohui's expression changed after reading the sentence in the letter. Source rivers are prone to siltation, bursting, and moving. I listened to your advice, sir. Now the north side of the source river is higher than the south side. There is a risk of bursting and changing course in the south. I hope you will carefully judge. Then he counted the days and found that it had indeed been nearly 100 years since the last time the source river burst its banks. There is a saying that the Yuan River bursts its banks twice every 3 years and changes its course once every 100 years, so the 9th prince's guess is not groundless. Although the Great Zhou lacks talents in flood control, it is not that there are no talents to be found. It's just that there are too few people and not enough manpower. Zhang Mohui quickly informed the 2 adults who were working with him to control the flood about this matter. The 2 adults were startled, and the 3 of them quickly led everyone around and began to carefully observe the direction of the river. The 3 of them were suddenly shocked when they discovered that the river bank dozens of miles away was indeed disappearing and collapsing. Then Zhang Mohui made a decision that shocked everyone. Rush to harvest and abandon the city. Of course, the so-called abandoned city does not refer to this place, but the risky places downstream. According to Zhang Mohui's estimation, there are about 3 cities that are at extremely high risk of being affected. If we rush to harvest in large quantities, this year's grain output may not be optimistic. But if we don't rush to harvest, if the source river really changes its course or floods to the south, it will not just be a matter of reduced grain production, the foundation of the entire Great Zhou will inevitably be shaken. The diversion of a source river has always been no trivial matter, and if the situation becomes serious, even the change of dynasties is possible. Therefore, the decision to do it or not was soon handed over to Emperor Jingguan. Emperor Jingguan was not an indecisive person. He would rather have a false alarm than take this gamble. Soon, Emperor Jingguan made a decision. He even dispatched secret guards to inform the governors of various places at full speed, asking them to harvest the crops within 5 days and then abandon the city if the source river was diverted. The rest of the secret guards notified the neighboring cities and asked them to build temporary shelters as quickly as possible to accommodate these people. The number of people in the 3 cities is neither too few nor too many, and if they are divided up, they can still be accommodated. As for the ideological work of the people, it is not so easy to do. After all, most people were not happy about being suddenly notified to move from their homes, and they didn't understand when they were told that the source river was being diverted. And the grain in the fields is not so easy to harvest. If this happened in modern times, it would definitely be difficult to do, but you have to know that this is a feudal society, so it is actually easier to do. Emperor Jingguan directly implemented a high-pressure policy and notified the 3 prefects that if the people did not obey, the soldiers guarding the city would be allowed to directly collect the grain. The grain would then be taken over by the local government and distributed uniformly when they arrived at the new city. In this situation, the people will definitely not agree. If they collect the food themselves now, it will be a little less, but it is better than handing it over directly to the government, right? Seeing that the soldiers defending the city were serious about their attack, after this happened once or twice, the rest of the people had no choice but to rush to harvest, suppressing their heartache and cutting down the crops even before they were fully ripe. Wherever there is food, there are people. After 5 days, Emperor Jingguan had successfully dispatched soldiers from other places temporarily. Then, under the escort of these soldiers, the people marched towards the nearby cities in batches. Of course, there were many who refused to leave even at the cost of their lives, including ordinary people and wealthy families. There was really no way to deal with this small group of people. The secret guards killed several of them on the spot, but they still showed no sign of compromise, so the local prefect had no choice but to give up. Life and death are determined by fate. Personal choices are different and cannot be forced. The thatched cottages and tiled houses had now become sheds that could barely keep out the wind and rain. Just as the people in the 3 places were filled with resentment, they suddenly heard a report from afar. My hometown was flooded. Overnight yesterday, the source river seemed to carry the power of destruction, and countless streams of water rushed over like an overwhelming force. In just over 2 hours, one of the 3 cities was flooded so deeply that even the city tower could not be seen. The remaining 2 were not much better, with more than half of the buildings and houses gone. Standing on a high ground, looking at the flood waters dozens of miles away, the people in the 3 places were speechless for a long time. The resentment in their hearts was swept away and turned into gratitude. They were grateful that the government issued the notice in time, and the people in areas that were not flooded were also grateful, but they were grateful that the flood did not pass through their area. The other side. Perhaps it was because several students and Zheng Mohui communicated with each other too frequently, and Ye Shuo's reply was not conspicuous among them, so it did not attract the attention of others. After receiving Ye Shuo's reply, Zhou Wu thought for a moment and felt that this method was feasible. The 50-meter river channel is too wide, but it can be divided into several parts. In this way, although there are more breaches, the water flow will be smaller. Then they can be blocked one by one. Although the project is large, it is very likely to solve the current dilemma. Zhou Wu immediately conveyed her meaning as soon as she said it. However, what she did not expect was that her proposal was soon opposed by the local prefect. The other party even felt that Zhou Wu was harming people. Do you know that doing this may very well cause the dam to burst? Zhou Wu was stunned, and naturally knew that the real test was coming. Zhou Wu was young but not stupid. It was impossible for her not to see that the people around her seemed to respect her but were actually neglecting and disdainful of her. If it had happened before, it would have been fine. Zhou Wu would have chosen to turn a blind eye when she didn't know how to deal with it. But now that she has found the method, and it is estimated to be feasible, Zhou Wu is determined to give it a try no matter what. The prefect on the other side continued, "It is not easy to divide the original dam pier into 3 parts. If so, wouldn't all the previous efforts be in vain? This is the first time I heard that a gap was smashed into 3, and it is also the first time I heard that the gaps became more and more blocked. Originally we were just going to block 1, but now the dam pier is divided into 3, doesn't that mean we need to block 3? Wouldn't the prefect think that the girl in front of him was fooling around? But in fact, ordinary wood and stone are powerless to deal with a 50-meter wide river. Dividing it into 3 parts and treating each part as a whole is equivalent to dividing the water flow into 3 parts. If there is only one portion, the water flow is too large to be blocked. Is it possible that 1/3 cannot be blocked? Taking risks is inevitable, but if this continues, it is only a matter of time before the dam collapses completely." After her thoughts were opened, Zhou Wu's mind became clearer and clearer, and she could not help but argue with the prefect. But unfortunately, no one had ever done this before, and the prefect relied on past experience and refused to give in no matter what. Seeing that time was dragging on, the already broken dam was becoming more and more shaky and could collapse completely at any time. Zhou Wu became anxious. Most people won't cry until they see the coffin. They would rather deceive themselves and let it rot than eliminate the stubborn disease by self-mutilation. Although the dam was rotten at the moment, it was still effective. What if the other 2 gaps were opened and it was completely ruined? Zhou Wu was finally forced to send a letter to the imperial envoy directly by carrier pigeon, bypassing the prefect. Today's imperial envoy is the eyes and ears of Emperor Jingguan, and like Emperor Jingguan, he is a man of swift and decisive actions. In addition, the flood is an urgent matter. After careful consideration, he is sure that it will not be able to be stopped by traditional methods, so he makes a prompt decision and decides to take a risk. After the reply came, "If I tried to stop it, I would have to bear the consequences myself." But if the imperial envoy agreed, then if there was any problem, it would be the imperial envoy who would bear the consequences myself. After seeing the reply, the prefect knew that his official hat was saved, so he stopped making things difficult for Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu gave an order, and the others began to move. In this way, under Zhou Wu's command, the first gap was successfully blocked, and then the second, and when it came to the third, everyone's heart was in their throat. After all, whether the flood could be successfully stopped here depended entirely on this last one. It did take a little more effort to plug the last gap than the first 2, but it was finally successful. It actually worked. Standing on the shore, Faintly listening to the cheers of the river workers in the distance, the prefect couldn't help but widen his eyes. It's amazing. Surrounded by everyone in the center, ignoring the unanimous voices of admiration and compliments around her, she stared blankly at the river that was no longer spreading. At this moment, the teacher whom she had never met before was like a god in Zhou Wu's eyes. In the next 2 days, the weather was cloudy and rainy, and when it rained, the riverbed continued to rise. Even though the dam had been successfully blocked, everyone couldn't help but break into a cold sweat when they saw this scene. If the water level rises again, it will inevitably cause a second dam breach. At that time, this method may not be effective. Everyone, including Zhou Wu, prayed madly in their hearts day and night. Finally, on the 3rd day, the sky cleared up, and the intermittent rainfall that had lasted for more than half a month finally came to an end. And the flood was finally stopped here successfully by them. Such a feat is truly shocking. After the storm, the 8 people seemed to be reborn. Their will became stronger and stronger. The childish innocence on their faces gradually disappeared, and finally a hidden determination was revealed. Even the imperial envoy couldn't help but sigh when seeing this scene, saying that the young are to be feared. Thinking of the emperor's previous instructions, the imperial envoy pondered for a moment, and finally compiled his own observations and the voices of his subordinates, and then sent them to Shangjing along with the disaster situation at full speed. Despite the tireless work day and night, the imperial envoy's letter was delivered to Emperor Jingguan's desk in just a day and a half. After seeing the 3 cities being flooded, now Emperor Jingguan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I caught up in the end. Because of advanced preparations, the losses caused by this incident were not great, far from being serious. In addition, Emperor Jingguan had been in power for so many years, and the national treasury was still relatively full. It would take a period of recuperation for the country to recover. But if you don't prepare in advance, the outcome will be unpredictable. But the more this happened, the more complicated Emperor Jingguan's mood became. When he saw that the first person to bring up this matter was Zheng Mohui, Emperor Jingguan suddenly became very conflicted. How can't we use such good talent for our own benefit? The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Emperor Jingguan quickly looked at the next letter. However, he couldn't help but read it. When he saw Zhou Wu and the other 8, he stood up suddenly. God bless my Great Zhou. Although the flood caused a lot of losses to the imperial court, it is comforting that these young heroes emerged. Except for Zhou Wu, the performances of the others were also quite impressive, which was a blessing in disguise, so much so that Emperor Jingguan felt sincerely surprised. Especially at this critical juncture, the envoys will arrive in a few days. The flood was successfully contained on the eve of the envoys' arrival. Doesn't it just prove that God does not want to destroy the Great Zhou? The flood receded in time. This is a sign of great prosperity, a sign of great prosperity. When a dynasty prospers, many heroes emerge. If I remember correctly, the oldest of these 8 people was only 16 or 17 years old, and the youngest was only 12 or 13 years old. They were all young talents, the likes of which could not be produced even by an ordinary emperor during his many years in office. There were even fewer historical records about them. Zhou Wu and the others happened to all be from the Great Zhou. It was hard for Emperor Jingguan not to wonder whether this was a reward from God for his diligent governance of the country over the years. All in all, this is not a bad thing. After so many days, His Majesty finally smiled. Prime Minister He and the others were also very happy. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. God bless the Great Zhou, long live our Emperor. Emperor Jingguan looked at the ministers kneeling on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was thinking in his heart that although these 8 people were still young, their significance was extraordinary. Especially since the envoys from Biding are about to arrive and the flood has just passed, the Great Zhou cannot afford to show any weakness. Talent is also a way to demonstrate a country's strength and prove that a country has successors. Especially since these 8 people are so young, they are even more different from ordinary people. As he thought about this, an idea flashed through Emperor Jingguan's mind, and then he said, pass on my order to summon these 8 people to the capital. In addition to showing Zhou Wu and others to Biding, Emperor Jingguan also planned to strike first to avoid delaying for too long and letting others reap the benefits. He Xiang and the others quickly understood what Emperor Jingguan meant. While they were amazed, they also agreed with it very much. Zheng Mohui's disciples have rarely been those who play power games. As long as they are not in competition with them, the more such talents there are, the better. The more the better, and the Great Zhou will become more prosperous. So that was settled. When they received the news, Zhou Wu and the others were in disbelief for a moment. You have to know that 3 years ago, they were still orphans wandering around the border. In just over 3 years, they have come into the emperor's sight. But at the same time, they were also very clear that most of the credit for being appreciated by the emperor was due to their 2 teachers. Under the guidance of Master Zheng and the deliberate selection of Wei Wen, Zhou Wu and others were influenced by them and actually did not have much desire for power. They still prefer the atmosphere of discussing academics with seniors and teachers. The sense of accomplishment when they work together and successfully verify a certain formula is incomparable to anything else. Zheng Mohui is devoted to research, and the students he teaches are naturally no less capable. Therefore, Zhou Wu and others were only slightly excited, and after calming down, they felt that it was nothing. They even worried about what would happen if they could never come back. Before they came out, the formula at hand was only half proved, and the other half had not been verified yet. They didn't know how long it would take to go back and forth. In fact, Zhang Mohui was reluctant to part with these 8 people. They were such good assistants and much smarter than his eldest disciples. But think about it, these people are not his real students, but are sent to him by others for foster care. Even if Zhang Mohui is reluctant in his heart, he can't go against the one in the capital. Seeing that the 8 people seemed somewhat reluctant, Zhang Mohui changed their attitude instantly with just one sentence. The other teacher you have been talking about is now in Shangjing City. Zhou Wu and the others opened their eyes wide almost instantly. Doesn't this mean that as long as they arrive in Shangjing City, they will be able to see the mysterious and powerful teacher they have always been thinking about? Zhou Wu and the others were immediately as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and they became excited at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, what Zhang Mohui did not say was that their so-called teachers were actually younger than them. I just hope they won't be too surprised by then. The other side. During these days, Ye Shuo's one hand was almost worn out from writing. From the disaster area to here, he received an average of 10 letters a day, and Ye Shuo had answered at least dozens of questions. Now that he finally heard the news that the flood had receded, Ye Shuo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Finally I can take a break. At this moment, the brainwaves of the father and son strangely overlapped. Even the strongest person could not stand such high-intensity work, so Emperor Jingguan thought about it and finally decided to give himself half a day off to come and relax with the imperial concubine. When Emperor Jingguan arrived, Ye Shuo was just about to go out, and the father and son almost bumped into each other. Wang Ziquan subconsciously stood in front of Emperor Jingguan. After reacting, Wang Ziquan was stunned. 9th Prince. Your servant greets His Majesty the 9th Prince. Emperor Jingguan also noticed the huge dark circles under his son's eyes. Subconsciously, he frowned and blurted out, "How did you become like this? Did you become a thief?" Ye Shuo was exhausted from doing homework continuously. He finally had some free time to go to the Imperial Garden for some fresh air, but he was caught red-handed and was mistaken for a thief. Emperor Jingguan had just solved such a big problem, and he felt relaxed and energetic. Looking at Ye Shuo again, he looked like an eggplant hit by frost, very wrinkled. The images of the father and son were completely reversed. On the other hand, the 9th Prince looked like the one who was always worried about the disaster ahead. Similarly, Ye Shuo was also shocked when he saw his stepfather. Didn't my cheap father say that he had been busy for half a month? He hadn't even returned to his own bedroom in the past half a month. He had been staying in the Kinzen Palace, meeting ministers every day. How could he still be so energetic? He recovered in less than half a day. Are all emperors so resistant to pressure? Think about the eldest prince who stayed at the border for 10 years, think about the crown prince who had to suppress all his younger brothers at a young age, and then look at the 2nd prince, the 4th prince, the 5th prince, and the 6th prince. Ye Shuo suddenly felt that the people in the royal family were so resistant. Unlike him, he was already exhausted after just a short while. After seeing his adoptive father, Ye Shuo suddenly had a better understanding of his own abilities. It turns out that the job of emperor is not something that a normal human being can do. On the other hand, when Emperor Jingguan saw his son's slightly dull look, he was thinking the same thing. Look at Zhang Mohui's 8 students and then look at his own son. They are completely different. The gap is really obvious. Emperor Jingguan couldn't help but ask, "Why haven't you been sleeping at night lately? What have you been doing?" The Grand Tutor and Lord Zhen have been too busy to take care of him recently, so he must have been having too much fun. Ye Shuo pulled the corner of his mouth. "Well, I really haven't done anything." Then you, oh, forget it. Emperor Jingguan was too lazy to ask in detail, and even felt that it was pretty good to be able to do this. At least the little bastard didn't cause him any trouble when he was in a state of panic, nor did he add fuel to the fire, so let him have fun. Emperor Jingguan was already very satisfied. From the looks of you, it seems like you're going out, right? In that case, play outside for a while longer. Don't rush back. Emperor Jingguan came to the imperial concubine's place to relax. He really didn't want to bring Ye Shuo, the little bastard, with him today. When Ye Shuo was leaving, Emperor Jingguan even threw the little princess to him. Without the disturbance of children, Kiowa Palace was indeed much quieter. The imperial concubine felt sorry for him, so she did not stop him. During this rare leisure time, after Wang Ziquan and the others had left, Emperor Jingguan laid his head on the imperial concubine's lap and gradually relaxed. "Let's not talk about anything else today. I have a headache. Please massage my head for me." The imperial concubine smiled, placed her finger on Emperor Jingguan's temple, and said softly, "Your Majesty has worked hard these days." Emperor Jingguan was greatly pleased by the rare gentleness of the imperial concubine, and the atmosphere between the two of them was as sweet and tender as when they first met. Compared to their stepfather and imperial concubine who suddenly became disgusting, Ye Shuo and Jian, who were thrown out without mercy, stood at the gate of Kiowa Palace, staring at each other. Jian couldn't help but pursed her lips. "Brother, Jian is sleepy." Usually at this time, it was her time to take a nap, but obviously she couldn't sleep today. Ye Shuo reached out and patted her head. "Why are you so sleepy? The sun is finally out. Come on, I'll take you to the imperial garden to play. My cheap dad is really something. He is not ashamed even at his old age." Although he felt disgusted in his heart, Ye Shuo couldn't wait to go to the imperial garden to relax and breathe some fresh air. Seeing that her brother's old illness had recurred, Jian trotted after him. Brother, slow down. Sure enough, after staying with Ye Shuo for a while, Jian was no longer sleepy. Instead, she was very energetic, as if she was afraid of losing him. After holding it in for so long, Ye Shuo finally came out. His steps were naturally very cheerful, and the word happy was almost written on his face. The result of such reckless behavior is that excessive joy will lead to tragedy. As soon as he turned a corner, Ye Shuo bumped into someone again. What happened today? Why are people walking close to the wall? It was his cheap dad before, this time let him see who he bumped into again. It felt like this must be a very important person. After all, Ye Shuo was knocked away in an instant, and after staggering 2 steps, he sat down directly on the ground. I'm sorry. Ye Shuo apologized repeatedly. When he looked up, he found that the person he bumped into was none other than the eldest prince. But the eldest prince doesn't look very happy right now. Ye Shuo thought that the other person's bad face was because of him. Indeed, no one would be unhappy if they were bumped into like this out of nowhere. So Ye Shuo quickly patted his butt and stood up, and bowed with a slightly awkward look. I'm sorry, brother, I was in a hurry just now and didn't notice you were here. But in fact, the eldest prince's anger was not directed at Ye Shuo, and he was walking faster than Ye Shuo just now, but Ye Shuo couldn't see it from his angle. The reason why the eldest prince was so angry was because of the unlucky second prince. The eldest prince originally thought that after his return, the first one to get restless would be the crown prince, but he didn't expect that the first one to jump out would be the second prince. The second prince probably couldn't stand the two of them just sitting there like turtles, so he tried every way to muddy the waters and try to fish in troubled waters. The second prince knew that his elder brother was not the type to cooperate with others, so he had no intention of putting any effort into it. He just wanted to make the situation more chaotic. The second prince didn't do anything big, he just disgusted the eldest prince openly and secretly. The eldest prince had just returned when a flood occurred. It was really unlucky, so the second prince's people hinted in the court that it was because the evil spirit in the eldest prince was too strong and he returned before he had completely dispelled it. People didn't attack him directly, but kept persuading him to go to the royal temple to worship, which made the eldest prince very angry. This second brother has been very sinister since he was young. I didn't expect that after not seeing him for so many years, his skills have not only not diminished, but have become even better than before. The eldest prince feels unlucky, so shouldn't he show some of that when he walks around? And Ye Shuo just happened to run into his trap. According to the eldest prince, none of his younger brothers are easy to deal with, especially since he hasn't been here for so long. The eldest prince also learned from his mother that the ninth prince has a close relationship with the crown prince and they were taught by the same teacher. Naturally, the eldest prince conceived that his ninth younger brother is the crown prince's man. The impression I had of him when I first met him suddenly plummeted to the bottom. Seeing him bump into him, the eldest prince narrowed his eyes subconsciously. I'm afraid that the ninth prince is so domineering in the palace that he has forgotten the rules of the palace. After all, he was the crown prince's man, so the eldest prince had no intention of giving him any face. Besides, the eldest prince's current status was entirely due to his military exploits, so naturally he looked down on princes like Ye Shuo who relied on acting like a spoiled child to win the favor of Emperor Jingguan. They are nothing but a bunch of scumbags. Wow, is the eldest prince in a bad mood today? Ye Shuo was not a fool after all, and he reacted quickly. With the eldest prince's skills, how could he be easily hit by him? I also find it strange. Why do I feel that Big Brother seems absent-minded today? Could it be that something happened to make Big Brother unhappy? Why don't you tell me about it? I may be able to help my Big Brother think of a solution. I swear to God, Ye Shuo really just wanted to ease the atmosphere and made that joke. After all, the eldest prince had such a bold personality, he couldn't be angry just because the two of them bumped into each other, right? As a result, when these words fell into the ears of the eldest prince, it was completely different. In his eyes, his brothers were more treacherous and cunning than the others. How could he not know about such a big commotion in the court? What a joke! He was just making fun of himself. Obviously, the eldest prince had just returned to the palace and did not have a clear understanding of Ye Shuo's character of not worrying as long as he could. Thus the misunderstanding was born. Ninth brother is good at talking. Ye Shuo, wait, did he say anything? What happened? Even the imperial palace, which was known for its subtle ways of speaking, wouldn't be so exaggerated, right? The eldest prince was thinking, the second son and the crown prince would be fine, but now this little brat wanted to step on him. Compared to me, your impetuous personality should go to the temple to calm down. As well as, I just don't know if my ninth brother's courage is as powerful as your mouth. The eldest prince couldn't help but take a step forward. Perhaps the eldest prince's expression was too terrifying, which frightened Jian, who had finally caught up with him. The eldest prince was 8 feet tall and had a strong build. When he stood there, Ye Shuo looked like a skinny chick. The eldest prince originally just wanted to scare him. After all, his father did dote on his younger brother, and he didn't want to go too far. But in Jian's eyes, it seemed that the eldest brother clenched his fists and wanted to beat her brother. Even though Jian was still young, she knew that her eldest brother could kill her own brother with just one punch. Her heart tightened. Jian rushed forward with a cry, and stood in front of Ye Shuo. Don't you dare bully my brother. Although the little princess is young, she is very brave and much stronger than the queen's legitimate son. But the eldest prince still wanted to embarrass his younger brother who was laughing at him, so he gave him a sharp look. The princes raised in the imperial city are just flowers that have never experienced the wind and rain. Why should the eldest prince do it himself? The eldest prince has been fighting on the border for 10 years and has scared away countless enemies with just a glance. This is certainly not something a child can endure. Jian was really scared and couldn't help but burst into tears. Then her crying directly annoyed Ye Shuo. Looking at the little princess crying loudly standing in front of him, Ye Shuo's eyes changed slightly. But Ye Shuo was not stupid. In terms of martial arts, he was definitely no match for the eldest prince. If he wanted to defeat the eldest prince, he would still have to practice for a few more years even if his grandfather taught him all his unique skills. If the direct approach doesn't work, then we can only use the covered approach. Ye Cheng, just wait for me. Ye Shuo was so angry that he even called out the eldest prince's real name. The eldest prince was stunned. How come his younger brother wasn't just bluffing? The eldest prince thought that children who were spoiled like this would usually be bullies at home. However, by the time the eldest prince reacted, Ye Shuo had already left with his sister. However, the eldest prince did not think much about it. After all, it was just a child. Even if he was angry, could he hurt himself? So when he saw concubine, he told her about the second prince, and he also told her about the episode on the way. The eldest prince had been away from the palace for a long time. Even if someone sent him messages from time to time telling him the news in the palace, he still didn't understand because he hadn't experienced it personally. But just because the eldest prince didn't understand didn't mean that concubine didn't understand. After listening to what her eldest son said, concubine's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It's over. This time I've stirred up a hornet's nest. The eldest prince thought about it over and over again, but he couldn't think of any way the prince could hurt him. He couldn't let the Duke of Zhen report him, right? Father mustn't listen to the words of the Duke of Zhen. No matter how noisy he was, his father would not touch him. Therefore, the eldest prince still didn't care. It's just a child's joke. Mother, don't take it to heart. The eldest prince also didn't believe that a child of that age would dare to do anything. Until his younger brother, the 8th prince, came back crying. Just as the eldest prince was stunned, concubine's anger suddenly rose. When the eldest prince heard his younger brother say that it was the 9th prince who did it, his first reaction was, really beat him up. The eldest prince thought that he was just uttering some harsh words. On the other side, concubine obviously couldn't help herself and started to curse. Come on, why did you provoke him? The 9th prince has always been a scoundrel, you know that. Based on Defei's many years of experience, it was clear that the 9th prince was a person who would not listen. No matter how much she condemned him, it would be in vain. Defei was too lazy to waste her breath on him, so she could only choose to restrain her son who was a normal person. What's more, this time it was his own son who took the lead. Who in this palace doesn't know to stay away from the 9th prince? I had clearly said this when my eldest son came back, but it was all in vain. In the end, my eldest son still offended the 9th prince. When concubine thought of the 9th prince's past deeds, she was so angry that she wanted to punch her eldest son twice. Seeing his brother's miserable state and his mother's furious expression, the eldest prince knew he was in the wrong and lowered his posture. I see he is so arrogant, I think he wouldn't dare. How could he not dare? Concubine raised her voice, he even dared not listen to your father's words, how could he be afraid of you? No matter how powerful the eldest prince is, he can't surpass the emperor, right? This is the first time the eldest prince has dealt with his younger brother, and he was shocked for a moment. He started to act as soon as he said he would, without any ambiguity, which was rare even for the eldest prince in the army. But my son has already offended someone, what else can I do? It's not necessary to ask him to lose face and apologize to such a young child, right? Upon hearing this, concubine couldn't help but choke. Indeed, it was really embarrassing for the eldest brother to apologize to the 9th brother. But if he don't apologize, I'm afraid this matter will never end. The eldest prince couldn't help but look at the 8th prince beside him and said, why are you crying? Aren't you ashamed? The 8th prince doesn't want to do that either. He was having a good time in the study room today, feeling very happy, but when school was over, he was blocked by Ziju. Ziju didn't give him any time to explain and started beating him up, while apologizing to him, saying I'm really sorry, brother. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I really can't swallow this anger. You know me, I can't stand seeing others happy when I'm unhappy. If you want to blame someone, blame Big Brother, and I feel the pain from the beating. I believe Big Brother will soon understand how I felt at that time. The 8th prince was 3 years older than Ye Shuo. It was fine that he couldn't beat his younger brother, but the reason he got beaten was because of him. He was also the one who was implicated. This was the so-called sudden disaster from heaven. How could the 8th prince not cry? The 8th prince couldn't help but retort, if it wasn't for my elder brother to provoke Xiaoju, my younger brother wouldn't have to suffer this beating. It was a painful spot, and the 8th prince's eyes became more resentful as he felt the pain. The eldest prince is now almost unable to understand his mother and brother's thoughts. It was the 9th prince who beat you. Why don't you blame him but blame me? Yes, the eldest prince admitted that he was also wrong in this matter, but it was too unreasonable for the 9th prince to do this. Looking at his mother and younger brother, it seemed that neither of them was targeting the ninth prince. What the eldest prince didn't know was that over the years, concubine Da and the eighth prince had already become accustomed to Ye Shuo's style of doing things. It's like when you know someone has problems but you still go and poke him, don't you deserve to be bitten? Between a psychopath and a normal person, the normal person will naturally be more likely to condemn him. The eldest prince's mistake was that it was too normal. Unexpectedly, the ninth prince would use such a trick on him. The eldest prince was a little annoyed now. You too, you don't pay more attention to martial arts and archery on weekdays. The 14-year-old, who was about to leave the palace to build his own residence, was beaten by an 11-year-old who hadn't even fully grown his hair. The eldest prince felt a little embarrassed. What's the point of you saying this now? Besides, it's enough that the youngest son is good at studying. It's normal that he can't compare with the ninth prince who runs around every day. Concubine Da couldn't help but glared at her eldest son. Think about what to do. The eldest prince frowned slightly and said, "What can I do? The ninth prince has already beaten him, so it's time for him to calm down." As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere instantly became solemn. Concubine Da, I'm afraid it's not as simple as you think. The eighth prince, brother, you think Saiju is too easy to fool. The eldest prince. The eldest prince held his breath and said, "Why? Do you really want me to apologize to him? Ye Shuo has a stubborn temper, and the eldest prince is even more stubborn than him. Just go out there and do what you need to do as usual. I don't believe he would dare to do anything to you." Hearing this, the current eighth prince was even more horrified. "Brother, don't say it. He really dares. The most important thing is that this matter has nothing to do with me. Isn't it too unfair for me to suffer this unexpected disaster?" The eldest prince couldn't help but slap the table and said, "Why, in such a huge palace, no one can control him, right? He is simply lawless. No, they are just angry with each other. What does it have to do with me? You have to know that it was him who got beaten, not his elder brother." The eighth prince had a bitter face. Seeing that the eldest prince was angry, he really didn't dare to persuade him anymore. Of course, the eldest prince is the eighth prince's elder brother after all. Although he is angry, he would not really sacrifice his younger brother. And so, the eldest prince returned home with a lot of anger. The eldest prince sat down on the chair, and he also became angrier the more he thought about it. If he really wanted to fight with a child, he didn't have the face to do so. But if he just let it go, he really couldn't swallow this anger. At this time, several sons of the eldest prince came over. After hearing what happened, they patted their chests and said, "Father, don't worry. Just leave this matter to your sons. As long as my son is here, my eighth uncle will be safe." The eldest prince left the capital soon after his marriage. The eldest prince's wife and two concubines took the trouble to follow the eldest prince to the border, so the eldest prince's children were basically born at the border. The eldest prince is 17 years older than Ye Shuo. He has several sons who are about the same age as Ye Shuo, some are 8, 9, and 10 years old, all younger than Ye Shuo. Besides, the ninth prince is still their uncle. Even if the ninth prince is unruly, he would not fight with his own nephews, right? If Ye Sun knew what his uncle was thinking at this time, he would definitely give a heartfelt advice. Don't disbelieve it, the ninth prince is really brave. Children's problems should be solved using children's methods. No one can find fault with it. Compared to their weak eighth uncle, these sons of theirs who grew up at the border have not fallen behind in martial arts. Almost instantly, the eldest prince's brows relaxed, and he thought he had found a way to restrain his ninth brother, so he agreed to their request. Seeing that they finally had the chance to share their father's worries, Ye Yan and the other three were naturally extremely excited. They were ready to go, just waiting for tomorrow to come. The other side. After shedding 2 crocodile tears for the innocent eighth prince, Ye Shuo finally felt a little better. On the other hand, the pointed little princess at the side had stopped crying and was now trying to persuade him. Brother, the eighth brother is innocent. When Jianjian saw his own brother blocking the eighth prince there and then beating him up without saying a word, she was so shocked that she even forgot to cry. Obviously, it has nothing to do with my eighth brother. This is the truth, but... Ye Shuo touched his chin and said innocently, but brother doesn't care about that. Brother has no morals. It's okay as long as I can vent my anger. He is the only one who can talk about being a scoundrel so confidently. Jianjian's young mind was greatly shocked at this moment. Ye Shuo had no intention of repenting. Seeing that it was already evening and it was almost time for dinner, he decided to take his sister back to Kaiwu Palace. Let's go, we should go home for dinner. When they arrived at the gate of Kaiwu Palace, Ye Shuo suddenly thought of something and could not help but whisper to Jianjian, by the way, you must not tell father what happened today. You see, Ye Shuo clearly knew in his heart whether what he was doing was right or not. I believe that the eldest prince and the eighth prince would be too embarrassed to publicize it. As long as both sides don't say anything, no one will know. Don't be too perfect. Anyway, he is not the one who suffers. After forcing Jianjian to nod with difficulty, Ye Shuo swaggered into Kaiwu Palace. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Emperor Jingguan always feels that the palace is too quiet today. Especially since the son took the daughter out to play for most of the day, nothing happened. While eating, Emperor Jingguan asked casually, where did you go this afternoon? Did anything happen? Jianjian is still an honest child and has not learned to lie yet. Subconsciously, she lowered her head and grabbed the food on the plate, like a student who was afraid of being called by the teacher. Looking at Ye Shuo again, he was an old hand after all, and he answered with ease, I first strolled around the garden, and on the way I met my elder brother, and chatted with him for a while. At 3 p.m., I met my elder brother, who was very enthusiastic. My son couldn't bear to disappoint him, so he had a cordial and friendly exchange with him. Emperor Jingguan. Those words were all good, why do they sound so awkward? After leaving Kiowa Palace, Emperor Jingguan thought about it and still felt that being too quiet was not in line with the character of the little bastard. Halfway through the journey, Emperor Jingguan finally called Wang Ziquan over and said, go and ask if anything happened this afternoon. At first, Wang Ziquan wondered if the emperor was being too cautious with the 9th prince. After finding out what had happened, Wang Ziquan couldn't help but sigh that the emperor was indeed foresighted. Then Emperor Jingguan found out that the eldest prince scared Jian and made her cry, and then Ye Shuo blocked the 8th prince on his way home from school and beat him up. So this is what is meant by cordial and friendly communication. The eldest prince suffered such a great loss, no wonder the little bastard didn't complain to him. Emperor Jingguan regretted it and felt that he should not have asked about it. He even dared to offend his elder brother, he is really something. But this is just a small matter, and it's not necessary to summon the boss to the palace and scold him in the middle of the night. Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. As for the crown prince and the second prince, they felt the same way. I thought I would be the first to confront the eldest prince, but I didn't expect Ziyaju to be much more agile than them. The most important thing is that this child is really brave. Upon hearing the news, the crown prince and the grand tutor, who were discussing something, suddenly fell silent. This Ziyaju, the prince had a terrible headache. While the grand tutor was gritting his teeth, he was already prepared in his heart to report to the crown prince. The night passed in a flash, and he didn't care what others were thinking. The next morning, before dawn, when Ye Shuo was still sleeping soundly, Ye Yan and others had already come to the palace under the pretext of visiting his grandmother. The 4 of them were ready to go, determined to perform well and help their father solve his problems. Although Ye Yan and his brothers are young, they are very strong. The 4 children, each stronger than the other, stood guard at the door of the upper study room like an iron tower. When Ye Sun saw them, he subconsciously asked the eunuch beside him to pass the message to the 9th uncle. Obviously Ye Sun also heard about what happened yesterday. Although Ye Sun didn't quite understand how the great uncle could compete with the 9th uncle, as there was obviously such a huge gap between the two, but when he thought about the 9th uncle's ability to get into trouble, Ye Sun suddenly didn't find it strange anymore. As the 9th prince, it's not surprising that he would have conflicts with anyone. The other side. At the hour of Chen, Ye Shuo slowly woke up from his sleep, washed up and finished his meal, and then at the urging of Princess Jian, Ye Shuo reluctantly prepared to go find Lord Zhen. Well, the grand tutor has been worrying a lot about flood control lately, and his body is a little exhausted. He needs to take a break before he can continue to endure teaching the 9th prince. As it happened that it was soon to be Lord Zhen's turn, Lord Zhen simply asked the 9th prince to report to him 2 days in advance. These 2 people who had been fighting for most of their lives actually began to sympathize with each other because of Ye Shuo. Now, the ones who are most afraid of something happening to each other are the Grand Tutor and Lord Zhen, because if one of them falls ill, the 9th prince's studies will be completely placed on the shoulders of the other person. Therefore, when the 2 meet now, they are no longer sarcastic to each other, but are caring about each other and worrying about each other's health every day. The 9th prince will graduate in 4 years. If he persists a little longer, he will be free in 4 more years. In this case, Lord Zhen will naturally take better care of the Grand Tutor. While teaching the 9th prince, other princes also cannot slack off on their studies. In this case, Ye Shuo will definitely have to run to the upper study. For fear of affecting the mentality of other princes, Ye Shuo usually stayed in Lord Zhen's tea room. Seeing Yuchen never thought that the 9th prince would get into such trouble just because he hadn't been here for a short time due to the holiday. The eldest prince has now returned to the court and is in the limelight. How can the 9th prince go against him directly? Seeing Yuchen suddenly felt that his decision to take part in this year's imperial examination was so wise. Ye Shuo was furious when he heard the news. What? You're going to take the imperial examination? Why don't you wait until I go to court and then I'll arrange a position for you? Don't you trust me? Seeing Yuchen choked, and that weird expression almost made him say, can I trust you? If I rely on the arrangements made by the 9th prince, I guess I will have no future in this life. Seeing Yuchen will be 17 this year, and he is still neither high nor low. It is impossible for him not to be anxious. But in order to take care of the 9th prince's self-esteem, Seeing Yuchen naturally could not say it clearly. He just said, in reply to your highness, I have studied for so many years, and I also want to see how good my level is. It is said that his mother has good taste. The study partner she chose is so motivated. Ye Shuo almost forgot that when he was young, his mother wanted to give him the best of everything. My own affairs don't seem to be very important. Seeing Yuchen reacted and said, 9th prince, why don't you tell us about yourself? Seeing Yuchen has been with Ye Shuo for so many years, so he said directly if he had anything to say, forgive my frankness, but it is really inappropriate for you to conflict with the eldest prince right now. What's appropriate or inappropriate about this? Apart from the fact that Jian crying made him very angry, Ye Shuo didn't take this matter as a big deal at all. Now that his revenge has been taken, doesn't Ye Shuo feel relieved? To be honest, even though these brothers are not easy to deal with, they are not so intolerant that they cannot tolerate others. Of course, the main reason is that it is not cost-effective to make enemies through small fights. As long as their core interests are not really touched, generally there will be no problems. To put it bluntly, as long as it does not involve party disputes, the rest are just matters between brothers. It is true that Ye Shuo's goal is to live, but he also wants to live freely and happily. If he has to endure and give in to such a small thing, then what's the point of living? It would be better to kill himself than to let him try to please these brothers. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Maybe my eldest brother has already forgotten about it. Ye Shuo vowed. Result. Before Ye Shuo took a few steps, he was stopped by the young eunuch beside his nephew. Then Ye Shuo learned that the 8th prince had 4 more bodyguards. This is what the 9th prince said: nothing will happen. The 9th prince is indeed unreliable. Seeing Yuchen twitched his lips, feeling that it was as he expected. Just as Seeing Yuchen was thinking about how to ease the situation, Ye Shuo suddenly became interested. Big brother is on guard against himself. The eldest prince is only 2 years older than the crown prince. When Ye Shuo was in the palace before, he had never seen the eldest prince's children, let alone heard of them. This means that the eldest prince's eldest children were all born at the border. If you calculate it this way, the oldest one is only 10 years old, a little younger than me. Ye Shuo understood that the eldest prince was planning to bully the strong with the weak. Did he think that as an uncle, he wouldn't do anything? Brother, Jianjian couldn't help but tug at his brother's clothes after hearing this. The next moment, the 9th prince made the decision: let's go, I'll take you to meet these nephews. Seeing the 9th prince so excited, Seeing Yuchen couldn't help but feel dizzy. Finished. Seeing Yuchen looked very familiar with this performance. But there was no way. Seeing Yuchen and the others couldn't stop him at all. Even the little princess, who had the highest status and the most influence, tried her best to stop him, but still couldn't stop Ye Shuo. The little princess almost hugged his thigh. The little princess was about to cry. Just like that, under the desperate gaze of Seeing Yuchen and Xiao Luzi, Ye Shuo came to the upper study. It was after school hours and the second class in the upper study was about to end. Since the 6th prince left, the 7th prince also left the palace to build his own residence. Now the only people in the upper study that Ye Shuo was familiar with were the 8th prince and the little grandson Ye Sun. Ye Shuo was not very familiar with the rest, like the 10th prince, the 11th prince, the 12th prince, and even the queen's sons. Normally at this time, Ye Shuo would usually walk around and then go to the tea room for fear of hurting their young hearts, but today, because the eldest prince's sons were there, Ye Shuo just swaggered over. When he saw his figure, Ye Sun's eyes widened. Wait, didn't he send someone to inform the 9th prince? Why did the 9th prince come anyway? Didn't receive it, or? Ye Sun was not stupid. Seeing the bitter look on the face of the eunuch behind Ye Shuo, he quickly realized that his actions might have had the opposite effect. Ye Sun could not help but take a breath. From a distance, Ye Shuo saw Ye Yan and the other 3 who were as strong as calves. Looking at their facial features similar to those of the eldest prince, he immediately realized that these were his other good nephews. Not bad, not bad. This physique looks very healthy. It just so happened that Jianjian was about to start practicing martial arts, and he was in need of a few sparring partners. These 4 men were obviously martial artists, and they were worthy of being the sons of the cheap eldest brother, and they looked to be quite tough. Ye Shuo was afraid that if he practiced for an ordinary person, it would not produce any effect. These 4 nephews came at the right time. For some reason, Ye Yan suddenly felt a chill on his back when being stared at by the 9th prince. Perhaps it was because Ye Shuo's eyes were too explicit, the other party's eyes kept scanning him as if he was selecting goods. Ye Yan couldn't hold it back any longer, and said, "We brothers are here today, we won't let you bully your 8th uncle." Ye Shuo couldn't help but look at the 8th prince standing beside him. Seeing this, the 8th prince waved his hands repeatedly. "Zaiju, you know this is not my idea." Ye Yan was stunned. 8th uncle, this was their real uncle, their father's brother, how could he surrender so quickly? The 8th prince didn't want to do this, but he felt this was the best way. However, the 4 nephews were kind-hearted after all, and the 8th prince could not bear to see them being entangled by Xiaoju, so he hurriedly said, "Don't talk nonsense." Then the 8th prince turned his head again and said sincerely, "Xiaoju, since they are still young and can't stand the tossing, please let them go. I want to, too, but look at them yourself, they themselves are unhappy about it." Ye Shuo blinked, then imitated the eldest prince yesterday and took a step forward. Ye Yan thought he was going to attack, and the kids panicked and immediately surrounded Ye Shuo. Of course, Ye Yan and the other 3 knew what was right and wrong. They knew that Ye Shuo was their uncle and did not dare to really take action, so they thought of using their bodies to stop him outside. Just as Ye Yan and the others thought, Ye Shuo was indeed embarrassed to fight with his nephew. But there are always more effective solutions than taking action. When the 8th prince fell into Ye Shuo's hands again, he suddenly had an urge to vomit blood. Perhaps what my elder brother said was right. I should indeed strengthen my practice in martial arts and horse riding and archery. Otherwise, no matter how good his temper is, he won't be able to bear being treated as a hostage all the time. Ye Shuo cleared his throat, then his face became serious. "Everyone stand still, if anyone dares to disobey, don't blame me for being rude." Ye Shuo just didn't believe that they could watch their own uncle get beaten. Before Ye Yan and the others could react, they watched Uncle 8 being arrested. Then they heard these words and for a moment they didn't know how to react. The youngest of the four was the smartest. When he saw Ye Shuo holding the 8th prince hostage, he followed suit and rushed forward, also holding hostage the little princess who was still overwhelmed by what was happening before her. Ye Shuo was startled at first, but then he thought of something and felt relieved. In war, the key is to capture the leader first. As long as the key person is in your hands, you have the bargaining power. As if he saw what the other person was thinking, Ye Shuo almost laughed out loud. By the way, have you forgotten something? Cough. Well, I dare to hit my brother, do you dare to hit your aunt? Even though Jianjian is young, she is still the aunt of several people. Jianjian finally reacted and pursed her lips. A layer of mist quickly filled her eyes and tears kept rolling in her eye sockets, as if she was about to cry in the next second. When Ye Yan saw this, he was immediately dumbfounded. Now because of your disobedience, I have decided to let your 8th uncle take the blame for you. Ye Shuo's eyes turned cold, and then he punched the 8th prince in the stomach without hesitation. What does this have to do with me? The 8th prince was about to curse, but then he realized that it didn't seem to hurt. The 8th prince turned his head subconsciously and met Ye Shuo's eyes. Real fight or fake fight, you choose one. The 8th prince. What choice does he have? The 8th prince is indeed a smart man. After he understood what he meant, his expression immediately twisted, and then he covered his stomach and cried out, ouch ouch ouch. Let me make it clear first, you can't tell this to your elder brother. If my eldest brother knew that I sold my nephews out of fear of physical pain, Jie would break his legs. Ye Shuo patted his chest, meaning that you can trust me to do the job. The 8th prince weighed the issue for a long time, and finally reluctantly sold out his nephews. It was the eldest brother who originally caused the trouble. It is only natural that the son should pay for the father's debts. He had already taken a beating for his eldest brother before, so he couldn't just be the only one to be beaten, right? Seeing this scene, Ye Yan and the others dared not resist at all. Ye Shuo couldn't help but reveal a mysterious smile. The other side. After the morning court session ended, Emperor Jingwen seemed to be hesitant to speak, and finally called the eldest son alone, and briefly mentioned what happened yesterday afternoon. The eldest prince was stunned, and then seemed a little unbelievable. My father actually cares so much about his 9th younger brother? It's not what you think. Emperor Jingwen was such a smart man that he immediately realized that his eldest son had misunderstood. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but sigh, I'm just afraid that you will be entangled by Ziyaju. Emperor Jingwen knew how powerful his son was. If he was targeted by him, there would be no escape. You still have time to say a few soft words now. Emperor Jingwen made this suggestion with good intentions. However, no matter how wonderful Emperor Jingwen's words were, they were all biased in the eyes of the eldest prince. He used to favor the crown prince, and now the 9th prince. How could my father do this? Just when the eldest prince's heart was surging with grief and indignation, and he could not control his emotions for a moment, Wang Ziquan suddenly came over from outside. As he walked, Wang Ziquan shouted, Your Majesty, eldest prince, it's bad, the 9th prince and the emperor's grandson, they. For a moment, Wang Ziquan really couldn't find the right words to describe the scene. However, Emperor Jingwen and the eldest prince misunderstood. The eldest prince, Yanar and the others beat up the 9th prince. Emperor Jingwen, Shuo'er used his tricks again. Oops, things seem to be more serious than I thought. Hurry up. After all, those are the royal blood. Before Wang Ziquan could finish his words, the two fathers had already hurried to the scene of the incident. When Emperor Jingwen and the eldest prince arrived, they saw Ye Shuo supervising several imperial grandchildren jogging with great interest. It would be fine if I lost in a one-on-one fight, but the key is that I haven't even started to fight yet and I have to listen to him in everything. If I don't listen, he will beat my own uncle. The more they thought about it, the more aggrieved they felt. Ye Yan and the others couldn't stop crying, and their tears kept pouring out. Emperor Jingwen was silent for a moment, then couldn't help but look at his eldest son. Tell me why you provoked him. Now look what happened, several of your sons have been lost. As for the eldest prince, he was obviously unable to react when he saw his sons running and wiping their tears. 9th brother, please don't go too far. Perhaps because he was too angry, the eldest prince lost his composure. Seeing his cheap elder brother pulling the 8th prince aside and then standing in front of him, Ye Shuo was stunned for a moment, then he was a little bit unbelievable. Brother, are you threatening me? The eldest prince did not say anything. He just stared at him with a fierce look. The throbbing veins on the back of his hands showed that he was not at peace. It's indeed a threat. Ye Shuo understood. Just wait for me. The eldest prince felt that these words sounded particularly familiar, but before he could react, he saw Ye Shuo suddenly running in front of Emperor Jingwen. Just when the eldest prince thought that the 9th prince was going to exaggerate and make the first move to complain, he heard him say this. Father, it has been a month since my nephews came back. It was fine before because of the flood, but now that the flood has stopped, shouldn't my nephews go to the upper study to study? No matter what happens, we can't delay our children's studies. When they go to the upper study and stay in the palace every day, won't they be at his mercy? Ye Shuo thought so in his heart, and his face showed that he was very worried about his nephew's future, as if he cared more about him than the eldest prince, his biological father. How could the eldest prince not understand his plan? As soon as he finished speaking, his expression froze. If the emperor nodded, wouldn't that mean, from 1 hostage at the beginning, it suddenly became 5? The eldest prince's heart suddenly stagnated. Ye Shuo never mentioned any conflict and only talked about the studies of his 4 older nephews. Emperor Jingwen was helpless. He looked at his eldest son beside him and asked him what to say in the current situation. The little bastard was very cunning and hit the nail on the head. No matter how angry he was, the little princes still had to study, right? Unless the eldest prince could find a better teacher, Master Zhen in the upper study was destined to be the fate of the little princes. But it was obvious that there were not many teachers or great scholars in the entire Great Zhou who were better than Lord Zhen and his companions, so Emperor Jingwen had no choice but to agree to Ye Shuo's reasonable request. Now even the eldest prince could not say that his father was partial. And the eldest prince finally understood why his mother and father reacted that way after they heard about the conflict between him and his 9th younger brother. Once this child sticks to you, it's hard to get rid of him easily. In fact, Ye Shuo's idea is very simple. If he can't deal with his cheap elder brother, how can he not deal with his cheap elder brother's younger brother and son? I have seen many shameless people, but I have never seen someone so shameless and scoundrel. Other brothers, like the crown prince and the second prince, at least have some dignity, but this one is different. He has no dignity at all. The current situation is that he can't deal with him but no one else around him can deal with him Holding your breath, it's really too suffocating. The eldest prince also understood why his sons, who had always been strong, were wiping tears while running. The eldest prince was trying to suppress him with his momentum, but as soon as he looked over, Ye Shuo glared back at him, unwilling to be outdone. He looked even more ferocious than him. The eldest prince. The eldest brother is really something. He is so old but still behaves like a child. Emperor Jingwen next to him frowned, completely forgetting that he had just argued with his son in the same way a few years ago. While the 2 men were exchanging glances, Ye Yan and the other 3 could no longer sit still and surrounded them, panting. Father, I don't want to come to the study. Grandpa Emperor, I don't want to. Father. The 4 children shouted in unison. They were not stupid. If the 9th prince threatened them with the 8th prince every day, wouldn't they have to listen to the 9th prince every day? Obviously, Ye Yan and the others knew that the 8th prince was their uncle, and they couldn't just sit back and watch. So once you enter the palace, you're doomed. However, before Emperor Jingwen could even say anything, the eldest prince shouted, "Shut up. Starting tomorrow, all of you, come here and study. There is no other way. It is not enough to just know kung fu. You must also read books." The eldest prince, whose lifeline of education was strangled, turned pale. They didn't expect their father to suddenly get angry, and Ye Yan and his 4 brothers were dumbfounded. As for Ye Shuo standing aside, he made a victory gesture. So what's the point of fighting for that position? Because of this, you will be controlled by others in every way and you won't be able to speak or do things with confidence. Seeing the little bastard openly provoking his eldest son, Emperor Jingwen felt a terrible headache. Emperor Jingwen really wanted to ask him how confident he was to feel that he could withstand a punch from his eldest brother. After the eldest prince finished scolding his son, he almost gritted his teeth and said, "Well done, 9th brother." The eldest prince didn't know what was wrong. He couldn't control his temper when he saw his younger brother. Oh my god, he's coming again? The cheap elder brother is indeed extraordinary. People who have led soldiers are more stubborn than others. Ye Shuo stretched out a finger and said, "Once." The eldest prince narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean? You've threatened me again." Ye Shuo said seriously, "That's 3 times in total. Don't blame me for randomly picking one of your sons." Emperor Jingwen. The eldest prince. "Asshole, you." Ye Shuo didn't even blink, and decisively raised another finger, twice. The eldest prince was so angry when he realized what was going on. It's already this time, the little bastard should stop adding fuel to the fire, okay? Emperor Jingwen didn't dare to let the 2 of them stay together anymore. If his eldest son really didn't care and hung up on the little bastard and beat him up, he might not be able to stop him. Someone, send the 9th prince back to Kaiwu Palace. At Emperor Jingwen's order, Ye Shuo was almost dragged away by the guards. Before leaving, he glared at several of his nephews. "My dear nephew, see you tomorrow." Ye Yan and the others couldn't control themselves and shivered. "Well, calm down too." After a while, facing the mess left by his youngest son, Emperor Jingwen had to clean up the mess for him. Fortunately, Emperor Jingwen had done a lot of this over the years and had long been accustomed to it. "Your brother is still young, don't bother with him." The eldest prince curled his lips, but what he was thinking in his heart was that although his younger brother was young, he seemed more annoying than the crown prince. But since Emperor Jingwen has spoken, the eldest prince certainly cannot go against him. The eldest prince finally regained his senses and lowered his head. "Father is right, it was I who was reckless and started a quarrel with my 9th brother. There's no need to say that." Emperor Jingwen paused strangely, obviously knowing the little bastard's ability to irritate people. Zaiju is also wrong in this matter. The eldest prince was stunned. In the past, his father doted on the prince, but he never said such words. The eldest prince felt a little comforted and was not so angry anymore. As he walked along the road, Emperor Jingwen could not help but slowly recount his experiences over the years. "Your 9th brother broke my pair of jade unicorns when he was born. When he was 1 or 2 years old, he teased me. When he was 3, 4, 5 years old." The more Emperor Jingwen talked, the more silent the eldest prince beside him became. He suddenly began to wonder how his father had survived all these years. It's infuriating enough if it happens once or twice, but if it happens every day every year, no one can stand it. If this was his own son, the eldest prince would definitely beat him 3 times a day until he became obedient. As if he had read his mind, Emperor Jingguan sighed, I have beaten and scolded him, but your 9th brother is just a piece of tough meat. I really have no choice. Fortunately, he is not a bad person by nature, and I have no intention of entrusting him with important tasks, so I indulge him a little. What are the other sons? They are the future pillars of the Great Zhou. As for the little bastard, Emperor Jingguan will be thankful if he doesn't commit crimes and bring harm to the people in the future. 1,000 words could not outweigh the words of Emperor Jingguan. Although the eldest prince had some guesses in his heart, he was still surprised when he heard Emperor Jingguan admit it himself. A prince who is not valued by his father is useless. Even if we are glorious at this moment, we are ultimately just a rootless duckweed, a flash in the pan. Why should I bother with such a brother? While the eldest prince was stunned, Emperor Jingguan said, in fact, today I am really worried that Ziyaju will take action directly. The eldest prince originally thought that Emperor Jingguan was worried that his 9th brother would suffer a loss if they really fought, but Emperor Jingguan immediately said, it would be bad if little 9 hit hard and hurt the grandson of the emperor. It would be fine if it comes to studying, as there are no good teachers at the border, so Yener and the others are naturally worse at studying than the prince's sons. But when it comes to martial arts, the eldest prince is confident that no one of his peers can be a match for his son. Your Majesty, you underestimate Yener and the others. Even if the 9th prince was taught by the Duke of Zhen, it would not be like this. The first prince was confident that he was no worse than the Duke of Zhen. Therefore, the eldest prince couldn't help but defend his sons. Upon hearing this, Yan and the others immediately straightened their chests. Oh, are your sons confident that they can withstand these moves? Suddenly remembering the incident of his ear being bitten, Emperor Jingguan's expression froze at first, and then quickly returned to normal. In this way, the eldest prince soon learned about his younger brother's famous skills, except for the ear-biting thing. These are all tricks that the eldest prince would never use even if he were beaten to death. Since the eldest prince doesn't use it, his sons naturally won't use it either. For some reason, Yan and the others suddenly felt a chill between their legs. I didn't expect the 9th prince to be like this. The eldest prince was now completely speechless, and even felt a little regretful for provoking such a scoundrel. As the sun sets, the eldest prince leaves the palace with his absent-minded sons. Looking at the backs of several people from afar, Wang Ziquan didn't know why, but he always felt that the emperor said those words on purpose. After a while, Wang Ziquan vaguely heard Emperor Jingguan sigh softly. Emperor Jingguan didn't want to say so much. After all, he had never worried so much when he was the crown prince. But Ziyaju is different after all. As the crown prince, if he is protected too tightly without any leaks, it may be detrimental to the Great Zhou. As for Ziyaju, he has no ability and is easy to offend people, so he can only rely on himself. If he really offends his eldest son to death, he will suffer in the future. Ziyaju couldn't think so much, so I could only take the trouble to help him clean up the mess. Soon, Emperor Jingguan waved to Wang Ziquan. Let's go, we're going back to the other side. Ye Shuo had a good sleep. The next morning, he packed up and took Jian to the study. The 4 brothers Yan no longer had the arrogance they had yesterday. Time was too tight, and they didn't even have time to find a study partner. They just came to the upper study room like they had lost their parents. Although Yan and others were already prepared, they were still very panicked when they saw the 9th prince walking towards them after the 2nd class. It's almost time for the horseback archery class, all of you follow me. Yan subconsciously wanted to resist, but Ye Shuo seemed to see through his intention and immediately turned his gaze to the 8th prince standing beside him. The 8th prince felt that he had offended someone and secretly made up his mind that when Master Wu arrived, he would learn well this time. Forced by Ye Shuo's tyranny, Yan could only follow Ye Shuo out reluctantly. However, what they were thinking in their hearts was that 8th uncle would leave the palace and build his own house in less than a year. By that time, 8th uncle would not be in the study, so who could 9th uncle threaten? Thinking of this, they suddenly had hope, and Yan and the other 3 felt much more relieved. As the saying goes, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Yan made a decisive decision and endured it. Satisfied to see that they were obedient, Ye Shuo threw Jian to a few people and told her to go for it as her nephews were so strong that she would definitely not be able to hurt them with her current strength. Just like this, Yan and others, who were still children themselves, were forced to take care of children. Looking at Ye Shuo on the side, after doing horse stance and 2 sets of boxing, he flipped over the hammock, closed his eyes and took a good rest. It was unexpected that he wanted to let his nephew teach his aunt martial arts. However, Emperor Jingguan was no longer surprised. He didn't even blink when he heard the news and continued to discuss the follow-up issues of the flood with Prime Minister He and others. On the other side, after hearing the news, the Grand Tutor couldn't help but frown, and seemed a little angry. How could His Highness do this? How could His Highness hang out with the eldest prince's sons? The Grand Tutor, who had already included the 9th prince in his own camp, obviously found it difficult to accept this matter. He even thought that Ye Shuo's move was an attempt to please both sides. To put it bluntly, the Grand Tutor thought Ye Shuo was one of his own, which is why he feels betrayed now. As for the prince standing aside, he was stunned for a while, then said in a deep voice, Master, The Grand Tutor subconsciously turned his head and heard the Crown Prince slowly speak. This matter has nothing to do with Zhou. Zhou is free by nature. He can be with whoever he wants. Don't involve him in the affairs of the court. Those things have nothing to do with him. Let a child like that do whatever he wants. Upon hearing this, the Grand Tutor fell silent. If this is true, then wouldn't the previous closeness be in vain? Although the ninth prince is useless, the emperor's favor is quite helpful. Although thinking this in his heart, the Grand Tutor opened his mouth and finally said, "In that case, I will follow your highness's wishes." For a long time afterwards, the two of them looked at the yard in front of them without saying a word. The days passed one by one, and just when the foundation laying of Jianjian was in full swing, the 8 people from Zhuo and the envoys from Baiting arrived almost at the same time. Another month has passed. Although the flood is gradually receding, the follow-up matters have not decreased at all. Fortunately, during the years when Emperor Jingwen was in power, the Great Zhou had developed well and the treasury was full, so it still had enough strength to deal with this sudden crisis. However, if Baiting took the opportunity to join in, it would be hard to say what would happen. Fortunately, compared with the victims who died in the disaster, more people were saved. I think with the addition of these people, they will be able to restore their previous order soon. When Emperor Jingwen received the report about the disaster area from the imperial envoy, he was not optimistic at first. It has been so many years since he became the crown prince, and the Yuan River has been flooding all year round. After each flood, typhoid fever and malaria would be rampant. This time the collapse of the Yuanhe Dam was so massive that it would be even more so. Emperor Jingwen had already prepared for a drastic population decline. However, when he opened the memorial, he found that although the flood was severe, the subsequent casualties were even less than before. Epidemics broke out in several places, but they were quickly brought under control. The methods used were ones that Emperor Jingwen had never heard of before. For example, feces must be centrally processed and filth must be cleaned up in a timely manner. The various sundries produced by the victims' daily lives cannot be thrown away at random, but must be collected by special people and handled in a unified manner. Other things include not drinking raw water, even well water that looks clean must be boiled before it can be drunk, food must be thoroughly cooked, the meat of dead animals must not be eaten, but must be buried in a deep pit, and clothes cannot be washed in the river. The places where the victims live must be fumigated with large amounts of wormwood every day, etc. At first, the imperial envoy thought it was troublesome. After all, everyone felt extremely tired after the disaster. Who could care so much? But there was no way. The 8 people forced him to do it. Those people are now heroes who played a big role when the flood occurred. They are also the ones specifically requested by the emperor. Even the imperial envoy has to take their feelings into consideration. After much deliberation, the imperial envoy finally did as he was told. The people's daily lives are not very particular, so it is quite difficult to get them to behave themselves all of a sudden. But it didn't matter, the imperial envoy had soldiers at his disposal. Emperor Jingwen temporarily gave him the power to dispatch the nearest troop. Under the concerted efforts and strict supervision of everyone, the epidemic that had raged in the past was miraculously reduced a lot. It was truly a miracle. If this method had been known before, the Great Zhou would have suffered fewer casualties during the flood. Shocked, the imperial envoy hurriedly reported the matter to Emperor Jingwen. Although they did not know the reason behind it, the doctors around them, including the imperial physician sent by Emperor Jingwen, recorded the above methods in a book to pass on to future generations. After reading this thick book of memorials, Emperor Jingwen regarded those 8 people even more highly. With such talented people, why should the Great Zhou Dynasty worry about its prosperity? It so happened that the envoys from Baiting were about to arrive, and the significance of the 8 representatives was even more different. The other side. After setting foot in Shangjing City, Zhou Wu and the others were very excited. Some of this excitement was due to the prosperity of Shangjing, but more of it was the anticipation for the teacher whom they had never met. Master Zheng said that their other teacher was a member of the royal family. If they were lucky enough to meet him, he would wear a jade pendant shaped like a lily flower around his waist, and they could recognize him by the pendant. However, the lily of the valley is always small and more suitable for women, so the 8 people couldn't help but wonder whether their other teacher would be a woman. Thinking of this, Zhou Wu and the other 2, who were also women, couldn't help but feel excited. The other 5 people felt a little embarrassed. Although there were many women among the people who studied with him, they were still influenced by the current secular world. They still felt naturally embarrassed when facing women, and their faces turned red in a short while. Obviously, they have already imagined the image of a noble and elegant female teacher in their minds. But at the same time, the 5 of them were a little worried. If this was the case, wouldn't it be inconvenient for the other party to teach them again? Rather than the so-called gender distinction, they care more about whether they can learn something. In order to leave a good impression on the mysterious teacher, Zhou Wu and her companions, who originally did not care much about their appearance, ordered hot water and dressed up properly the day before they were summoned to the palace. Now, they are still young and energetic, so even though they have been busy in the disaster area for such a long time, they can have a good sleep after cleaning up, and when they wake up, they have regained the vitality that young people should have, which makes the young eunuchs on the side envious. Although the group of people in front of them looked rustic and were far less graceful than the nobles in the palace, at this critical juncture, the significance represented by these 8 people was extraordinary. Even though they are still commoners now, if they perform well when the envoys come, they will surely be able to rise to prominence. Thinking of this, the young eunuchs became even more respectful. Seeing that the time was almost up, one of the eunuchs stepped forward and reminded, "It is almost the morning hour. Everyone please follow me into the palace." Zhou Wu and her companions felt a tightness in their hearts at first, and they breathed in and out for a long time. After they calmed down, they quickly boarded the carriage to the palace. About half an hour later, looking at the white marble stone steps in front of them, the majestic white jade dragon head on it looked down from above, with solemn and dignified eyes, which made people feel intimidated. Even Zhou Wu and the others wanted to retreat for a moment. This is the imperial palace, where the most honorable emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty lives. It is a place that ordinary people would never be able to set foot in their entire lives, but now it is right before their eyes. If it weren't for the two teachers and General Wei who had always supported them, they would definitely not be where they are today. The more this happened, the more they could not embarrass the two teachers. After all, he was the person Zhang Mohui liked. He hesitated for only a moment, and soon Zhou Wu and the others took the first step without fear. At the 15th hour in the morning, inside the Xianzhang Hall, Emperor Jingguan and the ministers stopped at the same time as if they had sensed something. Not long after, 8 people appeared outside the Xianzhang Hall. Now is the time when the morning sun is just rising. The morning sun symbolizes flourishing hope. Besides, Zhou Wu and the others are so young, the 8 of them seem to be stepping on the morning sun. Even He Xiang and the others are moved for a moment. As expected of Zhang Mohui's students, he is indeed different from others. Zhou Wu and the others had no idea what the other ministers were thinking. After they entered the palace, they seemed to be intimidated by the emperor's holy face on the dragon throne. They all lowered their heads and said in a loud voice, "We greet the emperor. Long live the emperor." Although these 8 people were a little nervous, they were not timid. The saying "a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger" was almost fully reflected in them. When Emperor Jingguan saw this scene, a thought subconsciously crossed his mind. It would be great if his son could be like this. Without saying too much, Emperor Jingguan would be satisfied if he could have half of what they have. As for who this son is talking about, you don't have to think about it to know. Thinking this in his heart, Emperor Jingguan said, "Well, everyone get up." Zhou Wu and the others did as they were told. When they stood up, their eyes simultaneously glanced at the waists of several people wearing python robes next to them. No, this either. Since it was an early morning court session, basically all the princes and nobles who had reached the age were here. If nothing had been discovered, then the possibility that the teacher was a woman increased a little. Just as the 8 people were thinking about it, Emperor Jingguan asked a few more questions. Seeing that most of them answered fluently, he was satisfied. At the same time, he was certain in his heart and asked, "The envoy is coming. If I want you to show the power of my Great Zhou in front of the envoy, can you do it?" Master Zhang had already explained this matter to them when they arrived, so the 8 people were not particularly surprised. "I will do my best to obey the orders of His Majesty." They didn't know what would happen at that time, so they didn't say anything definite. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jingguan was not dissatisfied at all. Instead, he nodded in praise. Of course, along with the arrival of the 8 people, there was also news that the eldest prince was promoted to Prince Star. The eldest prince was promoted as prince with title, like King of Jin, the title of his uncle. 10 years ago, when the eldest prince went to war, he was conferred the title of a prince in order to elevate his status. Now that he has returned victorious, he deserves a reward. This decree, which had been delayed for 2 full months, finally came down. At the very end, when seeing the 13-year-old Lu Mu, Emperor Jingguan couldn't help but say, "You are indeed a disciple of Master Zhang. You are truly a young man to be feared. If my 9th son could be like you, I wouldn't have to worry every day now." Upon hearing this, Prime Minister He and the Grand Tutor could not help but nod in agreement. The 9th prince? This name flashed through their minds. They had just noticed that the one standing in the front was the crown prince, and the remaining princes were only the 7th prince. The 7th prince was only 15 years old this year, so the 9th prince must be even younger. Therefore, Zhou Wu and others didn't take Emperor Jingguan's casual words to heart at all. However, they lived in the imperial city for the next few days, so they naturally heard some things about the 9th prince. It's not that they intended to spy, nor is it that the people around them were not tight-lipped. The main reason was that the 9th prince was too famous. Just like the previous incident with the Cao family, where the crown prince's tutor and the prince of Jin personally caught the adulterer, it would be hard for the people in the capital to not know about it. As for the culprit of this incident, it was the 9th prince. Zhou Wu couldn't help but laughed and teased, "This 9th prince is even more mischievous than you. Lu Mu is young, so it's normal for him to be not so steady sometimes." Hearing this, Lu Mu couldn't help but chuckle, feeling quite embarrassed. At the same time, Ye Shuo, who was doing horse stance, felt his nose itchy and couldn't help sneezing. Time passed quietly in such an atmosphere. 3 days passed in a flash, and the envoys from Beiding finally arrived in Shangjing City. The arrival of envoys from foreign countries is always a big event, and the capital city also becomes lively. Ye Shuo, who had been doing nothing, jumped up upon hearing the news and prepared to leave the palace with Xiao Lizi. References. Upward arrow 1. The eldest prince was promoted as prince with title, like King of Jin, the title of his uncle. The time Ye Shuo chooses is always so coincidental. Now that the envoys were about to arrive, no one cared about him at all. Ye Shuo easily left the gate of the imperial city. By the time Emperor Jingguan received the news, it was too late. He could only quickly send 2 guards to follow him to prevent Xiaozhu from causing any more trouble. Jianjian woke up happily and went to look for her brother, but she found him in vain. She heard from the imperial concubine that her brother had gone out to play and had left long ago. Jianjian couldn't help crying. She didn't even mind her brother being stupid, but he went out to play without her. What a bad brother. Without her brother, Jianjian was like a bird without wings. Suddenly, she couldn't feel happy anymore. The imperial concubine's scalp was numb when she saw this. After a lot of coaxing, she gradually diverted the little princess' attention. On the other hand, Ye Shuo felt no guilt at all for leaving his sister behind, and swaggered to the streets of Shangjing City. Now the envoys are about to arrive, and the capital city is a mixed crowd. Jianjian is still too young. Ye Shuo cannot guarantee that he can keep an eye on her 100% for a little child. If she falls into the hands of bad people, she will have no place to cry, so it is better to just keep her in the palace. Ye Shuo originally wanted to bring Ye Sun with him, but he heard that Ye Sun was helping the prince deal with the reception of envoys and was really busy, so he asked the eunuch who delivered the message to apologize to him. A child of only 7 years old is now handling the diplomatic relations between the 2 countries. This is unimaginable. Since Ye Sun had important things to do, Ye Shuo certainly couldn't delay him, so Ye Shuo turned around and invited a few other nephews who were unemployed at home and had nothing to do to come and play with him. Ye Yan and the others thought that their days of suffering were finally over, but it turned out that the 9th prince was not willing to let them go at all. At that time, Ye Yan and his brothers were resting at home, enjoying the long-lost leisure time. The 4 brothers all burst into tears. God knows how hard their days have been recently as they have to study while practicing martial arts with their little aunt. The little aunt is young and delicate. If they don't use enough strength and there is no effect, the 9th prince will be unhappy. If they use too much strength, they will hurt the little aunt and the 9th prince will still be angry. With this kind of dilemma, 1 day of practice is more tiring than 3 days of normal practice, not to mention how painful it is. Now when Ye Yan and others see Ye Shuo, they want to stay as far away from him as possible. However, the eldest prince, now Prince Ding, heard something different. You have been following the 9th prince for so long, haven't you noticed anything different? No. Ye Yan and the other 3 shook their heads in unison. 9th prince sleeps until noon every day, often skips school, and always makes Lord Zhen very angry. It seems that the grand tutor can't do anything about him. In the morning, he usually reads some miscellaneous books and then goes to the various palace ladies for lunch. In the afternoon, he just does some horse stance and a few sets of boxing, and then starts to bask in the sun, and doesn't go back until almost dusk. Perhaps it was because Ye Shuo was too familiar with this process, and Lord Zhen and the others seemed to be accustomed to it. It was difficult for Ye Yan and the others not to wonder whether the 9th prince had always done this. This is impossible. There is actually such an unmotivated person among his younger brothers? The eldest prince had only seen such leisurely state in some old princes of the royal family, but the key point was that all of these old princes were old men with 1 foot in the coffin. Are you sure he's not pretending? As soon as the eldest prince asked this question, news came from the gatehouse that the 9th prince had just left the palace, and asked several of the emperor's grandsons to hurry over. The eldest prince, Ye Yan and the other 3. No way, again? The eldest prince suddenly realized that he might not know that he had been promoted to prince. The 4 little ones looked at their father eagerly. Ye Yan and the others had originally planned to let the eldest prince make the decision for them, but who would have thought that after hesitating for a while, the eldest prince actually waved his hand at them. Forget it, since he asked you to go, then go. It seems that what the emperor said before was true. The 9th prince is indeed a fool. The eldest prince felt that he was even more stupid for arguing with a fool. The eldest prince suddenly became too lazy to argue with his younger brother. Just like that, Ye Yan and his brothers failed to take charge and were instead kicked out of the house by their father. The 4 little ones had no choice but to follow Xiao Lizi dejectedly to Ye Shuo's side. Then Ye Shuo learned that the eldest prince had just been conferred the title of prince. As for the title of his cheap elder brother, it was even more interesting. King Ding. The word Ding has the meaning of stabilizing the country, but it also has the meaning of fixed or established. I just don't know whether my cheap dad is thinking the former, the latter, or both. If that's really what he thinks, it is a decision that should not be regretted. The stepfather must have already thought about the position of his son when he sent the eldest prince to the military camp. The emperor's heart is as deep as an abyss, and his will is the truth, which cannot be resisted in the slightest. What is fate? What my cheap dad arranged is fate. If this is true, the crown prince can be saved, but the eldest prince will be in danger. What would he do with those who were beyond his control? While Ye Shuo was stunned, Ye Yan and the others couldn't help but straighten their chests. So, is the 9th prince scared? Now his father is a prince, and his status is much higher than his, the oligarch prince. Their status also rose with the tide. Now they were the sons of a prince. Who had ever seen a prince's son being a playmate? However, the next moment, their fantasies were shattered. Your father is a prince, and my father is the emperor. Stop showing off and go to the front to lead the way. Seeing their smug looks, Ye Shuo couldn't help but patted each of them on the head. How could he not be afraid? Ye Yan turned his head with an expression of disbelief. Ye Shuo glanced over and the chests of Ye Yan and the others rose and fell violently. Thinking of their father's instructions before returning to the capital, the 4 brothers of Ye finally gritted their teeth and went to the front to clear the way. The kids were as strong as calves and had great strength. Soon, a large open space appeared around Ye Shuo. Ye Shuo had brought enough money with him on this trip. When he passed by the candied haws stand, he casually asked, "Do you want to eat candied haws?" As an uncle, it's normal to buy snacks for your children. But Ye and the others were the grandchildren of the emperor, so how could they not look down upon the food of ordinary people? So they all shook their heads. What about pea yellow, lotus crisps, donkey meat hot pot? Ye Shuo mentioned several snacks in a row, but Ye and others still refused. Okay then, if you don't want to eat it, I'll eat it myself. Ye Shuo didn't force him. Soon the small path beside him and the hands of the 2 guards were occupied, while Ye Shuo took a bite of the donkey meat hot pot and drank a sip of the ancient handmade lotus root powder. Ye and his brothers were children after all. They get hungry quickly if they exercise a lot. It didn't take long for them to digest their breakfast. Then, surrounded by the aroma of meat and the sweet smell of snacks, they suddenly felt tormented. Seeing how happily the 9th prince was eating, the youngest one couldn't help but looked back again and again. Ye Shuo pretended not to see it and took another big bite of the fire in his hand. As the saying goes, there is dragon meat in the sky and donkey meat on the ground. Donkey meat itself is particularly fresh and fragrant. Coupled with the good skills of the stall owner, the braised donkey meat is even more tender and juicy. The emperor's grandson watched helplessly as a trickle of oil slid down from the fire and seeped into the oil paper bag. Gudong, the child swallowed hard. 9th uncle. Why, you want to eat? The child hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded vigorously. Ye Shuo raised his eyebrows, then motioned Xiao Luzi to come over and opened the oil paper bag in Xiao Luzi's hand. Ye Shuo deliberately picked out a piece of fattier donkey meat and stuffed it into his little nephew's mouth. The little grandson of the emperor suddenly discovered that folk snacks seemed to be quite good, and had a different flavor than those cooked by the imperial chefs. Once there was one, there were 2. Soon the remaining few also fell. Ye, the eldest brother, tried to struggle, but he couldn't resist the temptation of food at all. Just when the group was enjoying their meal, the envoy from Biding finally arrived and revealed his true appearance. That was an extremely powerful team. Biding was located in the north of Dezhou. The subjects of Biding had been eating cattle and sheep all year round, and they were all fat and strong. Ye Shuo estimated that one of them was almost as powerful as 2 people in Beijing. If all the soldiers in Biding were like this, it's no wonder that my cheap father would regard them as a thorn in his side and treat them so cautiously. Not to mention the people, even the horses they ride are larger than those of the Great Zhou. The horses have strong limbs, so they should have better endurance. The dozens of people walking in front should be guards. As for the real envoy, he should be the one sitting in the carriage at the back. Ye Shuo noticed that these people all looked extremely arrogant. No matter if it was real arrogance or fake arrogance, just by looking at the disdain and arrogance flashing in their eyes when they looked at the people of the Great Zhou, Ye Shuo knew that this group of people probably had bad intentions. That's right. After all, there had just been a flood in the Great Zhou. Even if the Great Zhou had won the previous battle, it could just start over now. When the Minister of Rights also came on horseback to greet them, he passed by the surrounding shops. Originally, his attention was all on the envoy's team, but he accidentally saw a few very familiar figures. Who else could it be but the 9th prince and his nephews? And now the 9th prince and the emperor's grandchildren were squatting under the eaves of the shop, each holding an oil paper bag, eating food like donkey meat and hot bread without any image. Seeing that the other party seemed to have recognized his identity, Ye Shuo not only had no sense of shame, but waved to the other party happily. Minister of Rights. Oh my god, we must not let the people of Biding know that these are their prince and grandson. Otherwise, Dezhou would lose all face. The Minister of Rights had prepared a lot of things to say, but now he couldn't say them. He turned his eyes away silently, pretending nothing had happened, and the Minister of Rights said succinctly, "Everyone is tired from the journey, please follow me." When the previous emperor of the Great Zhou was in power, he was extremely polite to the Biding people. Even amidst his politeness, there was a hint of fear, but the officials under the current emperor are quite arrogant. The Biding envoy in the carriage frowned, and after a moment, he signaled everyone to follow the Minister of Rights. At the same time, in the Kinzen Hall, upon learning of the arrival of the envoy, Emperor Jingguan remained calm and continued to handle the memorials at hand as usual. Even though the Great Zhou had just experienced a flood, Biding was defeated, and since it was defeated, it should be treated as a defeated country. Emperor Jingguan didn't even let the Crown Prince go to receive him, he only sent the Minister of Rights. "Your servant pays respects to His Majesty." Just when there was silence in the Kinzen Hall, a figure suddenly appeared. Familiar voice, familiar actions, who else could the person coming be but Wu Yi? After many years, Wu Yi has become more mature. When Emperor Jingguan saw him, he didn't say anything but asked, "How is Biding doing recently?" It turns out that Wu Yi's mission back then was to lead a group of people to collect intelligence about Biding, and now the time has finally come when it can be put to use. After receiving the order, Wu Yi rushed back without stopping and finally arrived just before the envoy arrived. Wu Yi briefly reported the recent situation in Biding to Emperor Jingguan. As expected by others, the envoys from Biding came with ill intentions. It has rarely rained in Biding since spring this year, and there was no rain at all throughout the summer. The grain planted by the people of Biding this year was almost a failure. That would be fine, as even without food there were still cattle and sheep, but the problem was that there was no rainfall, the grassland was so dry that a large number of cattle and sheep also starved to death. Biding is now facing a famine. According to Biding's brutal nature, once it reaches the end of its rope, it will inevitably march its troops southward, start slaughtering the people of other countries, and occupy other countries' lands in order to survive. The question now is whether the enemy's target is the Great Zhou or the Chen state in the west. Although Chen was the weakest of the three countries, it was easy to defend but difficult to attack due to its complex terrain and many mountains and rivers. In addition, De Zhou had just experienced a flood, so Emperor Jingguan was almost certain that the enemy was most likely targeting De Zhou. Fortunately, Zhang Mohui led his disciples to take action in time, otherwise if the flood was allowed to rage, Biding would probably have taken action by now, and would not even have gone through this. Especially this time, the envoy sent by the other party was Huianju. Huian is the surname of the Biding royal family, and Huianju is the uncle of the current Biding Wolf King. Such an important identity is naturally extraordinary. The other party is probably trying to determine whether the Great Zhou still has the strength to fight against them. If there is another war, the current treasury can still support it, but the key is that in order to survive, Biding will certainly do its best. This time the outcome is unpredictable. Even if it wins by chance again, De Zhou will inevitably suffer heavy losses, and the neighboring Chen state will inevitably take the opportunity to cause chaos. The best outcome would be to let Biding confront the state of Chen, while the Great Zhou would sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the two tigers, and reap the benefits. But how to make Biding give up this idea is a problem. The envoys from Biding will stay in Shangjing for about 7 days. A solution must be found within these 7 days. The most important thing today is tonight's banquet. I understand. You go down first. After pondering for a long time, Emperor Jingguan waved at Wu Yi. Wu Yi bowed his head and said, I will take my leave. Soon, the Qinzhen Hall returned to peace. The other side. Ye Shuo pondered for a long time and finally decided to join in the fun. It was so hard to have an outsider come, and he was very curious. Let's go and take a look. Ye Shuo wrapped the food in oil paper and handed it to Xiao Lizi beside him. He wiped his mouth and stood up. Ye Yan and the other three were stunned for a moment, then quickly stuffed the remaining steamed bread into their mouths and followed. After spending a few days with the 9th prince, Ye Yan and his companions clearly discovered that the 9th prince seemed to particularly love joining in the fun. Wherever there was fun, he would be there. Led by the Minister of Rights, the envoys team soon arrived at the post station. Biding is Biding after all. Even if it was defeated in the war, its treatment was different from that of other small countries. The Ministry of Rights entertained Biding envoys according to almost the highest standards. A few days before the Biding envoys arrived, the Ministry of Rights had ordered people to vacate the entire post station. People from other small countries have now temporarily moved elsewhere. The Great Zhou was still the same Great Zhou, seemingly no different from many years ago. When Huianju got off the car, he gave a subtle wink to the servants around him. The servant understood, and after entering the room, he started making a fuss in a short while. According to the servants, the beds in the rooms that were nicely arranged by the Ministry of Rights have now become garbage. Either the quilts are not soft enough, or the wooden beds are unstable, or the surrounding furnishings are not of high enough quality. That look was as if Huianju had lived in a fairy palace before. If the Minister of Rights had not known that the people in Biding, from the common people to the royal family, were all barbarians who ate raw meat and drank blood, he would have been deceived by them. In the past, people in Biding were not so particular. I guess they must have lost the war and were looking for trouble on purpose. When Ye Shuo arrived at the inn, he heard the quarrel inside. Originally, Ye Shuo wanted to go in and find out what was going on, but now, there was no need to go in. The other party was making so much noise that he could hear it even from outside. Looking at Ye Yan and the others standing aside, I don't know when their facial features were wrinkled. This envoy from Biding is so rude. Yes, yes. Ye Shuo nodded repeatedly. Although the people of Biding look tall and powerful, they are not real fools. They probably do this not just to vent their dissatisfaction. Going to the capital nowadays is probably to welcome bad guests. Since they are bad guests, there is no need to be polite to them. Ye Shuo was very interested in this group of so-called envoys at first, but now, he suddenly finds them boring. It would be better to go to other places in the capital to have some fun. Look at the poor Minister of Rights, who is now haggling with the other party all the time, not knowing that even if he says something beautiful, the other party will still find fault with it. Forget it, let's go. Ye Shuo didn't know the other party's purpose, and he didn't know whether his cheap father had other plans. Anyway, his cheap father would take care of it in the end, so he didn't worry about it. However, Ye Yan and his group, who were from Biding and had seen a lot of such things at the border, were immediately angered by the other party's behavior. But when they thought about not causing trouble for their father, they became discouraged again. Okay, don't be unhappy. The 9th uncle will take you to some fun places. Ye Yan and the others finally followed Ye Shuo reluctantly. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye it was already late in the evening. After a morning and an afternoon of adjustment, the people of Biding, who were already full of energy, had already recovered their spirits. Seeing that the night banquet was about to begin, Huianju boarded the carriage almost on time. About half an hour later, when the carriage arrived at the gate of the imperial city, the guard almost subconsciously stretched out his hand to stop it. Stop. Noticing that the 8 people, including Hu Yanzhou, all had scimitars on their waists, the guards could not help but say, "This is a restricted area of the imperial city, and weapons are not allowed. Please take off your swords before entering." As if he had heard a joke, Hu Yanzhou laughed loudly and patted the scimitar on his waist. Then his face changed and said, "It is a rule set by the Great Zhou Dynasty in the early years that our envoys are allowed to carry weapons. Who do you think you are? How dare you stop me?" Hu Yanzhou's eyes were as sharp as knives. The guards had never heard of such a rule, and they naturally did not dare to take the initiative because of the other party's noble status. Finally, a captain surnamed Li, who was a 7th rank officer, came over and ordered people to intercept the envoys outside. The guards quickly restored order. "I'm really sorry, I have never heard of such a rule in our Great Zhou. I will send someone to ask the emperor. Please wait here." The captain surnamed Li was neither humble nor arrogant. He was polite, but his actions showed no intention of letting them in. Huiyanzhu wanted to get angry, but when he saw his move, the other party seemed to want to unsheath his sword. Huiyanzhu paused, narrowed his eyes, and smiled. "Little guard, you are so brave." The captain surnamed Li remained unmoved. Huiyanzhu finally gave up. He crossed his arms and said, "Okay, I will wait here. I want to see if what the Great Zhou Emperor said before still counts." Emperor Jingguan soon learned about this matter, and he naturally also knew who made this rule. No doubt it must be the late emperor. The late emperor granted permission for envoys from Biding to carry swords when entering the country in order to maintain diplomatic relations between the two countries. Even Emperor Jingguan couldn't openly disobey the late emperor so blatantly. His face was as gloomy as water and he nodded to the guard who came to report. The guard then went back to report. The captain surnamed Li received the order and then let them go, pretending. After taking a deep look at the other person, Huiyanzhu sneered, and finally, under the watchful eyes of a group of guards, he swaggered into the imperial city with a sword in his hand. Huiyanzhu deliberately arrived a little late, and combined with the time he spent at the palace gate, by the time he arrived, the banquet was almost full, with only the 8 of them waiting. This showed how much importance he attached to the event. Although the Great Zhou won the battle, it was still so weak. Huiyanzhu bowed slightly towards Emperor Jingguan who was sitting at the top of the table as a greeting. Without even waiting for Emperor Jingguan to call him, he found his own seat and sat down. Emperor Jingguan's face darkened slightly, and the eldest prince and the crown prince were even more furious. As for other ministers, most of them knew that Biding was not easy to mess with, so no one said anything. Just when Emperor Jingguan was about to express his dissatisfaction, he inadvertently saw that there seemed to be a few empty seats not far away. Emperor Jingguan knew who was sitting in the empty seat without even having to think about it. Emperor Jingguan was startled for a moment, then he felt relieved. As for Huiyanzhu, not long after he sat down, he seemed to have just noticed his impoliteness. He said perfunctorily, "I am really sorry. I didn't follow so many rules when I faced the Wolf King in Biding. When I came here, I forgot about it for a moment. I hope that Emperor Zhou will forgive me." He kept asking for forgiveness, but his expression did not show much fear, as if he had already known in advance that Emperor Jingguan would not do anything to him. However, just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden noise outside the Luanqing palace. Ye Shuo never thought that he had just been playing around, and had done nothing except drinking tea, eating, listening to operas, music, storytelling, shopping, etc. How could it be dark in the blink of an eye? Seeing that the time for the night banquet was about to end, Ye Shuo was startled and ran to the palace in a hurry. When he arrived, he was covered in sweat from running. But thinking that those envoys didn't look like guests at all, Ye Shuo didn't care much. He was afraid that his cheap father would be angry, so after Ye Shuo rushed in, he hurriedly apologized to the envoys and then shifted all his attention to his cheap father. I'm sorry. I'm late, but considering my young age, I think you won't mind, right? Why does this sound so familiar? It seems like I have heard it somewhere before." Everyone's attention inevitably shifted to Huiyanzhu and his companions. In an instant, Huiyanzhu's expression became extremely ugly. Zhou Wu and the others who had already taken their seats did not take this scene to heart. They were not interested in such things, and it was not their job, so Zhou Wu and the others just watched at first. Until they noticed the jade pendant hanging around the visitor's waist. The jade pendant is densely carved with various flowers, which are so eye-catching. It was the first time they had seen such a fancy jade pendant, but that was fine. The key point was that surrounded by thousands of flowers, right in the center of the jade pendant, was a jade hairpin. The one wearing the jade pendant with a jade hairpin flower around his waist is the mysterious master they have been thinking about all the time. Zhou Wu and the other 8 young men were all stunned. Having no time to pay attention to them, Ye Shuo only noticed that the moment he walked in, 2 pairs of eyes full of resentment suddenly fell on him. One of the pairs was, as expected, the little princesses. As for the other pair, looking at the 4 people following Ye Shuo, Ye Sun gritted his teeth. It must be fake. This thought flashed through the minds of Zhou Wu and the other 8 people at the same time. However, before Ye Shuo came in, Zhou Wu and her companions had already observed all the princes and nobles in the Luanqing palace, even the concubines and princesses were not spared. However, because valley patterns, snake patterns, coiled dragon patterns, etc. were popular in the Great Zhou Dynasty, flowers and plants did not seem so solemn, so few people chose them. Even if they did choose flowers and plants, they were mostly golden lotus, peony, and peony. The existence of lily valley flowers was pitifully rare. Zhou Wu and her friends searched around but couldn't find him. At first, they wondered if their teacher hadn't come at all. Until the ninth prince appeared, the string of jade hairpins on the jade pendant on his waist was so eye-catching that it was difficult for Zhou Wu and the other 8 to ignore it. No wonder Master Zhang was so confident before, saying that they could recognize people by their jade pendants. Zhou Wu and the others were still thinking that the jade pendant itself was not a very eye-catching thing, and the lily of the valley flower was even more ordinary. Even if there were 8 of them, it might not be easy to identify them. What if they missed it? As a result, it turned out that it was not a lily of the valley flower, but a bunch of lily of the valley flowers. With other gorgeous flowers guarding it, it is so eye-catching that you can see it almost at a glance. The eyes of Zhou Wu and the other 8 people were wide open. As if he had guessed what they were thinking, Ye Shuo looked down at the jade pendant on his waist and couldn't help but have the urge to tease them. Then he took it off openly in front of everyone in Luanqing Palace, held the jade pendant in his hand and walked closer, shaking it in front of the 8 people. These flowers were drawn by me personally, and I specially asked the people in the Ministry of Internal Affairs to spend half a year to carve them. Aren't they particularly beautiful? The ninth prince must have piled up all the most beautiful flowers of all varieties in the imperial garden. Fortunately, the jade craftsmen employed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs have good skills, otherwise what a mess it would have been. The jade pendant is hollow, with densely packed flowers on all sides, each more eye-catching than the other. Not to mention Zhou Wu and the other young man, even He Xiang and the others nearby were attracted by this thing when they looked over after hearing the ninth prince's voice. But the amazing thing is that such a fancy thing does not look out of place at all when worn by the ninth prince. The ninth prince's face, which inherited all the good qualities of the emperor and the imperial concubine and is now becoming more and more handsome, plays a significant role in this. When ordinary people wear this thing, it is like matching cow dung with flowers, but when the ninth prince wears it, he is more beautiful than any other flower. What a waste of such a good-looking face, how could you have such a temper? They soon came to their senses and couldn't help cursing in their hearts. The Grand Tutor and Lord Zhen felt ashamed to face people and to admit that the ninth prince was their student. Seeing that his son scared 8 young men who had just arrived in Shangjing and made them change their faces in one breath, Emperor Jingguan couldn't help but feel a headache. Now, the 4 brothers Ye Yan are almost crying. How could this ninth prince be so troublesome? On such an important day, he even dared to be late. Being stared at by so many people in the hall, Ye Yan and his 3 companions, who usually prided themselves on being generous and unselfish, felt extremely uncomfortable. Looking at Ye Shuo again, he seemed fine, still with his usual cheerful look. Seeing Huianju and the others' increasingly ugly faces, Emperor Jingguan finally felt relieved. After waiting for his son to show off enough, Emperor Jingguan slowly rebuked his son. How can you behave in this hall? Go back to your seat. My cheap dad is really good at pretending. He didn't say a word when he came in. Ye Shuo thought so in his heart, but his expression immediately changed to one of submissive submission. He did not dare to refute at all. He put away the jade pendant and returned to his seat in dejection. At this point, the ministers had a deeper understanding of how favored the ninth prince was. He was late for the state banquet and was let off with just a few words of reprimand without even a decent punishment. This was an honor that even the crown prince had never had, and only the ninth prince in the world had it. Beside Emperor Jingguan, the queen's eyes changed. However, even though it has come to this, there are still some people who are blind. For example, when the uncle saw that his sister looked unhappy, he immediately said, if I remember correctly, the ninth prince is already 11 years old. How come he is still so ignorant? Since the ninth prince knew that the envoys would be coming today, he should have made preparations in advance. It would have been fine if it was a normal day, but how could he be late on such an important day? It is really wrong. The king's uncle is the queen's younger brother, and the queen is like a mother of all the princes and nation. Now the king's uncle is acting like an elder. If this happened before, there was nothing wrong with the old Duke Zhen when he was not favored by Emperor Jingguan. Emperor Jingguan at that time would like to find faults even if there were none, and the actions of the uncle just suited his wishes. But things are different now. Emperor Jingguan no longer has as much objection to the Duke of Zhen as he did before. Moreover, it would be strange for Emperor Jingguan to be happy when his uncle-in-law blames his son so easily. As the saying goes, family disgrace should not be made public. Even if the ninth prince was wrong, he should not be spoken out on such an occasion. The king's uncle has really brought shame upon himself. He Xiang and other discerning people couldn't help but shake their heads in their hearts. However, before Emperor Jingguan could speak, the eldest prince spoke first. Then according to your uncle's opinion, what should we do if we are late? The uncle didn't think too much about it and answered casually, at the very least, they should reflect on their mistakes behind closed doors to correct the atmosphere. With a dong sound, the eldest prince put the wine glass on the table. In that case, according to what the uncle said, Yanner and the others will also come along. The king's uncle was stunned, and then he realized that the eldest prince's group of sons seemed to be with the ninth prince, but the ninth prince was too ostentatious, causing others to ignore the grandchildren behind him. That's not what I meant. My uncle, you may have drunk too much. If that's the case, then just say less and don't make a fool of yourself. Others care about the queen, but the eldest prince doesn't. The queen's legitimate son is only a little old. It will never be his turn to take the position. If the queen was safe and sound, the eldest prince might have given her some face, but the queen was obviously not safe and sound, so the eldest prince naturally would not take her seriously. The series of scoldings from the eldest prince made the uncle's face turn red. Seeing that he wanted to say something else, Emperor Jingwen's patience was completely exhausted. Then he gave him a look and the uncle stopped talking on the spot. After Ye Shuo sat down, looking at his expression that he had no idea he was doing anything wrong, Princess Jian couldn't help but put her hands on her hips and cursed, "Bad brother." Sure enough, what is meant to come will come. It would have been fine if it was just Jian, but when Ye Shuo saw Ye Sun next door staring at him with a resentful look on his face, he felt even more uncomfortable. Before Ye Sun could speak, Ye Shuo quickly said, "I called you first, but you didn't want to go. You can't blame me for this." After hearing this, Ye Sun didn't feel comforted, but even more unhappy, "So I rejected you once, and you went to find them, right? What's more, the other party was the eldest uncle's son." Ye Sun suddenly felt particularly wronged. "Before they came back, you only looked for me." Hiss. Why does this conversation sound weird? Ye Shuo's face was serious. "What else? You are so busy. I just want to find someone to accompany me. Is there anything wrong with that? I don't have any other thoughts. Can you not be so petty?" Is he really so petty? As if he didn't notice Ye Sun's confusion, Ye Shuo continued, and he spoke more and more fluently. "Before, you insisted on playing with me, and when I really played with you, you said you didn't have time. Don't you think you are being too much and overbearing?" No matter how smart Ye Sun was, he was only a 7-year-old kid. How could he withstand such rhetoric? He couldn't stand it after a while. Thinking about it, it was indeed he who broke the appointment first. Ye Sun was soon surrounded by guilt. "I'm sorry, Uncle Nine, I shouldn't have lost my temper with you just now." Ye Shuo nodded. "Well, it's good that you know. Although I am very angry, you are my closest nephew after all. For this reason, I will forgive you no matter what you do. Don't act so unreasonably in the future, otherwise I will be sad." Ye Sun was so moved when he heard these words that he almost cried. "Ninth uncle." Cough, cough, cough. The crown princess next to him couldn't stand it anymore. She covered her lips with a handkerchief and coughed violently, then glared at her brother-in-law angrily. What the hell is going on? Ye Sun can't hear anything wrong, but how can the crown princess not hear it? You just bully him. Seeing that he was exposed by the crown princess at a glance, Ye Shuo blinked, quickly closed his mouth, and looked embarrassed. As for what happened next, Ye Yan and the others had already pricked up their ears when Ye Sun opened his mouth. Since the fathers of both sides don't get along, it's natural for the sons to follow suit. Just like the eldest prince regards the crown prince as his biggest enemy, Ye Yan and the others can't help but compare themselves with Ye Sun in everything. Seeing that Ye Sun cared so much about the ninth uncle and even made a fuss if the ninth uncle didn't take him out, Ye Yan and the other three immediately became excited. Doesn't this mean that if the four of them snatched the ninth prince away, then they would have won against Ye Sun in disguise? But the ninth prince's words closest are really an eyesore. But it doesn't matter, as long as they stay with the ninth prince, they will be the ones to be called the closest sooner or later. Ye Yan and others, who were reluctant and felt extremely painful at first, suddenly changed their mindset. Huianju watched helplessly as the attention that was originally focused on him quickly dispersed after the ninth prince appeared. He waited for a long time but received no further news, and his face turned ashen. Emperor Jingwen, who was sitting at the top of the table, seemed to have just noticed it and said, "My son is young and naughty. I'm sorry to have made you laugh. Even now that the 17th prince has been born, His Majesty still thinks that the 9th prince is the youngest son, as if the 10th to 17th princes did not exist." The queen could barely keep her expression. Hu Yanzhou snorted coldly. "It's okay for the 9th prince, he is a prince, but the guards in this palace are really ignorant. If it were in our biting, a small guard would offend the royal family and his tendons would be cut off and dragged out to feed the wolves." Emperor Jingwen frowned, then looked at the commander-in-chief below him and asked, "Who is on duty at the gate of the imperial city today?" The commander-in-chief called out the man's name very fluently. Ye Shuo's ears twitched. Hu Yanzhou was certain of this, but before he could smile, he heard Emperor Jingwen speak, "Come here, give him a reward." Hu Yanzhou's expression changed immediately. "Emperor Zhou, may I ask what you mean? If I am not mistaken, Emperor Zhou is provoking my biting." He said he wanted to punish, but Emperor Jingwen insisted on rewarding him. What else could this be but a provocation? Hu Yanzhou showed his anger at the right moment. "How could that be? Your Highness must have misunderstood father. The guard followed the rules and should be rewarded. What is your Majesty thinking about?" It would be too cheap for Emperor Jingwen to personally engage in a witticism, so without waiting for Emperor Jingwen to speak, the crown prince next to him looked embarrassed and spoke first. "I have heard that people in biting are generous and open-minded, but after meeting the prince today, I feel that the rumors are really not to be believed. It's different from biting's usual style to care about such a small matter." Although Emperor Jingwen could not openly ignore the words of the late emperor, it was not difficult for him to show his true intentions. With just one word of reward, Hu Yanzhou's face was immediately humiliated. Then the prince continued, it is true that most people in biting are not so particular, but the prince is too impatient now. Also, the prince has been dissatisfied with every aspect of our Great Zhou since he set foot in Shangjing City. If we talk about provocation, the prince is more appropriate. It makes people wonder whether the purpose of the prince's trip is really to seek peace. The prince paused and said, or was it the Wolf King who told the prince to act this way? One calling Huianzhu as prince is just for respect as he is the uncle of the emperor there, so calling him as prince or his highness or something. Dezhou is afraid of Beiting, so how could Beiting not be afraid of Dezhou? Especially since Beiting has been without water and food for several months, it is already at the end of its strength. If this weakness is discovered, Dezhou will definitely join forces with Chen State, and Beiting will be in danger then. As the prince's words became more and more profound, Huianzhu became more and more alert. However, just before the window paper was about to be broken, the prince stopped at the right time, and changed the subject, saying, of course, it is also possible that the prince himself has such an impulsive and irritable personality. If so, it is understandable. The prince's meaning was very clear. Either there was something wrong with biting itself, or there was something wrong with Huianzhu himself. In any case, just choose one. Huianzhu definitely can't choose the one in front, so. Ye Shuo had never known before that his third brother was so eloquent. Look how angry he made the messenger, his face turned green. The people of the Great Zhou are indeed sharp-tongued. Huianzhu was naturally no match for his verbal rival. From his peripheral vision he noticed the eldest prince not far away, and in a flash, Huianzhu came up with a vicious plan. Huianzhu's tense brows suddenly relaxed. Seeing the other party's behavior, Ye Shuo instinctively felt bad. Sure enough, the next moment Huianzhu said, it's just that I don't want to deal with a weak prince like you. My biting has always valued the strong. Your Highness, the eldest prince, defeated us and took the head of General Lanruo, the most powerful general in biting. Among all the princes, I only respect the eldest prince. What's the point of you saying more? The envoy from biting did not even know who the crown prince of Dezhou was. Huianzhu pretended to be serious and deliberately blurred the crown prince's name with that of an imperial prince, pretending as if he could not recognize the crown prince. He really deserves death? Anyone who hears this will feel hurt, even if they know the other person did it on purpose. Even though the prince was very well-mannered, his expression froze for a moment when he heard that. Since the eldest prince came back, the court affairs have been tense. Ye Shuo has always been worried that the crown prince and the eldest prince will fight one day. Although he knows that day will come sooner or later, Ye Shuo still hopes to delay it for a day. Now Huianzhu had come up with this move out of the blue, which had hit upon what Ye Shuo was most worried about. How could Ye Shuo not be annoyed? Damn it! Ye Shuo failed to control his strength and the teacup in his hand was crushed to pieces. With a bang, Ye Shuo slammed the cup heavily on the table in front of him. He moved so quickly that no one noticed that the cup broke before it touched the table. Even the pointy little princess who was closest to it only saw days before she saw the cup being smashed to pieces by her brother. Ye Shuo's sudden outburst stunned everyone in Luanqing Palace. The anger in his eyes faded away like the tide in an instant, and Ye Shuo leaned back to conceal his anger. In the eyes of everyone, he showed the familiar cynical look. Although he was furious, Ye Shuo still had a playful smile on his face. This prince doesn't even know the crown prince of my Great Zhou, and he can be an envoy. This really opens my eyes. If he can do it, then I can do it too. After all, we are all related and got promoted through connections, so there is no difference. Since Prince Huan doesn't even have this basic quality, I think, Father, we should talk to the Wolf King and see if we can send a different envoy. Anyway, there's nothing much to talk about with this one, so there's no point wasting time. The moment the words fell, the entire Luanqing Palace was in an uproar. The ninth prince has such a vicious mouth that he could even say such words. These two people are indeed in the same group. The other party just said that, and the ninth prince became anxious. The eldest prince couldn't help but snort in his heart, but he was not surprised. However, the sixth prince couldn't help but look at Ye Shuo again and again. As expected, Xiaoju was still closer to the crown prince. The sixth prince lowered his eyes. Wow, the ninth prince is so awesome. The ninth prince is indeed on their side. Ye Sun's face turned red with joy. Zaiju. The prince was stunned, feeling somewhat complicated. Being scolded by a child like this, Huianzhu felt embarrassed and angry. At a banquet between two countries, how can a child like you speak so freely? Is this the way of hospitality in the Great Zhou Dynasty? Ye Shuo sneered, Your Highness, you may have forgotten that this is the Luanqing Palace of my Great Zhou. The person sitting on it is my biological father, and you are standing on the land of my Great Zhou. As a prince, I am naturally more qualified than you. In terms of momentum, Ye Shuo will not lose to anyone. He is not even afraid of Emperor Jingguan, so how could he be afraid of a mere prince from another country? He Xiang and others watched helplessly as the ninth prince, who was only 11 years old, and Huianzhu, who was almost 50 years old, argued with each other until they were red in the face. Even though Huianzhu's eyes were almost popping out, the child in front of him did not calm down. In the end, Huianzhu was so angry that he almost drew his sword. Emperor Jingguan had seen the little bastard act like a rogue before, so even if the palace servants around him made a mistake, as long as it was not a big deal, he would basically just laugh it off. This is the first time I've had such a big argument with someone. Emperor Jingguan couldn't help but feel emotional. He really had deep feelings for the prince. Emperor Jingwen was of course happy that his most valued son and his most beloved son had such a good relationship, but he could not allow them to continue like this. If we keep arguing like this, there will be no end even if we continue arguing until tomorrow. Not to mention Emperor Jingwen, even Zhou Wu and others who were sitting opposite were caught off guard by such a scene. The ninth prince doesn't look like their teacher at all. In their eyes, anyone who can write something that would amaze even the gods must be strong, mature, and steady. Let's look at the ninth prince again. How does he relate to the above description? He's clearly just a little kid caught up in a fight. However, the jade pendant with lily flowers on the waist of this little kid was so dazzling that it hurt people's eyes. After hesitating for a long time, when the two sides paused, Zhou Wu took this opportunity to make a quick decision and immediately walked out of the team. Your Majesty, we, the common people, have a treasure to present to you. Since the emperor had specifically asked them to bring honor to the Zhou dynasty, they couldn't just sit there and act as mascots, right? They had to come up with something. After much deliberation, the 8 people finally made something during the 7 or 8 days when the envoy was here. The teacher had explained the drawings of this thing to them before, and they understood it at that time. Now they just had to restore it. Emperor Jingwen was just worrying about how to start the conversation, but when he saw Zhou Wu standing up, he just went with the flow and nodded. He wanted to see what tricks the Great Zhou was planning. Huianzhu thought this in his heart while sitting there panting. Soon, an object covered with red cloth was pushed up. This shape. Ye Shuo was stunned for a moment, and had a vague premonition in his heart. After a moment, Zhou Wu personally lifted the red cloth. If the so-called treasure is not the divine arm crossbow, one of the top cold weapons, then what is it? These people actually got this thing out. References. Upward arrow 1. Calling Huianzhu as prince is just for respect as he is the uncle of the emperor there, so calling him as prince or his highness or something. The Shenbi crossbow, also known as the Shenbi bow, was invented by Li Hong during the reign of Emperor Shenzong of the Northern Song dynasty. The bow is 3 feet and 3 inches long, with a string 2 feet and 5 inches long. Its maximum range is over 400 meters. It is equipped with a mechanism, so even though the Shenbi bow is heavy, it can be fired by one person. Its power can even penetrate heavy armor, which made the Jin army at that time terrified. According to historical records, the Shenbi bow could still shoot half an arrow into an elm tree at a distance of more than 240 steps, or more than 300 meters. This shows its lethality. However, in modern times, the production method and design drawings of the Shenbi crossbow have long been lost. Although the one restored by some cold weapon enthusiasts later is also called the Shenbi bow, only Li Hong himself knows whether it is the same as the one in the Song dynasty. However, this power is not far from the historical records, so whether it is true or false is not important. After everyone in the hall had seen it clearly, Zhou Wu clasped his fists and said, "This place is too small to use this bow. Your Majesty, please come to the front of the hall and take a look. This little girl is quite courageous." The Luanqing Palace is a state banquet venue that is only used for major events. It is quite grand and huge, but in her mouth it becomes small. What's more, she actually spoke up and asked Emperor Jingwen to move the imperial carriage, which was extremely rude. Bold. At the night banquet, someone immediately shouted it out. On the other hand, He Xiang and the others remained silent, and no one knew what they were thinking about. The young girl had good intentions, but they had never mentioned this matter before. Also, because they were young and they had polished and assembled the wood themselves, Emperor Jingwen did not expect that they would be able to make a crossbow in just a few days. It would be fine if this thing was useful, but if it is useless, it will backfire. The decision soon fell into the hands of Emperor Jingwen. Without much hesitation, he immediately said, "Come here, prepare the carriage." Emperor Jingwen decided to do as they said and go outside the palace to take a look. Huianzhu narrowed his eyes and began to speculate in his heart, wondering what kind of medicine the Great Zhou was trying to sell. Soon, as Emperor Jingwen walked down from the chair above, the other prime ministers he and others followed him. Now everyone's attention is on Zhou Wu. The youngest one, Lu Mu, pretended to be nervous and deliberately slowed down by 2 steps. Then, he happened to meet Ye Shuo, who was also walking out at the palace gate. Lu Mu opened his mouth, "Your Highness the 9th Prince. It's over, it's over, it's over. What should I say now? How can I know if he is the teacher I think of?" Just when Lu Mu was struggling, Ye Shuo over there seemed to see what he was thinking at the moment. Ye Shuo looked straight ahead and said something that could be considered a wise saying, but no one in the modern world could understand it. Odds change but evens don't, the sign depends on the quadrant. Ye Shuo had wanted to try this kind of excitement of secret codes for a long time, and it was not until today that his dream came true. However, compared to Ye Shuo, Lu Mu's mood was much more complicated. He had his head down, and because of his young age and short stature, no one even noticed that he had made a sound. After hearing these words, Lu Mu lowered his body even more, and no one noticed the turbulent emotions in his heart at this moment. Naturally, no one knew that after hearing the 9th prince say such a thing, Lu Mu almost went crazy. It was actually him? Lu Mu dared to guarantee that, apart from their own people, no one else in the Great Zhou Dynasty would know this sentence. Odds change but evens do not change, and the sign depends on the quadrant. Add to that the jade pendant with Lily of the Valley, and the answer becomes very clear. The person who could invent such concise and clear Arabic numerals, who was familiar with so many principles and formulas, such a unique person in the history, was actually still a child. His fantasy was shattered, and Lu Mu's face facing the ground suddenly became distorted. However, Ye Shuo acted as if nothing had happened. After saying those words, he walked away as if nothing had happened, without caring at all about the huge waves rising in other people's hearts. In the blink of an eye, the two passed each other. After everyone was outside the hall, Lu Mu followed behind and caught up with the main group in a daze. How? When Zhou Wu saw him coming, she subconsciously looked at him inquiringly. Lu Mu took a deep breath, then nodded calmly. Now it was already dark outside, and other people couldn't see it, but how could Zhou Wu and the others, who were closest to Lu Mu, not see it? Under that seemingly calm appearance, there was a look that seemed to be about to break in the next moment. Zhou Wu couldn't help but feel dizzy. At this time, Emperor Jingguan finally spoke. Now that everyone is here, when will it start? Zhou Wu quickly came back to his senses, and then said, "Please allow your majesty to send someone to take out the box from the drawer on the right-hand side of my room." No weapons were allowed into the palace, so arrows were naturally included in that category. Fortunately, Zhou Wu and her family now live at the foot of the imperial city, so it doesn't take much time to go back and forth. Emperor Jingguan could not help but look at the commander-in-chief beside him. The commander-in-chief understood what he meant and called on a few guards to act according to his instructions. In addition, Zhou Wu also needs a target. It was definitely too late to build a wall now, so Zhou Wu pointed to the screen wall in the distance and said with a slightly embarrassed look, "Your Majesty, this crossbow is very powerful. I'm afraid it will destroy the screen wall later. I hope your Majesty will not blame me." If the wall could really be destroyed, Emperor Jingguan would be so happy that he would not blame anyone. So Emperor Jingguan said, "Just do what you want. Haha, it's just a mystery." In terms of horse riding and archery, biting was the strongest among the three countries, and the other two countries combined were no match for biting. Hu Yanzhou, who was standing aside, wanted to see what the Emperor of the Great Zhou was up to. Soon the guards brought the box over. When the box was opened, as expected, there were 5 or 6 arrows inside. The arrows were just ordinary arrows, and there didn't seem to be anything special about them. Only the crossbow arrow held by Zhou Wu had a peculiar shape. I guess the novelty lies entirely in this crossbow arrow. And although it is called a crossbow, it is actually more like a bow, and the opening and closing movements are also the same as a bow. As the arrows arrived, several targets were also in place. Among the children who grew up at the border, the weak ones had died long ago, and those who stayed behind, even the girls, were stronger than ordinary people. In full view of everyone, Zhou Wu pulled the bowstring open, and when the bowstring was pulled to a perfect length, Zhou Wu aimed at the bullseye not far away, and then quickly let go. With a whoosh sound, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Everyone felt a flash before their eyes, and then a black dot appeared on the target. It was dark now, and visibility was poor, even with lanterns lit. No one paid any attention to it at first. Hu Yanzhou and the other 8 people thought that this so-called treasure was just so-so. It was not until the guards came forward to check that everyone discovered the clue. It turned out that the arrow did not hit the target, but passed through the target and was nailed firmly on the screen wall. The guards searched for a while but couldn't find the arrow. Later, with the reminder of the young eunuch next to them, they saw the arrow nailed to the screen wall. The arrow had now been mostly sunken, with only a section of the tail feathers sticking out, so the guards did not discover it in time. Seeing this scene, a chill finally passed through everyone's hearts. It is recorded in the history of Song Dynasty, Biography of Xia State, Volume 1, that Tuoba Sishong once shot an arrow at an iron crane, destroying its feathers. Compared to such records, the power of the thing Zhou Wu is holding in his hand now is still a little lacking. But it's eye-catching enough. Emperor Jingguan couldn't help but clap his hands and blurted out, "Good." Ever since he learned about these 8 people, Emperor Jingguan's impression of them has changed again and again. If Emperor Jingguan viewed them as talented young men before, now he sees them as people who can be used. However, this was not the end. Zhou Wu continued, "This arrow is made of ordinary iron. If it is replaced with fine steel, its power will increase by another 3 points. It could actually rise further?" Emperor Jingguan was shocked. "Only, what is this fine steel?" asked Emperor Jingguan. Zhou Wu gave a rough explanation, and the more Emperor Jingguan listened, the brighter his eyes became. Finally, he even asked anxiously, "Is it possible to forge it now? If you touch things like ironware and iron ore in private, you will lose your head, even if you are as special as Zheng Mohui." Therefore, Zhou Wu only learned some methods, and the specific implementation still needs further research. But now that there is another teacher here, it shouldn't be a problem. Zhou Wu's eyes could not help but slide across the 9th prince's face. Seeing that he seemed to be smiling, the familiar feeling gave Zhou Wu a sudden boost of confidence. His mind got heated, so he spoke decisively, "Of course. Not only that, this crossbow can also be made into a crossbow cart and used for attacking cities and conquering land." Ye Shuo's expression suddenly became stiff. Hey, don't take on such a job. It's not that easy to make steel and convert a crossbow into a ballista. They make it sound too easy. However, Zhou Wu and others were thinking that it would not be difficult for the teacher anyway. If he really was that person, then this little thing would definitely not be a problem. Moreover, if the teacher is really a prince, the current situation will naturally be as beneficial to Dezhou as possible. After thinking about it, Zhou Wu couldn't help but said loudly, "This crossbow is called the Divine Arm Crossbow. The eight of us specially present this crossbow to His Majesty. Long live the Emperor." The teacher's father was their master's master. Thinking of this relationship, Zhou Wu respectfully presented the bow and crossbow in his hands with both hands. Divine Arm Crossbow? What a good name. He Xiang and his men followed closely behind. Long live the Emperor. Only envoys such as Hui Anju were left standing there with sullen faces. As Zhou Wu spoke more and more, Hu Yanzhu's expression next to her became more and more unsightly. Bows and crossbows are the most effective against cavalry, and weapons with long range and high lethality are even more effective. The Great Zhou suddenly has such a treasure. If it is used in the army, Biding will definitely be in trouble. They were the ones who solved the flood before, and they were the ones who presented the treasures afterwards. Zhang Mohui was so hateful. If Zhang Mohui came to Biding next time, Hu Yanzhu would definitely make this old man die on the spot. After the treasure presentation, Emperor Jingguan was obviously in a much better mood, and the songs and dances that had been prepared before were quickly arranged. There were all beauties, not even one ugly musician. However, how could Hu Yanzhu be in the mood to enjoy the singing and dancing at this moment? He was so worried that he was dying. However, the mountains and miasma of Chen State were not easy to deal with. Hu Yanzhu still found it difficult to make a decision, so he could only pretend to be relaxed and said, "It's just a show." From what he saw and heard along the way after he came to Dezhou, it can be seen that most people in Dezhou are still afraid of Biding. The source of the fear was the fact that Biding had captured 7 cities of the Great Zhou and massacred people in those 7 cities. As long as the Great Zhou cannot stand up in its bones and people are filled with fear, no matter how sharp the weapons are, they will become weak. Thinking of this, Hui Anju felt a little relieved. The other side. Hui Anju's reaction just now really pleased Ye Shuo, and Ye Shuo's good mood immediately showed on his face. Especially after kneeling for a long time, people would inevitably feel tired. Ye Shuo himself was not a very particular person, so he inevitably relaxed a little. However, when Emperor Jingguan saw this scene, he felt something was wrong. Seeing his son holding his chin with one hand, the corner of his lips slightly raised, and the index finger of the other hand circling the edge of the teacup, coupled with that immature but already handsome face, he looked at the dancer in the middle of the field without blinking, and when he was excited, his index finger moved little by little, as if following the beat. Isn't this the image of a playboy? Thinking of his own Zhozhua ceremony, Emperor Jingguan couldn't help but frown. He is already like this at such a young age, what will he be like when he grows up? Emperor Jingguan couldn't help but feel worried on such an important occasion. At first, the queen thought that Emperor Jingguan had taken a fancy to one of the dancers, but it turned out not to be the case. Following Emperor Jingguan's line of sight, the queen only saw the 9th prince. Damn it, why is it the 9th prince again? The queen couldn't help but say, the 9th prince is interested. First he quarreled with the envoy, and now he seems obsessed with singing and dancing. Isn't he interested? The queen couldn't understand why the emperor liked such a superficial son. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jingguan just hummed and didn't even look away, his perfunctory attitude no longer so obvious. The queen suddenly became extremely embarrassed. After the dance, Ye Shuo looked away with a lingering look. He was told that the ancient songs and dances were truly unique. Modern dance was unrestrained, while ancient dance was implicit, combining strength and tenderness. They each had their own merits. Moreover, this was a state banquet, so one could imagine how high the level was. Another thing is that my cheap dad does have a high level of aesthetic taste. Even if the dancers' looks don't conform to current trends, they are still beautiful. And beautiful things always make people stop and look. Ye Shuo was enjoying the feast for his eyes, but when he turned around, he saw that his stepfather looked weird. Well, he must have been pissed off by the envoy. Thinking of this, Ye Shuo left Luanqing Palace and returned to Kaiwa Palace, where he fell asleep without any psychological burden. Soon Emperor Jingguan was forced to give up thinking about this matter. After all, his son was still young, and the matter of sending envoys was imminent. Emperor Jingguan thought that once the Shenbi crossbow was unveiled, the envoy from Biding would have some thoughts in mind, which would save him and his ministers from having to worry about it. This was indeed the case at the beginning. Hui Anju was indeed very afraid and he did not make any more provocative remarks during the meal. He did not even eat a few bites of the food in front of him. But after returning to the inn, Hui Anju thought more and more that this was not the case. Hu Yanzhu is now in his 40s, the same age as Emperor Jingguan. He came to the Great Zhou when he was young, when the previous emperor was still in power. The attitude of the people in the Great Zhou at that time left a very deep impression on Hu Yanzhu. Soft, especially soft. At that time, the Great Zhou was extremely weak from top to bottom. Even if they won the battle, it was the same. They had to marry princesses, pay indemnities, and cede land. Hui Anju still remembered that they had no food in Biding at that time, so they marched south to massacre 7 cities of Dezhou. At that time, Dezhou's first reaction was not anger or hatred, but weakness and fear. The soldiers of Biding are tall and mighty. One of them is almost as good as 2 of Dezhou. Every man in Biding is brave and cruel by nature. How could Dezhou possibly win under such circumstances? Therefore, the late emperor was already 3 points weaker before he even started the battle. In the eyes of the late emperor, the lives of the people were not as important as his own safety. As long as he could keep things peaceful, it didn't matter even if he had to sacrifice some things. And the most shameful thing back then was not this. What was the order to allow biting to bring swords into the palace? The late emperor even asked his own daughter, a princess, to dance in public when the envoys came, in order to please the brutal biting people. The princess did not return home that night, and committed suicide after returning from the inn the next day. As to whether she really committed suicide or was forced to do so, no one knows now. Because the princess died in an inglorious way, the late emperor directly removed her name from the imperial genealogy. Until now, the princess doesn't even have a name. At that time, Huanju was still young, even less than 20 years old. He experienced all of this personally and was extremely shocked at the time. It turns out that a country can be so weak. Later, the Duke of Zhen rose to power and took back the 7 cities, and biting gradually became less presumptuous. But once an impression is left, it is difficult to erase. No wonder that after so many years, when biting was short of food again, the first thing that came to mind was the Great Zhou. Emperor Jingguan was only the crown prince at that time. Unlike the crown prince today, his situation was much more difficult than that of his son. The late emperor preferred the sons of his favorite concubines and did not like Emperor Jingguan. However, because Emperor Jingguan had been designated as the crown prince since the day he was born and because of opposition from court officials, the late emperor did not touch him. One can imagine what kind of life Emperor Jingguan, who was less than 20 years old, led. He was not much better than the princess. He was just a toy that was manipulated at will. Therefore, even though Emperor Jingguan has a tough attitude now, Huanju is still thinking about the crown prince who was forced to drink at the banquet and could not resist, and had to force a smile and could not show it even when he was drunk. Huanju was still young at the time and was at the end of the team. In addition, he was not very conspicuous, so Emperor Jingguan did not recognize him this time. Huanju knew his limits and didn't dare to mention this matter. After all, other things he did were just tests at most. If he dared to expose the shortcomings of the current emperor in public and point out the most unspeakable pain of the emperor, then the fight would not stop until his death. Huanju came here with a mission, not to seek death. For the above reasons, Huanju still did not believe that the Great Zhou would really dare to take action. It's just bluffing. Huanju made this judgment after calming down. How strong can a country be if it has no backbone? Soon, Huanju's fear of the magic arm crossbow gradually dissipated. As long as Dezhou did not really take action, he would not be able to restrain his contempt for him. There are still 6 days left. Let's wait and see. The incident of the envoy from biting was a secret in the palace, and Ye Shuo had no idea about it. He even thought that he had already displayed his weapons and everything was stable. But, when Xing Yuchen came on the 4th day, he was so full of complaints that he couldn't control himself at all. It must be no small matter to make this person so angry, so Ye Shuo subconsciously asked a few questions. You won't know the result until you ask. Once you ask, Ye Shuo almost gets angry to death. What? Those people haven't stopped yet. Not only has it not stopped, it has simply intensified. At first, they were just picking on people in the post house, but later on, they started to harass the people. Taking people's things without paying has become the norm. During the exam preparation period, Xing Yuchen came out one day, thinking of joining in the fun, but he ended up seeing such a scene, and he almost got pissed off to death. They didn't get beaten even after this. Ye Shuo looked incredulous when he heard this. No way, this is the Great Zhou, our own territory. How can we be bullied by people from other countries? I wanted to call. Xing Yuchen lifted up his clothes, looking depressed. I really can't beat him. Biting was sent to the Great Zhou, a long journey. They were afraid of encountering danger at such a long distance, so they must have chosen some masters. How could ordinary people be the opponents of that group of people? Xing Yuchen was weak, so he could only be beaten? Looking at the scars on Xing Yuchen's body, Ye Shuo, who was already very angry, became even more angry. Xing Yuchen hesitated for a while, and finally whispered, your cousins wanted to take action, but they were quickly stopped. Among all the nobles in the entire Shangjing city, in terms of numbers and physique, only my grandfather's family could defeat the other side. But the problem is that the other party is an envoy. If Biting takes the opportunity to send troops, the current Zhen mansion cannot bear the crime. Ye Shuo knew what was going on, so he remained silent. No, this is too fucking cowardly. I really can't stand it. Not only were the common people bullied, but his study partner was also beaten. After thinking about it over and over again, Ye Shuo really couldn't swallow this. He tossed and turned, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He sat up from the recliner with a jerk. Xing Yuchen came here to curse people and to vent his anger. After all, his father and mother at home had always told him not to cause trouble. Xing Yuchen couldn't hold it in any longer, so he had to come to the palace to complain to the 9th prince. Unexpectedly, the 9th prince actually planned to settle the score with them in person. Xing Yuchen was caught off guard by his action. After realizing what was happening, Xing Yuchen hurried to catch up. He also didn't expect that the usually lazy 9th prince would be so impulsive. If the 9th prince really had a conflict with the group of envoys because of his words, Xing Yuchen would probably blame himself to death. Your Highness, calm down. Calm down. Don't be so impatient. This matter should be considered carefully. Xing Yuchen was just like everyone else, with too many concerns and too many things to consider, but the problem was that people had bullied him right at his doorstep, and it was clear that they had no intention of saving any face for Dezhou. Long-term planning, bullshit. Damn, we should fight now. Ye Shuo took a deep breath, his eyes heavy. If we win the battle and it's like this, I dare not think about it. What will happen if we lose? Will it be oppression, slaughter, or even massacre? The blood of the soldiers was truly shed in vain at that time. What good is it for a country to be powerful without backbone? A country that is not a country is nothing but a joke. Seeing Ye opened his mouth, but, are you going or not? If you are going, shut up and stop talking so much. Perhaps seeing Ye's chattering annoyed Ye Shuo, so Ye Shuo said this. Seeing Ye subconsciously closed his mouth. After standing there hesitating for a while, seeing Ye Shuo walking further and further away, seeing Ye finally gritted his teeth and followed him. Just go, there's nothing to be afraid of. The worst that can happen is that I'll be scolded by my father and mother when I get back. At this moment, seeing Ye suddenly forgot his parents' instructions. Perhaps it was because Ye Shuo made too much noise, and before long even the imperial concubine in the room heard about it. Suyu was a little anxious when she heard this. My queen, please go and persuade His Highness the 9th Prince. The 9th Prince has always been naughty, so now is the time for him to listen to Concubine Rong. Concubine Rong paused holding the snacks, and then, to the great surprise of Suyu and the others, Concubine Rong actually said something like this. My son has done nothing wrong, why should I stop him? After her father won the battle, he was forced to apologize to Biting. This kind of humiliation was fine for her family once, but it must not be endured a second time. Shuo is like my son this way. Moreover, Concubine Rong also believed in her own judgment of men. The emperor was not the late emperor, and he would never let his son suffer any injustice. But this alone was not enough. Concubine Rong thought about it, turned back to the room, took out the badge from the drawer, and handed it to Suyu. Go there in person and tell my father about this. The imperial concubine is planning to move out the old Duke of Zhen. Suyu was totally surprised by this development. The other side. The first people Ye Shuo met after going out were the 2nd prince and the 5th prince. The two seemed to be arguing about something in the corridor. The 2nd prince had a calm expression, while the 5th prince, who was now 18 years old, had a flushed face. 2nd brother, are we really going to let them do whatever they want? 9th brother, why are you here? Without waiting for his younger brother to finish speaking, the 2nd prince spoke suddenly as if he had seen something. Seeing that Ye Shuo's expression seemed a little strange, the 2nd prince was a little surprised. 9th brother, you seem to be in a bad mood. Can I ask who made you so angry? The 5th prince then noticed that Ziyaju had come to his side at some point. Ye Shuo didn't intend to waste time, and casually said, apart from that group of envoys, who else could it be? Forget it. I won't say any more to you. I have to go see what the situation is outside. After saying this, without noticing the changes in the two men's expressions, Ye Shuo hurriedly left with his attendants and companions. Ye Shuo walked in a hurry, so he didn't hear what the 5th prince seemed to say. Don't be anxious, Ziyaju, wait for me. What Ye Shuo didn't know was that the two of them had just quarreled because of this matter. After hearing what Ye Shuo said, the 5th prince's eyes immediately lit up. However, just as he was about to chase after them, the 2nd prince stopped him without hesitation. Now that everyone has come forward, why are you so anxious? In the 2nd prince's opinion, the eldest prince and the crown prince have not made any move yet, so it is not their turn to intervene in this matter. Now, the eldest prince and the crown prince did not move, but the 9th prince moved first, so there is no need for them to get involved in this mess. This is a thankless job. If it is handled well, it will be fine. At most you will get a few words of praise. But if it is not handled well and it causes conflict between the two countries, you will become a sinner in an instant. After weighing the pros and cons, the 2nd prince felt that it was not worth it, so he just pretended not to see it. But I'm afraid that Ziyaju. Don't worry, with Ziyaju's personality, he won't suffer any loss. On the contrary, he is the most suitable person to take the lead, both in terms of identity and age. The 2nd prince's eyes flickered. The 5th prince still felt uneasy and wanted to take action, but before he could even lift his foot, he heard the 2nd prince's slightly warning voice. 5th brother. The 5th prince's movement suddenly stopped and he met his brother's eyes. After a long while, he was finally forced to stop. The 2nd person Ye Shuo met was Ye Sun. The little prince kicked pebbles as he walked, looking very unhappy. Perhaps the things happening outside have affected the palace, making everyone quite restless. These two people who are usually not seen have now appeared. After seeing his dear 9th uncle, Ye Sun casually asked him what he was planning to do in such a hurry. Ye Sun thought that the 9th prince had suffered another of his old illness and was planning to go outside to listen to books and music. He was about to remind him that things were not peaceful outside recently, but when he heard him say that he was going to settle accounts with the envoy from Biting, Ye Sun suddenly perked up. Take me with you, Uncle 9. As the legitimate son of the crown prince, Ye Sun was taught every day that he was the most noble person in the world, and that no one was more noble than him except his grandfather the emperor and his father. But when the envoys from Biting arrived, Ye Sun found that this was not the case. At least when he was helping to deal with diplomatic affairs, those people were quite rude to him. This made Ye Sun wonder, is Dezhou really as powerful as others say? But Ye Sun didn't dare to ask such a question, and kept it in his heart. It would be strange if he was happy after a long time. So when Ye Sun heard Ye Shuo say this, he couldn't help it immediately. He also wanted to let those envoys see how powerful their Great Zhou was. Ye Shuo didn't want to take him with him at first, and he didn't even try to hide the contempt in his eyes. What can a 7-year-old kid do? He completely forgot that he was also a kid in the eyes of others. However, Ye Sun kept pestering him, ninth uncle first and ninth uncle second, and Ye Shuo had no choice but to nod. Okay then. Actually, Ye Sun still has some good points. After all, he is the prince's legitimate son, and the 2 attendants around him are also good in martial arts, so it is not a loss to accept him. And wherever Ye Sun is, there must be Ye Yan and the others. The prince's son has such ambition, so they, as their father's sons, should not lag behind, right? As uncles, they can't be partial to one and neglect the other. Just like that, when Ye Shuo arrived at the gate of the imperial palace, there was already a large group of people following him. Seeing this scene, Ye Shuo couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. For a moment, he wondered if he had come here to take care of the child. Because of the arrival of the envoys, there were so many envoys in public, but no one knew how many there were in private. The imperial palace itself was under martial law recently, and the commander-in-chief was alarmed in a short while. But Ye Shuo not only showed no sign of repentance, but asked the commander-in-chief for guards. Since they came to our house, how can we do it without thugs? The commander-in-chief. He really is worthy of being the 9th prince. I was really stupid just now. I actually expected him to be obedient and turn back. The commander-in-chief looked at him, and Ye Shuo looked back without giving in. The 4 looked into each other's eyes, and neither of them was willing to give in. In the end, it was the commander-in-chief who looked away first. The commander-in-chief transferred 30 guards over. Although the number was not large, each of them was an expert. The commander-in-chief can only give this much. 30 guards are enough to protect the prince and the emperor's grandson. Any more would be a pure declaration of war. Thank you. Ye Shuo casually bowed to the commander-in-chief, thinking that this man was really nice. He thought a dozen would be enough, but he didn't expect him to be so generous and give to so many people at once. Looking at the 9th prince's back, the commander-in-chief smiled bitterly. In his opinion, the 9th prince was the most considerate one. This group of people have to worry about so much, but in the end they have to rely on an 11-year-old prince. It is simply the biggest joke in the world. Compared to them, Emperor Jingguan could be said to be the first one to receive the news. Emperor Jingguan made a prompt decision and shouted to the empty space in front of him, "Wu Yi, the servant is here. You go, follow them." Looking into the eyes of the secret guard, Emperor Jingguan spoke each word with emphasis, "Make sure that those people don't harm my son in the slightest." Yes. After Wu Yi left, Emperor Jingguan took a deep breath and said sternly, "Come here, inform the Jing Zhaoyan to lead the people to prepare. If the biting envoy dares to fight back, immediately send people to capture him." Emperor Jingguan has finally endured enough. This biting is really going too far. He had no idea that his small action would cause so many people to follow suit. After Ye Shuo left the palace with a group of little followers, he began to search for the envoys. However, he didn't know whether he was unlucky or just missed it. After searching for a long time, he didn't even see the shadow of a person. In addition, Ye Shuo came out today wearing the clothes of a prince, and the common people would retreat away from him, so how could they rush to approach him? It was difficult for him to even ask for information. But Ye Shuo was unwilling to give up just like that. After touring the entire Shangjing city, Ye Shuo thought about it and finally decided to go to the post station. What if we find something at the post house? Ye Shuo calmed down and led his men towards the inn again. And this time, Ye Shuo actually saw with his own eyes the envoy attacking the people. Although the location was an inn, this inn was also the territory of the Great Zhou. Even if it was really the people of the Great Zhou who made the mistake first, it was not their turn to teach them a lesson. Naturally, there would be punishment according to the law. Besides, the real situation may not be what it is. Seeing that the woman in coarse cloth was about to be knocked to the ground by several biting people, Ye Shuo said without thinking, "Stop." When the biting people heard the language of the Great Zhou, they were stunned at first. However, even when they saw that Ye Shuo, the leader, was wearing the clothes of a prince, they still did not take him seriously. They just carried on as usual. Ye Shuo's eyes suddenly turned cold. How dare these foreigners look down on the royal family? Come on, take them down. Yes. There were only 2 people from biting who took action, while Ye Shuo had a full 30 guards. In a short while, the 2 biting men were pinned to the ground, and even their rough faces were soon rubbed to bloody marks by the gravel on the ground. He didn't know if it was because he also had a deep resentment towards this group of people, but Ye Shuo always felt that these guards had done a heavy job. But Ye Shuo was too lazy to care, and he hoped that they would be ruthless. Ye Shuo just stepped forward and helped the woman who fell to the ground and was covered with scars. "I will take you to find a clinic now." At this moment, Ye Shuo didn't think too much about it. He just thought that the other party had offended this group of people, so he was beaten innocently. But the next moment, the woman seemed to collapse and cried out, "Don't worry about me, don't worry about me, go and save my daughter." Ye Shuo's heart skipped a beat. After he came to his senses, he turned around abruptly and looked at the inn that was shining and magnificent in the sun, but now it seemed like an abyss. The vermilion wall, shining under the midday sun, seemed to be weeping blood. Ye Shuo's expression suddenly became extremely terrifying. Perhaps because she was too devastated, the woman could only repeat this sentence. The emperor's grandchildren felt a chill in their hearts. Ye Sun was the first to step forward and said hurriedly, "Madam, this is my 9th uncle. My father is the current crown prince. If you have any grievances, just speak up. We will definitely make a decision for you. Ye Sun's words were powerful and resounding, but strangely, the woman did not feel happy after hearing them. Instead, she became even more desperate, and the only light left in her eyes went out. Obviously, even the common people in Shangjing City have gradually realized something. There is no one left. Is there no one left? After understanding what the woman meant, Ye Shuo felt a sharp pain in his heart. Because there was no one left in the Great Zhou, it couldn't even protect its own people. Raise your head. After taking a deep breath, Ye Shuo turned around and kicked one of the biting guards. The guard felt pain and reacted instinctively. Let me ask you, did you capture a girl? Feeling the blood slowly flowing down the corner of his lips, the guard who was pinned to the ground did not beg for mercy. Instead, he chuckled and said, I don't understand, what are you saying? The other party is trying to use the language barrier to confuse people. This is an inn, and it is also where the envoys from Biding stay. As long as they insist on not admitting it, what can they do even if they are the princes of the Great Zhou? However, what the guard never expected was that when he denied it, the little prince in front of him was not angry at all, but shouted loudly, my people from the Great Zhou are missing, and someone reported that they are here. Please cooperate. Then Ye Shuo's eyes turned cold. Someone, search for me. You can't search, you can't search. Upon hearing the noise, the Minister of Rights hurried over, sweating profusely. Looking around and seeing the woman begging, how could the Minister of Rights not guess what was happening here? 2 days ago, they were just bullying the market, but now they are directly robbing people. The Minister of Rights was shocked and angry, but, please calm down, Ninth Prince. This matter is of great importance and you must not act rashly. Breaking into the post station without permission is an act of provocation. If not handled properly, it may lead to a war. However, Ye Shuo didn't even look at him and walked in. Even if this post house is a dangerous place, I will definitely break into it. The moment he finished speaking, Ye Shuo was immediately surrounded by the biting guards who had rushed over after hearing the news. Ye Shuo noticed that Huianju did not seem to be among them. He must have gone to the palace. After all, Biding only stayed in Shangjing for 7 days in total, and they had no idea why they lost those 3 cities this time. However, Ye Shuo didn't care whether Huianju was there or not. Seeing that he seemed to be trying to force his way in, the guards of Biding were not as cautious as those of the Great Zhou. They immediately drew the scimitars from their waists, and the tip of the scimitars was pointed at the nose of Ye Shuo, the prince of the Great Zhou. Seeing this scene, the 30 guards following Ye Shuo and the little emperor's grandson also drew their weapons. Your Highness, let me ask you again, where is the woman you captured now? If he could get the answer, it would be fine. If he couldn't, Ye Shuo's eyes turned cold. But obviously, these Biding people would definitely not say it. The only option now was for Ye Shuo to force his way in. Ye Shuo walked towards the first room of the inn without any hesitation. Ninth Prince, please stay. One of the Biding people shouted, his eyes full of anger and his tone full of threats. Do you want to provoke a war between Biding and Dazhu? You were the ones who were rampant first. If we were to declare war, it should be you. When Ye Shuo kicked open the door of the first room, the guards finally met Biding's guards. The courtyard of the inn was suddenly filled with the flashing of swords and the shadow of sabers. The commander-in-chief was really considerate. He guessed their intentions and was afraid that they would suffer losses, so he gave them the best of the best among the black armor guards. I'll search this side, and you search that side. Be quick. It's not known whether there are any reinforcements from his stepfather's side. They only brought 30 guards in total, plus a few of the emperor's grandson's attendants, a total of only 40 people. Compared with the envoy's team of nearly 200 people, there is still a big gap. Fortunately, Huianju was not there. When he went out, he probably took more than half of the people with him. Otherwise, the situation would have been one-sided. But despite this, the group of guards could not hold out for long, at most a quarter of an hour, so they had to fight quickly and decisively. Seeing Ye Sun still trying to exchange a few moves with the guards, Ye Shuo immediately pulled him away. But forget it, with his small arms and legs, he would have been useless in the past. As for Ye Yan and his companions, although they are young, they are heavy and have been taught by the eldest prince himself, so it is not difficult for them to tie them together and beat up anyone. As Ye Sun turned around, Ye Shuo saw that one of the guards was about to chop the guard with his round knife. Subconsciously, he brushed the flowers next to him and threw out a few green leaves in his hand. A few bloodlines suddenly appeared on the back of the biting guard's hand. While the other party was in pain, the guard seized the opportunity and immediately started fighting with him. After a quick glance, he found that there was no one in the first room. Ye Shuo pulled Ye Sun and quickly kicked the door of the second room. Then the third, fourth, fifth. Seeing that Biding's encirclement was getting tighter and tighter, the guards were finding it increasingly difficult to fight. Ye Shuo and Ye Yan were on the left and right and were about to meet up. After checking the entire circle, there are only 2 rooms left. In other words, if the woman's daughter is there, she must be in these 2 rooms. Ye Shuo vaguely heard a noise, so he quickly stepped forward and subconsciously pushed the door. However, the moment the door opened, he clearly heard the rustling sound of clothes. Oh no, there's an ambush? Ye Shuo's eyes blurred and he immediately saw the man's bright and rough face. Seeing the opponent's hand coming towards him, if this palm hit him, even he would be in trouble. In a flash, Ye Shuo didn't care about hiding, pushed Ye Sun to a safe place beside him, and immediately raised his palm to attack. Before he could make a move, another figure, much faster than him, floated over like a ghost, pulled him back by his clothes, and replaced him to fight the man face to face. The man, who was originally full of anger, flew backwards almost instantly. Looking at the figure standing in front of him, this familiar inverted triangle figure, this seemingly cold and fierce but actually honest look, and this chin, Ye Shuo almost blurted out, "Master." If the person who came wasn't the unlucky guy from before, who else could it be? Wu Yi was startled at first, then he subconsciously reached for his mask. For a moment, Wu Yi wondered if his mask had been accidentally blown off by the wind on his way here. It wasn't until his fingers touched the cold metal covering his face that Wu Yi calmed down instantly. So, how did he recognize him? And this master? Completely unaware of Wu Yi's complicated thoughts at the moment, Ye Shuo became immediately energized after seeing him. When Wu Yi, the number one killer under his cheap father, appeared, Ye Shuo suddenly felt that the biting guards in the yard were nothing. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a woman's figure faintly on the wooden bed. Without thinking, Ye Shuo pulled Wu Yi inside, and then quickly locked everyone outside, including Ye Sun. Wu Yi is a secret guard, he would definitely not say anything nonsense, and the man just now was still in the house. Ye Shuo was afraid of being ambushed, so he simply brought Wu Yi in with him. When Ye Shuo walked towards the bed, another figure rushed towards him. This time, Ye Shuo didn't even move, and Wu Yi knocked the man down cleanly and neatly again. When he opened the curtains, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the woman's shirt was just a little messy, but her belt was still there. Fortunately I made it in time. Even though the two beasts failed to succeed, it was still a great insult to women of that time. The woman's eyes were filled with grief, anger, and shame. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she pulled out the hairpin and was about to stab it into her neck. However, the next moment, a hand quickly grasped the tip of the hairpin. Hey, what does this have to do with you? What did you do wrong? Both of them are alive, why do you want to die? And then there is, if you die, what will you ask your mother to do? The woman was stunned, and then couldn't help crying. Only then did Ye Shuo notice that the other person seemed to be a mute girl who could not make any sound. No wonder they didn't hear any sound of struggling or asking for help when they came in just now. These two bastards, even a mute girl could do that to them, they are worse than beasts? Ye Shuo was almost biting his teeth. Here is 50 taels of silver. Take it with you and leave Shangjing with your mother. Ye Shuo knew the horror of rumors, especially in ancient times. Don't worry, I'm the only one who saw your face. If you live somewhere else, no one will recognize you. The mute girl stared at him blankly, as if asking, is this really the case? Can the days ahead really return to peace? Ye Shuo looked straight into her eyes and nodded affirmatively. Of course, the premise is that you must become strong yourself. Ye Shuo suddenly thought of a place where there were no requirements for women's chastity. How about I send you to the border to study? The mute girl was silent for a while, and seemed to quiet down little by little with this voice. Finally, the mute girl knelt down on the bed and kowtowed 3 times to Ye Shuo, tears falling like rain. Wu Yi had been staring at the two people and didn't notice what they said. About half a quarter of an hour later, the two men flew out and landed right in the center of the courtyard. The force was so great that it even broke one of the doors. Apart from Huianju, these two people can be said to have the highest status in the envoy team. Seeing this, the other guards had no choice but to stop. Major General, are you okay? Get lost. The man who was called the Major General and the first to attack Ye Shuo, struggled to sit up from the ground. He was panting and staring at Ye Shuo, who was obviously the leader. Asshole? How dare you, ruin my good deeds? This prince also wants to ask, who gave you the courage to rape a woman in the streets of Shangjing City? Ye Shuo's eyes were sharp. Hearing this, the man couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha. So, what if I robbed him? Probably because of the injury, the man was a little out of breath, but it did not affect his arrogance at all. Could it be that, you can still, punish me, kill me? Ye Shuo also smiled, and thinking back to the scene just now, his eyes gradually turned colder. Just when the man thought that the matter was over, he heard him slowly speak. As you said, why not? Seeing the other party behaving like this, Ye Shuo had already developed the intention to kill him. Hearing this, the man, Qiu Linyuan, instead of feeling afraid, laughed even louder. Ha. Even you, the emperor, dare not touch me. What thing are you? Qiu Linyuan didn't believe what the little brat said at all, and he didn't believe that the little brat would be so brave. I will remember this vengeance. Although he didn't know the identity of the masked man in black who suddenly appeared, it didn't stop Qiu Linyuan from putting the blame on Dezhou. Qiu Linyuan stared at Wu Yi, as if he wanted to remember him in his heart. Damn, you dare to threaten others even when you are about to die. Ye Shuo on the side was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Without saying a word, he turned around and pulled out his sword from the waist of the nearest guard. With a clang sound, everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and the next moment, they saw the 9th prince/9th uncle pointing the tip of his sword at the two men lying on the ground like dead dogs. Seeing this scene, everyone had different looks and expressions. Needless to say, the Minister of Rights was naturally worried and anxious, while the 4 brothers Ye Yen opened their eyes wide, as if they were meeting their uncle for the first time. As for Ye Sun, he seemed to want to say something but hesitated, not knowing what he should say. This sword is quite heavy. It was his first time touching the real thing, and Ye Shuo couldn't help but grin in his heart. Ignoring the gazes of the group of people, Ye Shuo took a deep breath and then spoke loudly. Who can tell me, according to the laws of the Great Zhou, what is the crime of robbing a woman in the street? The guards were stunned by the ninth prince in front of them for a moment, and there was silence for a moment. Seeing Yuchen looked at this, then looked at that, finally gritted his teeth and took a step forward. Your Highness, robbing a woman in the street is a heinous crime, and he should be executed according to the law. After saying this, seeing Yuchen's heart was beating wildly, but for some reason, he suddenly felt no longer afraid, and instead felt a surge of heroic spirit. This is the way the world should be. This is how it should be. Okay. Ye Shuo licked his lower lip. No matter from the perspective of law or human feelings, you two are dead now. Do you have anything to say now? If you're still a man, don't deny what you've done now. Qiu Linyuan didn't think so much at all. This young general is not like you Great Zhou people. I have never denied anything I have done. So what if I captured that girl? It's her good fortune that this young general likes her. After hearing these words, Ye Shuo no longer had any concerns in his heart. However, Ye Shuo had just taken 2 steps forward when a voice called him. Compared to other people, Wu Yi didn't think about whether to send troops or not. He just knew that now that he was standing here, he couldn't let the ninth prince get his hands dirty. So he said, I am willing to do it for you. As he said this, he pulled out a dagger from somewhere and was about to attack. Ye Shuo was horrified. Stop. Qiu Linyuan was startled, and then laughed even more wildly. You have nothing to do here, go back. For a moment, Ye Shuo really wanted to knock open his head to see what was inside. Wu Yi didn't even look at the fact that he was the 9th prince of the dynasty and the grandson of the Duke of Zhen. So now that things have come to this, he has no choice but to do it himself. Ye Sun, Ye Yan, and the others are qualified, but the problem is that they are just a bunch of children. Forget it, just do it yourself. This prince will do it himself, you just watch from the side and don't let anyone disturb me. Ye Shuo couldn't help but wave his hands. Wu Yi had no choice but to give up, and turned around, staring at the biting guards with a fierce look. There were some guards who dared to charge forward, but with Wu Yi around, how could they charge forward? In a short while, a large number of them were knocked down. Ye Shuo held the sword and slowly approached Qiu Linyuan. Qiu Linyuan just glanced at him indifferently, then curled his lips in disdain, like a tender melon. Qiu Linyuan dared to guarantee that the prince had never killed anyone before, and it was not certain whether he had ever killed a chicken. Looking at his nervous expression, it was simply ridiculous. Nonsense, Ye Shuo is neither a pervert nor a sociopath, and he has always lived in a society ruled by law in his previous life. It would be impossible for him to have killed anyone. Ye Shuo knew all the weaknesses and fatal points of human beings, and dissection was no problem for him, but this was a living person, so the feeling was different. Ye Shuo couldn't help but tighten the hilt of the sword in his hand, and reminded them naggingly, Ye Sun, Ye Yan, you better turn your heads away, otherwise I won't be responsible if you get covered in blood later. Ye Sun was visibly nervous. He felt relieved and decided to give him a way out. Uncle 9, if it doesn't work, then let's just. Before Ye Sun could finish his words, a stream of blood splattered more than 2 meters high. Ye Sun, Ye Yan, and others couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Shuo couldn't help but yell, fuck. For the first time in my life, the tattoo was indeed crooked. It was true that the tip of the sword in Ye Shuo's hand had pierced into Qiu Linyuan's aorta, but it was not a fatal blow, and blood was splattered everywhere. Ye Shuo's already trembling hands shook even more violently. However, this scene, which seemed extremely funny before, suddenly became terrifying now. Qiu Linyuan covered his neck tightly, and after he came to his senses, he finally began to back away desperately. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Next time I will definitely give you a quick death. Maybe he accidentally poked his trachea. Qiu Linyuan was like a broken bellows, and the sound he made was full of noise. I am a major general, but General Qiu's son, you dare to kill me? My father will not let you go. At the same time, Jing Zhaoyan finally arrived with his men. Seeing this scene, Jing Zhaoyan subconsciously said, Your Highness, spare his life. The other guards would be fine, but the identities of these two are extraordinary. Killing them would really cause big trouble. Jing Zhaoyan became anxious and moved faster. However, Ye Shuo was like a possessed deaf man. Since he said he wanted to kill, there was no such thing as going back on his word. So the Jing Zhaoyan watched helplessly as the sword in the 9th prince's hand fell from high up. This time Ye Shuo aimed carefully before stabbing, and he also fulfilled his promise. This time, Qiu Linyuan just thrashed twice before he was completely silent. Jing Zhaoyan staggered and almost fell to the ground. Then he looked at the other person. The one just now was in trouble, so this one had to be protected at all costs. Before Jing Zhaoyan could even finish his words, Ye Shuo swiftly and efficiently stabbed the second man's neck. I've already killed them all, so why would I care whether I killed one or two? It was the feeling of killing someone that was really not pleasant. When no one was paying attention, Ye Shuo's figure swayed for a moment, and returned to normal after 2 breaths. By the time Jing Zhaoyan arrived in front of the 2 men, the flowers were already cold. The 2 men were deadlier than dead. The emperor only told him to protect the 9th prince, and if the people from biting dared to take action, he should take them all away. However, he did not say what to do if the envoy was killed by the 9th prince. Looking at the 9th prince who had now turned into a bloody man, Jing Zhaoyan was stunned. The entire courtyard of the post house fell into deathly silence. Ninth uncle. Ye swallowed his saliva. Now, what should I do now? Ye Shuo didn't hesitate and said casually, what else can we do? Go to the palace. He has already killed the people, it's time to find his cheap dad to clean up the mess. As he spoke, Ye Shuo threw the blood-stained sword to the ground. The other side. Huianju was still bargaining with Emperor Jingwen, hoping to exchange a batch of gold, silver, and jewelry for the 3 cities lost in biting. After hearing this condition, Emperor Jingwen almost laughed out of anger. How much is the gold and silver, and how much is the land worth? In the end, they still have to be taught a lesson, so that they will know that the Great Zhou is not easy to bully. Just when the discussion was getting intense, the commander-in-chief suddenly walked in hurriedly. Emperor Jingwen had a vague idea of what was going on. He also knew that the commander-in-chief had let his son go when he led his men out of the palace. I thought it was just a fight between kids, maybe some heavy punches, but what's the problem? It was a good opportunity to teach Beiting a lesson. However, what Emperor Jingwen never expected was that his son not only used too much force, but actually killed the 2 offenders. Are you serious? Emperor Jingwen almost lost his words for a moment. After seeing the commander-in-chief nod in affirmation, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but have a thought in his mind, really kill him. Emperor Jingwen was an emperor, but he didn't know what to say. When the guards from Biting sent a message, Emperor Jingwen had no choice but to believe it. When Huianju saw the guards in such a miserable state, his mind exploded. How dare you? How dare you? As the saying goes, when 2 countries are at war, envoys are not killed. How dare you kill my Biting envoy? How absurd? How absurd? After the shock, Huianju was so angry that he was shaking all over. However, at this moment, a child's voice suddenly came from outside the hall. They are just 2 beasts, just kill them. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill you too. Of course, Ye Shuo's last words were just angry words, but now he looked like this, who would dare to take it as angry words? Huianju's anger subsided a little, and cold sweat suddenly broke out. They, the Biting people, are brave, but they are not fearless. Emperor Jingwen looked at his son, who was covered in blood, even on his face, and could no longer bear it, and stood up with a whoosh. The moment the words fell, another voice came from outside, but this time it was more hearty and deeper than before. Ha 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 ha, the 9th prince said it well. They are just 2 envoys. Kill them if you want. But do you want my brother, the prince of the Great Zhou, to pay with his life? Ye Shuo thought that the first person to come would be his grandfather, but he didn't expect that the first person to come would be his stepbrother. Let alone Ye Shuo, even the eldest prince did not expect that he would be the first one who could not help but take action. He went where he was told to go and killed where he was told to kill. From the time he received the news to the time he led his men out of the palace, it took him less than an hour in total. Compared to other princes, he was really brave. The eldest prince immediately understood why his father doted on him so much. Although his younger brother was a bit annoying, he was not completely without merit. At the very least, he is much better than the second prince and other people who only know how to hide in the dark and do some devilish tricks. Ye Shuo's decisiveness and efficiency immediately suited the eldest prince's taste. And this child even dared to kill the envoy, let alone himself. The eldest prince suddenly felt much more balanced. He is just like that. He treats everyone the same and doesn't target me specifically. The eldest prince was dressed in royal robes and walked with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Huianju. The eldest prince was born tall, and he had an aura that came from his experience at the border. The oppressive feeling made Huianju want to retreat. In just a moment, Huianju stopped walking. The eldest prince originally wanted to pay his respects to Emperor Jingwen, but when he saw his brother's current appearance, he couldn't help but be stunned. How did he become like this? After being called up by Emperor Jingwen, the eldest prince looked at Huianju again. Huianju took a deep breath and managed to calm down. Does the eldest prince intend to go to war with my Biting? The eldest prince laughed loudly, and then his eyes were like torches, and his aura was like a mountain pressing down on him. So what if we start a war? It will only mean that I will have to endure the wind and sand at the border for another 10 years. Huianju didn't really believe it. How could there be such a selfless prince in this world? Emperor Zhou, Prince Ding, don't forget that our Biting soldiers are all brave and good at fighting. Huianju pointed out the identities of the 2 people killed by Ye Shuo in a slow voice. The ones who died at the hands of the 9th prince were the sons of General Qiu and General Long. Emperor Zhou, if this news reaches the ears of the 2 generals, they will definitely be furious. I admit that the eldest prince is indeed young and strong, but I'm afraid that a first prince will not be able to do it by then, right? If you don't want the people of the Great Zhou to suffer, it wouldn't be wrong to wrong the 9th prince. It was a naked threat, not even disguised. Good. Biting is really good, even the prince dares to ask for it. This is simply too much. Emperor Jingwen and the eldest prince were furious, but before they could speak, they heard another voice coming from outside the hall. If the eldest prince alone is not enough, what about adding me? As for my sons, although they are not very capable, they are still enough for us. It turned out that after the Duke of Zhen received the news about his daughter, he thought about the actions of the envoys in the past few days. After much thought, he decided to bring his sons with him when he entered the palace this time. Look, it's just in time to come in handy now. Although Ye Shuo's uncles have not been to the battlefield for many years, they have always maintained their peak condition due to daily training. It should not be difficult for them to lead the troops here. After a little adaptation, they can continue to go to the battlefield. But now, General Lanruo, the most powerful general in Biding, was beheaded by the eldest prince, and his head was cut off and sent to Emperor Jingwen as a gift. In this comparison, Biding is actually at a disadvantage. Perhaps the Duke of Zhen had left too deep an impression on him during the time of the previous emperor, and he also knew clearly what kind of people those officials were. In order to prevent the past from happening again and to avoid being upset, the Duke of Zhen simply claimed to be ill and did not come to the banquet on the day of the banquet, and Huanzhu did not see him either. He thought that after so many years, the Duke of Zhen would have become very old, but when he saw him today, Huanzhu found that it was not the case at all. The Duke of Zhen is a little older than before, but he is still in good health, and his energy and spirit are no less than when he was young. Compared with the nightmare that Biding left on Dezhou, the shadow left by the Duke of Zhen on Biding was equally significant. The Duke of Zhen went against the order of the late emperor and killed 100,000 of their soldiers without blinking an eye. Such a character and such means are truly frightening. Not to mention that the Duke of Zhen's sons were also quite famous on the battlefield back then. When Huanzhu saw the Duke of Zhen appearing in a suit of armor, he knew that his plan to make the ninth prince bow his head would fail. Ye Shuo noticed that Huanzhu was short of breath, and his momentum suddenly became stronger. Today my father, my elder brother, and my grandfather are standing here, let's see what you can do to me. Emperor Jingwen felt relieved when he saw that his son put him at the first place. Seeing the child in front of him being so aggressive, Huanzhu was angry and hateful, and couldn't help but grit his teeth and said, "Ninth prince, you killed my Biding envoy, you have to give an explanation." Ye Shuo did have reasons, and they were quite legitimate. But why did Ye Shuo tell him this? If I want to kill them, just kill them. Why do I need so many reasons? Do I need to explain myself? Emperor Jingwen, the eldest prince, and the Duke of Zhen were originally planning to listen, wondering what could have made him so angry that he would kill someone directly. However, they were caught off guard and heard such words. Even the eldest prince could not help but feel genuinely shocked at his younger brother's courage. This is too arrogant. The Duke of Zhen couldn't help but sweat profusely. He had never been like this when he was young. If Huanzhu hadn't been here, Emperor Jingwen would really have wanted to give him a look and ask him to restrain himself. However, Ye Shuo has now found a backer, and the backer is so reliable. It would be strange if Ye Shuo could restrain himself. Compared with Emperor Jingwen and his two men, Ye Shuo's 6 uncles were very considerate. Not only did they not think there was anything wrong, they also thought that what he said was good and that he was worthy of being their nephew. Looking at Ye Sun and the others who had been eavesdropping outside, his blood boiled even more. That's awesome. Ye Yan and a few others who had actually faced the Biding people at the border were even more excited. Ye Yan really couldn't help it and jumped out on his own initiative. Grandfather? It was them, the envoys from Biding, who first kidnapped the women of our Great Zhou and tried to commit indecent acts. These envoys from Biding are shameless. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jingwen's originally calm expression suddenly turned gloomy. For a moment, the memory that he had deliberately forgotten flashed before his eyes again. Emperor Jingwen was once again reminded of the unbearable past of more than 20 years ago. After the New Year's Eve banquet, Emperor Jingwen, who was forced to toast the envoy from Biding, was drunk for 3 days. Whether it was because he was drunk or because he was discouraged, he lay in bed for 3 days before he could barely get up. When he woke up, he heard the news that Princess Daiwen had hanged herself 2 days ago. Emperor Jingwen did not dare to investigate further, but how could he not know what had happened? Once or twice, even a saint would go crazy. Huanzhu, you Biding people are really going too far. Emperor Jingwen said this almost with gritted teeth. When Huanzhu heard the Emperor of the Great Zhou bring up this matter on his own initiative, his heart immediately skipped a beat. Huanzhu was not stupid, and he naturally knew that when someone took the initiative to reveal his scars, it was either a complete peace agreement or the beginning of revenge. As expected, the next moment, Huanzhu heard Emperor Jingwen speak from above. Come here, kill all the Biding guards in the inn today, don't leave any alive. Emperor Jingwen has now completely broken off relations with Huanzhu. Good man, how come my cheap dad is even angrier than me after hearing this? Ye Shuo was stunned. Huanzhu was horrified. Emperor Zhou. Huanzhu wanted to say something else, but he saw Emperor Jingwen looking back at him. What kind of look was that? Almost instantly, all the hairs on Huanzhu's body stood up. Emperor Jingwen spoke each word with emphasis. Go back and tell your Wolf King that my Great Zhou does not intend to return those 3 cities. I do not intend to apologize to the Wolf King for what happened today, and I will not let my son admit his mistakes. If the Wolf King is dissatisfied, I will not hesitate to fight with Biding. The Emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty was going to take real action? When Emperor Jingwen gave the order, all parties responded so quickly that the commander-in-chief returned in just half an hour. All the Biding guards in the post house were killed, and no one survived. Huanzhu's feet seemed to be nailed to the ground and suddenly he was unable to move. He never imagined that when they came in the past, even the noble princess had to be toyed with by them, but now, it was just a little mute girl, nameless and without a surname, but she attracted such a thunder. When Emperor Jingwen's eyes fell on Huanzhu, Huanzhu immediately broke out in a sweat. Huanzhu almost fled from the palace. After so many years, Emperor Jingwen finally avenged himself and Princess Daiwen. But although she was still alive, Princess Daiwen would never know these things again. Emperor Jingwen couldn't tell what he was feeling. It was a complicated feeling, but at the same time, he felt relieved as if a huge stone had been lifted off his shoulders. Ye Shuo tightened his fingers, took a deep breath, and took the opportunity to speak. Father, why don't we knock Beiting down in one go? Or maybe, how about simply incorporating the territory of Beiting into our Great Zhou? This was the first time that Ye Shuo expressed an ambition that was inconsistent with his usual image. No one knew how nervous he was at this moment. Ye Shuo knew that the conflicts among his brothers could not be reconciled and their ambitions could not be eliminated. The cake is so small, what should we do if there is not enough to share? If we make the cake bigger, maybe there is still hope. Ye Shuo said quickly, there is also the state of Chen. Doesn't the emperor want to unify the state of Chen and Beiting together? By then, the world will only have our Great Zhou family, and there will be no need to fight anymore. Emperor Jingwen, who had already sat down again, did not notice the urgency in his son's eyes. After hearing this, he immediately laughed. The Great Zhou, Chen, and Beiting have been like this since ancient times. How easy is it to unify them? It's not that no one had tried before, but the price they paid was so great that in the end they were unable to do so and even their own dynasties were overthrown. Many people tried, but none of them succeeded. As time went by, no one tried this idea anymore. Perhaps it was God's will that this land was naturally meant to be 3 countries. Just like in modern times, if someone says they want to unify the world, they will definitely be regarded as a joke by all mankind. Only after the entire blue star is unified will this joke no longer be a joke. Before this is done, no one knows that this method is feasible. Emperor Jingwen was born and raised here, so it was extremely difficult for him to think about unifying the 3 kingdoms. When Ye Shuo heard this, his heart suddenly turned cold. But at this time, Ye Shuo still refused to give up. What if? What if it works? All right. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but raise his tone, feeling a little annoyed by his own son's pestering. It's okay to say such naive words once, but don't mention them again in the future, or you'll make a fool of yourself. Ye Shuo opened his mouth, but suddenly couldn't speak. Seeing this, the eldest prince raised his eyebrows and joked, 9th brother is quite ambitious. He has just killed 2 insignificant pawns, and he already wants to unify the world. The eldest prince didn't mean anything else, he just felt that his thinking was moving too fast. At this rate, he would probably go to the sky to pick the sun tomorrow. The eldest prince really kept bringing up things that were not relevant to the topic. Ye Shuo had finally forgotten about this matter, but when he brought it up, his nose suddenly started working again. Especially since he was covered in blood, he couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. Even if those 2 people are nothing, this is still the blood of living people. Ye Shuo's face suddenly turned pale, and he didn't care where he was. He bent down in front of Emperor Jingwen and the eldest prince and said, ugh. Caught off guard, the eldest prince's expression froze. Ye Shuo suddenly started vomiting violently. After a while, his entire stomach was emptied, and there was a tendency for vomiting to continue. It looked like he would not stop until he vomited out all the bile. By the time Emperor Jingwen and the eldest prince reacted, Ye Shuo was only left with one breath. Seeing their son/brother suddenly half dead and like a dead dog, Emperor Jingwen and the eldest prince were obviously a little panicked. Why did he vomit like this out of nowhere? It took a while for the 2 to get their questions answered. Take me quickly, to take a shower, only when you experience it yourself, will you know how strong the smell of blood is, and how it makes people dizzy. Ye Shuo almost grabbed the eldest prince's arm and said this. After realizing what was happening, the eldest prince and Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but laugh and cry. It's just 2 lives, is it that serious? The eldest prince had killed so many people that he couldn't even count them. He really couldn't understand Ye Shuo's feelings. You don't understand, if Ye Shuo was just a naive child, maybe it would be okay, but the problem is that Ye Shuo is not. For him, killing someone is something that completely overturns his decades of cognition, and the impact can be imagined. The eldest prince originally wanted to laugh at him, but when he saw how weak he looked, he felt too embarrassed to laugh at him. Emperor Jingwen did not take this matter seriously. After Huianju left, he still had a lot of things to deal with. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but look at his eldest son, Lian Cheng. Why don't you send Ziyaju back? The eldest prince. The eldest prince opened his mouth, but finally nodded with great difficulty. The eldest prince never thought that he would have such a harmonious relationship with his brothers other than his biological brother in his life. The Duke of Zhen saw that he had nothing to do here and was about to leave, but the next moment, he heard the voice of Emperor Jingwen trying to keep him. The Duke of Zhen was stunned. The other side. Ye Shuo's eyes were lifeless, and he lay on the eldest prince's back like a dead dog, his mind full of scenes from the post house. The eldest prince couldn't help himself and said, women are more brave than you. The eldest prince's wife and the 2 concubines did not react as strongly as he did when they first started killing people. You just faced Huianju with such momentum, show it. The eldest prince's heroic evaluation of him suddenly fell to the bottom again. Ye Shuo did not refute, whatever he said was what it was. The eldest prince felt uncomfortable with his younger brother's sudden docility. The palace servants who saw this scene along the way almost popped their eyes out of their heads. First it was the crown prince, then the emperor, and now he has been carried by the eldest prince. He is probably the only 9th prince in the world who can have this privilege. I don't know how the 9th prince did it. It was not until they were almost at Kiowa Palace that Ye Shuo came to his senses. It was rare for him to get along so harmoniously with his cheap brother. Then, inexplicably, he recalled something. By the way, big brother, when you saw me before, you told me to go to the temple to calm my mind. What did you mean? It was the time when Ye Shuo had a conflict with the eldest prince. After Ye Shuo went back, he thought about it and couldn't understand why he suddenly said such a thing. Ye Shuo has a good memory and wants to figure it out after such a long time. The eldest prince thought for a long time before he figured out what he was saying. The two of them had a grudge because of this, but he didn't even know about it? Didn't you hear what the court said at the time? Ye Shuo was also confused. This, should I know? The eldest prince was stunned. The first reaction of the eldest prince was that he was talking nonsense. As a prince, how could he say that he didn't care about the affairs of the court? It was simply the biggest joke in the world. But then the eldest prince felt that there was really no need for Ye Shuo to lie to him. He even dared to kill the envoy. How could he dare not admit it? Besides, the fight between the two sides has already ended, and everyone who should be offended has been offended. Even if he wants to find an excuse, it is too late. Combined with his son's observations over the past few days, a thought suddenly flashed through the eldest prince's mind. Perhaps he really didn't know that someone in the court was hinting that he was a jinx. If this is true, then this is too much of a loss. This fight was really unfair. The eldest prince was silent for a moment, then asked, "Didn't the crown prince mention this to you? Why would third brother tell me this?" Ye Shuo was even more puzzled. How old am I? Isn't this something that the prince will only consider after he turns 15 and goes to court? Are these people so anxious? However, based on the eldest prince's understanding of the crown prince, if he really wanted to train the ninth prince to be his right-hand man, not to mention that he is only 11 years old, he would have told him everything he should have told him when the two became fellow disciples. The crown prince never mentioned it, which can only mean one thing, that the prince does not intend to include Ziju, or in other words, the prince has excluded this younger brother from the fight from the beginning. Indeed, with his personality, he is not really suitable for power struggles. Since the crown prince had this intention, and the first prince did not want to have any more people competing with him, family affection was already weak in the royal family, so one less rival was a good thing. The first prince thought for a moment and then crossed out Ye Shuo's name from the list. To some extent, this should be the tacit understanding between the two rivals, the eldest prince and the crown prince. Afterwards, no matter how Ye Shuo asked, the eldest prince refused to continue talking. He was really annoyed by the questions, so he just started to laugh it off. Even though Ye Shuo had such good patience, he became a little angry when he was halfway through his words. If you want to say something, just say it completely. What's the point of saying only half of it? Especially for something like this that obviously had a hidden story. Ye Shuo wanted to find out more. However, the eldest prince refused to say anything. If the ninth prince could always remain like this, it would be a good thing. Hey, we've arrived at Kiowa Palace. Just as Ye Shuo raised his head, the eldest prince cleared his throat, then picked him up from behind, threw him to the door of Kiowa Palace and left without looking back. Ye Shuo was left jumping up and down in the same place. Listening to the shouts coming from behind him, the eldest prince's mood inexplicably improved a lot. What is this? Ye Shuo gritted his teeth. He had vomited so hard that he had no strength left. Finally, he had to give up and return to Kiowa Palace with the help of Xiao Luzi. The first thing Ye Shuo did when he returned to his room was to ask for hot water. He was ready to wash himself thoroughly from inside to outside. When Ye Shuo tried to take off his clothes, he discovered that, probably because the blood was too thick and had been stuck together for a long time, Ye Shuo's face was almost as white as paper. After holding it in for a while, he finally stopped vomiting. Ye Shuo's hair was soaked with blood. It took him a long time to wash it clean until the water started to get cold. Maybe it was because the impact was too great or because he had been soaking in water for too long, but that night, Ye Shuo successfully developed a fever. 8 or 9 years had passed since his last fever. When he touched his burning forehead, even Ye Shuo began to doubt whether he was really that fragile. This does seem a bit too useless. But there is no other way. Even if it is embarrassing, you still have to call the imperial physician. Not long after, Emperor Jingwen and the eldest prince also got the news. For a moment, they both didn't know whether their son/brother was being cowardly or arrogant. You can say he was weak, but he killed the two envoys without saying a word. But you can say he was arrogant, because he scared himself after killing them. People who heard the news were inevitably confused. The next day, the little princess woke up from her sleep and saw how weak her brother was. Her impression of his inability became even deeper. Jianjian thought that the little rabbits she raised were stronger than the man she called brother. But it doesn't matter. She has already started learning martial arts. When she finishes her training, with her help, he won't be bullied anymore. Yes, bullying. Since Jianjian was still young, the imperial concubine did not tell him about Ye Shuo's murder. She just said that her brother went out to fight with others, so he became like this. Ye Shuo was so sick, didn't Jianjian think he was being bullied? After feeding her brother water, Jianjian waved her fists in the yard even harder. After class in the study, Ye Sun's first reaction was to visit the ninth uncle. Coincidentally, Ye Yan and the other three thought the same. And so, although they did not take the same route, the two sides finally met at the gate of Kiowa Palace. Ye Yan's first reaction when he saw Ye Sun was to grin. But then he thought about how the other party had performed well in the inn, and how he didn't show any fear or retreat amid the swordplay, and felt that he was still quite courageous. Ye Yan's impression of him was better than before. Ye Sun also felt that the four people were courageous. The four brothers Ye Yan and Ye Sun ignored each other at the door, but after they walked in, they had a tacit understanding with each other, like real cousins. The other side. Huanju didn't dare to stay in Shangjing City for long. He was like a guard guarding the post house one moment and who knew if he would be the one to be killed the next. Huanju fled Shangjing overnight with the remaining 2 or 3 men. As expected, there was an uproar in the court the next day. Some people were scolding the 9th prince for slaughtering the envoys, while others were trying their best to shift the blame for the 9th prince onto others. As long as they refused to admit it and insist that the 2 men were not killed by the 9th prince but by an unknown person, and then push that unknown person out and hand him over to biting to vent their anger, this crisis can be safely overcome. Emperor Jingwen felt sad when he saw them arguing. He observed for a long time and found that there were many people who showed weakness, but very few who advocated a tough stance. Since when did the court only have spineless people? Or was it because the late emperor and himself were too weak, causing the people below to follow suit and become complete wimps? Emperor Jingwen suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. When he heard that they were discussing and even planning to hand over the 9th prince, Emperor Jingwen could no longer bear it. Xiaoju has only killed 2 people. The rest were all ordered by me. According to what you said, I am afraid you want to hand me over as well. Emperor Jingwen looked around with a cold gaze. This is a serious matter. All the ministers knelt down one after another and said, Your Majesty, please calm down. We are guilty. You should apologize. Emperor Jingwen looked at them one by one and said, If I hear these words again, watch out for your heads. When Emperor Jingwen first ascended the throne, he also killed many ministers. Suddenly recalling the past, everyone shuddered. The emperor's tough attitude proves that there is really no room for maneuver in this matter. A group of ministers have already made preparations for the biting army to invade. Emperor Jingwen thought the same way, so he appointed officials to the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Works, according to their expertise. In such a special period, the lowest of the 8 was a 7th-rank assistant professor at the Imperial College, and the highest was a 6th-rank deputy director of the Secretariat, so their starting point was quite high. On the other hand, Emperor Jingwen dispatched troops and horses and was on high alert at the border. Even the eldest prince was ready to go on an expedition here. However, what Emperor Jingwen and his ministers never expected was that, instead of getting angry, Biding did not even mention the killing of the 2 generals' sons and so many guards. What's more, Biding even sent a princess to marry, which was truly the first time in history. According to the spies, the princess's team is already on the way. It was the state of Chen that suffered great misfortune and became the fat meat in the eyes of Biding. Anyone showing any sign of cowardice at this time will be chosen and become a target prey. Such a change made everyone in the court excited. It turns out that even someone as tough as Biding has to give in sometimes. Some ministers suddenly realized that in today's world, perhaps they needed a crown prince with equally strong skills and attitude as the future emperor, so that Biding could not be easily bullied. The strategy of appeasement does not seem to be of much use to this group of barbarians. Their politeness will only be regarded by Biding as weakness. The prince watched this scene in the court. After returning to the East Palace, he couldn't help himself and slowly closed his eyes. Then, there was news that the 6th prince wanted to marry Prime Minister He. The thing that Ye Shuo was most worried about finally happened. His brothers were too smart. Once they saw an opportunity, they would not give him time to find a solution to the problem. Before he could move, they had already moved. Ye Shuo had a fever for several days in a row, and when he finally recovered, he was still asking people here about what the prince had not told him in the court, but a series of explosive news came one after another. First, Zhou Wu and others were given official titles, then Biding sent a princess to marry, and then the 6th prince wanted to marry Prime Minister He's daughter. The first 2 were fine, but when it came to the news about the 6th prince, Ye Shuo almost instinctively smelled something wrong. Especially since the 6th prince is only 5 years older than him, and now he has just turned 16. The crown prince waited until he was 18 years old to marry the crown princess. Although people in ancient times got married early, it was not so early. The 6th prince's action seemed like he was preparing for something. For a feudal country, the issue of succession is also an important assessment for the crown prince. For example, when Ye Shuo was born, the prince had not yet married or had children, so his birth would affect the prince's status. By the time the queen's legitimate son was born, the crown prince had already married and had successfully given birth to a legitimate son with the crown princess. In addition, as he grew older and his status became more secure, even if the queen gave birth to a legitimate son, it had almost no impact on the crown prince. That's the difference. If the 6th prince wants to get involved, unless he has extraordinary means, a child will save him a lot of effort. For a prince like him with little capital, it is a huge profit. If you want to have a child, you have to get married first, right? That's why Ye Shuo's heart suddenly tightened when he heard the news. Especially since the person the other party was looking for was He Xiang. No one would believe him if he said he didn't have any ideas. When Ye Shuo heard the news that the 6th prince was going to come to his house tomorrow, his eyes went dark. Considering the 6th prince's temperament, since the news has already leaked out, it is basically a done deal. Such a cautious person would not make such a move unless he is absolutely sure. As for why Ye Shuo agreed, Ye Shuo was not surprised at all. The sixth prince was a ruthless man who dared to scratch his own face with a stone when he was 5 years old. With a small trick, not only did he let the fifth prince take the blame, but he was also successfully adopted by his mother into the Kiowa palace. Now that so many years have passed, he must have evolved a long time ago. Prime Minister, he is not blind. How could such a cunning person not see the potential in the sixth prince? With such a big change happening in the palace, Ye Shuo could easily find out what happened if he paid a little attention. It was not something so confidential that could not be known to others. All of this was caused by the arrival and departure of the envoys, as well as the subsequent decisions of biting. The ministers in the court finally tasted the sweetness and now know how to deal with biting. Only by fighting violence with violence can they make the other side feel fear and dread. To fight violence with violence requires extremely strong measures. The crown prince's attitude was not that he was not tough, but that he had no say. The eldest prince's toughness was the real toughness. He had the ability to make the envoy retreat, but could the crown prince? The crown prince's words were just empty words. Under such a comparison, the balance in everyone's hearts would naturally tip towards the eldest prince. As one grows stronger, the other weakens, and disputes are bound to arise between the two. If a person does not move, it is fine. But once a person moves, even a saint will reveal his flaws. Ye Shuo guessed that the sixth prince acted so quickly because he anticipated that if this continued, the two would inevitably make mistakes. As for Prime Minister, he is not stupid. If the sixth prince can see it, then he can too. The position of the crown prince is shaken, and it is not certain who will ascend the throne in the future. As the saying goes, a new emperor appoints new ministers. Ye Xiang's term of office has come to an end with Emperor Jingguan, and when the next emperor comes, unless the succession is a normal one, the next emperor will also have his own team during the entire process. It is like when Emperor Jingguan ascended the throne, almost all the people in the court were replaced. If Ye Xiang does not want to be replaced, or wants to continue to maintain the glory of his family, he can only start choosing sides. Ye Xiang has worked hard to climb to his current position, so how can he allow his family and descendants to fall into depravity? So Prime Minister he and the sixth prince hit it off right away. Although the eldest prince is in the limelight now, he already has a principal wife and a concubine. How can the daughter of the Prime Minister be his concubine? In addition, Ye Xiang felt that the sixth prince, who could see through the key at a glance, might not be a bad person. For a moment, Ye Shuo felt a splitting headache. He was just ill for a while, but how come his group of brothers suddenly gave him a blowout attack? Ye Shuo was terrified, still fearing that the crown prince would be forced to take action because of this incident, but the sixth prince had already arrived. Ye Shuo had no choice but to listen to what the sixth prince had to say first. But what can the sixth prince say? Although he had already made an agreement with Ye Xiang in private, he certainly couldn't say that in public. The sixth prince's biological mother died early, and he was not very close to his stepmother, the queen. The fact that concubine Rong and the queen don't get along is known to everyone in the palace, and the sixth prince doesn't intend to please both sides, so naturally he won't go to the queen. Having lived in Kiowa Palace for so many years, the sixth prince naturally hoped that concubine Rong would make the decision for him. Matters between men and women are decided by their parents and the matchmaker's words. Even if you are a prince, you cannot go beyond the rules of etiquette. So the sixth prince planned to reveal this matter to the imperial concubine and ask her to speak for him. The next day, the sixth prince came to visit. After hearing his purpose, concubine Rong was so shocked that she didn't even care about the tea in her hand. How come the child has found someone so soon after leaving the house? The sixth prince's brain was not kicked by a donkey. All the above were inferred by Ye Shuo based on his understanding of him. Ye Shuo knew clearly that the sixth prince was not an emotional person. It was harder than climbing to the sky to make him fall in love with someone, but others, not even Emperor Jingguan, did not know. So in the eyes of outsiders, this is a romantic love story of a young man and woman falling in love at first sight. Seeing concubine Rong's constant questioning, the sixth prince blushed quickly. That day, I was also following my fourth brother to do some work, and I happened to meet the sixth miss on the way to the temple to burn incense, so, wow, this guy even found witnesses. The fourth prince, who is just a tool, probably doesn't even know he's being used by others. Ye Shuo, who was standing by, almost choked to death on the pastry in his mouth. The sixth prince continued, I am the sixth among all the brothers, and Miss Six is also the sixth. I feel that we are destined to be together, but it is not good to offend each other, so I thought of asking the concubine to help me ask. Listen and see, what a well-educated and polite man, even if he is a prince, he still sticks to etiquette and does not overstep the line. Coincidentally, the imperial concubine loves to hear this. She loves to hear romantic love stories of young people. The imperial concubine listened with great interest. After she finished her tea and the story, she didn't think much about it and said, well, since you have this intention, I will ask someone to ask for you. Although the imperial concubine was excited, she knew her limits and did not take on too much. Ye Shuo had basically anticipated the result. The sixth miss of the prime minister's mansion would not have a second answer. Naturally, she would say that she was willing, just like the sixth prince. Ye Shuo sat there, looking at the person who had lived with him for 10 years. His face was now filled with a rosy color that seemed real. For a moment, even he couldn't tell whether it was real or fake. After getting a positive answer, the sixth prince felt relieved. He sat with the imperial concubine for a while, chatting about family matters before leaving. The moment he walked out of Kiowa Palace, the redness on his face that was caused by the ridicule gradually faded away. At this moment, the sixth prince suddenly heard a voice behind him. Xiaoming, can you tell me, do you really like that sixth miss? The voice was very familiar, and the sixth prince knew who it was without turning around. That's the only person who can call him that. The sixth prince thought this question was a little funny. In the whole palace, only Zaiju could ask such a question. Whether they liked it or not, whether it was sincere or not, it was not important to them at all. Only a naive person would take a matter of feelings as the criterion for choosing a wife. However, when he heard this question, the sixth prince's eyes could not help but flash before the pretty face of the sixth miss of the prime minister's mansion. The sixth prince didn't know what love between men and women was, he only knew that he didn't hate the other person. So, I guess I like it. So the sixth prince said, of course I like it. Seeing him turn his head and look into the other person's still calm eyes, Ye Shuo was suddenly speechless. For a moment, Ye Shuo really wanted to persuade him to stop fighting. Wouldn't it be good to live happily? But at the same time, Ye Shuo also knows that everyone has their own aspirations. Although he didn't want to see such a scene, he had no right to stop it. Everyone in this world has the right to accuse the sixth prince of his evil ambitions. A mere bastard even dares to attempt to replace the legitimate son and get involved in the Great Zhou Dynasty. But Ye Shuo is the only one who cannot do that. Unlike modern monogamy, the sixth prince's biological mother, no matter how low her status was recorded as the woman of Emperor Jingguan, and the prince she gave birth to was also listed in the Royal Jade Book. All men are born equal, and when one feels injustice, one should fight for it. As the saying goes, are kings, princes, generals, and ministers different in kind? This slogan was shouted by the ancients more than 2,000 years ago, and it is impossible for Ye Shuo, a modern person, to forget it. If farmers give birth to farmers, they will be farmers all their lives, and if merchants give birth to small merchants, they will be merchants all their lives, then where is the equality? People cannot choose their birth, but it is too sad to let people be trapped by their birth all their lives. Is it wrong for the sixth prince to want to go one step further? Ye Shuo couldn't say anything to persuade him. Ye Shuo could only watch him leave. Compared to her son's inexplicable depression, concubine Rong was quite happy. Although the sixth prince was far less important than her own children, she had raised him for more than 10 years after all. Now that the child had grown up and had a girl he liked, concubine Rong was naturally happy to help arrange things. Look at how early your sixth brother has become wise. When you turn 16, your mother will definitely choose a prince consort for you. While discussing what to do with the two maids, the imperial concubine said this casually. However, just this one sentence frightened Ye Shuo so much that he almost dropped the bowl in his hand. Don't. Damn it, arranged marriages are feudal dregs, don't do that. 16 is the age to go to middle school. Ye Shuo is not such a beast, he won't do anything to a minor. Fearing that his mother would arrange a marriage for him early, Ye Shuo had to give a warning. My future wife must be someone I like. You are young, what do you know? Your mother is an experienced person and can definitely help you pick a good one. Concubine Rong was full of confidence about this matter. Ye Shuo, to be honest, his mother in this life is not as good as his mother in the previous life. Can Ye Shuo trust her? Besides, although he is a prince now, he will not achieve much in the future. Ambitious girls and their families may not be interested in him. How can he choose girls on the street? His mother's idea was a bit too naive. Ye Shuo finally used his trump card and started rolling on the ground. No, I don't want it. I want what I like. I won't get up unless you agree to it, Mom. Looking at her brother who was struggling there, the little princess holding a brush couldn't help but shake her head. Alas, I'm used to it, but I don't know when my brother will be able to be as steady as her. I hope my brother can get rid of this bad habit before he gets married. Concubine Rong didn't expect his reaction to be so intense, and couldn't help but feel unhappy. Marriage is always decided by parents and matchmakers. But my son just wants to find someone he likes, what's wrong with that? Ye Shuo knew that his mother would only respond to soft tactics and not hard ones, so he put his head on his mother's knees and looked at her eagerly. Don't you want your son to be happy in the future? Concubine Rong couldn't stand it, but she didn't want to surrender, so she stretched out her finger and tapped her son's forehead. How do you know that if you choose the wife you will definitely live a happy life? Maybe my son won't be able to stay with his wife smoothly until old age, or they may get tired of each other along the way, but at least he won't regret it. It is very rare for two people to love each other, and they won't feel regretful even if they can't be together until the end. Ye Shuo is a very free and easy person. If they get along, they will get together. If they don't, they will separate. There are no twists and turns. The imperial concubine had never heard such words before and was really shocked for a moment. After she realized what was going on, she said unhappily, what if the girl you like is a merchant's daughter, an ordinary citizen, or a maid in the palace? Wouldn't this palace have to obey you? What kind of talk is that? This palace equals she is referring to her title as imperial concubine Rong, as the owner of the palace allotted to her. The imperial concubine finally got the point. Ye Shuo thought about it and finally decided to tell his mother the truth in advance. If he didn't make it clear in advance, it would be troublesome in the future. If this is really the case, my son is willing to marry the other party. Shocking? Almost at the moment the words fell, the entire Kiowa palace fell silent. The imperial concubine opened her mouth for a long while, and then her mind suddenly exploded. You are trying to piss me off to death. Perhaps she was really annoyed, she even forgot to call herself imperial concubine. For the first time in her life, the imperial concubine had the urge to teach him a lesson herself. When Emperor Jingwen arrived, what he saw was the imperial concubine chasing her son around the yard with a rattan stick. Emperor Jingwen was confused for a moment. In the past, he was the one who took action, and the imperial concubine was always the one who protected him. Why did the situation suddenly turn around today? The moment he saw his cheap father, Ye Shuo quickly hid behind him. How could the imperial concubine dare to show her weapon against the emperor? She gritted her teeth and threw away the cane helplessly. Ye Shuo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this. Emperor Jingwen raised his eyebrows, looked at the mother and son in a panic, and asked curiously, "What happened? Tell me so that I can hear it too." Then Emperor Jingwen soon learned about Ye Shuo's recent bold words. Now, even Emperor Jingwen couldn't laugh anymore. But Emperor Jingwen quickly realized that this was a good thing. In the past, Emperor Jingwen was worried that his son would become addicted to women in the future. If he really thought so, at least he wouldn't have to worry about this for a long time. As for his words that he would only marry someone he loved and would never marry someone he didn't like, Emperor Jingwen just listened to them. Emperor Jingwen himself was a man, so he naturally understood the bad qualities of men. When he reached a certain age, he would choose a good-looking, well-educated, and considerate woman as his wife. After spending time with her day by day, it was hard to believe that he could still endure it. However, what Emperor Jingwen didn't know was that Ye Shuo did have physical impulses, and in fact he was a person with very strong desires in his previous life. This was normal, and there was nothing to be embarrassed about admitting. But the biggest difference between humans and animals is that humans can control their lower body. Ye Shuo doesn't care what others do. Ye Shuo has his own principles. He lived like a widower until he was almost 30 in his last life, so it wouldn't be a big deal to be widowed again in this life, although it would be a bit tragic. Emperor Jingwen didn't take his childish son's words to heart at all. Seeing that the emperor did not scold him angrily, the imperial concubine was so shocked that it was beyond words. Ye Shuo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this. Soon, Emperor Jingwen shifted his attention to the little princess. Seeing that the little princess could concentrate on practicing calligraphy in such a noisy environment, Emperor Jingwen suddenly felt relieved. At least there is someone reliable in Kiowa Palace. The father and daughter looked at each other, and the emotions in their eyes were exactly the same. The imperial concubine only knew a few words, so she naturally couldn't teach Jianjian. As for her own son, let alone his poor handwriting, Jianjian didn't even have anyone who could teach her calligraphy, so she could only practice blindly by herself. Emperor Jingwen couldn't bear to watch this, so he rolled up his sleeves and taught Jianjian to write a few words just like he had taught Ye Shuo, and Jianjian gave him much more feedback than Ye Shuo did back then. Only then did Emperor Jingwen finally find some sense of accomplishment. Half an hour later, Jianjian put down the brush on time, played with his brother for a while as usual, and then started practicing boxing in the yard very consciously. She is so self-disciplined that she doesn't look like a child at all. As Emperor Jingwen watched, he realized that this set of boxing was the one that the eldest prince practiced. He thought it was just a play between children, but he didn't expect the effect to be quite good. It's a pity for the emperor's grandchildren. After Yan and his brothers got out of school in the afternoon, they were as tired as dead dogs but still had to come to Kiowa Palace to practice with their aunt. And the ninth prince, clearly, seldom went to school, but he was unwilling to even go to the upper study room to look for them. Yesun was a little embarrassed at first, but as time went by, he gradually integrated into the group. After all, he was the first to arrive, so why should he give in to Yan and the others? Thinking of this, Yesun suddenly felt more justified. A group of children started competing with each other, and each one of them practiced harder than the other. Jianjian felt that as their aunt, it would be embarrassing for her to fall behind, right? Surrounded by his daughter and grandson, how could Emperor Jingwen, who was a very face-conscious and repressed emperor, resist showing off his talents in front of his children? When the eldest prince first started practicing kung fu, he was the one who taught him step by step. Emperor Jingwen's boxing skills were very impressive and he immediately earned the admiration of a group of little kids. Father, you are so awesome. The little princess Jianjian learned this from her brother and said whatever she wanted to say. Although Yan and Yesun were not so explicit, their eyes were also full of stars. The corners of Emperor Jingwen's mouth suddenly raised a slight arc. Emperor Jingwen cleared his throat and began his customary lecture. Practice hard, and you will be able to do it in the future. He saw his son still doing the horse stance slowly, and Emperor Jingwen said, "Don't be like your brother, and your uncle. Remember that. Remember, Ye Shuo, how come this matter can be linked to him?" Ye Shuo was forced to slowly open his eyes. Soon Ye Shuo was stunned. Jianjian and the others were still young and didn't notice it, but Ye Shuo noticed that his cheap father was slightly out of breath after the set of punches. Ye Shuo still remembered that 3 or 4 years ago, when he bit his cheap father's ear, he didn't behave like this. Once people are over 40, their body functions will begin to decline drastically. My cheap dad, who is already 47 years old this year and will soon be 50, is really not young anymore. However, all the princes have gradually grown up. Quickly putting this thought behind his mind, Ye Shuo took out a sandbag and weighed it in his hand. Come on, let's play with sandbags together. It's just right with so many people, and it will be more fun to play. Ha, who wants to play with him? Ye Sun and Ye Yan looked at each other almost subconsciously, and the disgust in their hearts was almost overflowing. However, once you start playing with sandbags, you can't stop. Ye Shuo would not give in to them just because they were children. Looking at the white lime marks on his clothes, Ye Sun's hands were shaking. For a moment, he even forgot that Emperor Jingguan was there. Ninth uncle? You wait. Ye Sun almost gritted his teeth as he said this. However, Ye Shuo's hands and feet were so nimble that he couldn't be hit easily by him. Soon, Ye Yan and his brothers on the side were in trouble. After a short while, several people started fighting in a group, with sandbags clanging and it felt like stones were being thrown. Jian, who was only 4 years old, thought about it and decisively withdrew from the battlefield. Emperor Jingguan and concubine Rong watched while drinking tea and couldn't help laughing. When it got dark at night, the group of people dispersed reluctantly. Each of them was covered in a mess that was simply unbearable to look at. When the 4 brothers returned, the eldest prince almost spit out the tea in his mouth when he saw their horrible appearance. Where have you been? Ye Yan then felt scared. He curled his lips and gritted his teeth to confess the matter of playing with the sandbags. The eldest prince smacked his lips and asked only one question. Did you win or lose? Of course I won. Is there any need to ask? Ye Sun is only one person, but they have 4. Ye Yan couldn't help but straighten his chest. The eldest prince was immediately satisfied. Compared to them, Ye Sun was not doing so well. After all, he was alone. Frightened, he returned to the East Palace. He wanted to sneak back to his room to change clothes without being noticed, but he ran into his father by chance. Ye Sun was startled by the figure standing in the dark. When the other person slowly walked into the light and shadow, and he found out that it was none other than his own father, Ye Sun's heart suddenly rose to his throat. It's over, it's all Uncle Ninth's fault. Just play with sandbags, why do you have to dip them in white lime? Looking at his son in tattered clothes, the prince couldn't help but frown slightly. What happened? Did you have a fight with someone? Ye Sun hurriedly shook his head and tremblingly told the story of how he and Ye Yan and the others smashed sandbags. Ye Sun thought his father would be angry, but he didn't expect that after the prince heard it. He said nothing, waved at him, and let him go to take a shower and change clothes. Hurry up, dinner will be served soon, and your mother is still waiting. Huh? I didn't get scolded. As the legitimate son of the crown prince, Ye Sun naturally knew the recent situation in the Eastern Palace, so Ye Sun subconsciously felt that his father would not be happy about him playing with his uncle's son. But he didn't seem to care much. Ye Sun couldn't help but look back again. For some reason, he always felt that his father's figure standing in the courtyard seemed a little thin. But my father is the prince, how could he be weak? Ye Sun shook his head and quickly put this thought behind him. In the blink of an eye, another 5 or 6 days passed. Fearing that someone might gossip, the imperial concubine waited for a few more days before summoning the young lady of the prime minister's residence to the palace for a chat. The 6th miss is the daughter of the young madam, and the granddaughter of Prime Minister He. The imperial concubine has instructed the young madam to bring the 6th miss along as well. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell what is going on. The imperial concubine's actions this time were not very volatile, and only a few people knew about it. Ye Shuo is only 11 years old now. Although boys and girls are not allowed to sit at the same table as each other at the age of 7, it is not necessary to be shy about it. So, when the young lady of the Prime Minister's mansion came in, Ye Shuo saw the girl following behind at a glance. After seeing the other person's face clearly, Ye Shuo was stunned for a moment. The 6th miss suddenly came to the palace. She didn't want to talk much today. Besides, she herself was not a talkative person. As a result, Miss 6 has a good memory. Even though she hasn't seen him for many years, she can still vaguely recognize Ye Shuo. Perhaps because she was too surprised, Miss 6 almost blurted out, "Little beggar." References. Upward arrow 1. This palace equals she is referring to her title as Imperial Concubine Rong, as the owner of the palace allotted to her. The young lady did not expect her daughter, who had always been steady, to say such a thing to the 9th prince. She inevitably felt nervous, so she could not help but say, "Tanner, don't be rude." He knew that she was being rude, so she quickly bowed to Ye Shuo and said, "I am sorry for my rudeness, 9th prince, please forgive me. I was really out of my mind. I actually mistook the prince for a little beggar whom I had only met once." The reason why He had such a deep impression of the little beggar was not only because she had a good memory, but also because he was the most polite little beggar she had ever seen. Ye Shuo had recognized the other person at first sight, but he didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that Xiao Ming fell in love with her. After many twists and turns, the two will eventually become a family. Seeing that the 6th miss of He family seemed a little embarrassed, Ye Shuo hurriedly said, "It's me, you didn't recognize the wrong person." Now it was He Wuden's turn to be stunned. How could it be? The young lady standing by and the imperial concubine who came out after hearing the noise were both confused. How come these two people seem to know each other? Ye Shuo cleared his cough and waited until everyone came into the house before describing the whole story of how he disguised himself as a beggar to test Mr. Cao. Hearing that the girl in front of her not only bought buns for her son, but also wanted to take him to the Prime Minister's residence and make him a servant, the imperial concubine couldn't help but laugh and cry, and immediately she had a better impression of He Wuden. She was so young, but she still had compassion for a little beggar, so I guess she must be a good person. When He Wuden saw the imperial concubine's smile, her face turned red. The young lady was also surprised and could not help but glance at the ninth prince next to her. Normally, the young lady had only heard her father-in-law mention the name of the ninth prince, and now she finally saw how unorthodox he was. But because Ye Shuo was doing good things, if it weren't for him, the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor would have jumped into the fire pit, so the young lady did not have any bad impression of Ye Shuo. As Ye Shuo talked more and more, the relationship between the imperial concubine and the young madam gradually became warmer. They were completely different from the others who were very reserved when they first met. It seems like we are destined to be together. The imperial concubine couldn't help but sigh. The imperial concubine had previously asked someone to inquire about the basic situation of the sixth young lady in the prime minister's mansion. At first, the imperial concubine was a little dissatisfied because the other party was older than the sixth prince, probably 2 or 3 years older. This was a little hard for the imperial concubine to accept, as she believed that in a marriage, the man should be older than the woman. However, since the sixth prince had clearly expressed his love for her, the imperial concubine could not refuse him, so she thought about meeting her in person. Fortunately, I saw it with my own eyes. This sixth young miss is indeed quite good. She is well educated, quiet, and yet generous. It is obvious that she is being trained according to the standards of a mistress of the house in the prime minister's mansion. Although she is still a little short of becoming an imperial concubine, there is still time for her to learn. From this perspective, the fact that the other party is a few years older doesn't mean much. The imperial concubine asked a few more general questions, and the sixth miss answered them all fluently. From the imperial concubine's point of view, this girl was better than herself in many aspects, so the imperial concubine was naturally very satisfied. Seeing that the imperial concubine was not angry because of her knowledge, He Wuden also breathed a sigh of relief. Even though the sixth prince was not registered under the name of the imperial concubine, she had raised him for many years after all. If she and the sixth prince really got married in the future, she would have to treat the imperial concubine as his mother-in-law. The imperial concubine seemed to be a generous person, and she was not as arrogant and domineering as rumored, and she wouldn't not allow others to be ahead of her. When the imperial concubine asked He Wuden what books she read, she first carefully mentioned the Book of Songs, the Analects of Confucius and the Great Learning. She thought the imperial concubine would be unhappy. On the one hand, it was because the imperial concubine did not like reading, and He Wuden thought she also did not like other women reading. On the other hand, ordinary people believe that a woman's virtue lies in her lack of talent, and if she wanted to marry a prince, it was natural that she had to be gentle and obedient. However, what He Wuden didn't expect was that the imperial concubine didn't show any dissatisfaction at all. Instead, she smiled and said, "That's just right. I like scholars. Maybe she thinks what she lacks is good." Anyway, the imperial concubine has always envied those women who have read a lot, such as concubine Da, who is even more enviable. The most important thing is that the sixth prince also likes reading, and the two of them happen to have a common language. Otherwise, the relationship between husband and wife will not last long. Of course, it was impossible for the imperial concubine to mention the sixth prince at this time. Everyone knew it, and mentioning it so bluntly would only make people embarrassed. Ye Shuo, who was standing by, still remembered that when they met in front of Beiyu Pavilion, this sixth miss was already a young girl. Now, 5 or 6 years have passed, and she should be older than Xiaoming. Ye Shuo listened in and found that it was indeed true. He Wuden was indeed older than the sixth prince. Moreover, she had cancelled a marriage before, so it had been delayed until now. There were other young ladies younger than her in the prime minister's mansion, but Xiaoming just fell for her. Inadvertently, Ye Shuo suddenly remembered what he had said to Xiaoming when he was reading medical books in the garden when his mother was pregnant. Ye Shuo once told the sixth prince in person that the best childbearing age for women is between 23 and 30 years old. They cannot be too young, otherwise there will be great risks during childbirth. Ye Shuo didn't know whether the other party took these words to heart and found the sixth miss. He also didn't know whether he was considering the mother or the future child. In such an ancient environment, he chose He Wuden, who was 3 years older than him. But at least he didn't attack a child of 13 or 14 years old, so he didn't commit a serious sin. Although the sixth young miss of the Prime Minister's mansion is only 19 and not yet 20 years old, she is safer after all. After asking He Wuden, what remained was the communication between the two elders, the imperial concubine and the young madam. It happened that the little princess Jianjian woke up and saw a stranger in the room. Instead of feeling scared, she looked curious. Jianjian has been trained by Ye Shuo now, and she has become very outgoing. She is not shy at all and even dares to take the initiative to hold He Wuden's hand and let He Wuden take her to the yard to play. Apart from the imperial concubine and concubine Zhao, Jianjian played with a group of boys every day. It was natural that she was quite excited when she finally met a young girl. The imperial concubine took advantage of the situation and drove the group of children out. Jianjian is not stupid and she soon figured out He Wuden's identity. But as a child, she has no sense of propriety when it comes to words and says whatever she thinks. "Are you my sixth brother's future wife?" Hearing this, Ye Shuo couldn't help but hold his forehead. Jian. The news hasn't even been revealed yet. If it gets out, it will damage 6th Miss's reputation. Don't talk nonsense. Jian looked at He Wuten's slightly embarrassed face again, and immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing. But she was really curious, so she shook off all the 6th prince in one breath. My 6th brother said he likes you, do you like him? Ye Shuo didn't say anything this time. To be honest, he also wanted to know this question. He Wuden was stunned at first, then smiled and said nothing. She and the 6th prince were only together because of the family's intention. Besides, the cancellation of the engagement was not a pleasant thing at the time. Since she was deeply loved by the 6th prince, he was now her best choice. He Wuden had nothing to be dissatisfied with. When Ye Shuo saw her smile, he immediately understood. Logically speaking, since Xiaoming was not really moved, it would be a good thing for the 6th miss not to be moved either. However, for some reason, Ye Shuo felt a little sad. He may never be able to adapt to the royal marriage life. Jian didn't insist on not getting an answer, and she quickly started talking about other things with her future sister-in-law. He Wuden immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The little princess's question almost made her unable to cope. It was not until Jian started talking about other things that He Wuden was surprised to find that although the little princess was young, she had read a lot of books. From time to time, she would utter a few idioms and familiar articles. He Wuden was finally convinced that what the imperial concubine said just now was not just polite talk. Being able to let the princess go to school and study like a boy, I think her life will be good. The last bit of repulsion in He Wuden's heart dissipated in an instant. As expected, almost the next day after He Wuden returned to the Prime Minister's residence, an imperial edict came from the palace. According to the calculations of the Sishan Monitoring Bureau, the wedding date of He Wuden and the 6th prince was set for half a year later. Soon, the 6th prince heard the news that Xiaju was familiar with his future wife. When the 6th prince heard the news, his first reaction was, how did Xiaju know the 6th miss? How could he know her? Thinking about it later, considering Xiaju's personality of being able to chat with anyone, it didn't seem like a particularly strange thing. The engagement was finally settled, and the 6th prince felt relieved. He was going to get married in half a year, so the 6th prince should have been nervous, but he only had a slight emotional fluctuation when the news came, and he quickly calmed down. But the 6th prince still pretended to be excited. As a result, when the 4th prince saw him the next day, he couldn't help but tease him, and finally made the 6th prince blush, and then he let him go. After the 4th prince left, the embarrassment in the 6th prince's eyes in the room instantly disappeared. There is still half a year left. I hope nothing goes wrong during this period. As for the choice of the prince's wife, in fact, the 6th miss is not the best choice. The saying that they are both 6th in the family means that they are destined to be together is nonsense. It is just a nice thing to say. Originally, the 6th prince's plan was to marry several other young ladies who were not engaged. However, when he was discussing it with Prime Minister He, what Xiaoju had said inadvertently flashed through his mind. If the woman is too young, the risks are extremely high for both the mother and the child. The child was just making up stories, and the 6th prince did not believe it at first. However, his goal was to have a healthy child after all, so he finally investigated it with the attitude of believing it was true rather than not. It is found to be true, for example, for women who get married and have children at the age of 13 or 14, the probability of both the child and the mother surviving at the same time is much lower than that of women over the age of 17 or 18. And such an important matter had never been discovered before. The 6th prince finally chose the 6th miss who had been broken off from engagement in the Prime Minister's mansion. He couldn't give up his obsession to climb up, so he could only choose the best one within the range of options. As for whether to cancel the engagement or not, the 6th prince doesn't care. As the days passed, there was no change in the life of the 6th prince. Every day he went to court, returned to the 6 ministries, and returned to the prince's mansion. Every once in a while, he would come to the palace to visit the imperial concubine. At night, he would read for an hour as usual before going to bed. The 6th prince's day is packed with activities, and he even studies harder than when he was studying. When Ye Shuo found out about this, he didn't know what to say. Since he is planning to have a child, he is still so busy and doesn't have enough time to rest. With his physical condition, there is no way he can have a child. Some people always think that having a child is a woman's business alone, but they don't know that if the father of the child is not good, no matter how hard they try, it will be in vain. The quality of the child's father is the key factor in whether the child is healthy or not. Not only women, but men also have an optimal childbearing age. Miss 6 has a ruddy complexion, a steady and long breath, a well-proportioned body, and strong and clean teeth. She is obviously in good health, so the only difficulty lies with Xiaoming himself. But the problem is that Xiaoming himself doesn't think so. He still feels that he is in good health, it's just that his martial arts skills are not as good as those of the eldest prince. He has no self-awareness at all. That's right, let alone in ancient times, even if this happens in modern times, few men think that being unable to have children is their own problem. In this situation, the only one who would suffer is Miss 6. However, the 6th prince's purpose of getting married was not simple, and for a moment Ye Shuo didn't know whether he should tell him about this matter. Just when Ye Shuo was struggling, the princess sent by bidding for marriage finally arrived. The princess is now only in her 20s, and is in the prime of her beauty, just like a blooming flower. She has a wild beauty that the women of the Great Zhou do not have. Her skin is not as fair as those of the women of the Great Zhou, but a very healthy honey color. As soon as the other party showed up, she swept across a large area of the harem with her unique energy alone. After all, concubine Rong is not a saint. Even though she is a concubine, she can't help but feel a slight sense of crisis in her heart. It would be fine under normal circumstances, but the key point is that this princess doesn't look like a peaceful person. Her big eyes keep roaming around Emperor Jingwen at the top of the table, which makes the imperial concubine feel chest tightness and shortness of breath. The other person is young and beautiful, wouldn't the imperial concubine be jealous? However, that would have been the end of it. When Princess Huiyan's gaze fell on Ye Shuo, the imperial concubine realized what it meant to be truly horrified. The previous jealousy suddenly disappeared, and the imperial concubine's vigilance was aroused in an instant. She would rather the other party had her eyes on Emperor Jingwen than have her set her sights on Shuo. Forget it, becoming a concubine is much better than becoming my own daughter-in-law. This kind of good thing should be left for His Majesty to enjoy slowly. Ye Shuo also noticed the princess's abnormality. When he saw the hint of temptation in her eyes, Ye Shuo was completely stunned. I am still a child? This beast? At first, Ye Shuo wondered if he was too narcissistic and had seen it wrong, but after observing for a while, he found that it was indeed not his illusion. But at the same time, Ye Shuo didn't think that the other party really liked him. To be honest, he was born with a good face in his life, all thanks to his parents' good genes, but the problem was that he was young. How could a primary school student have any charm? It was just a hint from biting. It seems that these guys are still determined to cause trouble in the Great Zhou. Even in this situation, they refuse to give up. Emperor Jingwen also noticed that Princess Huiyan glanced at his son from time to time, which frightened the usually active little bastard so much that he hid behind him like a quail, and no longer dared to talk non-stop as usual. Emperor Jingwen thought it was a little funny at first, but after he realized what was going on, he couldn't help feeling angry. Of course, this anger was not directed at Ye Shuo, but at Beiting being shameless. His son is so young now. If he was really seduced by Princess Huiyan of Beiting, he would have lost his virginity at an early age, and his life would be ruined. The people of Beiting really have the heart to kill. Emperor Jingwen then looked at his other sons, including the eldest prince. Anyone who was caught in his sight could not help but become very nervous. Although beautiful women are beautiful, they are not lucky enough to enjoy them. Keeping her in the backyard is unsafe, and marrying her as the principal wife would mean cutting off their path to further advancement. It is not cost-effective no matter how you think about it, so it is better to leave this good thing to my father. Emperor Jingwen read this meaning from the looks of his sons. For the first time in his life, Emperor Jingwen experienced the pain of forcing women into his harem. Emperor Jingwen had no choice but to finally decide to take the princess into the harem. After all, she was a princess who symbolized the diplomatic relations between the two countries. In the end, Emperor Jingwen conferred her the title of Ronghua, a fourth-rank official, which was neither too high nor too low, and gave an explanation to Beiting without being particularly formal. If nothing unexpected happens, Princess Huiyan will have to stay in Ronghua's position for the rest of her life. It would be fine if she could live a peaceful life. The palace does not need her. Her status is there, and Emperor Jingwen will not treat her unfairly. But if she is restless, that's another story. The queen, on the other hand, could not help but feel a pity in her heart. She was thinking that it would be better if the princess asked to marry the 9th prince. The 9th prince is now 11 years old, and the princess is already 20 years old. The 9-year age difference between them is actually nothing. If Beiting insists, if it succeeds, the 9th prince will be crippled. Based on what the 9th prince had done before, Beiting would definitely find ways to avenge him, and destroying the 9th prince would be a piece of cake by then. Unfortunately, Emperor Jingwen loved his son very much. Beiting had just been shocked and did not dare to provoke De Zhou again. Princess Huiyan was very prudent and did not dare to mention it at all. In Princess Huiyan's mind, even if she became a concubine, what would it matter? This additional identity would not hinder her actions. After all, Princess Huiyan was married to a foreign prince, and the Beiting envoy had done such a thing in Shangjing City before. The Sishanjian didn't even give her a good day, but just randomly picked a day, and then Princess Huiyan was carried from the post house to the palace in a sedan chair. The Beiting envoys who escorted the princess to the capital had never suffered such an insult, but because of what happened before, they dared not say anything. When the people in the capital saw this scene, they felt extremely happy. Seeing this group of people, the brave ones even dared to throw rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves at them in the street. The emperor's attitude determines the attitude of the court to a certain extent, and the attitude of the court determines the courage of the people. Last time, the emperor said to kill the guards of the post station, and he killed them all in one breath. Rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves were really not a big deal, so the Jing Zhaoyin only took symbolic care of it and turned a blind eye to it. After so many years, the people in Shangjing City finally got their revenge. The people know clearly what foundation all this is built on. Because they won the battle, and why did they win the battle? The answer is self-evident. When the eldest prince returned with his troops, his majestic and vigorous appearance as he sat on horseback was seen by most of the people in the capital. The envoys from Beiting were upset but helpless. Finally, after sending the princess to the palace, they left in disgrace. On the other hand, after Princess Huan entered the palace, the queen treated her very well at first, and it would not be an exaggeration to even describe her as friendly. The queen completely ignored the identity of the enemy princess and believed that the ninth prince killed their major general, so Biding must be resentful. It was also because of the ninth prince that Emperor Jingguan ordered the killing of so many of their guards, and it was also because of the ninth prince that Biding suffered such a great humiliation. The enemy of my enemy should be my friend. However, what the queen did not know was that although Biding hated the ninth prince and would kill him if given the chance, Biding's target had never been a single person, but the entire Great Zhou. The more chaotic the Great Zhou and the Chen kingdom are, the more beneficial it will be to Biding. Princess Huan noticed the queen's thoughts in time, so she went with the flow and pretended to be at odds with the ninth prince, taking the opportunity to get close to the queen. What the queen didn't know was that the ally she thought she had, one day, by chance, saw the little prince playing there alone. Princess Huan's mind moved, and she slowly squatted down in front of the little prince. A long time has passed since the last time the little prince fell ill after being caught in the rain. The little prince had been weak to begin with, and had been ill intermittently, with no signs of recovery. Now that he had finally recovered, the queen was finally willing to let him out. The little prince has long been accustomed to being alone. He has never had any friends of the same age around him. There are only palace maids, nannies, and young eunuchs around him. It seemed like the eldest prince and other adult princes didn't take him seriously at all, and even ignored him when they met. Every time the little prince saw the contemptuous looks from the eldest prince and the others, he couldn't help but shudder. In their eyes, I am like garbage, and I feel redundant even when they look at me. The eldest prince has always disdained to flatter the queen, so naturally he is too lazy to pay much attention to her children. As for the second prince and the crown prince, they showed more sympathy and pity for the little prince than for others, which made the little prince feel suffocated. As for the 10th and 11th princes, who were not much older than him, because of their low birth, every time the queen saw her son hanging out with the two princes who were destined to be abandoned, she could not help but get furious, thinking that her son was a loser who only knew how to play with trash. Those who are with trash are destined to be trash themselves. As for the few grandchildren of the emperor, the queen was afraid that these people would harm her son, so she did not allow them to have any contact with each other. As time went by, the little prince was left alone. Since he was born, the little prince has never played with toys or had any friends. He is surrounded by a group of palace maids and eunuchs all day long, as if he is in a cage. He is scolded by the queen many times, so he is inevitably very silent. And ever since he was frightened by General Lanruo's head last time, no one comforted him in time, so now the little prince is not only weak, but also surrounded by a gloomy aura. Physical condition is closely related to mental condition. If you cannot relieve your emotions in time, it will be a double torture. From beginning to end, no one taught the little prince how to be happy. What's more, he didn't even know what happiness was. Even Princess Huan was startled the moment the little prince raised his head. What kind of look is that? He looked lifeless and didn't look like a child of only 4 or 5 years old at all. Princess Huan's heart beat twice, and then she quickly smiled. Who are you? Why are you here alone? It stands to reason that the queen mother would not leave the little prince alone, but the little prince is a living person after all, not a machine. He naturally has his own ideas, so now and then he will deliberately shake off the palace maids and eunuchs who follow him, and buy himself a chance to catch his breath. The little prince didn't know why he did this, he just knew that if no one followed him, he would feel much happier. Only at this time did he have a rare chance to catch his breath. Now, seeing a stranger for the first time, the little prince was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously looked towards the rockery cave not far away. Princess Huan reacted quickly and thought that he must have been hiding in the cave, thus avoiding the sight of the palace people. Faced with Princess Huan's question, the little prince remained silent. Seeing that the child opposite her had her mouth tightly shut and didn't even look at her, as if trying to avoid looking at her, Princess Huan changed her mind and pretended to be angry, then threatened, if you don't speak again, I will call for help. Having said that, she was about to stand up. And this trick really worked. The little prince in front of him panicked and subconsciously tried to grab the corner of her clothes. Princess Huan's movements were not very big to begin with, so he naturally caught her in the act. With the corners of her lips slightly raised, Princess Huan smiled and said, Now, can you finally tell me who you are? But in fact, Princess Huan already knew about the little prince's identity. When she was in the queen's palace, she had met him several times by chance. So when she saw the other person, she stopped subconsciously. The queen of the Great Zhou was not without desires, on the contrary, she was an extremely ambitious woman. Princess Huan, who was equally ambitious, smelled the scent of her own kind almost as soon as she saw the other person, so Princess Huan acted submissive in front of the queen. Princess Huan is not afraid of ambitious people. The more ambitious they are, the happier she is. She is only afraid of meeting those who are timid and content with the status quo. She really has no idea where to start with such people. The little prince had not communicated with anyone for a long time, and he spoke haltingly. After holding back for a long time, he finally said, I am the 13th prince. Well, what's your name? Asked Princess Huan. My name is Hu Yanjin. Faced with the stranger's sudden enthusiasm, the little prince couldn't help but stammer, yeah, Yaoji. The little prince's name was chosen by the queen herself. He was born unhealthy and had illness, so naturally she hoped that he would be as healthy as the other princes. The two character name just happens to be in line with the eldest prince and the crown prince. What are you playing? I know a really fun game. Why don't I teach you? Since Princess Huian was planning to get close to the little prince, she naturally didn't care about his timidity. The little prince subconsciously wanted to refuse, but Princess Huian took his hand without any explanation. Since the little prince was born, no one had ever been so gentle to him. The little prince, who was only 4 or 5 years old, could not tell the truth from the false and was subconsciously stunned. So warm. While the child was distracted, Princess Huian taught him several small games that were popular in biting. Gradually, the little prince became addicted to Princess Huian's gentle and compassionate gaze. Completely different from other people, when she looked at him, it seemed as if there was only room for him. This made the little prince subconsciously open his eyes wide, feeling very incredible. How could someone like me? However, happy times are always short-lived. After a while, the little prince caught a glimpse of palace maids and eunuchs rushing towards him from the corner of his eye. The little prince is here. The little prince is here. The little prince was startled and immediately broke free from the illusion, subconsciously pushing Princess Huian. Princess Huian grew up on the grasslands of biting. Since she had the blood of the Wolf King flowing in her veins, she was naturally as sensitive as a wolf. She noticed the movement in the distance long before the little prince. Just when the little prince thought that this time would be like the past, he would be discovered by his mother and the matter would end hastily. The little prince was ready to be scolded and humiliated, but at this moment, he suddenly heard a voice in his ear. Remember the pattern I just taught you, little prince. I'll play with you next time. Almost at the moment the words fell, Princess Huian disappeared. Then, the palace maids and eunuchs arrived breathlessly. They came late, so naturally they didn't meet Princess Huian. Every time the little prince escaped, it was these palace servants who were punished. At the very least, they would be slapped in the face, while at the worst, they would be beaten with a stick. Over time, even the palace servants would feel resentful. They blamed the queen for being unkind and the little prince for being disobedient. Even though the palace maids didn't dare to say it out loud, how could the little prince, who was so sensitive, not feel it? He seemed to be born to be disliked. If it had happened before, the little prince would naturally feel extremely painful, but this time, for some reason, when he thought about the next time the princess would come to see him again, the little prince suddenly felt less uncomfortable. What's more, he even felt a faint sense of anticipation in his heart. For the first time, he began to look forward to the coming day. The little prince left here reluctantly as his wet nurse suppressed her impatience and resentment. Before leaving, he subconsciously glanced at the rockery cave, and a trace of worry suddenly crossed his mind. After about a moment, Princess Huian came out from the corner, feeling extremely satisfied. Although the queen's legitimate son is young, being young has its advantages. He is easier to control and is less vigilant. Princess Huian originally wanted to work hard on other princes, but now it seems that there is no need. Soon, Princess Huian left with satisfaction. In the blink of an eye, another 5 or 6 days passed. Ye Shuo took Jian to Zhao Kongrong's palace to have a meal as usual. Then he found that Su Konggai, who had always been very happy to see them, was unusually absent-minded this time. Even if Jian was trying to act funny and make Su Konggai laugh, Su Konggai's smile was extremely forced. But if Ye Shuo remembered correctly, Su Konggai seemed to be the niece of the Empress Dowager. She had no children, but her status was not low, so she should not have any worries. After all, Ye Shuo and Empress Xiao and the others have known each other for 7 or 8 years since the mahjong game, so it's inevitable that Ye Shuo would show some concern. Su Konggai hesitated for a moment before slowly explaining the whole story. Only then did Ye Shuo realize that it was an old cat that Su Konggai had kept in her palace that was missing. Zhao Chongrong and Li Chongyuan had never kept a pet, so they didn't know the significance of a pet to its owner and didn't take the matter seriously. They thought the cat might have run away because it was playing, and it might find itself back in a couple of days, so they spoke to comfort the cat. But Ye Shuo had raised both dogs and cats in his previous life, and he knew in his heart that after raising cats and dogs for nearly 10 years, they were no longer just pets. No wonder Su Konggai was so worried. What's more, before he and Jian appeared, this cat had always been with Su Konggai. So Ye Shuo wiped his mouth without saying anything and said, "It just so happens that I'm tired of playing sandbags with Ye Sun, Ye Yan, and the others recently, and I'm just about to change to a new game. Today, when they get out of school, I might as well help Madame Su find the cat." Su Konggai was stunned. How could a small person like her have such a big face when asking the prince and grandson to find a cat? However, Ye Shuo patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." Seeing Ye Shuo so persistent and not even bothering to do it, Su Konggai was both touched and happy. Well, Su Konggai's cat's name is Tuan Tuan, and she adopted it from the beast taming house in the Ministry of Internal Affairs 10 years ago. Su Konggai has raised Tuan Tuan for 10 years, but Tuan Tuan is not just 10 years old. Tuan Tuan was already an adult cat when she brought him home. Its previous owner was a concubine in the palace. The concubine died of illness, and she couldn't bear to see Tuan Tuan become a wild cat, so she returned it to the beast taming house. Then, because of Tuan Chuan's good personality, it was adopted by Su Konggai after many twists and turns. And now Tuan Tuan has disappeared without a trace. How can Su Konggai not be anxious? We haven't seen it like this normally, so the people around us were a little careless and let it run away without paying attention. Cats and dogs like to run outside, and Su Konggai was particularly careful at first, but as time went on, there were always omissions. When talking about this, Su Konggai couldn't help feeling annoyed. Ye Shuo hurriedly comforted him, don't worry, maybe he got lost. I'll take people to look for him later. When the time was almost up, Ye Shuo took Jian straight to the study. At the time of Shen, Ye Sun, Ye Yan, and others came out of the study. The moment they saw Ye Shuo, the 5 of them were stunned at first, and then became excited. Today the sun rose from the west, and today the 9th prince actually came to pick them up from school. However, after they understood what he wanted to do with them, Ye Sun and Ye Yan immediately felt that it was just as they expected. The 9th prince was indeed not the kind of uncle who would love his nephews. It turned out that he wanted to ask them to do hard labor. How can a grandson of the emperor go to look for an old cat? Ye Yan shouted in dissatisfaction. No one noticed that when the little prince passing by heard the word cat, his whole body became stiff. Before Ye Shuo looked over, the little prince quickly buried his head. Although the 3 of them did not get along well with the queen, the little prince was innocent after all, and the child was quite pitiful. Ye Shuo had never seen him smile. Ye Shuo is also a human being, and sometimes he has the same hypocritical problem as others. When hostile people do not threaten him, he is willing to show his kindness. So when he saw the little prince, Ye Shuo greeted him casually. However, the little prince did not feel happy, but his eyes were full of fear. Ye Shuo thought he had scared him, so he quickly took 2 steps back. The little prince almost fled away from here. The other party's cowering look made Ye Yan and the others look down upon him even more. Just like this, is he still a legitimate son? Huh. Okay, don't be dissatisfied. Come and help us. It will be dark soon. Ye Shuo patted their heads one by one. The 9th prince is so rude. Please, they are the emperor's grandsons. Their fathers are a prince and a crown prince respectively. Even though he doesn't need to be too cautious as an uncle, he still has to observe basic etiquette, right? It's a shame to order them around like this every day. However, Ye Sun and Ye Yan are just like this. It's nothing more than simplicity and freedom. Only when they are with the 9th prince can they do whatever they want and say whatever they want. Therefore, although Ye Sun and Ye Yan were cursing, their actions were not slow and no one knew what they were trying to do. Okay, including Jian, whoever finds Tuan Tuan first will be the winner today. Ye Shuo doesn't make special arrangements, he always treats everyone equally. As for himself, who has ever seen a referee leave the court with a contestant? Humph? Uncle 9, you are so boring. Who would work hard for something like this? The 4 Ye Yan brothers said these things, but their actions were completely different. Children have more energy and are no less efficient than adults. Besides, Tuan Tuan was an old cat and he couldn't run far, so the group started from Su Konggai's palace and then spread out to the surrounding areas. Cats are different from dogs. Dogs will make marks along the way, but cats are timid and easily frightened by passers-by, so they panic and lose their way, and in the end they don't even know where they are going. Now that 3 whole days had passed, Tuan Tuan must have been extremely hungry. Ye Shuo took the meat jerky that Su Konggai had given him, which was Tuan Chuan's favorite, and called Tuan Chuan's name. But what was surprising was that after so many people had been searching for almost an hour, they still couldn't find any trace of Tuan Tuan. However, many other wild cats were found. There was boredom in the palace, and many people kept cats and dogs. Sometimes they were not abandoned intentionally, but because the owners of the cats and dogs had an accident, or were demoted, or were sent to the cold palace, or died of illness, and they could not take care of the cats and dogs when they could not take care of themselves. Cats and dogs reproduce quickly, and even though the palace guards would kill a batch every year, the rest would still remain. In addition, cats can catch mice, so as long as they are not rampant, no one usually cares. Just like that, Brother Ye Yan rushed over with a hawksbill turtle in his hand, shouting, Uncle 9, look, is this the one? Ye Shuo curled his lips, although this tortoiseshell cat is also very cute, but Tuan Tuan is a white Persian cat. Ye Shuo had clearly explained Tuan Tuan's characteristics before, but Ye Yan and his brothers were so excited that they simply forgot about it. What about this? Soon, Ye Sun also came back with the cat he found. This time the look was right, but Ye Shuo said weakly, but Tuan Tuan has 2 mandarin duck eyes, so it's neither of these 2. It would be a shame to let these 2 napping cats make a wasted trip, especially with Ye Yan's method of catching the cats. It hurt Ye Shuo so much just watching it. He quickly asked the 2 groups of people to put the cats down. Ye Shuo fed the 2 cats some dried meat and then let them go. In the next half hour, a few people found other cats and dogs, but none of them matched Tuan Tuan. I'm so tired. Ye Sun had the least physical strength and was the first to give up, so he sat down. When he said this, he looked around and found that Ye Yan and the others were not there, so he was so presumptuous. Ye Shuo took Jian and Xiaoluzi with them to continue searching. Soon Jian couldn't bear it anymore. She didn't care about her image anymore and picked up a stone and sat down. Ye Shuo didn't think there was anything wrong. While Jian was holding the bamboo tube to drink water, Ye Shuo said casually, Xiaoluzi, you guys help keep an eye on her first. I'll look for Tuan Tuan nearby. As he said that, Ye Shuo went to check some nearby corners where cats and dogs liked to hide. There happened to be a rockery here, and Ye Shuo planned to go inside the rockery to take a look. Climbing to the top of the rockery, Ye Shuo lowered his head and looked down. There was nothing here, and nothing here. Just when he was about to give up, he accidentally saw a dark place that looked like a cave. These are the places the cats and dogs in the palace love the most. Ye Shuo jumped down from the rockery and stood outside to listen. When he heard no movement inside, he leaned over and went in without any precautions. Then, Ye Shuo smelled a faint smell of decay. Ye Shuo's heart paused and he almost subconsciously took out a fire starter. Then Ye Shuo saw the mess in the dog hole. There were dead mice and a cat that was very dirty but had vaguely discernible white fur. Ye Shuo's pupils suddenly shrank, and all the sounds were blocked in his throat. Just at this moment, there was a noise outside. Uncle Nine has been in there for so long and hasn't come out yet. Could Tuan Tuan be in there? Let's go around and take a look. Almost at the moment he heard footsteps at the door of the dog hole, Ye Shuo subconsciously extinguished the fire, turned around, and blocked the dog hole in front of him tightly. Jian was stunned when he saw this. Hey, brother? Tuan Tuan is not here. Ye Shuo shook his head gently. No, let's look for another one. The children did not suspect anything and soon went to other places under Ye Shuo's leadership. After such a long search, naturally nothing was found. As night fell, Ye Sun, Ye Yan and the others left with tired steps, saying that it was too tiring to look for a cat and they never wanted to help find a cat again. Don't even think about it. Ye Shuo smiled and watched them leave. As for Jian, she was so tired that she fell asleep in her wet nurse's arms. After signaling the wet nurse to send Jian back, Ye Shuo hurriedly brought Xiao Lizi back to the dog hole in the rockery. Xiao Lizi was a little confused at first, but after seeing the situation inside the dog hole, Xiao Lizi was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. This is Tuan Tuan. Ye Shuo didn't know the answer to this question, so he could only wrap up the white cat and give it to Su Kongai. Su Kongai was full of expectations at first, but after seeing this scene, she almost fainted. How could this happen? Looking at the scarred white cat, Su Kongai couldn't help but widen her eyes. She was careless just this time, and there was no chance to make amends. Ye Shuo remained silent. Life in this palace is really too depressing. If it is suppressed for too long, dark things will grow wildly. Compared with normal people, there are more abnormal people in the palace. The only thing Ye Shuo could say to comfort Su Kongai was, judging from the wound, Tuan Tuan must have been treated like this after he died. Although it was still extremely cruel, at least Tuan Tuan did not suffer too much during his lifetime. As for why Ye Shuo knew that the wounds presented by being abused while alive and being abused after death were different, it was a blessing in disguise. I remember Madam Su, you said before that Tuan Tuan suddenly became restless some time ago. I suspect that Tuan Tuan knew that he didn't have much time left, so he ran away this time. Cats are creatures that generally don't choose to die at home. When their lifespan is about to end, they will look for a secluded corner outside and close their eyes completely. Tuan Tuan should be more than 10 years old, the possibility is very high. In ancient times, cats did not have sterilization surgery or special medicines, so their lifespan was generally short. Concubine Su, you don't have to blame yourself too much. This matter has nothing to do with you. Even if it is prevented this time, it will not be prevented next time. Cats are such strange and stubborn creatures. Despite what Ye Shuo said, Su Konggai's expression was still extremely forced. Ye Shuo also knew that this kind of thing still had to be digested by Su Kongai himself, and no matter how much he said, it would be useless. Ye Shuo bowed to Su Kongai in silence, then left. While walking on the road, although Xiao Lizi felt unlucky, he was just angry. Ye Shuo, on the other hand, although he said it lightly, he did not feel relaxed at all in his heart. First there were insects, rats and ants, then dead cats, gradually increasing in number. This was not a good sign. Today is dead, tomorrow is alive, today is a mouse, an insect, and a cat. What will it be tomorrow? Ye Shuo seemed to see an antisocial being slowly growing up not far from him. No matter who the other party is, it is difficult for Ye Shuo to feel at ease because the imperial concubine and Jian, as well as the crown prince and crown princess, Ye Sun, and Empress Zhao all live in the palace. So the next morning, Ye Shuo specifically asked Xiao Lizi to find out who had passed by there in the past few days. But it was obvious that there were so many people in the palace, including the concubines in each palace and the palace servants and eunuchs as numerous as stars, so asking like this would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Among the results that Xiao Lizi found out, there were palace maids, guards, imperial doctors, and even concubines from various palaces and princes and princesses. It was really difficult to tell who did it. Ye Shuo couldn't help but rub his temples. Ye Shuo even waited outside the dog hole by himself for a long time, but the dog hole seemed to be abandoned and no one went there anymore. After a long time, Ye Shuo had no choice but to give up. On the other side, Princess Huian met the little prince again. Princess Huian was probably the first person who could break through the encirclement and walk to his side. Therefore, the moment he saw her, the little prince subconsciously smiled. Princess Huian couldn't help feeling proud when she saw this. Princess Huian was so intent on getting closer to the little prince that her attention was not on the small wooden stick in his hand. Naturally, she did not notice that the bottom of the stick was covered with dead ants. Of course, the harem is not Princess Huian's playground, and Princess Huian naturally knows her limits. She did not meet the little prince very often, only once or twice a month, and each time lasted only about an incense stick's time, so it was difficult for anyone to notice. What's more, Princess Huiyan discovered that after she became close to the queen, more than half of the people following her in secret suddenly disappeared. No matter what, the queen is the legal wife of the emperor of the Great Zhou. If she sees something she shouldn't see, the person who sees it will be guilty. What's more, this is the harem. With so many concubines here, it is always inconvenient and it is inevitable that there will be omissions. Although it was not an easy thing to disappear for a moment or two, it was not difficult for Princess Huiyan. And in such an environment, time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of the sixth prince's wedding. The wedding ceremony is also called the evening ceremony. In ancient times, it was held in the evening, which means the gradual alternation of yin and yang. By the afternoon, Ye Shuo had already changed into festive clothes. In fact, Ye Shuo didn't want to be so active, mainly because he would have to have brothers to help pick up the bride on the wedding day, right? It is known that the eldest prince thinks he is noble, so he will definitely not go. The second prince. The second prince is not familiar with Xiaoming, so he will probably not go either. The third prince is the crown prince, so how can the crown prince go to pick up his younger brother? The fourth prince is close to Xiaoming, so he is one of them. The fifth prince and the sixth prince have had a grudge since they were a few years old. It is lucky that they don't fight when they meet. Forget about picking up the bride. The seventh prince followed the fifth prince, and if the fifth prince did not go, the seventh prince could not go either. The eighth prince could try to get it, but Xiaoming was the type of person who wanted to keep everything to himself and suffocate himself to death, so it was extremely difficult to get him to talk back. The remaining brothers are either too young or not familiar to him at all. After counting them all, Xiaoming can only rely on himself. On this happy day, no matter what Xiaoming's purpose is, Ye Shuo will never embarrass him because of their friendship over the years. Therefore, Ye Shuo had no choice but to fill in the number. After changing his clothes in a hurry and letting Xiao Lize put a hair crown on him, Ye Shuo could not help but stand up and looked at his attendant and his companion with raised eyebrows. How do you feel? It must be said that the ninth prince was born with a good appearance. With such a face, naturally, he looks good in anything he wears. Even though Xing Yuchen didn't want to admit it, he could only nod to Xiao Lize now. By the way, how did you do in the exam? Ye Shuo is indeed a devil, as he asked such a sharp question right from the start. Xing Yuchen was quite relaxed at first, but now he couldn't laugh at all. On such a happy day, why did your highness the ninth prince bother to mention my pain? Ye Shuo couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Come on, he had seen many people like Xing Yuchen. What they said was not good might not necessarily mean it was really not good. After the results are announced, I'll be waiting to drink at your wedding. While Xing Yuchen was stunned, Ye Shuo pushed open the door of the room, and was immediately seen by concubine Rong and maids including Suyu. A hint of surprise flashed across the imperial concubine's eyes. Afterwards, the imperial concubine couldn't help feeling a little proud, looking at her two children, each one more handsome than the other. Suyu and the maids couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that the ninth prince has indeed grown up now. Look at his tall and straight figure, and his handsome and even beautiful eyes and eyebrows. In the entire Kiowa palace, perhaps Princess Jianjian was the only one whose expression did not change at all. She admitted that her brother was indeed good-looking, and she could still feel his good looks when they saw each other every day, but the problem was that his face was exchanged for his personality and brains. Jianjian seriously suspected that her brother had used all his brains to exchange for this face when he was reincarnated, so he was so stupid, fragile, and pretentious. Hearing that he was going to ride a horse to pick up the bride later, Jianjian habitually warned, "Brother, be careful." If she wasn't so small, Jianjian would have wanted to go with him. The little princess Jianjian had no idea that her brother had been able to ride horses with Ye Sun long before she was born, and that so many guards were unable to catch up with him. Holding back his smile, Ye Shuo nodded seriously. Yes, brother will be obedient. When the brother is not at home, Jianjian will also help take care of the mother. Yeah, Jianjian nodded as a matter of course. The imperial concubine couldn't help but give her son a cold look. Ye Shuo left the palace quickly, and now the large army was already waiting there. It was still nearly half an hour before the wedding procession set out. The wedding procession started from the imperial palace, then went to the prime minister's residence, and took the bride to the prince's residence. Only then was the whole process completed. The fourth prince is now talking to the sixth prince. The moment they saw Ye Shuo, they were both startled. So early. The sixth prince subconsciously looked at the sky, then looked at Ziyaju, and then couldn't help but begin to wonder if the Ziyaju in front of him was someone else pretending to be him. Ye Shuo's mouth twitched involuntarily. Is it that serious? Didn't he finally arrive early once? He was still much later than them, so was he really that shocked? But you have to know that when the eldest prince returned victoriously, he was almost late. Arriving early is simply impossible for Ziyaju. Even the sixth prince couldn't help but feel a little moved, completely forgetting that the fourth prince next to him had arrived a long time ago and was not much different from him. Ye Shuo was completely speechless. The fourth prince was much older than Ye Shuo. When Ye Shuo arrived at the upper study, the fourth prince had already left the palace to build his own residence. He had not returned and could only see Ye Shuo during the New Year and other festivals. Therefore, the fourth prince was relatively unfamiliar to Ye Shuo. Later, based on Ye Shuo's close observation, he found that the fourth prince was a polite gentleman, and very fond of preaching. In just a stick of incense, Ye Shuo heard that he had shared all his experiences when he got married, and from time to time, he would pull him out to talk about them again. Ye Shuo still remembered that he had this problem when he saw him more than 10 years ago when he was just 1 month old. He used to be in charge of the fifth prince, but the fifth prince was so rebellious that he probably wouldn't be happy to be under his control. As they grew older, Ye Shuo never saw the two of them hanging out together again. What could Ye Shuo do when he was lectured by the uncontrollable fourth prince? He just listened. After all, he was still his brother in this life. After waiting for a long time, the time came and Ye Shuo almost breathed a sigh of relief at the same time as the sixth prince. Well, the fourth prince is good in every way, but it would be even better if he could talk less. If he were not a prince, becoming a teacher would have been a good choice. When the guards reminded them, the three of them jumped on their horses almost at the same time. Although Ye Shuo is young, he is not far behind others. In this way, a group of people took to the streets with the wedding procession. The people of Shangjing City had already known the news that the prince of the imperial city was getting married to the daughter of the prime minister's mansion today. Naturally, they were waiting on both sides of the road to see such a lively scene since early morning. Emperor Jingguan did not issue an order to clear the streets, so the area from the imperial city to the prime minister's residence was extremely lively at this moment. Unlike the fourth prince, Ye Shuo did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he enthusiastically asked the guards for wedding candies and distributed them to the people along the street. In those days, candy was a rare and precious thing. Ordinary people could not even eat it once a year. Candy came in small pieces, wrapped in oil paper, and looked quite real. But there are not many candies after all, and not everyone can get one. Many people just join in the fun and don't think that such a good thing can really happen to them. Among them were an old beggar squatting on the street corner, a child, a woman, and an old man. Who would have thought that while they were thinking about this, small pieces of candy suddenly fell in front of them. Hearing a dingling sound from the broken bowl, the old beggar subconsciously reached out to cover it, but when he saw that no one was paying attention, he slowly opened his hand. When they looked up again, only the back of the little prince was left. Half an incense stick later, the wedding procession arrived at the gate of the prime minister's residence. At this time, the prime minister's residence was decorated with lanterns and was bustling with activity. Officials were constantly coming and going, some of whom were familiar with Prime Minister He, and some of whom were his subordinates. Faintly, one could also see the figures of familiar people such as the Grand Tutor. After all of them had worked with Prime Minister He for many years, and this time the Prime Minister's mansion was getting married to the royal family, so naturally everyone had to take time out to have a drink at the wedding and present gifts. And now, Prime Minister He was standing at the door, greeting the gentlemen. Welcoming guests should have been the job of the son and daughter-in-law, but the guests were of high status, so in order to avoid being impolite, Prime Minister He went to the door to greet the guests himself. The sixth prince has arrived. Hearing the voice of the eunuch in charge of ceremonies, Prime Minister He looked up subconsciously. Even though the sixth prince is not yet 17 years old, he is a member of the palace after all, so his manners and bearing are naturally impeccable. Even though the sixth prince looked a little thin, he was still elegant and handsome. Moreover, He Xiang had chosen him as his grandson-in-law, so how could He Xiang not like him? However, before He Xiang could relax his brows, he accidentally saw Ye Shuo behind the sixth prince, and his expression froze. Why did this devil come here? Moreover, he seemed to be coming with the sixth prince to pick up the bride. Ever since the envoy incident, He Xiang and others had raised the danger level of the ninth prince by more than one level. If he was just not fond of studying and disobedient before, he was now directly equated with a dangerous person. It's not that the envoy shouldn't have been killed, but right after he killed the envoy, the emperor immediately massacred the entire post station. It's hard not to wonder if the emperor had some element of protecting his own people in doing this. Considering how much His Majesty dotes on the ninth prince, people like them would probably be beaten in vain. Nowadays, the first and second rank officials in the capital would rather offend the eldest prince, the second prince, and the crown prince than offend the ninth prince. The former are at least reasonable and will be considerate for the sake of their official positions, but if the latter gets angry, even the emperor may not be able to help him, and that would be so embarrassing. Besides, there was really no need to offend the ninth prince, so everyone was particularly friendly when facing Ye Shuo. Noticing the change in He Xiang's expression, Ye Shuo couldn't help but touch his chin, wondering, is it that serious? Seeing that the ninth prince seemed to have discovered something, Prime Minister He's heart suddenly tightened. Why are you so nervous? I don't eat people. Ye Shuo snorted as the sixth prince got off his horse and came in front of the other party. Hearing this voice, He Xiang complained bitterly, but he still had to be fully prepared to deal with it. The ninth prince is joking. However, the more he said this, the more Ye Shuo couldn't help but have evil thoughts. Since my sixth brother is married to the sixth young lady of the mansion, then if you count it this way, He Xiang and I are also related. Just based on the relationship between me and my sixth brother, we are now much closer. He Xiang was stunned. He had even forgotten to consider this before. If he had known this, he would. As expected, some things have gains and losses. Zaiju. The fourth prince at the side couldn't bear to watch it any longer and couldn't help but give a reminder. After Ye Shuo cleared his cough, he went up to the Grand Tutor and started to harass him. Only then did He Xiang feel relieved. The moment the Grand Tutor saw his student, his temples began to ache involuntarily. It was fine when he was in the palace, but why didn't this bastard let him go outside the palace? However, what Ye Shuo didn't expect was that when he accidentally glanced away, he actually saw the figures of Zhou Wu and others here. It's not Zhou Wu herself. To be honest, although Zhou Wu is the most capable one among this group of students, because she is a girl, she is naturally inferior to her fellow brothers. The world is in this state today, and it cannot be changed by one person alone. Only by passing it down from generation to generation can such secular concepts be broken one day. Considering the current official positions of those two young men, they are probably not qualified to sit here, unless Prime Minister he has a liking for their talents. The fact is indeed as Ye Shuo expected. Although He Xiang is the Prime Minister, he is not alone. He has many friends and followers. Every few years, he naturally needs some fresh blood to ensure his longevity. Therefore, the more He Xiang looked at these two young men with real potential, the more he liked them. Although the two of them have a teacher, Zhang Mohui has never been a person who likes to meddle in other people's affairs. In addition, Zhang Mohui is extremely picky and has memorized and filtered everything in advance. When it comes to him, isn't it just a matter of taking advantage? He Xiang took decisive action to take advantage of these two good seedlings before others could react. He Xiang's thoughts were not much different from Emperor Jingguan's. It was difficult for both of them to control their feelings. Little did they know that the person they liked had already been programmed when they left the factory. If the power on password was wrong, all their efforts would be in vain. In addition to the good nature of these people, Ye Shuo's almost 100% monopoly on knowledge is also a very critical factor. Without them, there will be the next batch. They are not irreplaceable, so no matter where they are, they can only depend on Ye Shuo in the end. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The moment they saw Ye Shuo, the two teenagers instinctively became conflicted. Just as they were thinking about what they should do, Ye Shuo's gaze did not linger on them for too long and quickly shifted to the other side. After the two young men understood what he meant, they immediately had the answer in their minds when faced with He Xiang's recruitment. When Ye Shuo was driven away by the tutor who was really fed up with his annoyance, the sixth prince finally took the sixth miss out of her boudoir. When the sixth miss came out, she was carried out by her brother. From a distance, one could see the young madam shedding tears. It is natural for a mother to be reluctant to let her daughter marry off. This is the case for a woman who marries into the capital. If she were to marry someone from a foreign country, I'm afraid she would cry her heart out. Looking at the sixth Miss sisters, they now had all kinds of expressions. Although they were standing in an inconspicuous place, they were still seen thoroughly by Ye Shuo. I guess it's not peaceful in the Prime Minister's mansion, or rather, in this world, as long as there are people, it will never be peaceful. He Wuden was also feeling uncomfortable. Ye Shuo looked at the sixth prince, who was usually smart but now acted like a piece of wood. Ye Shuo couldn't help but feel a headache. It's already this late, isn't Xiaoming going to say anything? Since he didn't say it, Ye Shuo could only speak for him. Ye Shuo bowed to the young lady and the sixth Miss's father and said, "Don't worry, you two. If the sixth Miss is bullied by him after marrying my sixth brother, just tell my mother the truth. My mother will definitely take care of the sixth Miss. As parents, don't we just want our children to live a happy life?" Even though the ninth prince has a bad reputation, he never fails when it comes to matters like this. After the sixth prince reacted, he said, "Ninth brother is right, please rest assured, father-in-law and mother-in-law." The young lady felt relieved immediately. This time, the sixth miss finally got into the sedan chair smoothly, and the atmosphere was not so sad anymore. The sixth prince, the fourth prince and Ye Shuo walked at the front of the procession, paving the way for the big red sedan behind them. Suanas were played along the way. After the first carry-out of dowry from the Prime Minister's residence was carried into the gate of the prince's residence, the last carry-out of dowry had not even come out of the Prime Minister's residence. After all, it was a marriage to the royal family, so it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a 10-mile red wedding. After the sixth prince and the sixth miss landed on the ground, the eldest prince and the crown prince finally arrived here one after another. When the sixth prince left the palace to build his mansion, he spent a total of only 200,000 taels of silver. Whether in terms of scale or reputation, the sixth prince's mansion was far inferior to those of his other brothers. The eldest prince didn't care at all, and the crown prince didn't even bother with the somewhat simple layout around him. Sometimes having more brothers means more disadvantages, and the chances of them causing trouble at the wedding ceremony are greater. While the sixth prince and the sixth miss were getting married, Ye Shuo was guarding there like a door god. Seeing this scene, the eldest prince couldn't help but sneer, but after thinking about it, he was too lazy to care and simply pretended not to see it. The prince acted gentle, but he couldn't help but feel amused in his heart. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to your parents twice. The couple bows to each other. Send it to the bridal chamber. The ceremony is over. Emperor Jingguan did not attend the wedding of the second prince before, and he never came after the crown prince's wedding, so he did not even show up tonight. When the sixth prince started to toast everyone one by one, some people could no longer hold back. It's easy to tell that the first one to jump out would definitely be the fifth prince. On such a happy day, even the sixth prince did not want to have a conflict with others. He had just drank 2 cups of wine and as he was not able to handle the alcohol, he could not control his violent coughing. The fifth prince was just about to laugh out loud when he saw Ye Shuo glaring at him. I have tolerated you for a long time, that's enough? The fifth prince's smile suddenly stopped. The sixth prince wanted to raise his glass again, but then someone held his arm. Just as the fifth prince was about to speak, he saw Ye Shuo holding up 3 fingers. Don't forget, he still owed his 3 favors. Ziju is sick, why is he still protecting someone like Liu? The fifth prince gritted his teeth but could do nothing, and then subconsciously looked at the second prince. The second prince decisively turned his gaze to the eldest prince. Brother, as the eldest son, now that my sixth brother is getting married, don't you want to toast him with 2 glasses of wine to celebrate? Even at this time, he still didn't forget to stir up trouble. The eldest prince glared at the second prince fiercely. He has already fought against the ninth brother once, and he would never fight against him a second time. The eldest prince passed the ball to the crown prince. Second brother, you are confused. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince hasn't spoken yet, so how can you and I talk? The second prince did not expect that the usually tough eldest prince would give in so quickly. Looking at the crown prince again, the folding fan in his hand suddenly stopped. The prince remained calm. I have not been feeling well lately and should not drink. Well, it seems that no one wants to deal with a tough guy like Ziju. With Ziju's protection today, everything will naturally go smoothly for the sixth prince. Seeing that the older brothers were all gone, there was no need to mention the other 7 princes and the 8th prince. So when the time came, he was only slightly tipsy. Go back to your parents' home after 3 days of marriage, don't forget. Also, exercise more and have a baby soon. Ye Shuo finally reminded him, but he didn't know whether the 6th prince paid attention to it or not. Ye Shuo, who had accomplished his mission, patted him on the shoulder, then jumped off the chair and left with everyone else. The 6th prince looked at Ziju's relaxed and carefree back. The tipsy look in his eyes gradually faded away and he remained silent for a long time. When the butler came to urge him, the 6th prince just said then got up and went back to his room, leaving the maids and servants to clean up the mess. As soon as Ye Shuo walked out of the gate of the prince's mansion, he heard the 5th prince say, "You are protecting him so much, he should appreciate it." It was probably intuition, but the 5th prince felt that the 6th prince was not a good person. Ye Shuo spread his hands. Otherwise, we are brothers, and we have been friends for so many years. Only he thinks that brothers in the royal family are brothers. Perhaps it was because Ye Shuo acted too matter-of-factly that the 5th prince was suddenly speechless. After a long while, he muttered in a low voice, "He is a very evil person. Be careful, he will stab you sooner or later." Ye Shuo raised his eyebrows and didn't care. Having lived in the same palace with the 6th prince for 10 years, Ye Shuo naturally understood him better than anyone else. "Forget it. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Your Highness will go first." As he spoke, the 5th prince got on the carriage, followed by the eldest prince, the 2nd prince and others. The crown prince was going back to the East Palace, and Ye Shuo shamelessly got on board his luxurious carriage. The remaining 8th prince was not so shameless, so he followed behind in his own carriage. Soon, several carriages drove off in different directions. Although the crown prince and the eldest prince did not show anything at the 6th prince's wedding banquet, in fact, the 2 of them had already been enemies for a long time, and all they lacked was the finishing touch. This day seemed like a watershed, as the eldest prince finally confronted the crown prince. Before, the eldest prince and the crown prince were still testing and finding out about each other, but now they have seriously put their thoughts on the surface. This can be seen from the fact that the faces of Ye Sun and Ye Yan brothers changed immediately after they walked out of the gate of Kiowa Palace. In the past, their incompatibility with each other was not so obvious, but now they are too lazy to even pretend, and now they tend to be sarcastic to each other whenever they meet. Ye Shuo just felt his ears hurt. Once he saw them quarreling so much, he couldn't help but warn them, "I don't care what you do outside, but you can't quarrel here. Whoever quarrels, get out. Children should stay out of the way of adults. They are so small, and it seems like they can do something powerful. You are so young and you are thinking so much. It's not too late when you grow up. You will have something to worry about when you grow up." Ye Sun, Ye Yan, and the others opened their mouths, but when Ye Shuo looked over, they all closed their mouths. Seeing this, Ye Shuo was satisfied. "Okay, stop standing there. Today we're going to play sandbags, kick a ball, or hide and seek. Choose one of the 3. They were tired of playing with sandbags, and Jianjian was unwilling to play hide and seek, so Ye Shuo said quickly, "I'll count to 10, and whoever says it first will do the talking. Ready, 10, 1. Jianjian now knows her brother very well. She had long guessed that he was not a normal person, so she was always on guard. Sure enough, when he shouted 1, she blurted out, "Kuju." Ye Shuo nodded. "Well, that's fine, let's play Kuju today." Ye Sun, Ye Yan and the other 3. Wait, they haven't reacted yet. Uncle 9, didn't we agree on 10 to 1? What about the 9, 8, 7 in the middle? Ye Shuo blinked at them. Yes, it's 10 to 1, that's right. Damn it, he fooled me again. As if noticing the resentment in their eyes, Ye Shuo smiled and said, "Be careful next time." In front was the little princess with pointy hair, happily holding the football, while behind her were a few dejected-looking grandchildren. When they arrived at the venue, everyone drew lots to form groups. As luck would have it, Ye Sun and Ye Yan were assigned to the same group. Several people had distorted faces, as if they had eaten something unclean. Ye Shuo almost laughed out loud. Maybe this is fate. Let me make it clear in advance that this was not Ye Shuo's doing. He knew it was impossible for them to really love each other, and it would be easy to make things worse if he was not careful, so it was really God's will. Ye Sun, Ye Yan, and the others pinched their noses and stood with Dudu with the mood of visiting a grave. In addition to Jian, Ye Shuo also found Xiao Lizi and other young eunuchs who knew some martial arts to fight against Ye Sun and others. The young eunuchs have gotten used to it by now, and there is no such thing as letting the players win. On the contrary, Ye Sun and Ye Yan are good players if taken individually, but because there is no communication and cooperation, they keep conceding goals to Ye Shuo, the main player of the enemy team. Looking at the smug expression of the ninth prince, the brothers who were so angry about losing finally decided to ignore the issue of their positions for the time being. Gradually, they developed a tacit understanding and the situation became a little better. Why? Why is the ninth prince so accurate? Compared with the group of children who automatically opposed each other, the eldest prince, who was involved, did not take these trivial matters to heart. No matter what happens between him and the crown prince, it has nothing to do with their respective children. Within a controllable range, the eldest prince also hopes that his children can have a carefree childhood. I believe the prince is the same. As for what happens in the future, let's talk about it after the winner is decided. So the eldest prince just listened to it and put the matter behind him. Seeing that the eldest prince seemed to be unconcerned, the people below him tactfully stopped talking about it. The aides under the eldest prince quickly started talking about something else, except for the diehards like the Grand Tutor. The voices in the court that support the orthodoxy are getting smaller and smaller, and there are more and more people who can distinguish the important from the unimportant. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't be long before the prince will be able to decide the winner with the crown prince. There was no way. The eldest prince's victory came at just the right time. He almost used his life to fight for a future for his originally destined fate. Biding led his army westward to launch a surprise attack on the state of Chen. They even found a way to break the poisonous miasma that the state of Chen had set up around them. The state of Chen suffered heavy losses. I'm afraid that this news will be reported back to Shangjing soon. By then, the prince's reputation will surely rise to a higher level. As the saying goes, the death of a rabbit makes the fox mourn. If the Great Zhou had not handled this well, who would have been slaughtered and suffered heavy losses? In the current Great Zhou, only the eldest prince can be compared with the Duke of Zhen. Thinking about the glory of the Duke of Zhen in the past, the staff couldn't help but feel excited. Then the aide paused and looked at the eldest prince. The always arrogant eldest prince shook his head. Don't be complacent, and don't underestimate the prince. If the prince could be brought down so easily, he would not have been able to stay in that position safely until now. Now that the eldest prince dares to confront the crown prince head-on, he has naturally made full preparations. The more difficult the time, the more he cannot take it lightly. Now that luck is on his side, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes, he will be able to take advantage of the situation and rise sooner or later. I will warn my subordinates later. During this special period, I want them to be more alert. The aide was a little stunned. In his opinion, with the prince's current power, it would be more than enough to deal with a prince who had never set foot out of the capital. However, since the prince was so careful this time, the aide naturally would not spoil his fun. On the other side, the East Palace. The prince couldn't help but look at the tutor and a few other people beside him. They all sighed and shook their heads helplessly. It's not that they don't want to, but this time the eldest prince came well prepared. He kept restraining his men and was cautious everywhere, not giving them any chance to find any flaws. The eldest prince can now rise up by taking advantage of the situation, so why would he do anything extra? The only one who can fight against the eldest prince, the Duke of Zhen, has already registered his name with the emperor, so he cannot be touched at all. Besides, he has his own grandson, so why would he join the crown prince? If the ninth prince could be won over, there might still be hope. The Grand Tutor was probably the most stable person among all the people. He advised, "Don't panic, Your Highness. Even if public opinion is boiling, it will not be able to overcome the will of the emperor." From ancient times to the present, although the people's will has always been emphasized, but throughout history, how many crown princes were deposed because of public opinion? Therefore, no matter how popular the eldest prince is among the people, in the eyes of the Grand Tutor, he is nothing more than a flower in the mirror and a moon in the water. The prince did not say anything. Instead, he waited until everyone else left and showed the tutor what he had found out. After the master looked through it carefully, his expression changed slightly. There were so many people in the court, especially so many military generals, who secretly defected to the eldest prince. The prince lowered his eyes and said, "Teacher, now it is not just the will of the people." The Grand Tutor was somewhat speechless, and the two of them looked at each other in silence. After a while, the Grand Tutor brought up the old matter again. "Perhaps, Zaiju." The prince shook his head. "The Duke of Zhen can't protect himself, so there's no need to mention it again. Teacher, since the child is clean, let him remain clean." What the prince didn't say was that what he showed to the tutor was only a part of it. As for the rest, even the prince was unsure. Therefore, for now, no matter what, the prince must find a way to take action. Soon, Ye Shuo clearly felt that the prince was distancing himself from him. At the beginning, Ye Shuo just went to the East Palace several times in a row but didn't see the prince. He knew that the prince was busy, but when Ye Shuo met him on the road, he just greeted him quickly and left. This made Ye Shuo alert all of a sudden. Something is wrong. Then Ye Shuo deliberately chose a day when the prince was present, but still did not say the prince himself, only the prince's wife. Ye Shuo was almost certain that he was avoiding him. Plus, the eldest prince has been pressing on. Ye Shuo shuddered suddenly. Shit, the prince wasn't going to do anything stupid, was he? Now, Ye Shuo had to go see him no matter what. The prince hid here and there, but one day when he was leaving the court, he was finally blocked in a corner of the imperial garden by the quick-eyed and quick-handed Ye Shuo, leaving him no chance to escape. Tell me the truth, what have you been doing recently? The prince did not want to involve his younger brother in these matters, so he tried every means to avoid him. He did not expect that he would be so stubborn and would not give up until he found him. After being rejected a few times, any sensible person would not keep pestering the matter, but he did not do that. Especially, he asked such a question as soon as they met. The prince couldn't help but be shocked by his sharpness. The prince looked relaxed. Ninth brother, you are joking. I have been in this palace all the time. What can I do? My father has told me that I have things to do. Ninth brother, I will take MYL leave now. Having said that, the prince turned around and was about to leave. Third brother, you used to call me Ziyaju, Ye Shuo said in a faint voice. The prince was stunned for a moment. Ye Shuo took a deep breath and quickly chased after him. After observing that there was no one else around, Ye Shuo spoke, no matter what the situation is, third brother, you must believe in father. Looking at his brother's expression, which was completely different from usual and was serious to the point of being solemn, the prince wanted to dismiss him with a few words, but found that he couldn't open his mouth no matter what. After a long silence, the prince lost his usual gentle smile. What if I say that even my father can't do anything this time? The prince's voice was so soft that it could not be heard if one was not paying attention. Ye Shuo's pupils suddenly shrank. If even my cheap father can't stop me, then the eldest prince. Wait, that's not right. Given my cheap dad's character, there's no way he didn't know. Given my cheap dad's personality, he has probably already made arrangements for everyone in his mind. What's more, he had already given hints. King Ding. Taking all factors into consideration, Ye Shuo still prefers his cheap father. But, the prince couldn't be aimless, he must know something? Ye Shuo didn't know the specific situation, but the prince alienated him first, and saved his life first. Even Ye Shuo couldn't be completely indifferent. Even though Ye Shuo had already decided not to interfere in these matters, he still couldn't help but remind him, third brother, no matter what the situation is, it won't be wrong to listen to father. Having said this, Ye Shuo has already reached his limit. The prince had never seen his brother like this before, and meeting his brother's slightly anxious eyes, the prince finally shook his head. Sometimes, people in high positions are not as free as they imagine. Ziyaju, I'm not you. I can't remain indifferent. The smarter a person is, the more he trusts his own judgment. The smarter a person is, the less likely he is to pin all his hopes on others, even if that person is his biological father. In the prince's view, his younger brother could rely on their father wholeheartedly, but he really couldn't do it. There is nothing more dangerous in this world than tying your entire fortune on the pity of others. Once the person holding the delicate thread turns against you, you will no longer have a chance to resist. But what the prince didn't know was that Ye Shuo was the same. So in the end, the two of them just ended up in the same place. How could Ye Shuo persuade the prince if he couldn't even do it himself? In this palace, there is no one who is not suspicious every day. Ziyaju, since you have said this yourself, I will also remind you that since you have no intention of fighting, remember to stay away from these things in the future. Otherwise, sooner or later, there will be a day when it will no longer be up to you. The prince was not stupid. He could clearly see whether he had this idea or not, and whether it was real or fake. In the end, Ye Shuo watched the other person leave. At this moment, Ye Shuo felt extremely powerless. Everyone understands it, but no one can escape it. There is nothing more torturous than this. After all, he couldn't change anything. Make the cake bigger? Ye Shuo has tried countless times in his life, but no one would listen to him. Everyone thought he was daydreaming. Without anyone under his command and no one to support him, what can Ye Shuo use to unify the country? Kick out the eldest prince and the crown prince and take the throne himself? How could he have such ability? It was no problem for his 8 brothers to eat him up. In the end, the tragedy could not be prevented, and he ended up sacrificing himself. No matter how you count, it's a dead end on all sides. Ye Shuo returned to Kiowa Palace dejectedly. He hugged his mother and Jianjian for most of the day, and the pain was slightly relieved. Ye Shuo sat in the middle, with the imperial concubine on his left and Jianjian on his right. The two of them had to sit close to him and hug him. They couldn't be any further away. Jianjian has long been accustomed to her brother's occasional tantrums. He probably just suffered some kind of blow again. Oh, what a fragile brother. Noticing that her brother's grip on her clothes was getting tighter and tighter, Jianjian hummed a song and patted his back with her little hands in an imitative manner. The days passed one by one, and about a year went by, but there was still no movement from the 6th prince, who had been married for a whole year. The 6th prince couldn't help but feel anxious. He tried many methods, but none of them seemed to work. The imperial physician who took the princess pulse said that there was nothing wrong with her. The 6th prince suddenly remembered what Xiaoju had said before. Exercise more and have a baby soon. There is really no connection between exercise and having a baby early, and it is really incongruous to put the two sentences together. With the attitude of preferring to believe it to be true than not, the sixth prince inadvertently brought up the matter when he brought his wife to the palace to pay his respects to the imperial concubine. Ye Shuo, fuck. Could this group of people not be so perceptive? If these people were just a little dumber, they wouldn't be. Things have come to this point. Ye Shuo weighed it for a long time and finally decided not to continue hiding it. So he said, with your body, if you don't exercise more, it would be strange if you can give birth to a child. At first, the sixth prince thought that this was just another way of saying that he was weak. It would be strange for a man to not get angry when being insulted like this. The sixth prince was a little angry at first, but when he calmed down, he couldn't help but think, could it really be his problem? The sixth prince's desire to have a child eventually overcame his male pride. For the first time ever, the sixth prince did not take a carriage to travel between the 6 ministries, but walked between the 6 ministries and the prince's mansion every day. While the sixth prince was trying his best to get a child, his eldest cousin, who had always tried his best to avoid contact with Ye Shuo, suddenly sent him news. After many years, without a map, the people sent by my cousin finally found the compa rice that could be harvested twice a year on their own feet.